And Xianyu is still a young man, right? May I invite the next guest to present the award to Xianyu? His acceptance speeches are getting more and more perfunctory. For the last two awards, he didn't even say a word other than thank you, and that was it. He's here to receive awards while he's wholesale dispatching trophies. Please, can the music awards staff place a chair on the award stage for Xianyu? Thank you. At the scene, the camera panned over to the Yu dynasty. Xianyu, Sun Yaohua, Jiang Kuei, Wei Haoyun, Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Chen Jiu, each holding a trophy, all of them brought down from the stage by Xianyu. It was good that he didn't continue winning awards because 7 people wouldn't be enough to hold all his trophies. Even now, someone had to hold 2 trophies in one hand. Chapter 924, 860, Music Festival, Part 2. When Xianyu had amassed 9 trophies in a row, it wasn't just the lyricists and singers in the audience whose eyes were green with envy. The maestros were sour. 9 music festival trophies. Some were almost unable to restrain themselves from robbing Xianyu. On the big screen, the camera captured the shifting expressions of numerous major musicians present. Throughout Xianyu's award-receiving process, everyone's expressions evolved from calm to surprise, from surprise to shock, and finally all settled into a numb state, though a hint of unabashed envy lurked in their eyes. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Yu dynasty was fiery hot. Sun Yaohua and others were ecstatic, each congratulating Lin Yuan, and then holding their own trophies lovingly. If it weren't for the setting, they would almost have jumped up in celebration. Next, the music festival continued to present awards to others, including some major ones. Jiang Kuei, Queen of Singing. Sun Yaohua, King of Singing. After both had claimed their crowns as King and Queen of Singing, they each made a point of thanking Xianyu, with the Yu dynasty being the biggest label on them. Of course, not just the two of them won the titles of King and Queen of Singing this year. Owing to the merger of 5 continents and the much larger size of the circle, the number of titles had significantly increased. Finally, the awards ceremony reached its final juncture. Host and Hong said, "Today's music festival has been full of surprises, unexpected turns, and countless touching moments. And now we've arrived at the final round of awards, the music festival's Musician of the Year. In Blue Star, they speak of maestros. But this title maestro is just an informal industry term. The actual award is named Blue Star's Best Musician." On the spot, members of the Yu dynasty all eagerly looked towards Lin Yuan, their eyes ablaze. The musicians in the audience, meanwhile, were all looking up at the big screen. Everyone knew that the maestro's crowning ceremony was about to start. Sure enough, just as everyone looked up, and Hong's voice suddenly soared with passion. "Congratulations to Xianyu for winning this year's music festival's Blue Star Best Musician Award. Please welcome Xianyu to the stage." Suddenly, a poster of Lin Yuan appeared on the big screen, not a live shot, but a pre-prepared poster. The background music at the venue instantly switched to the pre-arranged nocturne. On the poster, Xianyu was smiling faintly, and his backdrop featured all the album covers of songs he had created since his debut, including a group photo with the Yu dynasty. Down on the stage, Lin Yuan showed the same smile. Under the watchful eyes of the whole venue, he got up and walked towards the stage. This time, and Hong didn't crack any jokes. His expression was solemn. This moment was a solemn one for the music industry. "Please welcome the presenter to award Teacher Admirable Fish." The spotlight shone on Lin Yuan's face, and a tall figure appeared in the distance. Yang Zhongming. Lin Yuan grinned silently towards him, and then Yang Zhongming also smiled. Handshake. Award presentation. The two didn't exchange words. Everything was said in silence. Lin Yuan took the Best Musician award into both hands. And as he held the trophy, gold confetti suddenly floated down from above at the venue. White fog breathed out. Fireworks resounded in unison. The applause at the venue instantly roared. The live stream's chat also exploded suddenly. This was the coronation ceremony for the youngest maestro ever, a winner of 12 consecutive championships across 5 continents. "Thank you." Lin Yuan stood in front of the microphone. This was his 10th time on stage tonight, but the significance of this time was unlike the previous 9. "I want to thank my family for this award. It was their constant companionship and support that brought me here today. Lin Yuan delivered numerous award acceptance speeches tonight. He thanked his fans, his friends, his company, the chairman, Yang Zhongming, and Zheng Jing, and even thanked the officials. However, this time, Lin Yuan didn't thank anyone else. He saved his most important award thanks for his family. In his heart, his family was the softest and yet the most solid haven and fortress. Brother is quite handsome. In a certain spot in the audience, Big Yao Yao whispered quietly. Mom's eyes were slightly red. She said nothing, just staring at Lin Yuan. Sister held tight the hands of mom and sister. People in the music circle did not know that Lin Yuan's family had also come to the scene today. This was an important occasion in Lin Yuan's life. He didn't want his family to be absent, so he made special arrangements. The family kept a low profile, did not announce their presence, and the officials, following their requests, didn't specifically point the cameras at them. The music festival concluded in a golden rain. There was a banquet after the music festival, but Lin Yuan did not attend. He left the venue early, with the Yu dynasty and his family, to have dinner and celebrate at the newly opened hotel of Sun Yaowa. Cheers! On this day, Lin Yuan rarely had a few drinks as he celebrated with everyone, celebrating his own awards, as well as celebrating Sun Yaowa and Jiang Kuei. At the same time, the outside world was full of discussions about this music festival. It was the last revelry before the new year in the entertainment circle. The major companies had already started their New Year holidays, and the internet was buzzing as if celebrating the new year in advance. 10 awards. Together with Maestro, Xianyu won 10 awards, all by himself. For the first time since the establishment of the music festival, so many awards were given to the same person. The last Golden Rain performance was too stunning. That's Blue Star's Best Musician. That's the Maestro. It's a pity that Xianyu didn't win the Music Sage Award, especially set up for a single track. The Music Sage Award is hard to come by. It has been vacant for several years now. Xianyu meeting both conditions to become the Maestro is already enough for him to boast proudly in the music circle. Fish Papa looked so handsome tonight. I was smiling from start to finish at the award ceremony. It felt like I spent the entire evening watching Fish Papa receiving awards. The celebration dinner ended. Lin Yuan returned home, feeling slightly dizzy. His tolerance for alcohol was really average, a few drinks were all it took to knock him off. Sisters supported him into his room. You should rest early today, going up and down the stage at the music festival. You must have run around 20 times. Lin Yuan's face was slightly flushed, his mood quite excited, uncommonly so. After the sisters left, Lin Yuan took out his phone and browsed the online buzz. At this time, the whole network was filled with news related to the music festival. Blogs and forums everywhere were discussing Xianyu. Many people were congratulating Xianyu. After quietly browsing through the online messages, Lin Yuan suddenly felt like something was missing. After a while, he realized what was missing. With a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, Lin Yuan logged onto Chu Kuang's account and earnestly posted a status. Congratulations, little fish. Then, Lin Yuan logged on to Shadow's account, copied and pasted, and posted the exact same content. Congratulations, little fish. Little fish won 10 awards. How could the three brothers stay quiet? Now, Lin Yuan felt accomplished. His eyelids began to fight, and he gradually drifted into deep sleep. Chapter 925, 861 Paintfection. December 26th was the next day. Starlight officially started its year-end vacation mode. When Lin Yuan woke up, it was already 10 in the morning. After washing up, he couldn't help but ponder over a philosophical dilemma that had bothered many people. To eat or not to eat? The awkward thing about this. Time was. It was a bit too late for breakfast, yet somewhat too early for lunch. Forget it. Let's wait for lunch then. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan took out his phone to play, and as soon as he logged onto his blog, he discovered the incident from yesterday, where he congratulated Xianyu using Chu Kuang and Shadow's accounts. Lin Yuan was startled. How much did I drink yesterday? He actually couldn't remember doing this at all. Thankfully, others don't know I'm praising myself. Lin Yuan comforted himself, but quickly looked deflated. Because the chairman and Jin Mu knew, and the studio also knew part of the truth. Stop thinking about it. Lin Yuan checked Shadow's comment section. No issues there. In the eyes of regular netizens, Shadow congratulating Xianyu was a very normal thing. Then he checked Chu Kuang's comment section. No problems either, just that some netizens mocked him with a few comments. Getting weak, old rascal. It was said that we have Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, and Shadow at the center. Yet, Shadow's comics had an 11-fold success. Chu Kuang snagged 12 awards just last night, and you're the weakest. Are you going to release a new book or not? After your last short story success, you went silent. Have you been drained dry? Shadow's comics can still stand strong even after 11 openings. Can't you handle 7? And you opened with short stories too. If you don't start a new book soon, you'll become the invisible one among the 3 brothers. Chu Kuang hasn't been infected by Shadow, has he? Now he's too lazy to even write novels. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. No mess was made. Being drunk was quite dangerous. If he made a slip due to drunken mishandling, the scene would be more than just awkward. However, the netizens' comments did give Lin Yuan a wake-up call. It was time to find something for Chu Kuang to do. He couldn't let Chu Kuang really become insignificant. The puzzle at Fairy Tale Town wasn't completed yet, so why not have Chu Kuang write fairy tales? Mystery novels would also be good. Chu Kuang's mysteries were mostly long stories, and aside from the Hercule Poirot series, there were many short stories worth writing. Or maybe fantasy novels? If all else fails, then launch into new fields. There are still some novel genres Chu Kuang hasn't tried. Lin Yuan pondered over Chu Kuang's next direction. At this moment, his mother's voice calling for lunch came from downstairs. Lin Yuan, already hungry, hurried down the stairs for lunch. Bro, his sister Lin Xian, while eating, suddenly spoke up. There's something you might want to remind teacher Chu Kuang about. Lin Yuan, gnawing on a beef bone, asked casually, "What's that?" His sister said, "I only got the news this morning. The Literature and Art Association is planning to unify the literary awards and create a literary festival." Literary festival? Lin Yuan was surprised. Like a music festival? Yes. His sister nodded, explaining some details to Lin Yuan. Blue Star has many music awards, but the one with the highest recognition is undoubtedly the music festival. Other music awards are worthless compared to the music festival and do not gain recognition from all musicians. On the other hand, the literary world lacks an award like the music festival to lead the way. This has resulted in a plethora of literary awards that are constantly criticized for their lack of fairness. Therefore, the Literature and Art Association wants to establish the most authoritative literary award to oversee Blue Star's literary awards. Like the position of the music festival in the music industry. No wonder even the award's name will be Literary Festival. His sister concluded, the preparations for the literary festival will probably take some time, and it's not clear when it will officially begin, but with the music festival's prestige in the industry, the literary festival will surely attract countless authors. So I'm telling you to remind teacher Chu Kuang that if there's any award he wants to aim for, he should start preparing in advance. The most important award? Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After lunch, Lin Yuan went back upstairs and eagerly summoned the system. Show me my prestige information. Ding dong. The air before him instantly displayed several lines of blue text. Lin Yuan skipped over the name section at the top and looked toward the key information below. Age, 24. Lifespan, 30. Gaming, 193,456. Film and television, 693,423. Painting, 1008666. Literature, 2145678. Music, 3007655. Comprehensive, 7048878. Lin Yuan's gaze finally rested on the comprehensive item, and then he said to the system, "View Life Extension Mission." In an instant, several lines of subtitles appeared in front of Lin Yuan, the life extension mission that he hadn't paid attention to for a long time. Mission name, Survive. Mission content, the host must break through 10 million prestige value before the age of 30. Mission reward, a certain amount of life. Extra reward, gold treasure chest. Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn, and he mused to himself. The gap between my music and literature prestige values was small before, but after Xianyu swept 10 awards at the music festival last night, my music prestige value has surpassed the literature one by a large margin. Awards are still the main source of prestige value, perhaps because of the industry's recognition of awards, and industry professionals can provide far more prestige value than ordinary people. In a few days, it will be the new year. By then, Lin Yuan would be 25. The system calculates age in years, not by birthdays. This means that Lin Yuan has 5 years left to complete the mission. And right now, his total prestige value is 724,8878. With less than 3 million to go to the mission target of 10 million, the difficulty is not particularly high. But if Lin Yuan becomes complacent, there is a real possibility that he will not complete the mission. It seems Chu Kuang will have to take the lead. The information my sister provided today is extremely crucial. The Literature and Art Association intends to organize a literary festival, an award to match the music festival. If Chu Kuang can win enough awards at the literary festival, he will definitely gain a substantial amount of literary prestige value. Maybe even enough for the literary prestige value to catch up with the music prestige value. Of course, while Chu Kuang is the main force, other categories are also important. For instance, the currently weak film and gaming, as well as painting, which has been quite promising this year, all have great potential for development. Leveraging all these categories, it won't be difficult to make up the 3 million prestige value in the end. Don't be fooled by Lin Yuan's current healthy appearance. Lin Yuan is well aware that this is all thanks to the completion of the previous life extension missions. If it weren't for extending his life through completing system tasks, he would have died 2 years ago. Even now, nothing is certain. If the new life extension mission cannot be completed, then he will only live to 30 without illness or disaster. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan said, "The mission for Sun Yaohua to become the king of singing is completed, and there should be a gold treasure chest. Why didn't I receive it?" The system said, "It's in your backpack." Lin Yuan wondered, why was there no prompt? The system said helplessly, "There was a prompt last night, but you were drunk and didn't notice." Lin Yuan, "It seems I need to drink less in the future." He entered the system's small backpack and looked at the gold treasure chest without any hesitation. "Open it." "Wait a moment." The system paused, then gave an information prompt. "Gold treasure chest has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special painting skill, Paintfection." Paintfection? What is this? Just as this doubt surfaced in Lin Yuan's mind, the system provided an introduction in the form of text. Painting skill, Paintfection. Skill effect. Readers can directly experience the artistic conception of your artwork through your paintings. Additional explanation. Even ordinary people without any background in art appreciation will be able to feel the charm of your work. Paintfection skill only effective for live spectators. Lin Yuan was stunned. This thing is similar to the teacher's halo, mystical and unreasonable. For example, ordinary people looking at Van Gogh's Sunflower mostly wouldn't think it is a world-class painting, while top-tier art masters highly praise it. Why? Because the art masters have a high enough level of appreciation to directly experience the meaning within. Sunflower. So, even if Lin Yuan painted Sunflower, or even Van Gogh's Starry Night, or even things like Along the River during the Qingming Festival, some people who can appreciate it still won't be able to. But with the magical skill of Paintfection, it changes everything. Artworks completed by Lin Yuan himself. Even ordinary people will be able to feel the conception of the painting. It's a pity that this effect is only active for live viewers. If they are looking at a printed version on the internet, people without a certain level of appreciation still won't understand. But this is already enough. Worthy of a gold treasure chest, the rewards are truly extraordinary. It looks like Shadow has a lot of work ahead. First, I must complete the painting I plan to hang in Sun Yaohua's hotel suite. The works I painted in the previous few days will have to be scrapped. This time, Lin Yuan will use the Paintfection skill to complete these artworks. Chapter 926. 862 Zhao Continent joins the merger. Villa. Study. Lin Yuan stood near the window, his breath calm and steady as he held his arms suspended in midair. With each twist of the wrist, he carefully outlined the painting before him, his brush gliding smoothly across the paper, leaving behind fluid, ink-black lines. The subtlety of the ink punishment completely came from the brush. Between reality and fantasy, strength and softness, coarseness and fineness, dense and light. Lin Yuan, with his master-level painting skill, had reached a state where technique was second nature, with his works radiating a natural beauty and inherent elegance. And while he was painting, Lin Yuan's gaze seemed to capture a certain charm. This charm poured onto the paper with each stroke as if it were mountains and rivers brushed in ink. It was an indescribable atmosphere that lingered around the unfinished painting, remaining cohesive. This was paintfection. Paintfection is a very mystical skill. With paintfection activated, Lin Yuan felt his painting technique had improved compared to before, yet it was as if his level remained the same. Only now he seemed able to infuse his understanding and perception into the painting through his brush. In the heated competition of brush strokes, gradually, an ink-washed painting of a galloping horse appeared on the paper. The simple image emanated a lofty air, with forceful and unrestrained strokes. With no saddle or reins, one could see the noble spirit and wild pride of the horse through the surface of the painting. Phew! With the final brush stroke laid down, Lin Yuan put away his brush and let out a slight sigh of relief. He had been working on this painting for an entire week, not only employing his newly acquired paintfection skill for the first time, but also consuming some power potions. Now, at last, it was complete. As for why he still chose the galloping horse as a subject, it was because the galloping horse painting Lin Yuan had prepared for the chairman had been snatched up by Zheng Jing. Today, he finished another galloping horse painting, ready to be gifted to the chairman. After all, it was something he had planned in advance. It's worth mentioning, with the addition of paintfection, the value of the galloping horse painting Lin Yuan completed this time had surpassed that of the one taken by Zheng Jing. Stretching his back, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, "Next, I should paint a few pieces of different themes for Senior Yaohua." In order to paint, Lin Yuan hadn't left the house for several days. And as Lin Yuan sequestered himself, time had quietly moved into January, bringing the new year. Lin Yuan, 25 years old. This also meant the Zhao people had joined the merged continents. Blue Star's unification had advanced another step. Although Lin Yuan had not ventured outside, he could already feel the impact of the Zhao continent's inclusion. As the cultural barriers broke down, the people of Zhao continent eagerly engaged with the popular culture of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, and quickly recognized quite a number of celebrities from these regions. Xianyu, Chu Kuang, Shadow. These three personas of Lin Yuan quickly became familiar to the people of Zhao continent, given the influence of his works in the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. Music, literature, painting, games. Lin Yuan's prestige in these 4 fields had seen an uptick thanks to the addition of Zhao continent. Though because today was only January 2nd, and Zhao continent had joined the merge for just 2 days, the increase was not significant. It would take more time to see the real effects. Online, due to the addition of Zhao continent, the forums have been very lively these past 2 days. The netizens of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han warmly greeted the Zhao people and constantly interacted with the netizens of Zhao continent. The people of Zhao continent had an interesting way of speaking. For example, some netizens recommended the TV series Lotus Lantern to people from Zhao continent, and those who fell into the trap cursed it out loud that night. This drama is terribly poisonous. Your intentions deserve to be condemned. Chu Kuang, old rascal, come and face your doom. Zhao people speak with a flavor of costume dramas, and their style of speech is somewhat different from that of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. Fortunately, most of the time, everyone's language style is quite similar, and Zhao people just like to use more classical Chinese characters for certain words. Interestingly, the way Zhao people speak has also sparked a wave of imitation among netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. They think this way of speaking is very retro and has a certain level of pretentiousness. It's a common cultural shock after the merger. As for recommending Lotus Lantern to Zhao people, netizens from all continents do it without any psychological burden. Instead, they enjoy teasing them and seem to have a lot of fun. On the other side, having completed his painting, Lin Yuan was also actively getting acquainted with Zhao continent's culture. Many calligraphy and painting works from Zhao continent were spreading online. Some of the paintings and calligraphy were so impressive that even Lin Yuan considered them master level. Yes, master level. This discovery shocked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan himself possessed master-level painting and calligraphy skills. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Blue Star truly was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. He did not anticipate that in contemporary Zhao continent, there would also be master-level painters and calligraphers at his level. No wonder people say, Zhao continent is a position of books and paintings. This phrase was not wrong at all. The artistic mastery of Zhao people in calligraphy and painting completely overshadowed that of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han continents. Just as Lin Yuan was planning to delve further into Zhao continent, his phone rang. It was OL Zhou calling. We've wrapped up filming Resident Evil, and now it's time for post-production, but that's not important. The main thing is Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Lin Yuan showed a smile. Not long after the phone call ended, Sun Yaohua also contacted Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan answered the call, Sun Yaohua's voice came through. Happy New Year, junior brother. I have a bit of good news. Our game is now fully developed and will be launched at the end of this month. Landing and becoming a box. Oh, wrong. I think it's called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. These were two pieces of good news. Both the movie and the game would provide Lin Yuan with a considerable amount of prestige value upon their releases. Also, Sun Yaohua went on. Dynasty Hotel will officially open in a month, but we've already started inviting some lucky guests to try out the rooms. We plan to install an internal version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the computers in the hotel rooms. If the trial guests are interested, they can play it without affecting the game's release. Oh, Lin Yuan became interested. Then I want to play too. Sun Yaohua laughed. No problem. I plan to invite everyone from Dynasty over to play together. I'll protect you in the game, junior brother. Sure. Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. He didn't need Sun Yaohua's protection at all. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Although he was just average at it, he was definitely better than some players who were new to the game. At least in the early stages of the game, Lin Yuan could dominate. Invincible. Too bad Blue Star's tech tree was not developed aggressively enough. If gaming helmets and gaming pods could be invented, it would certainly make the game more interesting. Chapter 927. 863 Bloodthirsty Lin Yuan. The next day, Sun Yaohua directly gathered everyone at the newly opened Dynasty Hotel. Now that the Spring Festival had just passed, the singers of the Dynasty were relatively free, without too many engagements. That evening at 7 o'clock, everyone gathered at the hotel, and Lin Yuan couldn't wait to head over. Sun Yaohua had already told everyone that tonight they would be playing a new game designed by teacher Admirable Fish. Everyone was quite enthusiastic about this. Finally, a new game. Zhao Yinggu rubbed his hands together. I'd already mastered Plants vs. Zombies a long time ago. Xiaofan said. I've played through even its adventure mode. Wei Haoyun asked, is this a puzzle game like before? Jiang Kuei silently glanced at Zhao Yinggu. Can we team up? I mean really team up. No teaming up, but we're all on the same battlefield. It's a shooter game, and everyone is an opponent. Sun Yaohua was very familiar with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the first to harness being close to the water by developing the game himself, and he had secretly been practicing his skills for a long time. PK 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 PK. Chen Jiyu spoke swiftly, showing off a pop singer's nimble tongue. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He wanted to keep a low profile, quietly enter the game, and then amaze everyone with his rich experience and superb skills. Then get ready, Sun Yaohua said with a smile. Enter PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This was one of the few large suites. Inside the hotel, Sun Yaohua had set up a long rectangular table in the living room of the suite, which had 7 computers on it, one for each person from Dynasty. It had a bit of an internet CAF vibe. Chen Jiu curiously looked at the desktop icon. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? He clicked to enter. Everyone also followed suit, entering the game, creating characters, and then joining the room to queue up. How many people are in this game? Zhao Yinggu spoke up, glancing at his character and then at other characters in the room dressed in camouflage. Sun Yaohua smiled. A total of 100 people participate in each game, and only one person can become the final winner. How long will matchmaking take? Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask. He was feeling quite bloodthirsty, eager to get in and wreak havoc. Wait a moment, Junior. Sun Yaohua quickly said. I've already arranged it. Lin Yuan nodded. His blood was already boiling. Good luck, have chicken tonight. Lin Yuan imagined he could see the final victory banner waving at him. Sun Yaohua indeed had made arrangements in advance. At this moment, in a floor of the hotel, a waiter rang the doorbell of a room. The person inside opened the door and asked, What can I do for you? The waiter smiled. Congratulations on being one of the first guests to try our hotel for free. Aside from complimentary stays, our hotel has another event. If you just open the computer and play a round of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds right now, you can automatically become a platinum member of our hotel, enjoying a 20% discount on future stays. If you manage to be the last winner in the game, besides the membership card, you will also receive 5 free stays at our hotel. Really? The guest inside, a young man, became interested. I just need to play a game? The price of a 5-star hotel isn't cheap. A 20% discount membership card is pretty attractive for some guests. If he won, he could also get 5 free stays. This event seemed great. Meanwhile, in other rooms, doorbells were also being pressed successively. Each waiter was diligently introducing. Just open the computer and enter the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. This event was quite interesting. Many guests trying out the hotel were attracted. Sun Yaohua had issued free stay offers tonight, specifically targeting young people. These young people's common interest was in gaming, which he had researched in advance. Not enough trial guests? It's okay. Sun Yaohua even pulled the hotel staff to join in, which was definitely more interesting than playing against computers. In any case, he put a lot of thought into making sure everyone from the Yu dynasty, especially the younger students, had fun. Of course, not everyone was interested in Sun Yaohua's invitation to join the event for playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Inside a top-tier suite, a young man with slightly curly hair, wearing a full set of top-tier designer clothes, and looking rather flashy, was necking with a hot-bodied girl. This young man was named Harvey. Today, Harvey had brought a girl he had been chasing for 2 or 3 days to the hotel on the pretense of being a poor drinker. At this moment, he was ready to make his move. Suddenly, someone rang the doorbell. Harvey ignored it, continuing to neck. The girl couldn't help but push him and said hesitantly, Someone's knocking. Damn. Harvey got up angrily, opened the door with a very bad mood. Anyone would be upset if they were interrupted right when things were heating up. At the door, the waiter smiled and said, Sorry for the interruption. Sir, would you like to join our hotel activity? If you enter the game named PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the computer desktop, you could get our. I have 7 or 8 of this kind of hotels at home. Harvey rudely interrupted him, not boasting since his family really did own several 5-star hotels. He had chosen this place only because it was close to where he was dining. He was too eager to push forward and hadn't bothered going to one of his own hotels. Can he be any more pretentious? The waiter's face turned awkward. I'm sorry. Don't bother me again. Harvey slammed the door hard, thinking venomously. I'll give this lousy hotel a bad review later. Turning back, his passion reignited. Let's continue. The girl shyly said, I haven't taken a shower yet. What shower? Not taking a shower is too dirty. The girl insisted on taking a shower, not letting Harvey touch her. This girl was a master at playing hard to get, knowing exactly how to make this rich kid cherish her more. What if this rich kid took the chance to barge in? Well, that wouldn't matter much either. Spicing things up could be important too. Fine. Harvey impatiently said, Hurry up. The girl shyly ran off to take a shower, while Harvey paced back and forth in agitation. He really hadn't considered barging in, as forcing someone went against his principles. He just waited a few minutes like this. Harvey got annoyed and suddenly remembered what the waiter had said. There's a game on the computer? Play a game for a while, just to pass the time. Harvey opened the computer out of sheer boredom and immediately saw the game's name. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Harvey smirked, clicked into the game, and created a character. Playing for a bit to kill time was fine, and after the girl came out, he would applaud, not play any damn games. After creating the character, Harvey clicked match. Surprisingly, he entered the game immediately. Elsewhere, inside the suite where the Yu dynasty folks were, Lin Yuan suddenly shouted excitedly. Everyone's here, let's start the battle. Chapter 928, 864. Aren't you going to eat chicken? Harvey entered the game and found himself on a transport plane. Inside the same transport plane, there were many other players, both male and female, each with distinct appearances. To Harvey's surprise, he could actually hear the other players talking. Before he could listen carefully, the system popped up a parachute prompt. Parachute. Harvey raised his eyebrows and saw that players had already started jumping down one after another. Following the system's prompt, he randomly chose a parachuting location. After all, he had just started playing this game and was not familiar with the map. Kind of interesting. Watching himself falling through the air, Harvey felt amazed. He wasn't a complete novice. He had played some shooting games before. His skills weren't strong, but his comprehension was all right. For example, he opened his parachute quite smoothly. After landing, Harvey found himself in a wasteland. The game's graphics were very realistic, and the background music created a tension that inexplicably made one feel as though they were in the midst of a battle royale. He started wandering around randomly. After running for a few minutes, Harvey entered an abandoned warehouse. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, bullets came flying. Harvey quickly controlled his character to run away. Swish, swish, swish. Footsteps came through the headphones. This game even lets you hear other people's footsteps. The realism gave Harvey the creeps, his heart pounding as if there really was a guy with a gun chasing him. Wait a minute. Where's his gun? Harvey suddenly realized he seemed to be unarmed. Where's my gun? Why don't I have a gun? The gunshots from behind continued. The shooter seemed rather mediocre, unable to kill Harvey quickly, but Harvey's health was steadily dropping. That was enough to panic Harvey, who ran desperately. While running, Harvey suddenly stumbled and fell. Damn, this game actually includes tripping? Harvey cursed loudly and was about to get up and continue running when he saw a weapon nearby. A gun. The gun was called an M9. Harvey lacked military knowledge, but he had still heard of the famous Blue Star M9. He picked it up and counterattacked the opponent head-on, the barrel aligning with the adversary's head. Bang! Harvey's gunfire rang out. Unlike his opponent, who strafed Harvey for a long time without success. As soon as Harvey fired, the guy coming towards him fell straight down. Headshot. System notification. Harsky used an M9 to kill Yin Yin employee number 9527. Harvey's eyes widened, and in that moment, he was thrilled, even more so than successfully taking a girl to the hotel. That's what you get for messing with me. That's what you get. Harvey wanted to take another shot, but to his surprise, the opponent's corpse turned into a box. What's this? A cremation urn? Just as Harvey wanted to take a closer look, more gunfire erupted from behind. Harvey was hit, and his health dropped to a precarious level. He hastily began to return fire from cover, but luck was not on his side this time. He didn't manage to headshot his opponent, and to his despair, he ran out of bullets. His opponent laughed menacingly, surprisingly a woman's voice. This game's pretty simple, isn't it? This guy's so bad. I almost feel sorry for killing him. Harvey was enraged. He felt insulted. To be looked down upon by a woman. He wanted to rush up and fight her melee, but he suddenly found himself next to the box. Inside the box were a gun, several bullets, and even a series of medical supplies for healing. Huh, this gun seems to belong to the dead guy. So, dying in this game turns you into a box, and all your equipment is dropped? The chance for a comeback kill. Harvey experienced the first loot of his life. He picked up the gun and went on a firing spree. You can't insult the gun god, Harvey shouted while firing away. The female player did not expect her opponent to become so fierce suddenly and fell to the ground, dead. Harsky used AK-002 to kill Chrome Beauty. Harsky laughed out loud, then quickly took medication to recover health and applied bandages. He was starting to get a feel for the game. So, after landing, you need to quickly find equipment. When you kill other players, their equipment drops. Interesting. So interesting. The immense sense of achievement from killing two people made Harvey quiver with excitement. Deep down, it was as if something had been awakened within him. Harvey's eyes suddenly burned with intense passion. He suddenly remembered there were game instructions on the desk. He'd been too lazy to read them before, but now he was thoroughly hooked. Hiding away, Harvey minimized the screen to read the rules, and finally, his gaze locked on the last 8 characters, feeling a call to duty. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. On the other side, Zhao Yinggu cursed as she took off her headset. Chun Jiu sat beside her, glanced at Zhao Yingji's screen, and teased, "Didn't you just say that your opponent was a noob? How did you get killed instead?" "I was careless. I didn't dodge." Zhao Yinggu thought the other party had run out of ammo. But who would have guessed they pulled out another gun? Was it because of that crate? She stood up to look at other people's screens. When she saw Lin Yuan's screen, Zhao Yinggu excitedly said, "Teacher Admirable Fish, you're in the same location as me. The person who just killed me is right there in that warehouse ahead." "Really?" Lin Yuan responded excitedly. "I'll avenge you." While others needed to slowly figure things out, Lin Yuan didn't. He had been gathering equipment all this time and had amassed quite a collection of good stuff. He was ready to go on a rampage. This game was not fully designed based on PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds gameplay. It also incorporated elements from similar games on Earth, making it even more interesting than the original. Awesome. Zhao Yinggu was excited too. "Teacher, Admirable Fish was actually going to avenge me." Swish. Inside the warehouse, a shadow flitted by. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. "Found you." He immediately took out a grenade. "Watch closely. This is how you play the game." With that, Lin Yuan threw the grenade out. Click. Pulling the pin and warming it up, the grenade arced through the air in a fluid motion. Zhao Yinggu was watching Lin Yuan play, and upon witnessing this scene, her face was full of admiration. "So awesome. Teacher Admirable Fish is amazing." Piece of cake. Lin Yuan rarely felt a sense of accomplishment in the game, but in the next moment, he was stunned. The grenade he threw hit the wall and then bounced right back, rolling to Lin Yuan's feet. Bang! The grenade exploded. Lin Yuan's character died gloriously. Lin Yuan's expression was stone cold. Zhao Yinggu was also dumbfounded. Lin Yuan didn't even scratch his enemy, but got killed by his own grenade. While Sun Yaohua was gaming, he stealthily opened a chat group on his phone. The group was named Xian Fishguard. Sun Yaohua typed quickly, "Hurry over to provide cover, help Teacher Admirable Fish eliminate the opponents, and then feed him the final kill." The approximate coordinates of Teacher Admirable Fish are. Suddenly, system notification, Great White Shark killed Great White Shark with a grenade. Group members. Sun Yaohua. Harvey also saw the message notification. This Great White Shark seemed to have killed himself? Quite something. Harvey cautiously approached and found Great White Shark's crate, opened it, and burst into joy. This guy had such amazing loot. How the heck did he die? Harvey excitedly collected the loot. But just as Harvey was immersed in excitement, gunshots suddenly rang out nearby. Before Harvey could react, he was about to die. What baffled Harvey was that 7 or 8 figures suddenly popped up around him. He was being focused fired. Harvey roared in despair, "My chicken!" As he went down, a figure appeared who smacked him on the forehead with a frying pan. "You dare to loot anyone's pack?" The person huffed coldly, then looted Harvey. Harvey took off his headset, raging impotently. "I wanted my chicken dinner." At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and a figure wrapped in a towel emerged, her face shyly saying, "Then let me try." The girl slowly bent over. Harvey was stunned for a moment, then pushed the girl away. "What are you doing?" The girl was puzzled. "Didn't you say you wanted to chow?" "Get away." Harvey snapped irritably, not giving the girl even a glance, his eyes fixed on the screen. He swore. He had to win the next game. He was very unsatisfied with his loss this round. If he couldn't have his chicken dinner tonight, he would have trouble falling asleep. What's the big deal? Playing games? With me standing here so temptingly, and you're telling me you want to play games? Chapter 929, 865 Parachute. Simulator. A game usually lasts about half an hour. After Lin Yuan died, he waited for 25 minutes before Sun Yaohua organized the second round. On the other side, after Harvey died, he had been matchmaking and ended up waiting until the start of the second round. Unlike the first round of newbies pecking at each other, everyone had figured out the rules by the second round, and the game became even more intense. Lin Yuan's expression was grave. He couldn't accept the way he died in the first round. In the second round, he decided to prove his strength to everyone. Da-da-da-da. Entering the second round, Lin Yuan played fiercely. He hid behind a vehicle for cover, picked up a gun, and sprayed bullets towards a figure in the distance. Junior brother? Sun Yaohua, who was being sprayed by Lin Yuan, recognized him. After briefly pondering, he deliberately exposed a few flaws. It couldn't be too obvious, or else the junior brother wouldn't have a good experience. However, many of Lin Yuan's bullets hit the body of the car. Sun Yaohua hadn't been killed, yet when the car providing cover for Lin Yuan exploded with a bang. Boom! Lin Yuan blew up the car and spectacularly killed himself in the process. Sun Yaohua was dumbfounded. Hurry up, start the next round. Lin Yuan took off his headset, a bit irritable, as his luck was too bad today. Jiang Kuei couldn't help but mutter, "Isn't this game designed by Teacher Admirable Fish?" Everyone. Meanwhile, Harvey was making good progress and had already killed 4 opponents in a row. His heart was ablaze. This game was just too damn fun. A design combining shooting skills, strategy, and survival. The loser loses everything, while the winner takes all from the loser. The pleasure Harvey felt while looting his spoils surpassed everything. Only on the second round, Harvey was already completely addicted. He didn't notice that the girl lying on the bed and watching him had a face full of grievance. Even if he did notice, he wouldn't care. Women, they just slowed down the speed of drawing a gun. Unfortunately, Harvey still didn't win the chicken dinner in the second round. He was struck down by divine judgment. Harvey was extremely unwilling and shouted in the lobby, "Another round." Tonight at the Yu Dynasty Hotel, it was destined to be a night of chicken dinners. Not just Harvey was addicted. The guests in the other rooms were addicted too. Room 701. A woman in pajamas with her feet up on the chair was excitedly shaking her body. This game is too interesting. Room 803. A guy with his eyes fixed on the screen, the whites of his eyes veined with blood. Just a little bit more. I refuse to believe it today. Room 904. A young man tightly gripping the mouse, imitating the sound of gunfire. Da-da-da-da-da, I'll kill you all. Besides, Room 632. Room 545. Similar scenes unfolded in different rooms. The next day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Harvey sent away the girl directly. After checking out and returning home, the first thing he did was look online for the game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, when Harvey searched, he only saw the game trailer for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The game wouldn't be released until the end of the month. Harvey was stunned. He had played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds all night yesterday, but he never managed to get a chicken dinner. His soul was ablaze with the desire for a chicken dinner. He was planning to go home and play to his heart's content, only to find out the game hadn't even been released yet. How could the hotel offer a game that wasn't released yet? Harvey immediately made a call to the hotel. "Good day, sir. It's like this. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will indeed only go live online at the end of the month. But this game is developed by our hotel owner's company, so currently it's only available for trial within our hotel." The person on the other end explained patiently. Harvey understood. "So it's only playable inside the hotel? Is that right? Book a room for me. I want it until the end of the month." The person replied politely. "Our hotel is not officially in business yet. You were just trial staying. Unless you become a diamond member of the hotel directly, we unfortunately don't provide." "Isn't it just a membership?" Harvey was getting impatient. "Just sign me up." Right now he didn't want anything else. He was solely focused on winning the game. After hanging up the call, Harvey made several more calls. He wanted to invite friends to play together and bully them a bit. The game was too much fun. Lin Yuan and the others played at the hotel until midnight and simply decided to sleep over, considering that Sun Yaohua wasn't short on rooms. The next day, after finishing lunch at the hotel, everyone prepared to leave. Passing by the reception, they found it surrounded by people. A crowd of customers was making a ruckus. Sun Yaohua asked the service staff and found out that these customers all wanted to become hotel members to play the game. Having tried the game last night, they all got addicted, yet they absolutely couldn't play it outside the hotel. Good grief. Wei Haoyun looked at Sun Yaohua with a mix of laughter and helplessness. "Is this a net CAF or a hotel?" Sun Yaohua was also baffled. His original intention was to just play games with the Yu Dynasty and have a good time. He didn't expect that the gaming experience would be so terrible for his juniors, and despite getting a bunch of fake players to protect him, it ended up being the hotel that spawned the first batch of members because of the game. But one must not underestimate the power of this first batch of members. The kind of people who can afford to become diamond members of a 5-star hotel have money to burn. If they got used to the Yu Dynasty, who knows how much profit the hotel could shear from these people in the future. Chun Jiu said, but this game is really fun. Zhao Yingge nodded. I feel this game is definitely going to be a hit upon release. Teacher Admirable Fish is incredible at designing games. Sun Yaohua. Jiang Kuei looked at Sun Yaohua with envy. It seems that you're going to make a lot of money once the hotel opens. Xia Fan told Sun Yaohua, remember to include me if there's another opportunity to make money in the future. Me too, Madame Haoyun said hastily. Sun Yaohua really had a genius for business. This move to attract the first group of members through the game was nothing short of brilliant marketing. Everyone was discussing the game on the surface, but inside they were filled with admiration for Sun Yaohua's business acumen. Following Sun Yaohua, they could surely earn a lot of money. Lin Yuan remained silent. He was somewhat introspective because last night he played so many rounds of the game and not once did he manage to kill anyone, showboating whether in life or death. Only Admirable Fish was getting beaten up. A perfectly normal PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds somehow turned into a parachuting game for him, his whole gameplay being nothing but a parachute simulator. Every kind of bizarre death, dying on landing over and over again. Finally, when he had a round where he lasted a bit longer, because he found a car to drive, the car flipped. Death by car accident. A true car flipping scene. This was just a game of luck. Lin Yuan comforted himself with this thought. In fact, the basis for his conclusion was quite persuasive. Because during one round yesterday, Jiang Kuei actually won the game with 0 kills. She did nothing but collect some equipment and then camped in a hidden corner. As it turned out, her spot was the final zone. The others fought, and more than half died. The remaining few, failing to outrun the poison gas, simply died from it. She won the game without realizing why. If this wasn't a game of luck, what was it? Pity his own skills and experience constantly met with frustration just because of bad luck. While Lin Yuan was wallowing in self-pity, Sun Yaohua suddenly laughed. If you are really interested, you could buy shares in the hotel. Our hotel is named U Dynasty, making use of our common title, and I won't hog it all for myself. Sun Yaohua's business dealings never involved others. The exceptions were his juniors and the members of the U Dynasty. Lin Yuan got interested, as he liked the idea of being a shareholder. Then I'll invest some shares. Seeing that Lin Yuan was investing, others followed suit without much thought, all the more because they genuinely believed in Sun Yaohua's business acumen. Count us in. I'll arrange it later. Sun Yaohua agreed very readily. This wasn't just talk. A few days later, everyone finalized the contracts for their investments and became hotel shareholders. All of them were big stars, each with some assets. Lin Yuan held the most shares among them, a full 30%, second only to Sun Yaohua. What no one had expected was, because of the maneuvering of the U Dynasty Hotel, even though PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was not officially online yet, the game had already caught fire within a certain small circle. Chapter 930. 866 Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred from Peers. The game recommended by Harvey is really good. I've been playing for 3 days straight. Grabbed the chicken dinner twice. The only downside is that you can only play online with other customers in the hotel, but once the game officially launches there should be more players. Getting a diamond membership at this hotel to play the game ahead of everyone else is pretty awesome. I was also lured into the trap by Harvey. This game is really addictive. Haven't encountered such an interesting FPS game in a long time. This game brought back the joy I felt playing shooter games for the first time as a kid. The variety of fun designs is impressive. Long live camping for chicken. Damn, what's with the camping? Come out and fight fair and square. I hate you sneaky bastards. If you're a man, come out and face off in a gunfight with me. This game is a masterpiece. The design is indeed brilliant, highly entertaining. The intellectual struggle between friends and foes, restraint and patience can defeat opponents with divine shooting skills, and with good luck, you can even win chicken dinner without any kills. Both pros and noobs can enjoy it. You can win by marksmanship, or if that's not your thing, by strategy and tactical awareness. There are so many fun tactics to be developed here. Calling it a masterpiece is not an overstatement. This is a chat group called Spawn and Turn Into a Box, established by Harvey. Harvey became insanely addicted to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds as soon as he played it. The purpose of forming the group was to drag more people into the game. to accompany him in playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds at the U Dynasty Hotel. Playing games is more fun with more people, and it's even more fun to play with friends. Most of the members in the group are young, rich second-generation kids. After all, without a certain amount of money and leisure time, you wouldn't go to a five-star hotel just to play games. In fact, not only Harvey, but also many of the hotel guests who stumbled upon PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds while staying at the U Dynasty Hotel became addicted to the game and recommended it to their friends who could afford to play. OL Wong, come to the U Dynasty Hotel. OL Luo. OOL Luo, why are you calling me to a hotel room? I'm not interested in group activities. What are you on about? Women are nowhere near as exciting as this thing. I'm calling you to play a game. This game is the shit. I guarantee you'll love it once you've played. What game that has to be played in a hotel? You'll see. Once you play it, this game is exclusive to this hotel. It's really damn fun. I'm here. Hurry into the game. Wow, this game is impressive. I'm going to call my cousin to play too. I didn't lie, right? The core gameplay of this genre is about direct gunfights. Whoever has better skills usually wins, with almost no randomness. A newbie versus a veteran is just a dead man walking. This game has ultra-realistic graphics, a greater variety of weapons and gear. It really plays on the player's thinking and strategy. You can camp or go aggressive. It's super friendly to gameplay-impaired players like us. Very quickly, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds became popular among some wealthy second-generation youngsters. They all started calling their friends. From a friend to that friend's friend, and then to the friend's friend's friend. Just like that. 1 tells 10. 10 tell 100. In just 1 week, the U Dynasty Hotel was packed with players here for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Inside the hotel, in the general manager's office, Wang Yu was startled as he looked at the performance report. This doesn't make sense. Our hotel hasn't officially opened yet. We're just in the stage of selecting lucky customers for a trial stay. How did we suddenly get so many Diamond members? There aren't many lucky customers left. This group is here to play the game. The assistant was somewhat excited. Didn't the chairman install a game that hasn't been officially released in the marketplace on the computers in our hotel? It's this game that has attracted so many customers. A game? Wang Yu was flabbergasted. These people applied for the expensive Diamond membership just to play games in the hotel? Business genius. These two words suddenly popped into Wang Yu's mind. Many in the business world call Sun Yaohua a business genius. Wang Yu had always felt this label was overrated. His own chairman Sun Yaohua seemed pretty ordinary no matter how he looked at it. He even suspected that luck played a big part in Sun's success, especially after seeing how he whimsically removed the famous paintings in the suites because of one comment from teacher Admirable Fish. But at this moment, Wang Yu viewed Sun Yaohua with new respect. Turns out the chairman really was a business genius. He had the idea of using an unreleased game to attract so many customers to apply for Diamond memberships. Diamond memberships aren't cheap. The hotel policy states that if customers want to skip accumulating days of stay, they must pay 50,000 yuan in one go to become a Diamond member. And under normal circumstances, a standard room at the Blue Star 5-star hotel costs just 1,000 yuan a night. How can you easily convince customers to charge 50,000 yuan and become members in one go? This performance seems too easy, right? The assistant said excitedly. I heard that this game was designed by teacher Admirable Fish from the chairman's Yuan Hui Game Company. So ultimately, it's teacher Admirable Fish's game design that's interesting enough to make customers willing to spend the money. Teacher Admirable Fish? Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have a sudden understanding of why Sun Yaohua would remove those masterpieces from the suite as soon as teacher Admirable Fish said a word. The assistant wasn't wrong. Teacher Admirable Fish is the key. Sun Yaohua's idea was indeed good, but such an operation is actually very difficult to execute, even hard to replicate. Where can a newly established 5-star hotel find a game that can directly attract a bunch of people to joyfully open Diamond memberships? A new 5-star hotel has emerged in Sioux City. This is significant news for the entire hotel industry of Sioux City. As one of Blue Star's more economically developed cities, Sioux City already had a total of 29 5-star hotels. The U Dynasty Hotel is the 30th 5-star hotel in Sioux City. Seeing the U Dynasty Hotel, many people became aware of the crisis. However, a brand new 5-star hotel didn't pose a big threat in its early stages. The old brand Blue Star chain 5-star hotels in Sioux City were the first choice of the rich and prestigious guests. So initially, the counterparts in the 5-star hotel industry didn't take the emergence of the Ute Dynasty Hotel too seriously, they just paid a little attention. However, just by paying a little attention, the industry peers unexpectedly discovered the Ute Dynasty Hotel hadn't even officially opened yet, and there was already a sight of customers flocking in. What's happening? How can a new hotel have such traffic? Hotel industry peers immediately investigated the reason. This kind of investigation wasn't difficult, and soon the peers learned the specific reason. But this reason left all the hotel industry peers in Sioux City collectively dumbfounded, even doubting if they had heard wrong. A game. Those customers go to the newly opened Ute Dynasty 5-star hotel just for the damn game? Is this Ute Dynasty Hotel a 5-star hotel or an esports hotel? Just for this game, a bunch of customers became Diamond members without even blinking an eye? The game can't be played outside for the time being? Seriously, there's such a move. With such fancy tricks, using a game to attract customers is just temporary. Not to mention that if a game is played for too long, it gets boring. With a room rate over 1,000 yuan a night, who would want to be the sucker over time? The rich are not fools. Besides, this game is said to be released soon, and by that time, it will be playable everywhere. Even the small internet cafes could do a night for 7 yuan. They have lowered the class of 5-star hotels. This play is too low. Once the game loses its novelty, let's see what they use to attract customers. If they can, they might as well change the hotel into an internet cafe. While peers were discussing, there was a bit of sourness in their hearts. Put simply, it's envy, jealousy, and hatred. Whether or not it's about class, being able to attract so many customers to open Diamond memberships at a 5-star hotel in one fell swoop, any peer would inevitably covet such performance. However, although everyone was speaking jealously, their conclusions were not intentionally pessimistic, but pragmatically judged. The novelty brought by the game is temporary. Once the Ute Dynasty Hotel officially opens and the game is officially released, it will be extremely difficult for this new 5-star hotel to attract customers then. The patrons of 5-star hotels are always picky. Without something special, why would they choose a new hotel with no foundation? Because the hotel's internet is fast? The manager of a well-established 5-star hotel scoffed. Do they really think that with some money and a 5-star hotel, they can make a fortune every day? Making money is not that easy. Neither is it that easy to survive in this industry. The waters of the 5-star hotel industry run deep. Chapter 931, 867 5 paintings. Lin Yuan certainly didn't know about the situation over at the hotel. As a shareholder, he didn't like to inquire into the specific operations of the company, even though he was the hotel's second-largest shareholder. The shareholding structure of the Ute Dynasty Hotel was not complex. Xia Fan, Jiang Kuei, Chun, Jiu, Wei Haoyun, and Zhao Yinggu each held 6%. Combined, they accounted for 30% of the shares. Lin Yuan alone held another 30% of the shares. As for Sun Yaohua himself, he held 40% in his capacity as chairman. In fact, Sun Yaohua wanted to give Lin Yuan even more, but Lin Yuan felt that 30% was already quite a lot, especially considering he was not putting in the effort to manage the hotel. Although it probably couldn't be said that way, Lin Yuan indeed had to make an effort. The Ute Dynasty Hotel had a total of 5 top-level suites. Within the hotel's design, the 5 top-level suites corresponded to 5 classic national paintings. Because Lin Yuan felt that the quality of Sun Yaohua's 5 paintings was not up to par, the original national paintings were taken down. In other words, apart from the completed gallop, which was ready to be given to the chairman, Lin Yuan also needed to paint 5 more national paintings to fill the void left by the original artworks, which were to be hung on the walls of the 5 top-level suites of the hotel. This was a big project. Taking into account that the hotel was going to officially open next month, Lin Yuan directly exchanged for an energy potion with the system to work overtime on this daunting task. Lin Yuan had already decided on the contents of the 5 paintings. Ink Shrimp Picture, Herding Horses Picture, Phoenix's Pride, Spring Tree and Autumn Frost Picture, Eagle Spreading Wings and Swallowing Rivers, and Mountains Picture. The ink shrimp picture used shrimp as the prototype, which Lin Yuan once painted using Qi Baisher's character card, gaining some insights. The herding horses picture was similar to the gallop, only with the number of horses increased. As for the remaining 3 pictures, audiences who have seen Flirting Scholar will not find them unfamiliar. All 3 pictures were mentioned in that movie, and the protagonist Tang Boho drew them one by one. It's just that Shadow's painting skills had not reached the master level at that time, so those few pictures did not attract much attention when the movie was released. Now, Lin Yuan possessed master-level painting skills and also had the paint-fection skill to enchant his master-level painting skills, so displaying the unique features of these paintings was not difficult. Lin Yuan was simply having fun. Choosing subjects to paint was one thing, but he specifically chose the paintings mentioned in Flirting Scholar. However, it turned out to be a serendipitous decision. The choice of these paintings was actually not bad. In fact, it could be said to be very suitable. Those who could afford 5-star top-level suites were likely to be very wealthy, and such people mostly liked those paintings that looked supremely grandiose, preferably filled with overwhelming power and an invincible aura. It just so happened that Tang Boha's works fit the bill, with a style that was luxurious and somewhat flashy. An eagle, a phoenix. Some people really liked this style. Even herding horses fit this style. As for ink shrimp and spring tree and autumn frost, these were to add a variety of elements. Not everything could be extremely domineering in style, as the delicate beauty of small, fresh, and eternal works were also appreciated by some. With the paint-fection skill, these paintings would present completely different artistic conceptions to different viewers, without any loss of quality. Having made up his mind, Lin Yuan once again secluded himself to paint, even refusing invitations from the Yu Dynasty team to play video games with remarkable self-discipline. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, half a month. Lin Yuan didn't leave his house or step outside his door, deeply immersed in painting and beyond extrication. And after this period of focused effort, one masterpiece after another was gradually born. Write songs? Out of the question. Becoming maestro, clinching 12 consecutive championships, sweeping through music festivals. Now, Lin Yuan was not very interested in the seasonal music chart. While Lin Yuan was focused on painting, the hotel business was still booming and even reaching new heights. At the end of January, Harvey's newly created landing box chat group suddenly got frantic. Damn, please, I'm begging you guys, stop recommending friends to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I can't even book a room anymore. Damn it, I had something come up at home yesterday, so I canceled my room, and now today when I come to open a room, there aren't any left. Same here. I just want to eat chicken. It's all your fault, constantly recommending this game to others. Now everyone's scrambling to play, and I can't get a turn. Good thing I'm clever. I've kept my room. It's just $1,000 a day. You beasts, the hotel's 500 rooms are no longer enough. Yes, with word of mouth over the past month, the Yu Dynasty Hotel had its first full house. 500 rooms were all booked by guests. Now, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds could quickly form a match just with players inside the hotel, unlike initially when Sun Yaohua had to scrape together staff to fill in. The game feedback is really positive. I feel like our second game is also going to be a hit. The Yuanhua game team walked into a meeting room at the hotel, and seeing the situation, couldn't help but slap their thighs in excitement. The hotel was like a pilot. A good response from the pilot indicated that the game would have great potential after it went live. Looks like my dad gave me a good name. Sun Yaohua joked about his own name, then turned to the Yuanhua game director and said seriously, I have an idea. Please, boss, go ahead. I want to enhance teacher Admirable Fish's gaming experience. He tends to land and become a box easily, so while others play for half an hour, my junior can usually only play for about 10 minutes. Those 10 minutes, I want to make sure my junior has fun, so I thought about designing some cool skins for him, the kind that are limited editions and can't be used by others, and the box should ideally be gold-colored. That's more domineering. The director of Yuanhua Games had yet to speak when Wang Yu, who had been following Lin Yuan, got excited. He looked at Sun Yaohua with an admiring and heated gaze. That's brilliant. He expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. Chairman, this move is so smart. I'm truly fortunate to follow you. Huh, what's brilliant? Sun Yaohua felt confused when he saw Wang Yu stand up, moving excitedly and spouting energetically. Recently, our competitors have been saying that after the game is released, our hotel will lose its appeal to customers. But Chairman, this move makes great arrangements. What arrangements? The director of Yuanhui Games was also puzzled. Wang Yu said unreservedly. That's where we can't compare to the chairman. His idea is to design exclusive hotel skins. You know how gaming characters have skins, right? We develop exclusive skins for players who play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds at our hotel, which can only be used inside our hotel. For some rich folks, not being able to buy better gear than others with money, getting top-tier skins that other players can only envy is a benefit. Surely customers will come to our hotel specifically to play the game for these limited edition skins. These skins in-game are a symbol of status. Even the box you become after dying is different. Don't you guys think it's a clever move? Wang Yu truly admired Sun Yaohua's brilliance. Calling the chairman a business genius wasn't without reason. So that's it. The Yuanhui Games director's eyes lit up. There are no significant technical obstacles. We can design exclusive skins for the hotel right away. After the game release, others won't be able to use them. They are just for use inside our hotel. Chairman, your strategy is indeed brilliant. Sun Yaohua looked bewildered. When did it get so complicated? I just wanted to improve my junior's gaming experience. Oh well, let it be. As long as my junior's gaming experience improves, that's good enough. Thinking this, Sun Yaohua's phone suddenly rang. Junior. Sun Yaohua motioned for everyone to be silent, then stood up. Lin Yuan's voice came through the phone. Senior, come to my house to pick up the paintings. It was the end of the month. The Yu Dynasty Hotel was about to open. The game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, was about to be released. Lin Yuan, after spending a month and using the system's energy potions, finally completed 5 traditional Chinese paintings following paintfection, ready to be gifted to Sun Yaohua. These were the 5 paintings infused with the essence of paintfection. Chapter 932, 868 Sky-High Priced Suite. Evening. Sun Yaohua, carrying a large and small bundle of gifts, arrived at the Lin family's villa and excitedly rang the doorbell. He had been the one to help his junior buy this villa. However, it was Sun Yaohua's first visit since the house was renovated. Who might open the door, the junior or one of his family members? A smile was already on Sun Yaohua's face, ready to greet them at first sight. Click. The door opened. Sun Yaohua paused, and then with a strange expression, he lowered his head to look at who was opening the door. Antarctica. His mom, who was watching TV on the sofa, stood up and came over with a smile. Oh, it's Yaohua. Come in, come in. This dog is quicker than me, always rushing to open the door for guests. Good evening. Lin Xian and Lin Yao, who were watching TV with their mom, also politely stood up to greet him, having previously dined with him at the Yu Dynasty's seabed restaurant. Good evening, everyone. Sun Yaohua quickly recovered his smile and didn't dwell on how a dog could skillfully open a door. Auntie, I brought you a massager, and there are some supplements in this package. Older sister, I have some cosmetics here. They have a good reputation in the market. Younger sister, the snacks are imported from various continents. I'm not sure if they'll suit your taste. And this black bag contains junior brother's gift. It's enough that you came. Why bring gifts? The mom's smile grew warmer, and both sisters also smiled warmly, looking at Sun Yaohua with kindness. My junior brother's family is my family. Please don't be so polite with me. Sun Yaohua glanced around the living room, quietly wondering what was missing, and quietly decided to bring it himself next time. Junior bro called me over. He's upstairs. I'll take you there. Lin Xian led Sun Yaohua upstairs, while Antarctica made a few sounds at him. I forgot to bring a gift for Antarctica. Next time I definitely can't forget. Sun Yaohua reflected on himself, and then gave Antarctica an apologetic smile. Senior. Upon reaching upstairs, Lin Yuan opened the door to his study, having heard the sounds from outside. Come in. You guys chat. Lin Xian waved her hand and went back downstairs, while Sun Yaohua followed Lin Yuan into his study and chuckled. Junior brother asked me over the phone to come collect a painting. Where did you? He couldn't finish his sentence. Sun Yaohua was suddenly stunned. Inside Lin Yuan's study, there were 5 paintings hanging. Ink Shrimp, Herd of Horses, Phoenix's Pride, spring trees and autumn frosts, eagles spreading wings and swallowing rivers and mountains. At that moment, these 5 paintings were right before Sun Yao's eyes. Sun Yao's eyes widened, his lips quivering slightly without his control. Even his breathing grew heavier. These paintings, Shadow painted them. Lin Yuan was already prepared with his explanation. The hotel's 5 suites. Previously, hadn't we taken down 5 paintings? We can replace them with these. Later on, what do you think of these paintings? What do you think of the paintings? Sun Yao opened his mouth, seemingly trying to arrange his thoughts, but his mind was somewhat in disarray, barely able to follow basic logic, as if his very soul had been sucked away by these 5 paintings. Good, good, good. After much thought, Sun Yao only managed to give this simple assessment. He couldn't professionally critique what made these paintings good. All he knew was that whenever he glanced at any one of them, the profound artistic conception within would instantly engulf him, almost as if he was transported into the world of the painting. For example, the Phoenix's pride. Standing before this painting, Sun Yao felt an unprecedented sense of smallness. In the vast universe beneath, the phoenix bathed in divine fire, exuding a dominating aura. He even felt a bit hot, as if the phoenix in the painting was alive, ready to soar at any moment. Sun Yao didn't understand paintings. Not at all, a complete novice. Actually, most people are novices. He had also seen some paintings by so-called famous artists before, not to mention the distant past. Take, for example, the several paintings that were recently removed from the hotel's top suite. Weren't they also claimed to be by renowned artists from Zhao continent? Yet Sun Yao really couldn't see anything exquisite about those paintings. All he could say was that those paintings were quite pretty, but beyond that, he couldn't discern anything else. Even the previous paintings by Shadow, Sun Yao also had seen them, such as the running horses displayed at the art exhibition. After all, Shadow was a good friend of his junior, and Sun Yao actually paid a lot of attention privately. However, even for that running horses, which had gathered countless praises at the art exhibition, Sun Yao merely found it quite nice, but he felt nothing deeper. Yet, these 5 paintings were different. Even Sun Yao, who completely lacked knowledge in painting, could feel the extraordinary nature of these 5 paintings. At this moment, for the first time in his life, Sun Yao was shocked by artworks. No wonder some people become obsessed with calligraphy and painting, appearing intoxicated with art, even willing to spend a fortune on it. In the past, Sun Yao thought that it was just some wealthy people pretending to be cultured. However, at this moment, his heart suddenly surged with an instinctive intention. He actually wanted to collect these 5 paintings. No matter how much it cost, he had to get them. Not right, his junior seemed to say. These paintings were meant to be hung in the hotel. Sun Yao suddenly became excited, shaking his head vigorously at Lin Yuan. We can't hang them in the hotel, Junior. Such fine works would be wasted on the walls of a hotel, and if they get damaged, that would be the end of them. Are you kidding? Keeping these paintings private and putting them in a hotel? It would be a crime against nature. Lin Yuan smiled. Sun Yao's reaction gave him a good idea of the effect of paintfection. It's okay, I can paint them again. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized the inappropriateness of his words and discreetly corrected himself. Let Shadow paint them again. But this is also. Sun Yao still felt it was highly improper to put these 5 paintings in a hotel suite. Let it be. Lin Yuan spoke. Senior, take the paintings and hang them later. After all, the hotel is opening in a couple of days. To really hang them? Sun Yao bit his lip, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. Since the junior insists, I must ensure these 5 paintings have the best insurance and have guests sign a compensation agreement when they check in. Also, our pricing is too low. We need to raise the price. Raise it significantly. U Dynasty Hotel, being a 5-star hotel, has 5 top suites, normally priced at 20,000 yuan for one night. This is the standard price for top suites in all major 5-star hotels in Sioux City. However, now, with these 5 paintings, Sun Yao felt that the pricing was far too cheap. Only 20,000 yuan to stay in a room decorated with such artworks? Dream on. Any one of these 5 paintings couldn't possibly be so cheap. Lin Yuan was curious. How much do you want to charge per night? Sun Yao. pronounced each word clearly. For one night, 500,000. There are a few super five-star hotels in Zhong continent with the price for one night in a top suite reaching over $1 million. Sun Yaohua planned to set the rate for the top suites at Yu Dynasty Hotel at 500,000 per night. After all, the hotel's facilities had not yet reached the level of the top hotels in Blue Star. Yet these paintings were too rare. Sun Yaohua didn't think other hotels had such artworks. Only Yu Dynasty Hotel and Blue Star had these kind of paintings. 500,000. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said nothing. Normally, this price would definitely be exaggerated. There's no other hotel in Sioux City with such an outrageous price. But paintfection, this thing, is far more exaggerated than the price itself. It's merely a matter of exclusive commodity. Several billion wouldn't even come close to exchanging for a paintfection. Paintfection is a special skill that is very difficult to measure with price. From this perspective, the price is actually reasonable. Chapter 933, 869. The Eagle Spreads Its Wings With. January 28th. The Yu Dynasty Hotel held its grand opening ceremony. Lin Yuan directly led Sun Yaohua and others, promoting it under the whole name of the Yu Dynasty. Using their inherent advantage as celebrity shareholders for promotion was definitely a good strategy. The publicity campaign for the opening ceremony was very successful. The opening of the Yu Dynasty Hotel attracted countless reporters. Even before the ceremony had ended, there was already free media publicity online. The Yu Dynasty has such great connections. They even collaborated to open a hotel. Nowadays, many celebrities like to do business. A hotel opened by Fish Daddy. I must stay there if I get the chance. A 5-star, unaffordable for me. A 5-star, where a single room per night costs thousands, made for rich people. Haha. Yu Dynasty Hotel. What a straightforward and forceful name. Will there be a Yu Dynasty group in the future? The news sparked a lot of discussion. But it was just that, discussion. The vast majority of people were reluctant to stay at a 5-star hotel, especially since this one was in Sioux City. Would people really travel all the way there just to stay in a hotel? Moreover, these days, celebrities doing business was nothing rare at all. Celebrities with a bit of status all had their own businesses, like opening hot pot restaurants, so nobody found it peculiar. However, some fans who could afford it were quite interested and were shouting about going to stay there. This was exactly what the Yu Dynasty aimed for with their promotion. Sun Yaohua did not use his status as a celebrity shareholder to hype this up. The rates for standard rooms at the hotel were no different from other 5-star hotels. The real difference lay in those few top-tier suites, although the prices of these suites were not mentioned during the opening ceremony. Outsiders didn't know the details and would probably just think that the Yu Dynasty was just robbing them. In fact, people were already furiously accusing the Yu Dynasty of robbing them. Why doesn't your hotel just rob me directly? Robbing my money? 500,000 a night. Have you gone mad or have I? Am I someone who has never stayed in a 5-star hotel suite? At the front desk of the Yu Dynasty Hotel, Harvey glared harshly at the staff. The majority of the Yu Dynasty Hotel's customers came to play games, all staying in private rooms. Harvey was the only customer who booked a top-tier suite to play games. He could accept 20,000 a night, even felt it offered high value for money. Setting aside the game's allure, the hotel environment was indeed good, stylishly decorated, and the service was quite satisfactory. Especially the several restaurants within the hotel, which were outstanding. It was unclear where the hotel had found such talented chefs, definitely a cut above other 5-star restaurants in Sioux City. But 500,000 a night for a top-tier suite was just excessive. Harvey had been taken aback by the staff's notice of the price hike today and even doubted whether he had misheard, which was why he was arguing now and also processing his checkout. He was better off not staying at this hotel. He could afford 500,000, but he wasn't about to let others take him for a fool just to play a game. Moreover, the game would be released in a few days. By then he could play anywhere. Enduring a few more days was not a problem. As for switching to a standard room, sorry, but Harvey, as someone who frequents hotels, never considered staying in anything but suites. When it comes to style, he was very particular. Sorry, sir. The staff carefully explained, as they wouldn't want to offend a customer like Harvey. Because our rooms have been upgraded, there's a painting inside that's very special. Uffed. Harvey laughed sarcastically, cutting off the other person. You're raising the price just because you hung a painting? Even if you put Zhao Continent's finest painting in there, I'm not interested. Fool's play. He checked out and left immediately. Watching Harvey leave, the hotel front desk staff couldn't help but smirk. What in the world is this? What exactly is the chairman thinking, setting the price at $500,000 a night? Who will want to stay in our hotel's top-tier suites in the future? I guess those suites won't see any guests anytime soon. Speaking of which, what's the deal with those paintings? I have no idea. I'm not privy to that information. The chairman has assigned specific people to take care of those rooms. Even the cleaning staff have been carefully selected. The chairman attaches great importance to those rooms. Not only was Harvey baffled, many people inside the hotel were baffled too. There was absolutely no explanation from above, just one instruction for them. If a guest wants to stay in the top-tier suite but complains about the price being too high, just rave about the painting in the room as if it's a miraculous masterpiece unmatched and unique in the world. Are they asking us to fool idiots? Trying to fool whoever they can? That evening, a private jet landed at the airport of Sioux City. This private plane was one of the top long-range jets from Blue Star, currently worth about $200 million. The owner of the plane was Wang Xin, a first-tier tycoon from Zhao Continent. This man was not very tall, around 5'7", a bit portly, disembarking with a beer belly. Following Wang Xin was a woman and a girl. The woman was Wang Xin's wife, and the girl, his daughter. Wang Xin was in Qin Continent to talk business. Following Zhao Continent's inclusion in the Blue Star merger, Wang Xin was looking to make some investments in Qin Continent and had also brought his family for a tour. Flanking Wang Xin and his family were several bodyguards tasked with their safety, a standard arrangement among tycoons of his level. Nearby, Wang Xin's secretary smiled and said, "Boss, the high-class Excellence Hotel has sent someone to pick us up." Chapter 934, 869. The eagle spreads its wings aspiring. Wang Xin nodded, about to speak, when his daughter, who was playing on her phone, suddenly said, "Daddy, can we switch to another hotel?" Wang Xin was taken aback. "Why switch hotels?" Wang Yu showed him her phone screen. "I want to stay at this one." Displayed prominently on her screen was the news that the Yu Dynasty Hotel had just held its grand opening ceremony today. After Zhao Continent merged, Wang Yu quickly became fascinated with Xian Yu. She had watched all the videos of Xian Yu on The Masked Singer and his concert videos over the past few days. Just on the plane, she had watched Sugar's MV and been blown away by the handsomeness. The more she learned about this maestro from Qin Continent, the more Wang Yu liked Xian Yu. It just so happened that she saw the news about Xian Yu leading the opening of a 5-star Yu Dynasty hotel and naturally harbored the thought of staying there for a night. "Miss, the rooms at Buyue have already been booked," the secretary said helplessly. "I don't care. I want to stay at the Yu Dynasty Hotel." "You promised, Dad, that you would do as I say on this trip." Wang Yu began to act spoiled. Wang Xin couldn't help but smile and actually felt quite pleased that his daughter was acting spoiled with him. "Okay, Secretary Liu, cancel Buyue, and let's stay at this Yu Dynasty Hotel tonight. Let's drive over first." "Understood." The secretary made a phone call. 20 minutes later, Wang Xin and his family arrived at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. The environment isn't bad. The Wang family entered the hotel. Wang Yu's mother looked around and then spoke. Wang Yu lifted her chin. "The hotel opened by our teacher Admirable Fish will certainly not be bad." Wang Yu's mother chuckled. "All you think about is celebrity idols. How many times have you changed idols?" "It's different this time." Wang Yu's expression was serious. "I'm not changing idols anymore. Teacher Admirable Fish is my only idol from now on." Mom teased. "That's what you said last time too." Wang Yu indignant. "Mom." As the mother and daughter were chatting, the secretary's slightly dissatisfied voice came from ahead. "A suite for 500,000 a night. Are you serious?" "What? 500,000? Wang Yu's mother asked. Wang Xin frowned from ahead. "It's the price of the hotel suites. They say there's a painting in each of the few suites, very precious." To Wang Xin, a suite costing 500,000 a night was nothing. After all, he had stayed in a suite that cost $1 million a night in Zhong Continent. But in Sioux City, a newly opened 5-star hotel charging such a price was like fleecing people. Even valuable paintings shouldn't be used like this. Moreover, Although Wang Xian was a wealthy man in Zhao continent and liked to use paintings and calligraphy to decorate his facade, that was merely for appearances, so others wouldn't say that he, Wang Xian, was a nouveau riche without any cultural heritage. This was Wang Xian's deepest pain. Wang Xian was different from many other wealthy individuals with family inheritance. He had gained his initial capital for starting a business from selling several houses, compensated by the government due to demolitions, resulting in his considerable family wealth. Privately, there were often people in the rich circles of Zhao continent who called him a nouveau riche, a label Wang Xian detested the most. To lose that label, Wang Xian liked to spend money to purchase famous calligraphy and paintings and other valuable art pieces, which were highly esteemed in Zhao continent, to decorate his image, not for his own enjoyment, but for others to see. Actually, he looked down upon these things. Famous calligraphy and paintings, he couldn't understand them. They were just better-looking writings and paintings, that's all. Therefore, the hotel staff's fantastical boasting about the paintings in the rooms didn't spark any interest in Wang Xian. It cost 500,000 for one night. Why is it so expensive? Even his daughter Wang Yu couldn't help but be astonished. That's my monthly allowance. Let's go to a different one. Wang Yu's mother shook her head. Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth. Let's stay here. I'll pay for tonight. Mom was displeased. Wang Yu, stop being capricious. Isn't your pocket money still given to you by your father? All right. Wang Yu looked down, dejected. Wang Xian saw his daughter's disappointment, and his heart softened. He turned to knock on the front desk counter. Book us a suite. He had made so much money just for his family. It didn't matter if the hotel was fleecing them. Seeing his daughter distressed was something he couldn't bear. You. Which one do you want? The voice of the front desk staff changed. They didn't expect there would really be someone willing to pay 500,000 a night for a room. The secretary, standing to the side, couldn't help but facepalm. He realized then that his boss was probably the first sucker since the hotel opened. He asked, "What rooms do you have?" The staff quickly replied, "There are 5 rooms available for selection, including ink shrimp, herd of horses, trees of spring and frost of autumn, pride of the phoenix, and eagle spreading its wings. Also fancy schmancy," Wang Xian said indifferently. "Let's take eagle spreading its wings." Businessmen like these kinds of auspicious implications, and even though he understood it was a tax on stupidity, what mattered was that his daughter liked it. "All right, you'll need to sign a contract before checking in. The paintings in our hotel are insured, and the compensation price for any damage is very high." A contract to stay in a hotel? The secretary became angry. "Don't go too far." Wang Xian waved his hand, and, after glancing over the contract handed to him, signed it directly. A few minutes later, someone came to lead the way. The family entered the elevator. Upon opening the suite's door, the Wang family went in. The secretary and others took standard rooms nearby, with 2 bodyguards assigned to guard the door of Wang Xian's suite. Chapter 935, 869. The eagle spreads its wings and... Inside the suite, Wang Xian's family looked around. His wife complained, "Apart from pretty decorations, this room is no different from other 5-star hotel suites. We've really run into a ripoff today. I think it's okay." Wang Yu plopped down on the couch. She didn't have the slightest awareness of being a diehard fan, just considered it as footing the bill for her idol. Wang Xian said, "All right, as long as our daughter is happy, let's rest early." His wife disagreed. "No way, I have to see their painting. They talked it up so much. Where is it? You look by yourself." Wang Xian was not interested at all. He headed straight for the bedroom. However, as he passed through the corridor, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the wall on his left. What is this? Wang Xian's gaze froze. On the wall, the painting that spanned nearly the whole wall, quietly sitting behind a pane of glass. Standing in front of this painting, Wang Xian subconsciously held his breath. His heartbeat quickened, and an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. In a trance, Wang Xian felt as if the scenes around him were changing rapidly. One moment he was standing in the hotel suite's corridor, and the next, he seemed to be amidst the boundless universe. The painting seemed no longer just a painting, but had transformed into a real scene. He saw mountains and rivers under his feet, the continuous mountain range without an end, rugged rocks winding and undulating like a great dragon. The lake water echoed in the valleys, and above, waterfalls fell like the Milky Way, churning countless sprays that leaped and danced, resonating in one's eardrums. High above, the image was sometimes blurry, sometimes clear, with layer upon layer of clouds floating. The wind that blew from the distance, swift and gentle, sequences of hard and soft. One moment roaring through the mountains, and the next nurturing the heart like a gentle rain. Pines grew on the precipices. The cliffs were steep beyond measure. Countless pines stood proudly. They were like the mountain range's fangs, bravely facing all the wind and storms. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle resonated in the distance. An eagle approached, its gray feathers extraordinarily magnificent. The eagle's sharp gaze, almost tangible, pierced the clouds, patrolling between the cloud layers and mountains. Its mighty wings beat powerfully in the wind, each movement full of vigor, as if the ruler of this realm had descended upon the earth. In this moment, Wang Xian felt as if he were the eagle, breathing along with the wilderness, his chest feeling an unprecedented sense of breadth, his thoughts lofty and unfettered in the high skies, dominating the countless rises and falls of the vast land. The eagle spreads its wings. It swallows mountains and rivers in its aura, his gaze fixated on the 8 big characters in the upper right corner of the painting. Wang Xian finally came to his senses, feeling a surge of strength fill his body. "Dad, what are you looking at?" His daughter Wang Yu's voice called out. His wife also walked over to Wang Xian unconsciously, and when both of them saw the painting on the wall, they were just as astounded as Wang Xian had been previously. This painting seemed to possess a magical power, instantly capturing the viewer's mind, savoring the majestic scene. "Secretary Liu, call the manager right away." Wang Xian kept staring at the painting, but suddenly took out his phone and dialed his secretary's number, his tone filled with intense excitement. The secretary said quickly, "Boss, please don't be angry. Rest assured, I'll arrange for it right away. I will make sure this hotel's reputation is tarnished. They dare to charge an outrageous price of 500,000. No wealthy person will. There's nothing wrong with the hotel. 500,000 is not expensive." Wang Xian cut off Secretary Liu's words. "I want you to ask the hotel manager if they're willing to sell the painting in this room. If he can't decide, have the owner of the hotel negotiate with me." Huh. The secretary on the other end was dumbfounded. Chapter 936. 870 The First Full House. "This painting is incredible." As Wang Xian hung up the phone, Wang Yu's excited voice rose, her eyes almost pressed against the glass. "Unbelievable." Wang Xian's wife looked at the painting, her eyes full of obsession, murmuring to herself, "How can there be such a painting in the world?" Wang Xian said nothing. He and his family stared at the painting, breathing growing heavier. The more they looked, the more intoxicated they became, the more they felt overwhelmed. 500,000 a night. He felt the money was well spent. No, Wang Xian even had a feeling of having made a profit. As a Zhao continent tycoon, a socialite, Wang Xian had seen quite a few works claiming to be of master level, and had even bought many so-called masterpieces to decorate his place. At the gatherings of the wealthy, he always heard people discussing the artistic conception of some master-level paintings and calligraphy. However, even though he outwardly agreed with others' assessments, he actually never agreed inside. Buying paintings and calligraphy was just to put on airs of refinement, and not to be seen as a crass upstart without a shred of culture. But today, Wang Xian understood for the first time. A painting can indeed shock one's soul and convey an artistic conception. Yes, artistic conception. For the first time, Wang Xian experienced the so-called artistic conception. It was an incomparably marvelous shock. With just one look, he was deeply mesmerized. He felt as if he could directly sense the message conveyed by the painting and experience the aura of looking down on the world, his boldness enough to swallow mountains and rivers. His chest felt expanded. His heart surged with pride. This purification of the mind was entirely brought about by the painting. The last time Wang Xian had felt this way was at the moment of his first brilliant success in business. At this moment, he had only one thought. No matter the cost, he had to buy this painting, to appreciate and treasure it himself. Just then, his secretary called. Wang Xian immediately answered the phone, eager to know, "What's the word?" The secretary's tone was a bit odd. "The manager says the hotel's paintings are not for sale to the public." Not for sale to the public. Wang Xian's expression immediately fell. In fact, he could understand. If he were the hotel owner, he too probably would not sell these paintings, and wouldn't even bear to hang them in the hotel suites. Unable to help herself, the secretary said, "Boss, if you like paintings, there are many masters in Zhao continent. What use do I have for those paintings? It's not like I don't have them at home." Wang Xian directly interrupted the secretary's suggestion. Those paintings were worthless in his eyes. The painting before him was different, unlike any other works he had seen before. Wang Xian confirmed his own feelings. He suppressed the disappointment in his heart, taking a deep breath. "For the next few days, I'll be staying at this hotel, including future business trips to Qin continent. I have to stay at this hotel only. Other hotels need not be considered." Understood. The secretary, though full of questions, did not dare to question the boss's decision. "By the way," after thinking for a moment, Wang Xian added, "Mr. Miao and Mr. Fong are meeting with me tomorrow to discuss business. Invite them to come directly to this hotel." "Have them come over?" The secretary hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help reminding her boss, "This collaboration is very important for us. If we ask them to come to the hotel to meet us, won't these two bosses feel we're neglecting them?" "Forget it, I'll call them myself." Wang Xian didn't explain to the secretary. It was precisely because the business was so important that he would directly invite them to the hotel. Both these tycoons were lovers of paintings. Even he, who didn't understand art, was so attracted by the painting before his eyes. Wang Xian didn't believe these two couldn't see the vast artistic conception of the painting in his room. Who said that business negotiations have to involve alcohol? After hanging up the phone, Wang Xian suddenly heard his daughter's surprised exclamation. "This painting is actually a work by Teacher Shadow." Wang Xian's wife quickly asked, "Who is Teacher Shadow?" Wang Yu stared at the signature on the painting, which read Shadow. Teacher Shadow is a good friend of Teacher Admirable Fish, best known for his comics. But his traditional Chinese paintings are also very good. No, judging by this painting, Teacher Shadow's traditional paintings are more than just good. Wang Yu was already a qualified fan of Xianyu. As a Zhao continent resident, she was very knowledgeable about information on Xianyu, including the relationship with three brothers. "Husband," Wang Xian's wife looked at him, "since they don't sell this painting, what about paying Teacher Shadow to paint another one for us?" "Another one?" Wang Xian was stunned, his expression quickly heating up, suddenly awake as if from a dream. "Right. If this one wasn't for sale, then why not simply pay the author of the painting to create another similar piece?" The next day, still at the Yu Dynasty Hotel, Wang Xian stood at the entrance, watching two stretch limousines arrive one after the other at the hotel's front door. "Mr. Miao, Mr. Fong, thanks for taking the trouble." He greeted the two bosses with a smile as they got out of their respective cars. Mr. Fong responded coolly, "President Wang certainly does things unexpectedly. This is the first time someone has asked me to meet at a hotel for business." His name was Fong Moken, a well-known tycoon in Qin continent. Mr. Miao also expressed his dissatisfaction indirectly. "You know, it took me 40 minutes to get here on my way. President Wang, you're rolling in wealth. Could you reimburse my gas money?" Mr. Miao's name was Miao Bai. His status was comparable to that of Fong Moken. As if he hadn't noticed their dissatisfaction, Wang Xian made a gesture of invitation. "Would you please excuse the trouble and follow me upstairs?" Chapter 937. 870 The first full house _2. Wei Wei frowned. The two exchanged glances, didn't say anything further, but simply followed Wang Xian into the hotel at a leisurely pace. A few minutes later, the three entered a suite. Wang Xian's wife and daughter left for another room. He led the two before the eagle spreading wings and swallowing rivers and mountains picture, and said with a smile, "I invited the two esteemed guests to the hotel not out of disrespect, but because I am humble in talent and shallow in learning. Knowing that both of you have always been keen on calligraphy and painting, and there happens to be a painting in this hotel suite that has deeply captivated me, I would like to ask the experts to help appraise it." This was a formal occasion, and Wang Xian spoke very much in the style of Zhao continent. Fong Moken and Miao Bai were momentarily stunned, then chuckled inwardly. Although Wang Xian was from Zhao continent, he was notoriously known as a nouveau riche in the Blue Star elite circles, fond of pretending to appreciate art, though he lacked any actual artistic sense. What good painting could such a person recognize? And a painting kept in a hotel at that? These thoughts briefly crossed their minds. They both smirked slightly, but didn't say much, merely casually walking up next to Wang Xian to look at the painting that filled the entire wall behind the transparent glass. The result. Just that one look. Miao Bai and Fong Moken suddenly widened their eyes as if struck by lightning. In the painting, green mountains twisted around ravines. Waterfalls hung like the Milky Way falling from the sky. An eagle with flapping wings flew among the clouds, its piercing gaze captivating, so lifelike it seemed, as if it was about to break free from the painting. A masterful work of colors. A graceful display of brushstrokes. Wang Xian beside them smiled knowingly. Their reactions were entirely within his expectations. He had been gazing at this painting until midnight the night before, unable to tear himself away. "Mr. Miao, what do you think of this painting?" Feeling the timing was right, Wang Xian suddenly spoke up. Miao Bai opened his mouth, full of countless thoughts, yet at a loss for words momentarily, unable to mask the shock and affection in his eyes. "Mr. Fong, what do you think?" Wang Xian turned to Fong Moken beside him. Fong Moken glanced warily at Miao Bai, suppressed the shock in his heart, and coughed before saying, "The painting is quite decent, though some parts are overly elaborate. However, generally speaking, it indeed qualifies as a fine piece. Luckily, I'm not too picky. I'll just buy this painting from the hotel in a while." "Mr. Fong." Miao Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he said with a feigned smile, "Since the painting is so mediocre, why don't you let me buy it? I particularly like eagles, and I generally buy paintings that depict eagles." "Mr. Miao, there's no need to force yourself." "Mr. Fong, you are the one who shouldn't force yourself. This painting isn't worth your effort, Mr. Miao. The painting industry is quite intricate, and I'm afraid you might not handle it well. Let me take care of it." "Mr. Fong, as I said, I just like eagles. What a coincidence. I just happen to have a famous Zhao continent artist's masterpiece at home, which also depicts an eagle, and it's much better than this one. I'll buy this painting myself if you don't mind." "Fong Moken, cut the crap." Miao Bai became serious. "I must have this painting." Fong Moken narrowed his eyes slightly. "Miao Bai, are you insisting on competing with me today?" "Damn." Wang Xian, standing aside, couldn't help but laugh and cry, only managing to interject, "Gentlemen, let's not fight. Let's not ruin the harmony. Plainly speaking, we all like this painting. If the hotel was willing to sell, I would have bought it myself yesterday, but the hotel absolutely refuses to sell, claiming it's just for guests to enjoy." "I don't believe it," both simultaneously exclaimed. "Call the manager over." Wang Xian. He could only arrange for someone to call the manager. Soon after, the hotel manager, Wang Yu, hurried over. "This painting, I want to buy it," Fong Moken said to Wang Yu, pointing directly at the wall. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. "The chairman has strictly ordered that the hotel's paintings are not for sale." Sun Yaohua had indeed issued a strict order. Still, Wang Yu managed to thoroughly convince them that the painting was definitely not for sale after much persuasion. "All right, since that's the case." Miao Bai suppressed the disappointment in his heart, but suddenly said with a smile, "President Wang must have enjoyed this painting enough by now. How about changing suites? I'll cover the room charges, and I will stay in this suite tonight. I really love this painting. As for the business we need to discuss, I'll sign directly in a while for a pleasant cooperation, right?" "Really?" Fong Moken was anxious. "You two stay at the hotel, and I'll pay for 2 suites for you. I can stay in this room, and I have no issues with the business either. President Wang, please grant my humble request. Now you're even competing for this." Miao Bai looked at Fong Moken with disdain. Wang Yu, sensing the uneasy atmosphere, interjected, "Excuse me, gentlemen, our hotel has 5 suites, and the other suites also have delightful paintings. There's no need to fixate on this one suite. There are paintings like this in other rooms." Miao Bai and Fong Moken were startled, wondering if paintings of such caliber really existed in more than one suite. "Yes." Wang Yu confidently nodded. "These are the 500,000 per night suites. Naturally, they need a reason worth that amount. 500,000 a night. Miao Bai and Fong Moken had just learned the price of the hotel's top suites, but, considering the painting on the wall, they didn't see the price as an issue. Book one for me. I'll take one as well. Both spoke in succession, then looked skeptically at Wang Yu, their tones gravely serious. Chapter 938. 870 The First Full House _3. Don't let us down with the paintings in here. Please be assured. Wang Yu smiled as he spoke and quickly checked the two of them into their rooms. The suite that Miao Bai entered was the Spring Trees and Autumn Frost Pictures suite. He had chosen it himself. Wang Xian followed behind. Mr. Miao wouldn't mind if I came to appreciate it together, would he? Of course. Miao Bai smiled faintly. Let's enjoy it together. He and Fong Moken were both true lovers of painting. Otherwise, two wealthy patrons of such stature and status wouldn't have almost come to an argument over a single picture. He was very grateful to Wang Xian for bringing him here today. Had he not made the trip, he really would not have had the chance to see such fine paintings, so all his prior discomfort had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Wang Xian hesitated. It's just that I don't know if the painting in this room is as good as they say. It wasn't that he didn't trust the hotel. It was that the painting of eagles spreading wings and swallowing rivers and mountains picture in his own suite was so good that Wang Xian dared not believe the hotel could have another painting of the same caliber. We'll see when we... Look, Miao Bai was also feeling nervous. And as the two delved deeper, they finally arrived in front of the painting. Swoosh! When the Spring Trees and Autumn Frost picture was unveiled before them, both of their expressions changed simultaneously. Unlike the grandeur of the eagle spreading its wings, in this painting, there were green mountains bursting with spring vitality, with playful streams splashing in the valleys, babbling softly. Tall peaks loomed everywhere, barren trees sprouted new branches, displaying delicate fresh buds, creating an intense atmosphere of spring. Between the green mountains, there were breathtaking peaks that obscured the sky. On the mountaintop, the dense forests appeared like a giant black blanket cap, fastened to the sheer cliffs, with black and green hues among which bunches of unnameable wildflowers sprang from the rock faces. Strange rocks lay across the gurgling streams. Light mist-like cloud shadows moved in the space between mountains and rivers, seemingly tangible and intangible, half concealed and half revealed, as if transforming into rising, swirling mists. At the mouth of the valley, two scholars were seated on the riverside rocks, engaged in a serene and insightful conversation. Beneath them flowed a cascading spring, which merged into the stream, with beads of water leaping and splattering, as if whispering in the cold. Graceful and ethereal, a scene right out of a poem or a painting. The combination of the mountains and water was a pairing of stillness and motion, monotony and splendor, forming the most beautiful scenery. The beauty of nature, fully expressed. Standing in front of this painting, Miao Bai felt as if he were one of the scholars in the painting, inhaling the fragrance unique to the spring earth. He even felt an inexplicable chill on his cheeks, as if splashed by the stream water in the painting, then gently blown upon by a breeze, instantly refreshing and pleasantly cool. Miao Bai felt this sensation. Wang Xian beside him had a similar experience, murmuring, "There really is a painting that doesn't fall short of the one in my suite, only slightly inferior to the previous one. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder." Miao Bai felt an unprecedented calmness in his heart, his speech also becoming gentle. Brother Wang finds eagles spreading wings and swallowing the world better, yet I find this Spring Trees and Autumn Frost picture more to my liking. It's about the tranquility and detachment of the soul. Shall we go see Mr. Fang's room? Wang Xian did not argue, as in his heart. Only eagles spreading wings and swallowing the world could showcase infinite dominance. This painting was too gentle. Just like drinking, some people prefer red wine, while others favor white spirit. Let's go. Miao Bai immediately went with Wang Xian to Fong Moken's suite. A few minutes later, the three of them stood before the Phoenix's Pride picture in Fong Moken's room, experiencing another silent astonishment. Right after that, the hotel received orders. Miao Bai and Wang Xian both extended their stay. Besides, the two of them also took the other two suites, going round several times in turn. Later, Wang Yu was once again entangled by the three of them. Can't you really sell us these paintings? Absolutely not. This was the Yu Dynasty Hotel's first ever full house. Chapter 939, 871, The Beginning of the Craze. That's correct. The room Fong Moken chose had a phoenix's pride painting hanging in it, similarly covering the entire wall and set within transparent glass. In the painting, beneath the reddish-brown phoenix tree, the phoenix spread its splendid wings. With a posture as if singing a long, metallic note, its soft and slender neck connected to a slightly raised back. Its tail feathers dragged a long flame behind, like a glinting red meteor, illuminating heaven and earth. Its beak was like that of an eagle. Its jaw resembled a swallow. Its legs were exceptionally tall. Its figure, like a crane. Within the lustrous red plumage, a series of white round spots were arranged in order, and beneath the streamlined structure were mixed golden patterns, exuding an inherent nobility and aloofness. In its bearing, there lurked a faint momentum that scorned the world, a sight of Phoenix's grandeur, feathers glowing with myriad colors, its steps borne with radiance. The painting was clearly static, but the three of them felt as if they could see the phoenix soaring. It used its spread wings to dive sharply from between the sky and the rainbow, almost touching the earth mound on the opposite side of the ditch. Then, flapping its wings forcefully, it made a fierce sound as it ascended to the heavens, accompanied by a phoenix's cry. Fervent, heartbreakingly beautiful. Beneath its perfect and voluptuous form, it was completely covered in orange-red flames, as if it would burn into ashes at any moment. Yet within the boiling flames, it seemed to welcome an unprecedented phoenix nirvana, bringing endless vitality and hope. In front of the painting, Fong Moken felt as if a fire had also ignited in his heart. His heartbeat surged like a drum, burning with a passion that did not align with his age. And by his side, Wang Xian and Miao Bai were caught in the same emotions, as if even the air was heated by them. Not knowing how long it had been, suddenly, Miao Bai laughed. It's too hot here. Why don't we go take a look at the spring trees and autumn frost painting in my room to cool off? Sure. Fong Moken took one last deep look at Phoenix's pride, then headed to Miao Bai's room. After viewing spring trees and autumn frost, Fong Moken stared at the names signed at the bottom of the painting, his voice filled with endless emotion. This teacher Shadow truly has great talent for this era. I agree with that. Wang Xian was somewhat excited, opening his heart for the first time. You too must know what kind of person Wang Xian is. In private, the circle mocks me as a nouveau riche with no substance. And indeed, I didn't understand those paintings they revered as classics. This has always troubled me, but today I suddenly let it go. It's not that Wang Xian can't appreciate them. It's that those so-called masterpieces from those painters simply aren't good enough. I understand Teacher Shadow's few works. Look at the skill level. This, damn it, is what you call painting. Wang Xian was truly excited. It's not that I'm unrefined, not that I lack the eye for art. If your paintings can't move me, it's because you're not painting well enough. I understand Shadow's paintings, not just understand, but I can also appreciate the beauty within. Haha, I never thought there'd be a day when even I could utter the words artistic conception and know what that stuff is. Fong Moken and Miao Bai felt somewhat embarrassed to hear this. The two of them privately shared these kinds of views about Wang Xian. But today, after seeing Shadow's paintings, they suddenly thought that what Wang Xian said made some sense. If those masters could paint at Shadow's level, then even a nouveau riche like Wang Xian would be enthralled by them. Alright, this thought was really unfair to those top painters. That Shadow's paintings had such an effect was purely because someone had an absurd cheat activated. It's indeed magical, Miao Bai said, thoughtfully. Looking at these few paintings by Shadow, I always have an indescribable feeling. It's as if the paintings have come to life, as if I'm right in the world inside the painting. I can deeply feel every emotional expression and sentiment conveyed in the picture. I've seen countless famous paintings, but in all my life, only Shadow's work has made me feel this way. So you feel the same way? Wang Xian exclaimed with the excitement of finding a kindred spirit. Yes, that's right. It's this feeling as if I've entered the world of the painting. For instance, The one in my room where the eagle spreads its wings. I sometimes feel as if I've become that eagle. And as for this painting in front of us, I feel as if I've become one of the scholars in it. And with the phoenix painting, I felt the pride and loneliness of the phoenix, as if the whole person is about to undergo nirvana amidst the burning. This shadow is really something. Fong Moken's expression revealed a touch of awe and astonishment. His paintings have a very mystical sense of immersion. Perhaps Teacher Shadow's painting skill has indeed reached perfection. Perfection. Meow Bai blinked. Fellows, there are still 2 suites left with paintings. Wouldn't it be a pity not to see them? I'll go open them. Wang Xian spoke immediately. Fong Moken chuckled. No need to trouble yourself, Brother Wang. Let's sign the contract first. I have no objections to this cooperation. Meow Bai followed with a slight smile. Yeah, let's cooperate. Wang Xian was overjoyed inside. Then I have even more reason to open those 2 rooms for you. It's only $1 million after all. Compared with business, a mere $1 million, just a drop in the bucket. Fong Moken shook his head. No need for Brother Wang to spend so much. Since these paintings are not for sale, we don't need to keep them hidden. Why not directly invite others to open them? There are more than just us who love paintings in this circle. Brilliant. Wang Xian laughed. I can even freeload on paintings this way. Miao Bai took out his phone. Let me call a few people. There are only 2 suites left. It's first come, first serve. Chapter 940. 871 The beginning of the craze, _2. The Society of Painting and Calligraphy. This was a chat group established by the wealthy, ostensibly to discuss paintings and calligraphy, but it also covered business and cooperation. Some were genuinely fond of such arts, while others, like Wang Xian, feigned their interest. Within the group, Miao Bai bubbled up. I'm with Fong Moken in a suite at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Anyone coming over? There'll be a surprise if you do, and regrets if you don't. The group instantly became lively. Meow bro, what's in the gourd? Fake medicine. OL Lu sells fake medicine. He runs a pharmaceutical company, sneer. If Fong Moken is there too, I'll come over. He has a painting that I've coveted for a long time. It's just that. He's unwilling to part with it. I'll make him spit it out today. Yu Dynasty Hotel? Never heard of it. I know it. Just opened in Sioux City, a 5-star one. The owner is Sun Yaohua. This guy is a celebrity. He's been rising in our business circles for years, started in catering, then moved on to gaming, and now has entered the hotel business. I know him too. Was considering buying shares, but he wouldn't allow it. Don't wander off topic now. Meow bro, I'm coming over. Let's drink tonight. I'll swing by too. Haven't seen Meow bro in a while. I'll arrange tonight. The circle of the wealthy. Their chats were full of bragging. Soon enough, a number of wealthy individuals headed to the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Half an hour later, the Yu Dynasty Hotel buzzed with activity. 8 wealthy individuals appeared one after another. Among them were 2 especially high-profile magnates whose photos often hit the news. Manager Wang Yu recognized them instantly. Wow, all big shots. Wang Yu immediately heightened his attention. Miao Bai and 2 others came down to greet them, then said to Wang Yu, I'm bringing them to see some paintings. It also doubles as publicity for your hotel. Haha, no problem. Thanks, boss. Gentlemen, just let your secretaries register, please. Wang Yu felt very confident about the safety of those paintings. Although the magnates had signed agreements not to damage the artworks, in reality, they couldn't harm them even if they wanted to. The paintings were behind glass of extraordinarily high standards, made from special technology. Not even a bullet could shatter them. As for this publicity stunt, Wang Yu trusted in the advertising power of those paintings. He knew how dramatic his reaction was the first time he saw the chairman bringing those 5 paintings to the hotel. All this fuss about it. This group got into the elevator and went upstairs, chattering and laughing among themselves. Long time no see, Meow bro. This must be Mr. Li from Zhao Continent, right? We met at a summit last time. Here's my business card. OL Li, I've got a deal I want to cooperate with you on. Let's talk privately later. Mr. Fong, what exactly are you calling us here for? Didn't I say to view the paintings? What I mean is, what kind of paintings can a hotel have? Just wait for the auction in Zhao Continent. That'll be exciting. This group reminisced, chatted about business, and rambled on about shop talk. The atmosphere was absolutely lively. However, when this group, led by Wang Xian like a treasure presenter, saw the eagle spreading wings and swallowing rivers and mountains picture. The room suddenly went silent. These were tycoons used to the cutthroat business world, accustomed to hiding their emotions, yet at that moment, none could conceal the shock on their faces. The next moment, a burning greed appeared in everyone's eyes. A shared thought emerged. An urge to possess. This painting. I'm buying it. What do you mean, Mr. Li? I spotted this painting first. Huh. We came together. If anyone spotted it, we did together. How did it become you spotting it first? Stop fighting. Let me tell you all, this painting is not as good as you think. You don't understand the current market and might face losses, but I'm not afraid of taking a loss. Just let me have it. What do you mean you have it? How much is this painting? Name your price. Trying to outbid me. Huh. Then let's make it fair. The highest bidder takes it. Heh. No matter how much you bid, I'll add a dime more. Watching the group argue back and forth, Miao Bai, Fong Moken, and Wang Xian laughed heartily. Someone was dissatisfied. What are you laughing at? Miao Bai rolled his eyes. If the hotel really wanted to sell these paintings, do you think you would get a chance? We would have snapped them up long ago. Not willing to sell. Wait. What do you mean by these paintings? Follow me. Miao Bai led the way, and the group viewed the remaining two paintings. When everyone saw the third painting, the Phoenix's pride, they were utterly dumbstruck. The next moment, the suite exploded into chaos. These paintings were all done by the same person. Shadow? I'll look for this teacher right away to commission a painting. Don't fight over it with me. Line up behind. I called it first. Incredible, absolutely incredible. This Phoenix, it's as if it has come to life. I'm starting to feel warm already. I think I've heard of this Shadow. Isn't he a comic artist? My son really likes his comics. I had no idea his traditional paintings were so breathtaking, especially the spring trees and autumn frost picture. Truly a masterpiece. I know about Shadow too. I saw his galloping horses picture at a painting exhibition before, and even though that painting was also very good, it absolutely does not compare to these three. These three paintings are strokes of genius, marvelously crafted, especially the eagle spreading wings picture. It really captures the ferocity of nature. Seeing everyone getting noisy again, Miao Bai suddenly spoke up, interrupting them. Don't say I didn't warn you. There aren't many rooms left. What do you mean? The crowd froze upon hearing this. Fong Moken smiled. There are 2 suites left. Seeing that the crowd was still puzzled, Wang Xian explained. The remaining 2 suites also contain 2 paintings each, reportedly just as good as the ones we just saw. Of course, the room charge is quite expensive, 500,000 a night. If you want them, you better hurry. Boom. This statement was like poking a hornet's nest. 8 tycoons almost simultaneously surrounded Wang Yu. Whether for prestige or for the paintings, 500,000 was not even considered by them. I'll take the remaining 2 suites. You staying in 2 rooms by yourself? Why don't you eat till you burst? I'll take 1. Don't you have houses next door? Why compete with me? Someone who lives far away, for a hotel room. Manager Wang, right? Leave 1 for me. I don't care about the others, but I'm definitely taking 1. I'll take 1, and I might stay for an extended period if the paintings inside really are of the same quality as the ones before. Enough already. If it comes to it, we can squeeze in together. After all, it's just to see the paintings. You're not planning to sleep with them, are you? Then I'll take it. I'll stay here tonight. And you guys can come view the paintings. I'm always generous. I'll book it for a week. For the next few days, you're welcome to come and view. Wang Yu, surrounded by 8 people, was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There are only 2 suites left. Maybe you gentlemen should discuss it a bit more? Eventually, the matter was settled. 2 tycoons took the remaining 2 rooms. The other tycoons then scheduled future reservations with the hotel. On its second official day of opening, Yu Dynasty Hotel experienced a full house in its top-tier suites for the first time. Ultimately, everyone entered the newly opened suites together to appreciate the last 2 paintings. Ink Shrimp, Herd of Horses. These 2 paintings were revealed in front of the dozen-plus tycoons. Moving between the 5 suites, people expressed their awe. As expected, any one of these 5 paintings is an incomparable masterpiece. 500,000 a night for a hotel suite with paintings that firmly aren't for sale. Sun Yao really knows how to do business. Money is not the issue, it's whether it's worth it or not. Any suite here is absolutely worth it. My only fear is that these suites will be hard to book in the future. Yeah, there are only 5 in total. That's too few. 5 paintings of this caliber. Do you guys really think that's few? These 5 paintings have completely changed my impression of fine art. This impactful mood has a special kind of magic. This is the power of paintfection. The paintfection that has everyone hooked. And this night was just the beginning of U Dynasty Hotel's official craze among the wealthy elites of Blue Star. Chapter 941. 872. Only these 6 paintings in the world. The next morning, Shadow Studio. Jin-Moo hummed a pleasant tune as he sat on the sofa, opening the breakfast he had just bought from outside. Steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Salty tofu brain. If this were a year ago, Jin-Moo would definitely be extremely busy, to the point where he did not even have time for breakfast. It was because he was simultaneously working as the manager for both Chu Kuang and Xianyu, and he had to deal with too many things every day. The situation had changed since last year. With the approval of his boss, Jin-Moo had set up a business team of 20 people. This business team was divided into 2 groups of 10, each responsible for the work of Chu Kuang and Shadow respectively, so Jin-Moo was much more relaxed and not as involved in every little detail as before. Now, Jin-Moo just had to take care of some major projects. And right as Jin-Moo was about to eat breakfast, his phone suddenly began to vibrate, a call from an unfamiliar number coming in. Jin-Moo's expression immediately turned serious. Aside from some very distinguished individuals, ordinary people could only contact Shadow and Chu Kuang through his business team. Being able to get directly to Jin-Moo could only mean one thing. The person on the other end was either rich or noble. Setting down the steamed bun in his hand, Jin-Moo answered the call. From the other side came a somewhat deep voice. "May I speak with Mr. Jin-Moo, the manager of Teacher Shadow?" "Speaking. I am Lei Ming from Chic Real Estate." "Mr. Lei, hello. May I ask what I can do for you?" Jin-Moo asked respectfully yet assertively, surprised by the call. He had heard of Lei Ming's reputation. The man was a top tycoon in Qin continent, involved in real estate development, not to mention far-off developments. Within 5 kilometers of Jin-Moo's home, there were 3 residential communities developed by Chic Real Estate, which showed just how formidable Lei Ming was. However, Jin-Moo did not lose his composure. As the manager for both Chu Kuang and Shadow, he had seen a lot over the years and had met many influential figures. Someone of Lei Ming's caliber would not intimidate him. Jin-Moo was just curious about what a real estate mogul would want with Shadow's art. "It's like this," Lei Ming said. "I have long admired Teacher Shadow and would like to commission a painting. Please let Teacher Shadow set the price." So he was seeking a painting. That was not rare at all. Under Luo Wei's arrangement, Shadow's galloping horses had participated in an art exhibition and indeed won significant recognition from the industry. Perhaps Lei Ming had become interested in Shadow's paintings because of that? "Very well," Jin-Moo answered carefully. "I will discuss it with Teacher Shadow and get back to you as soon as we reach a decision. I am in your debt, Mr. Jin." Lei Ming was very polite. "Please be sure to ask Teacher Shadow for this favor. Should it be successful, there will be a generous reward." Jin-Moo's response was impenetrable. "You're too kind. I don't have the authority to decide. In the end, it will depend on Teacher Shadow's intentions." After hanging up the phone, Jin-Moo didn't consider this to be a big deal. He planned to finish his breakfast before contacting Lin Yuan. But before he could take the first bite of his steamed bun, a series of calls came in incessantly. "I want to buy a painting from Teacher Shadow." "Hello. Please ask Teacher Shadow to help make a painting. As long as the quality is high, money is not an issue." "May I know if Teacher Shadow can paint a picture for me? Is Teacher Shadow there? I'd like to ask for a favor, to commission a piece. Could you please have Teacher Shadow create a painting? I want to commission a work from Teacher Shadow. I greatly admire their works." Teacher Shadow. Shadow. Since the formation of the business team, it had been a long time since Jin-Moo had been this busy. Continuous calls came in, each one representing a wealthy tycoon of the highest stature. And all these tycoons had one objective: to invite Teacher Shadow to produce a painting. By the time he had finished taking these calls, Jin-Moo's breakfast on the table had gone cold, but at that moment, he hardly cared. What was going on? Why were so many tycoons suddenly chasing after Shadow's paintings? Could it be that Shadow had been stirring up trouble recently? With countless question marks over his head, Jinmu hurriedly dialed Lin Yuan's number. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan appeared at the studio. Jinmu's face was full of urgency. Just now, many tycoons called me, saying they wanted you to paint for them. One after another, they all said that price was no obstacle. What exactly have you done to them? Nothing much. Lin Yuan directly informed Jinmu about the matter of the 5 paintings. It seemed that the paint-fection ability of the paintings at the hotel had affected the viewers. Before coming, he had received a message from Sun Yaowa that all 5 top-tier suites at the hotel had been booked last night. Just 5 paintings attracted so many tycoons. Jinmu's expression was blank, struggling to grasp the concept. Lin Yuan didn't expect to use words to make Jinmu understand. In front of Jinmu, he directly took out the galloping horse, painting he had prepared to give to the chairman today. Swish! The scroll unfurled. Infused with paint-fection, the image of the galloping horses instantly hit Jinmu with an unparalleled force. At that moment, Jinmu's eyes were wide open. It was as if the neighing of war horses rang in his ears. The majestic figure stood tall and proud, with a strong and powerful neck connecting flowing manes and elegant tails, every stroke of the brush revealing the horse's strength and spirit. In the depths of the ink, Jinmu seemed to see the steed galloping on the endless grasslands, without a saddle, stirrups, or the constraints of reins, just endless pleasure and grace. Majestic in its bearing, hooves vaulting through air, with the speed of lightning, it was like a streak of light across the sky, leaving nothing but the sound of whinnying and roaring winds in one's ears, accompanied by the flying past of countless landscapes, as if riding the wind amid the clouds. And when the horse's strong limbs struck the ground, even the soil splashed up. It was a kind of unrestrained boldness, as if nothing in the world could stand in its way. Broad strokes swept across. The momentum of flight shattered the void. Only when Lin Yuan put away the painting did Jinmu reluctantly look away, taking a deep breath of cool air. All 5 paintings in the hotel are of this caliber? No wonder. Jinmu suddenly looked up at Lin Yuan. What does the boss plan to do with these requests for paintings? Decline, Lin Yuan said without hesitation. He had already given this thorough contemplation. Paint-fection is a very precious skill, so valuable that Lin Yuan didn't want to misuse it just for the sake of making money. Anyone with enough wealth would covet a work containing paint-fection, but could Lin Yuan fulfill all their desires? Impossible. Rarity brings value. No matter how much Lin Yuan wanted to make money, he knew that if works with paint-fection became common in the market, their value would decrease. Then just decline. Jinmu was not surprised at all. As an excellent agent, he could think of what Lin Yuan had thought. If all 5 paintings have this quality, then if the boss agrees outright to the wealthy requests, the value of these paintings would actually decrease. As for whether those paintings really match the caliber of the one in Lin Yuan's hands, the multiple calls Jinmu received today were evidence enough. You're not selling the one you have either? This painting I've prepared to give to the chairman. Then leave the rest to me. Jinmu suddenly wore a slightly cunning smile, and then dialed a phone number. Mr. Lei, good day. What does Teacher Shadow say? Despite his best efforts to suppress it, Jinmu still picked up a hint of eagerness and desire in the other's voice. I'm sorry. Jinmu put on a grave expression. The 5 paintings you saw in the hotel are the result of Teacher Shadow's countless efforts and hard work, the likes of which we outsiders can hardly understand. Work of this caliber, even Teacher Shadow himself cannot reproduce in a short time. So I can only apologize. Teacher Shadow is not taking any orders for the time being. The other party was stunned, falling into silence. A moment later, the voice sighed. I was too presumptuous. To have 5 such masterpieces is already a heavenly blessing. How could I extravagantly hope that Teacher Shadow could easily produce a 6th? Jinmu. The 6th painting was right in Lin Yuan's hands, wasn't it? To prevent discrepancies, Jinmu pretended to be regretful. Actually, there is a 6th, but it has been reserved by Teacher Shadow's friend Xianyu, who plans to give it to the chairman of Starlight. The chairman of Starlight Entertainment? The voice on the other end burst into a hint of hope. Yes. Therefore, There are just 6 pieces that Teacher Shadow can paint currently, including the one he isn't even sure he could replicate, let alone paint a 7th or more. Jinmu bluffed importantly. The other party seemed to make up their mind hurriedly. I have some business to attend to. I'll contact you later. All right. Jinmu smiled slightly, hung up the phone, and then, mimicking the same explanation, he called the other. Tycoons. The summary was simple. This caliber of painting, Teacher Shadow has only painted 6 so far. 5 are in the hotel. The 6th was taken by Xianyu to give to the chairman. As for the 7th, Teacher Shadow might paint it someday, or might never be able to again. And if indeed he paints it, what then? That's just Teacher Shadow being goat. In any case, for now, there are only these 6 in the world. No one doubted, or rather, there was absolutely no reason to doubt. The 5 paintings were too magnificent, convincing everyone that such masterpieces cannot be easily created. Chapter 942, 873 Ghosts Everywhere. Starlight Entertainment. Chairman's office. Li Songhua was drinking tea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Li Songhua opened the door and saw who it was. A smile spread across his face as he joked. Lin Yuan, what brings you here? Don't tell me you're here to rob me since I don't even have any tea. I'm not here to rob you. It's a gift you offered me. The visitor was Lin Yuan, who had rushed over from his studio. He earnestly corrected Li Songhua's misrepresentation. Lin Yuan's sense of humor really wasn't cutting it. Li Songhua muttered to himself, but his smile didn't diminish in the slightest. So what brings you to me? I'm here to give the chairman a painting, painted by Shadow. Lin Yuan brought out the painting as he spoke and handed it to Li Songhua. He wishes you a happy new year. It seemed Lin Yuan did. Have a bit of a sense of humor after all. Li Songhua couldn't help but laugh, playing along. Then please thank Teacher Admirable Fish for me, and wish Teacher Shadow a happy new year as well. Sure. After delivering the painting, Lin Yuan left. Li Songhua held the painting, just about to open it, when his cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Space Group's Kong Dao? What does he want with me for no reason? Feeling puzzled, Li Songhua answered the call with a beaming smile. Kong boss, what's made you free enough to call me today? Brotherly, I have a rather awkward favor to ask. Please go ahead, Kong boss, we're practically family. The other party, being a top-tier wealthy patron who didn't dabble in the entertainment industry, was someone Li Songhua could not guarantee he wouldn't need help from one day. Wealthy patrons of this caliber were not to be offended if it could be helped. Generous. Kong Dao's voice was somewhat excited. Then I'll speak frankly. The painting by Shadow. Would Brotherly be willing to part with it? A painting. Li Songhua was taken aback and immediately looked at the painting in his hand, answering nervously. How do you know it's a painting by Shadow? Kong Dao sounded a bit anxious. Brotherly, please don't beat around the bush with me. I heard that Admirable Fish managed to get a painting from Teacher Shadow to give to you. I really like this painting. If Mr. Li is willing to part with it, I'm willing to buy it for a price that is sure to satisfy you. Seriously? Just this? Li Songhua breathed a huge sigh of relief, and seizing the moment, he unfurled the painting. Kong boss, you're too kind. After all, it's just a... His voice abruptly stopped. Kong Dao, Mr. Li? Mr. Li? Li Songhua's eyes were fixated on the painting he had just unveiled. Then in a very stern tone, he refused. I'm sorry, Kong boss, but it's a special gift from Admirable Fish to me. How could I give it away to someone else? Having said that, Li Songhua promptly hung up the phone. Then his eyes shone brightly as he stared at the painting, the galloping horses, as if entranced, with his heart trembling with excitement. What a treasure! Lin Yuan was way too good to him, he thought, not regretting the heart and soul he put into their relationship. This painting was simply a treat. At that moment, the phone rang again. It was another rich patron calling, and right off the bat, he said, Mr. Li, do you by any chance have a painting? No, absolutely not. Li Songhua flatly denied. Mr. Li? Mr. Li? Mr. Li, what are you saying? Ah, alas, the signal is having problems again. He hung up the phone, pretending there was an issue. Li Songhua quickly glanced left and right, tiptoed, and scurried to the door on his tiptoes as though he was a thief, locking the room from the inside. Then he turned back and continued to gaze lovingly at the painting in front of him. My goodness, this was painted by Shadow? The skill level was simply divine. Why is the phone ringing again? Li Songhua didn't even answer. He just pressed the mute button, and finally, peace was restored. Beep, beep, beep. The internal company phone rang. Li Songhua frowned and picked up. What's the matter? President Zhou from Deep Grand Group is here to visit the company. Li Songhua is not here, not here. Li Songhua shouted as if someone had stepped on his tail, then hastened to hang up. He then picked up the cell phone from his desk and saw there were already 6 missed calls, all from different wealthy patrons. What's going on? How could these people have such quick information? Who let the cat out of the bag? That was seriously unethical. That sucks. Li Songhua had no idea what was happening. He had just gotten the painting, and it seemed like the entire world already knew he had a great painting in his possession. Now, the famous billionaires in the circle, one by one, are all salivating over this painting. No good. Li Songhua suddenly felt that his company wasn't very safe, and he needed to take the painting home. With this thought, Li Songhua carefully packed up the painting and made a call to Lin Yuan. This painting, there are only 6 in the world. I got your point. Li Songhua hung up the phone, deciding he must follow Lin Yuan's example and sneak off early from work today. He just wouldn't feel at ease until the painting was safe at home. Elsewhere, as Lin Yuan listened to the dial tone in his ear, he still insisted on finishing his sentence. As of now. Whoa. It was as if a whirlwind had swept through the entire circle of the wealthy. It was the afternoon of the second day since the Yu Dynasty Hotel had opened. The hotel, otherwise normal, seemed to transform into an exhibition hall, with countless billionaires arriving in succession, and, batch by batch, they went into the hotel's 5 top-tier suites to view the paintings, accompanied by waves of exclamation. A stroke of genius. Who would have thought that a mere 5-star hotel would house such stunning pieces of art? I just have one question. Are they for sale or not? O.L. Xing, weren't you uninterested in paintings? If Zhao Continent's paintings are unrivaled under the heavens, then Teacher Shadow's paintings are in the heavens. Such paintings, there should only be these 5 in the whole world. There's also a 6th piece. Where? In the hands of Starlight Entertainment's chairman, Li Songhua. Too many big shots were gathering together. Even Sun Yaohua had to appear to receive them. And in the process of this reception, he felt as if he had collected business cards from all the top-notch billionaires in Qin continent in just one day. Meanwhile, at the hotel's front desk, numerous billionaires' secretaries were busy making room reservations for their bosses. The front desk clerk looked at the person in front of them with a strange glint in their eyes. Are you sure you want to book? As of now, the earliest available room among these 5 suites here is booked until late March. At the same time, the second-generation rich kids playing games in the suites were furious. Many vented their anger in the Landing Becomes a Box group, which had already become the headquarters for the hotel's second-gen gamers. I just went downstairs, and there were so many people, it was so noisy. I heard it too. Do they really think this is an internet CAF? This is at least a 5-star establishment. It shouldn't be like a market. I'm going to complain to the front desk in a minute. Why bother complaining? Young Master Wang, take them head on. I'll go. Young Master Li is mighty. In Qin continent, what young Master Li says, goes. Amidst the group's flattery, that young Master Li boldly opened the hotel room door and then glanced at the people passing by. Because he took one extra look at the crowd, this very young Master Li shrank his head, returned to the room with his heart pounding in terror, turned pale, and held down his wildly thumping heart. In the group, someone asked, what did young Master Li say? Young Master Li picked up his phone, trembling as he typed, my dad's dad is here. Uft, is your grandpa here to catch you gaming? That's my dad's boss. My goodness, is your dad's boss Uncle 8? Why would such a big shot come here? Not just Uncle 8, your dad's. Bosses are here too. Everyone, just keep it down today. Play games quietly. There are big shots everywhere outside. Don't tease, young Master Li. Someone disbelievingly went out to take a look. 1 minute later, this person nearly had a heart attack, walked back to their room on weak legs. Holy shit, I've seen a ghost. What ghost? The kind that would make your dad bow and scrape. Why you swearing at me? Then you go out and have a look. Another minute later, this person was on the verge of a breakdown, typing furiously, don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. Outside was full of ghosts. In broad daylight, It was enough to scare someone to death. Chapter 943, 874 Connections. Obviously, the Yu Dynasty Hotel had become a sensation, starting with Wang Xian, Miao Bai, and Feng Moken, and extending to the 8 wealthy patrons they attracted. The news spread rapidly. Within just a few days, a legend about Teacher Shadow's 5 paintings began circulating among the wealthy elite. This was the reason why droves of top-tier wealthy individuals appeared at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Some of the wealthy came by on their way. Some came specifically with high hopes. Some were outright dragged there by friends. But no matter their reasons for visiting this newly opened 5-star hotel, no matter how much skepticism and confusion they harbored before seeing the paintings, ultimately, all the wealthy patrons who saw these 5 paintings were effortlessly captivated. Paintfection touched their souls. No one could resist the magic charm that struck them. Swish, swish, swish. 5 suites were booked solid for dozens of days ahead, and there was even momentum to extend the reservations. This explosive popularity was terrifying. To ensure more wealthy patrons could enjoy the suites, Yao Hua had to introduce a new rule. Any suite in the Yu Dynasty Hotel, once booked, cannot be cancelled, and the booker must pay the full one-night fee of 500,000 in advance. Otherwise, we won't accept the reservation. However, such restrictions simply couldn't deter the wealthy patrons' enthusiasm for these 5 paintings. On the contrary, this inconsiderate rule only stimulated the wealthy patrons more. One after another, they rushed to make reservations, as if not staying a night in the Yu Dynasty's suite would somehow diminish their own standards. Have these people gone mad? Wang Yu was dumbfounded. The 500,000 per night suite was not considered expensive by anyone, and everyone was even fighting to book it. From your perspective, they seem crazy. Yao Hua laughed and said, "But if you were as rich as they are, would you want to stay there for a night?" "Yes," Wang Yu answered almost without hesitation. Patted on the shoulder, Yao Hua lightly said, "It's as simple as that. Money is just a number to me. What I need is not money, but the value that money can create. The same is true for them. At their level, it is very hard to attain a sense of spiritual satisfaction, and Teacher Shadow's paintings provide this spiritual pleasure. Compared to this pleasure, what's a mere 500,000? Having said this, Yao Hua left the office. He still had to continue to accompany the wealthy patrons outside. The 5 paintings at the Yu Dynasty Hotel had brought him a vast network of contacts. For Yao Hua, if he could leverage these contacts, the future value they could generate was immeasurable. Wang Yu stared at Yao Hua's retreating figure in a daze. He suddenly thought, that day, when Teacher Admirable Fish expressed dissatisfaction with the original 5 paintings in the suite, if Yao Hua had not decisively decided to remove those original paintings, could he have still obtained Teacher Shadow's 5 masterpieces as a replacement from Teacher Admirable Fish? The answer is, most likely not. At that moment, Wang Yu's heart was struck by a tidal wave. Compared to the chairman, he was indeed too young. He had actually mocked the chairman internally, thinking the latter was blindly worshipping Teacher Admirable Fish. Whatever Teacher Admirable Fish said, Yao Hua would oblige without any bottom line, going along with even a casual remark. Now that he thought about it, is this called worshipping? This is clearly the chairman's grand vision and spirit. No wonder the chairman was so compliant to Teacher Admirable Fish. It turns out a casual remark from Teacher Admirable Fish held such deep significance. These past few days hadn't been in vain for Wang Yu. He had learned that the hotel's 5 paintings were incomparably precious works, the pinnacle of Teacher Shadow's painting career. Throughout Blue Star, there were only 6 works of similar caliber, and the Yu Dynasty Hotel owned as many as 5. Countless wealthy individuals had spent a fortune attempting to commission paintings from Teacher Shadow in vain. But just because of a casual remark from Teacher Admirable Fish, the chairman had the original 5 paintings replaced and got these 5 paintings from Teacher Shadow through the relationship with Teacher Admirable Fish, which skyrocketed the Yu Dynasty Hotel to fame. The chairman was terrifying, but even more terrifying was Teacher Admirable Fish. Works that the wealthy couldn't obtain even by spending a fortune, Teacher Admirable Fish obtained with ease from Shadow. What kind of influence was this? It said that the 6th painting of the same caliber, also belonging to Shadow, was obtained by Teacher Admirable Fish and given to Roshar Li, the chairman of Starlight. Doesn't this mean all 6 of Shadow's pinnacle paintings were obtained by teacher Admirable Fish alone? This was beyond a matter of influence. The relationship between Admirable Fish, Chu Kuang, and Shadow might be deeper than the world imagines. Perhaps Director Sun had realized this point long ago? Well, Wang Yu had deeply misunderstood Yao Hua. When Yao Hua decisively removed the original paintings that hung in the suite, it was purely out of an instinct to make his junior happy. However, there was one point Wang Yu was right about. After seeing the 5 paintings at Yu Dynasty Hotel, many wealthy individuals indeed started trying every possible way to contact Teacher Shadow to purchase his works. It could be said that countless tycoons swarmed in. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded so far, as Jin Mu's defense was watertight. This made countless tycoons wring their hands in frustration, yet they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Actually, we should have understood earlier, if Teacher Shadow could easily produce such level of paintings, then divine works would be all too cheap. But the more it is so, the more I feel these paintings are of a rarity not found elsewhere in the world. Yes, the reason why a divine work is a divine work is that the creator also needs to combine state, talent, and inspiration all in one, and can only create something by chance under the right circumstances. This is also why countless top artists, despite having astounding talents, have only a few works that can truly be considered masterpieces. Teacher Shadow is already terrifying enough. For him to be able to create a total of 6 pieces at such a level, it's truly not easy. Now I just want to see what the 6th painting looks like. If I can't see Teacher Shadow's 6th masterpiece, it would truly be a lifelong regret for someone as obsessed with painting as I am. The 6th piece is in the hands of Li Songhua. I plan to talk to him. I have talked to him already. He refused to sell it no matter what, but that's not his fault, as any of us owning such a painting would not sell it either. If he's not selling, that's fine, but not even allowing us to see it, that's just too stingy. Exactly, let's go to him. Let's go together. With all of us coming forward, would Li Songhua really dare to send us away? Li Songhua didn't dare. Li Songhua was a bit scared. After leaving work early, he took the charging horse painting home and asked about it from one of the tycoons who coveted the painting he had, and he already more or less knew the situation. There are just these 6 in the world. The other 5 are in Sun Yaohua's hotel, not for sale, and treated as the treasure of the establishment. Only the 6th one is privately owned by me, so the tycoons are all green with envy. This Sun Yaohua is not simple. He actually followed my lead to pull Lin Yuan into investing, involving both gaming and hotel management, and unknowingly relied on Lin Yuan to become king of singing. How have I never noticed him before? Since he's part of my company, it seems that in the future, I will have to discuss things properly with Sun Yaohua. Apart from Lin Yuan, my company actually has such a talent. Numerous thoughts flashed through Li Songhua's mind. This painting by Teacher Shadow was a hot potato for him, but for him, it represented an opportunity. Although he could never sell the painting, just letting people see it wouldn't cost him anything, and yet it would be an excellent opportunity for him to ingratiate himself with various tycoons. Okay, you want to see it? Then I'll let you see enough of it. Li Songhua gave a slight smile and finally stopped avoiding the situation, instead taking the initiative to take out his phone and dial. Mr. Lei. No, the painting is impossible to sell, but Mr. Lei's love for paintings has deeply touched me. How about Mr. Lei comes to visit my home? Let's appreciate this painting by Xianyu together. Let's meet over a painting. Only to speak of love and beauty. Not to talk business. Only to speak of love and beauty. Who believes that? With Li Songhua's ways, even love and beauty would eventually turn into business. Sun Yaohua built countless connections relying on Teacher Shadow's 5 paintings. Although Li Songhua had only one, he could also build countless connections and ultimately turn them into support for himself. Teacher Shadow. After making a number of calls to wealthy individuals, Li Songhua was contemplative. Though Li Songhua valued all 3 of Lin Yuan's pseudonyms, he didn't value them equally. Xianyu was the first, because Xianyu's maestro identity was very important to Starlight, and he also had talents in film and television. Chu Kuang was the second. The film and television rights to Chu Kuang's novels were also important to Starlight. Not to mention, starting from The Magic Lotus Lantern on, Journey to the West had become one of Starlight's biggest money trees. Teacher Shadow was the third. Teacher Shadow's comics, turned into animations, were also very profitable, and Starlight's animation department was founded because of this. But Teacher Shadow's influence, after all, was slightly inferior to Lin Yuan's first two pseudonyms, as it ranked last in money-making capability. However, Teacher Shadow's level in traditional Chinese painting had made Li Songhua change his mind. He seemed to have severely underestimated how terrifying Teacher Shadow was. With just a few paintings, he made countless tycoons rush to him. In a way, this was something that neither Xian Yu nor Chu Kuang could achieve. Not to mention how many painting-loving tycoons there are in Blue Star. The truly terrifying thing about Teacher Shadow was, even if the tycoons didn't love paintings, Teacher Shadow could turn them into painting enthusiasts. After Li Songhua took the charging horse painting home, his wife was instantly fascinated by it. Despite his wife being a shallow rich woman who liked to watch soap operas and play mahjong, she was suddenly captivated by a painting, which was enough for Li Songhua to make a judgment closest to the truth. Not to mention, their housekeeper's eyes went straight when she saw the charging horse painting. No, wait. Li Songhua suddenly slapped his forehead. Look at all the nonsense he was considering. Whether it was Xian Yu, Chu Kuang, or Teacher Shadow, weren't they all Lin Yuan? Chapter 944, 875. It seems like you can kill teammates. Countless tycoons flocked to the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Such a commotion would surely not go unnoticed by competitors. In fact, today, the entire industry was shaken by the situation at Yu Dynasty Hotel. My God, does the Yu Dynasty Hotel have some kind of magic? First, they used games to attract customers, and now they're using paintings to attract the wealthy. I can understand the games. But what's the deal with those paintings? Which of these tycoons isn't well-versed and widely traveled? What kind of paintings haven't they seen? How could they possibly spend $500,000 for a night just to see some paintings? You're telling me. I heard that the suites with those paintings are booked out for months. Now even if you have the money, you can't stay. I'm losing my mind. Our hotel had 2 tycoons pulled over there. Previously, many competitors wanted to see the spectacle at Yu Dynasty Hotel. Everyone thought that once that game was released, a lot of customers would surely leave. But before anyone could see the game release, Yu Dynasty had already pulled another trick, using paintings to attract customers. To everyone's surprise, it worked. The tycoons, acting as if they'd never seen paintings before, rushed to book the rooms. What on earth is going on? Is it us who is not normal, or the tycoons? On the other side, Lin Yuan was unaware of the impact those few paintings had on the 5-star hotel industry in Sioux City, just like he didn't know what trouble his painting had caused Li Songhua. He was aware of the situation at Yu Dynasty Hotel, though, because Sun Yaohua liked to send him messages from time to time. And by the evening, Sun Yaohua sent him another message. Junior, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds will be officially released at 7 o'clock. We've set the price at 80 yuan. Game release. So today was already January 31st. Lin Yuan replied with a celebratory emoji. He had no objections about the pricing. It was a standard rate for games of similar genres. By the way, Sun Yaohua asked, do you want to play a round together? Lin Yuan refused. No. Lin Yuan had quit that game. But after all, it was his new game, and he needed it to earn fame. So Lin Yuan used Xian Yu's account to repost the trailer and promotion for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds on the gaming platform on his blog. The comments section was quickly filled by supportive fans. Whoa, a new game. Fish Papa has finally released a new game. I've beaten Plants vs. Zombies so many times, downloading this one right away. A shooter game, huh? I'm sick of this type, but I'll download it to support. How can I not, when it's Fish Papa's game? Wow. This game is priced at 80 yuan, a bit pricey. Fish Papa, I'm not used to seeing the leaderboards without you. No wonder there's been no new song this month. Turns out you were busy making a game. Will you also be missing from February's leaderboard? Recently, the leaderboard has all songs in the style of Zhao Continent, but I feel they only taste right when you write them, especially Blue and White Porcelain. Zhao Continent's songs have a classical vibe, still nice to hear. I've listened to a few and wasn't much interested. The more I listen, the more I realize how good East Wind Breaks was when you did it last year. Xian Yu, after all, wasn't primarily a game maker. The fans' interest in his games was far less compared to their interest in his music. But this was enough, as he had a strong fan base, and there would always be some who were interested. Besides, the game Plants vs. Zombies had already proven that Xianyu had considerable talent in game design. In a certain villa, Harvey was excited. The game was finally coming out. After canceling his room at the U Dynasty Hotel, Harvey could no longer play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, since that game was only available in that hotel and had not been released to the outside world. No way around it. Harvey could only wait eagerly for the official release of the game. He had thought about going back to the hotel to continue playing, but the thought of the hotel suite costing $500,000 a night made him sick. $500,000 a night. Do you think I'm an idiot? Even if I, Harvey, were to die, if I jumped from here, I still wouldn't go to the U Dynasty Hotel to book a suite for $500,000 a night. Besides, I could just bear it a few days without playing. And Harvey really did bear it for a few days, even going so far as to block his own Dropbox group. The group kept discussing the game. Harvey was afraid that if he saw too much, he couldn't resist the itch and would really do something brainlessly stupid, like running to the U Dynasty Hotel to open a suite for $500,000 a night. He never even considered opening a regular room. Harvey had always stayed in suites whenever he was at hotels, a fact well known within his circle, and many people admired him for this. Yes, Harvey placed great importance on his image, especially caring about appearances. Today, finally, he could let loose. He opened the Dropbox group and mentioned everyone. Battle is on. Being one of the most regarded second-generation rich in the group, his message immediately enlivened the chat. Harvey's here. I read in the description, this game has a team mode, where you can form teams of 4. Form up. We have more experience than other players, so once we enter, we'll be the dream team, guaranteed winners. No doubt about it. I've been playing for so long in this hotel, partly because I genuinely enjoy it, and partly because I wanted to get ahead of other players in learning the game, so that when the game is released, I can crush everyone. Gun God has arrived too. It's more fun with more people. It's boring playing internal battles with just our hotel group anyway. Alright, it's time. We can download the official version now. The hotel's version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was an internal test version. Everyone had to download the official release themselves, costing $80, which this group of rich second generation didn't care about. Soon, everyone had downloaded it. Harvey found 3 friends he knew well to form a team. They entered the game. Before Harvey could speak, his close friends suddenly got excited. One after another they discussed. The official version actually has skins. Look at this. It's not that the official game version has skins, but we can only use them while playing in the hotel. It's a U Dynasty Hotel limited edition skin, meaning other players can't use it. Damn, this hotel really knows what's up. This skin is freaking awesome. This one is a Blue Star military camouflage uniform. Way better looking than the crappy white shirt before. I like this gold outfit. Wearing this is definitely going to be the death of me, because surely everyone will want to take me down. But that's not important. I just want to look smashing. And this red one, it's absolutely eye-catching. Hey, seems like there are skins even after you die. Our boxes are different from others. Nice move there. This box skin oozes a royal aura. I'm going to use this one to die first, just to test out the effect of the box. Harvey, put on the skin. Oh, Harvey isn't in the hotel. Too bad, we can't form the dazzling foursome. Harvey, you might as well leave the group. The friends had already put on the hotel-exclusive skins. Harvey tilted his head, looking at his character's shorts and tattered shirt, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Should I leave then? On the computer screen, the other 3 were dressed outrageously, clearly the type to be targeted the moment they enter the game. Standing with them, I looked exactly like a beggar who had just walked out of a slum, ready to go out and beg. His eyes gradually widened. Yet within, the expression grew increasingly dull. A violent emotion suddenly filled his heart. Harvey suddenly remembered the official game rules he had just read. It seems like you can kill teammates? Chapter 945, 876 Live Streaming PlayerUnknowns. As a rich second generation who naturally loves to show off, Harvey was always the most dazzling guy in the crowd wherever he went. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention so much that he insisted on nothing less than 5-star hotel suites. However, at this moment, looking at the gorgeous skin outfits on his three teammates, then at his own attire that resembled a beggar's, the stark contrast, Harvey was furious. When had he, Harvey, ever been so shabbily dressed? What embarrassed Harvey even more was the fact that he found himself feeling jealous of his three teammates, coveting their skin outfits. Damn, people are supposed to be jealous of me. When did it become my turn to be jealous of others? It's a trap. All these are tricks that the Yu Dynasty Hotel came up with just to swindle my money. Grinding his teeth, Harvey decided to remain unmoved. These skins were just flashy, with no actual attribute enhancements, and they only made you a target for other players in the game. After comforting himself mentally, Harvey and his three teammates entered the game lobby. In an instant, many players gathered around, surrounding Harvey's three teammates, and voices filled with admiration rose. "Boss, where did you get those skins? They're so cool. Why haven't I seen them? This one looks like the uniform of the XX Army. This is awesome. There are even special glasses. It looks so stylish. I checked it out. It seems to be a limited skin from the Yu Dynasty Hotel, only available for use at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Damn, the 5-star hotel opened by the Yu Dynasty? These skins are so exquisitely made. Can we rich folks make friends with you guys?" Harvey's character faded into the crowd of ordinary players, forced to watch his three teammates bask in the worship and envy of others. Harvey was tormented. Finally, they entered the game. After landing, Harvey immediately started searching for various guns, ammunition, and protective gear, while also expertly picking off other players with his sharpshooting skills. Next to him, a teammate excitedly shouted, "Look, look, when I run, the cloak behind me flutters. Mine's not bad either. All sorts of tactical movements look so cool. Look at me, my skin seems to have special effects when I shoot." Harvey's mouth twitched. Bang! He shot one of his teammates, just like that. The teammate was taken aback. "Harvey, why did you shoot me?" Harvey replied indifferently. Slip of the hand. "Teammate, be careful, don't damage my skin." Upon hearing this, Harvey couldn't help himself and fired a few more shots. Caught off guard, the teammate was promptly killed, turning into a box that glowed with a purple light. "Harvey, did your hand slip again?" The other rolled his eyes, but the next moment his voice turned excited. "Oh my God, look at my urn, isn't it cool? Just ask yourselves, isn't it cool? Awesome, that's a nice looking box." The other two teammates laughed. "Harvey, take us out too. Let you witness just how imposing our boxes are." Harvey, he couldn't take it anymore and chose to commit suicide. In this game, you could kill teammates or yourself, though normally no one would willingly commit suicide. Since Harvey had started playing this game, he had only encountered it once when someone killed themselves, and they were in the hotel at the time, probably seeking death voluntarily, right? Surely it wasn't an accidental self-kill. Ignoring the puzzlement of his teammates, Harvey took off his headphones and drove his sports car out. Upon arriving at the Yu Dynasty Hotel, Harvey said irritably, "Give me a suite, the kind that costs 500,000 a night." All right, he had given in, after all. Harvey knew he was a fool to actually go out of his way and give this weird hotel a chance to fleece him again. But his indignation had clouded his judgment. "I'm sorry." The receptionist showed a standard professional smile. "I'm afraid all our suites are currently full. Would you consider a different room? We don't have many of those left, either." Full? Filled up? Harvey wondered if he had misheard. Those were suites that cost 500,000 a night. Was there another fool besides him? The so-called Yu Dynasty Hotel Limited skin did not cause a big splash in the game. Firstly, the game had just been released, and its influence was still quite limited. Secondly, there weren't many players who wore this skin, just a few hundred within the hotel. So far, the game had mostly attracted its first batch of players through Xian Yu's blog recommendations. After all, the game cost over 100 yuan, and it wasn't something everyone would buy without hesitation. Many people, although they had noticed the game through Xian Yu and other channels, were still adopting a wait-and-see attitude, waiting for initial feedback before deciding whether to purchase it. And at this time, a game broadcaster on a certain live streaming platform also noticed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. This broadcaster was named Sun, a third-tier broadcaster on the live streaming platform. Actually, Sun had once been quite a famous broadcaster. His best game was Counter-Strike, which was very popular for a year. Unfortunately, this game gradually lost its heat over the recent years. As fewer players and viewers remained, Sun also fell from grace as a broadcaster. This made Sun realize he had to switch to broadcasting another game. However, there hadn't been any particularly outstanding FPS games released in the past few years, so Sun had not found an appropriate new game to focus on. He did try out some other games in the meantime. However, the audience did not take to these games, and he would often get so heavily criticized that he would retreat back to playing Counter-Strike, which he was nearly sick of. And just then, Sun discovered that his favorite maestro, teacher Admirable Fish, had made an FPS game. The game was called PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. With an attitude of giving it a try, Sun downloaded the game and started his live stream. "This game is made by my idol. I plan to try it out," he said with a smile as he opened the stream. Then he registered a game account and, in front of his viewers, fumbled with the rules, occasionally reading out the text instructions aloud. "Why? Aren't you playing Counter-Strike? Trying out other games again? There's no point in you playing other games. There's no sense of involvement. I still prefer watching you play Counter-Strike. Shooter games are all pretty much the same these days, playing over and over. The most classic one is still Counter-Strike. What is this crappy game? Its rules seem so random. Fish Papa made it? Then I'll watch for a bit. If you're not playing Counter-Strike, why should I watch?" Unfollowing. The bullet screen comments sporadically appeared. Sun glanced at them and sighed deeply. This was another reason why his attempts at trying other games had continually failed. The few fans he had left seemed to only enjoy watching him play Counter-Strike. Alas, he guessed this was going to be yet another failed attempt. In the end, he would have to obediently return to broadcasting Counter-Strike. Although Sun understood that if he continued with that game, his viewership would keep decreasing. This was the sorrow of being a game broadcaster. A game's popularity could boost a considerable number of broadcasters to fame. But once that game cooled off, many broadcasters could face a chiller fate, with very few successfully switching to other games and maintaining their popularity, especially in recent years with no standout FPS games. Broadcasters of such games were in an even more difficult situation. Without a good game, the lives of these broadcasters were not easy. If only a really hot FPS game would come out sometime soon. With that thought, Sun had already entered the game. Since he had read the rules beforehand, he skipped the tutorial. Parachuting, landing, gathering equipment. Everything went according to the rules of the game. So, in front of the live stream audience, Sun ran around the map in the wilderness. This process should have been very boring because there wasn't much intense gunfighting early in the game, and Sun didn't get a chance to showcase his skill. But for some reason, after picking up a gun that was quite famous on Blue Star and running around the map for quite some time, Sun suddenly felt a strange sensation. The game made by Xian seemed a bit interesting. Just at that moment, gunshots sounded in the distance. Sun perked up, ready to take action. Chapter 946, 877 Live Streaming PlayerUnknowns. Sun was a veteran player in shooter games. His skills were incredibly refined. Even for his first time playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, his abilities were not something that the average person could match. Moreover, since most of the other players were also new to this game, it was unlikely their basics could be better than Sun's. Thus, he quickly achieved his first kill. Different from the feel of Counter-Strike. The former emphasized playability and required absolute concentration and exceptionally complex techniques, while this new game gave Sun the feeling that easy, way too easy. This left Sun somewhat unaccustomed. He was used to high-difficulty gameplay, and the entry barrier of this new game was significantly lower than Counter-Strike. Not really my style. As expected, I prefer the games that require higher skill level. This one is frankly a bit uninteresting for a pro like me. Sun felt somewhat downcast. Although that's what he thought, the game still had to continue. Suddenly, he noticed that the person he had just killed turned into a box. Upon closer inspection, wow, their gear exploded everywhere. The luck of his opponent was really something. Such good stuff in that box. Dying to him was a huge loss. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sun deftly looted the crate and massively upgraded his gear, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of pleasure. And as the game progressed, the discomfort from the game's oversimplified controls began to fade away. By the time he killed his third opponent and claimed the equipment they dropped, the universal will of truly fragrant descended. Holy crap, This is so damn satisfying. To hell with technicality. Why bother making it so complicated? I play games for the thrill, for relaxation. A shooter game has to be simple to get that exhilarating feeling of a good kill. Such smooth sensation, rat-tat-tat-tat. Can't stop at all, right? So light and pleasurable. This was something Counter-Strike couldn't give Sun, as players sticking to that game were mostly pros by then, not letting Sun kill to his heart's content, and he would even often get killed by random players. But at this moment, he had completely adapted to the shooting feel of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and felt an increasingly addictive trend, as if shooter games were indeed meant to be this effortlessly exhilarating. You have become the new kill leader. As Sun killed his fifth person, a notification from the system popped up. Even though this wasn't a difficult feat for Sun, he felt an overwhelming sense of achievement, especially at the moment of looting. He hadn't had this much fun in ages. In fact, the feeling was somewhat like an expert going to a fish pond to blast fish. Many people get thoroughly hooked on that sense of wanton achievement after one go, and over time, they might not even bother with high-level matches. At this time, Sun's favorite aspect of the game was, this game had loot mechanics, just like those role-playing games where you defeat monsters to level up, kill other players, and they turn into boxes, allowing you to enjoy their gear to your heart's content. It's too satisfying. Fancy someone's gear? If you've got the skills, kill them and take it. This made Sun look at other players with an increasingly fiery gaze, as if they were mobile, human-shaped equipment repositories. This setup may seem far-fetched, but it's quite realistic. In real life, if there were shootouts, killing someone and taking their weapon would be a matter of course, right? During this process, Sun also encountered a ridiculously funny incident. One player actually lay down next to a crate pretending to be dead. A passerby didn't realize it and got taken out. After looting, the other player wanted to continue pretending. Having witnessed it all, Sun promptly killed him, almost dying from laughter himself. No way, this can actually work. This game seemed to allow for the development of various playstyles easily. For example, when Sun thought he had found a safe zone, he stumbled upon an old cunning foe. If not for Sun's skillful play and strong gear, he would have indeed been taken out by the opponent. That was a close call. Sun became more and more elated. This game is so magical. No matter how good your skills are, you can still get taken down by a sneaky bastard hiding in the shadows. It looks like I need to be extra careful, and I feel like there's a lot of diversity in the gameplay that's worth exploring. Before he knew it, he had been playing for over 10 minutes. The poison zone kept refreshing, and he began to run from the poison. This setting is wicked cool, with the poison zone shrinking at intervals, forcing players into an increasingly concentrated area on the map, forcing players to engage in the final showdown. Guys, I feel like I'm about to win chicken dinner. Sun explained as he played, thoroughly enjoying himself. During the process, he didn't even check his live chat, completely engrossed in the game. What Sun did not know was, the number of messages in his live streaming room was increasing. What game is this? It looks interesting. FPS where you kill for loot? The designers got something there. Ha 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 ha, that scared the hell out of me. They even played dead to deceive others. Did you guys see that? Just now, some idiot flew up to the sky on a motorcycle. That should have been a highlight screenshot. Damn, how long has that sly bastard been lying in wait? So dogged. Sun, drive quick. I just saw someone driving, but their skills were poor. Show him what a real pro looks like. This game the host is playing is so much fun. What's it called? Win chicken dinner. Win chicken dinner. Besides the poison zone, there's even heaven's bombs. Lots of people got blown to bits. This game is nothing like the other shooting games on the market. How the hell is it so funny? Just saw two guys play themselves to death. Are they developing bizarre ways to die in this game? The game finally entered the final circle. Armed to the teeth, Sun was unstoppable, utterly bloodshot with zeal. Bang! With the last gunshot, Sun finally took down his last opponent, his kill record spectacularly messy. At the same time, several lines appeared on the screen. Great fortune, chicken dinner tonight. The words chicken dinner seemed to possess a magical power, flooding Sun with a tremendous sense of achievement. Chicken dinner. Sun excitedly closed the game. Guys, this game is super fun. I highly recommend it. Also, I just noticed there's a team mode that you can choose. Who among you viewers wants to join me? Huh. Before he could finish his sentence, Sun's voice abruptly stopped. On his screen, the live chat was packed, the messages from countless viewers endless. His neck stiffly shifted his gaze. Sun looked at the number of followers on his live stream. A conspicuously long number glaringly appeared before Sun's eyes, reddening them with shock. 1,050,976 people watching. Whisk, 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 and the number was still climbing. My God! Sun's eyes bulged out, bloodshot and clear as if he could not believe the number he was seeing was real. Half an hour after the broadcast began, the popularity broke 1 million. This was a milestone he couldn't achieve even at the peak of his career. The host has great facial expressions. Preparing emojis. Host, play another round. The chat became even more feverish, the viewers' excitement swelling wave upon wave. In just half an hour, countless people were attracted by the game Sun was playing. Chapter 947. 878 The crappy game is no fun. Any game that is good enough can easily feed a group of streamers. The opposite is true as well. When all streamers unanimously choose to broadcast a certain game, they can continuously provide heat for it on live streaming platforms. As Sun attracted a massive audience with PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, other streamers were quickly alerted. What's up with Sun? How come his stats have suddenly skyrocketed? Did the platform actually arrange a homepage recommendation for a third-tier streamer like him? Look at this. What game is he streaming? Seems like it's a new shooting game. It looks pretty interesting, and the audience is so enthusiastic in sending bullet comments. I'm streaming this game today too. The olfactory sense of the live streaming industry is very sharp. Sun's success instantly made other streamers of the same category envious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streamers of the same type across various platforms also began to try out, downloading and broadcasting the game. As a result, many audience members who enjoy watching game streams found out. Today, a lot of streamers are broadcasting the same new shooting game, including some big-name streamers. Initially, there must have been those who resisted the game. The appearance and acceptance of new things inevitably go through a process. But as everyone saw the streamers constantly showcasing the charm of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, more and more viewers were completely attracted by the game's unique gameplay. Interesting. A lot of viewers, becoming itchy to try, directly downloaded the game. Their concerns had disappeared. A large number of streamers' trials let the audience learn about the excellent aspects of this game. This allowed PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, the newly launched game, to suddenly surge with a massive influx of players, culminating in the first wave of enthusiastic responses in just a few hours. This game is too much fun. I scavenged for half an hour, only to die within a second upon encounter, and yet I find it incredibly interesting. Is there no hope for me? Came here on a streamer's recommendation. He played 3 rounds and won 2 chickens, but I'm way better, having taken off on the plane more than 30 times in 1 hour. Running around and ending up winning a chicken dinner. Can you believe that? This game allows you to play exactly how you want, whether you want to recklessly engage everyone you see or sneak around delivering express packages till the end, or you can work as a team with clear roles, offering intense and varied gameplay that easily gets you hooked. Died again as soon as I landed. Must I be the reincarnation of the box spirit? Noobs play a battle of gods. Pros play the mortal's game of Zhu Xian. Average players are in a desperate escape, while you all are just simulating parachuting. The game's review section was abuzz with banter. Things like Extreme Parachuting Simulator and instantly turning into a box upon landing started trending among the players. At home, in the campus, in internet cafes, and so on and so forth. People everywhere were trying out the game and became loyal fans in a very short time. Of course, not everyone loves this game, as tastes differ. But PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is bound to be a game that a large majority will enjoy. In an era when various shooting games on the market are becoming more and more homogenized, the sudden appearance of a game with novel and unique gameplay is terrifying in its influence. Meanwhile, as the game designer, Admirable Fish, after sweeping multiple awards at the music festival, again became the focus of people's attention and heated discussions. Fish Papa's planning ability is unbeatable. Now I'm torn and conflicted. On one hand, I hope Fish Papa can devote his energy to music. On the other hand, I hope Fish Papa can create a few more interesting games like this one. Fish Papa's game is way more exciting than Plants vs. Zombies. Actually, Plants vs. Zombies is pretty epic too, but that game is single player, so it's not that meaningful to compare the two. Both games are indeed very successful. Let's get back to that classic question. Apart from being a dad, is there anything Xianyu can't do? Netizens burst out laughing instantaneously. This was a meme about Xianyu that was popular online. Because Xianyu was skilled in so many areas, such jocular remarks were common. In the days that followed, the craze for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds continued to ferment, even showing signs of dominating half the territory in internet cafes. This is the advantage of FPS games. Since these games require high-end specs, many people's home rigs can't meet the standard. Additionally, since these games are best enjoyed with friends, internet cafes are the ideal place to team up and play. Under normal circumstances, different customers in internet cafes play different games, and it's rare for any single game to dominate. Now, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was showing this trend. If someone entered an internet cafe at that point, they'd find that nearly half of the customers' computer screens displayed the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds interface. Meanwhile, at Yuan Game Company, excited voices could be heard one after another as the entire team plunged into massive revelry. Our online user count is getting higher and higher. Since noon yesterday, our game has officially broken through 1 million concurrent players, with a total daily active user count close to 5 million. We're making a killing with this surge. Teacher Admirable Fish is awesome. Teacher Admirable Fish's understanding of game creativity is truly terrifying. We've left so many games of the same type far behind us. Loads of internet cafe owners are thanking us because our game has increased their business by a lot. We need to update and upgrade the servers. The player growth isn't over. It looks like our game is going to be insanely popular for a while. A colleague from my previous game company chatted with me last night, and he was green with envy. Indeed, the statistical data for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was so high that the players' enthusiasm directly affected the internet cafe business, a feat that made the entire industry take notice. Previously, when Xianyu's Plants vs. Zombies became a massive hit, some thought it was because Xianyu was a genius, while others couldn't help but ascribe it to luck. But this time, no one doubted Xianyu's success as mere luck. The man truly understood gaming, delving into it even more deeply than many old-timers who had been in the game industry for years. The media was also busy. The news about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds rolled in one wave after another. Xianyu makes another shot at shooting games. Have you eaten chicken today? From single player to FPS, industry praise for Xianyu's game planning talent. Xianyu, a maestro distracted by show business? Xianyu shakes up the gaming industry. Internet cafes hit by PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds craze. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. How does a game where you mostly just run around maps catch fire? Following the shock, there were countless analyses, discussions, and studies. Following Plants vs. Zombies, Xianyu finally had cemented his reputation as a genius game planner in the industry. What no one knew, however, was this. Lin Yuan couldn't help himself and sneakily fired up PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds again. After getting headshot by an opponent, he quickly uninstalled the game again, the speed of his actions almost leaving onlookers speechless. Crappy game, so? Boring. The person hailed by the industry as a genius game designer thus assessed his own creation. Chapter 948, 879 The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Lin Yuan gave up struggling. He would never touch PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds again in his life. To play again is foolish. After shutting off the computer, Lin Yuan summoned the system to check his reputation in various fields. Recently, the reputation in both painting and gaming categories had been rising particularly fast, clearly surpassing the other fields. The rise in painting reputation was definitely due to the impact of those 5 paintings at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. The rise in gaming reputation was because of the recent popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, as players like Lin Yuan were a minority. At present, his gaming reputation had reached 345,653. This figure was a significant improvement over before, but Lin Yuan did not choose gaming as his next main focus. The reason was simple. The input and reputation feedback of gaming were too long, needing at least several months at the base. By comparison, the easiest way for Lin Yuan to gain reputation was still through music, novels, and painting, the classic 3 categories. There were 5 more years in the lifespan task. Although it wasn't urgent, Lin Yuan still hoped to complete this task soon so he could be completely at ease. However, currently, besides gaming, music and painting were also areas Lin Yuan planned to slow down. He had just become a maestro. Lin Yuan had been active on the seasonal leaderboard for an entire 12 months last year. Continuing to dominate the leaderboard in every way would elicit dissatisfaction from other maestros. As for painting, it was because Lin Yuan did not want to frequently use paintfection. Without using paintfection, Lin Yuan did not want to paint ordinary paintings because they posed an appreciation threshold and might give people the illusion of shadows' declining quality, especially to those who required the skill of paintfection to appreciate the artistic conceptions of those paintings. This was not what Lin Yuan wanted to see. Thus, he could only choose novels as the main direction going forward. It wasn't just because it was inconvenient for Lin Yuan to engage in music and painting, but mainly because his sister mentioned that the Literature and Art Association was planning some kind of literary festival. This kind of award setting was tailor-made for Chu Kuang. It so happened that Lin Yuan had always been planning to make Chu Kuang more active, and this fit perfectly into the scheme. Considering this, Lin Yuan went to the company. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Yuan turned on the computer, started setting up a document, and simultaneously pondered the work that would involve Chu Kuang next. Beside him, Gudong skillfully brewed tea for Lin Yuan, brought the tea to Lin Yuan's desk, and suddenly said, "Mr. Lin, have you heard about the matter with the tribe? What's happened with the tribe again?" Lin Yuan was very sensitive to these 2 words. Gudong heard the dissatisfaction in Lin Yuan's tone. It seemed that Mr. Lin really disliked the tribe. Feeling reflective, Gudong spoke. Due to the popularity of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, there have been many more martial arts dramas on the market, following our lead, including a few that have become quite popular. The audience's interest in martial arts dramas has noticeably increased, and with the newly integrated Zhao, people who particularly love martial arts dramas, even martial arts novels always have decent sales there, as they do favor historical genres. Thus, the potential market is immense, and the company plans to specifically focus on this by remaking another martial arts classic. For this, we even sought out Lancet, who had previously collaborated with our company, and invited him to personally adapt his work. Lancet is the author of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. As one of Blue Star's top martial arts masters, he is not only Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, but also many other classic works. Basically, all major film and TV companies on Blue Star who want to remake various classic martial arts dramas cannot bypass the works of Lancet and a few other top martial arts masters. Lin Yuan frowned. What does this have to do with the tribe? Gudong shook his head. The company was interested in one of Lancet's representative works, Trap the Tiger. The negotiations were going smoothly until last night, when the tribe suddenly cut in ahead of us and bought the TV adaptation rights to this work. As a result, Minister Zhao Ju was severely reprimanded by some leaders. Additionally, they copied our approach by promising Lancet that he would personally adapt this work. Speaking of this, Gudong suddenly pouted. It is said that after Lancet saw Chu Kuang's adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, he was so upset that he couldn't eat or sleep well for several days. He complained to many people that Chu Kuang's adaptation was outrageous and completely betrayed his original intention of the creation. So this time, he insisted on nobody else adapting it but himself. Perhaps his decision to cooperate with the tribe was also due to his dissatisfaction with us, since it was our company that initially invited Chu Kuang to take on the task of adapting that drama. Wasn't it just about writing characters to death? Was there a need to be so overly cautious? Lin Yuan. He felt like he was the scapegoat. The tribe cutting ahead of Starlight, taking the work, was because of him. Lancet's prioritizing cooperation with the tribe was also because of him. Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten who the current film and TV head of the tribe was. Ling Kong. Due to different stances, Gudong also had no fondness for the tribe. Now the tribe's targeting of our Starlight is becoming more frequent. Today, after criticizing Minister Zhao Ju in the meeting room, the chairman publicly declared that the company would go to war with the tribe. one after Mr. Lin and Yu Dynasty. All of our company's artists and others will also switch to blogging entirely, abandoning the tribe as a battleground. Lin Yuan finally made a sound, his voice flat, revealing none of his thoughts at that moment. Actually, it's not a big deal. Gudong smiled. Blue Star doesn't only have Lancet as a martial arts master. Minister Zhao Ju is already planning to seek collaboration with other martial arts masters. Moreover, martial arts dramas worth remaking are far more than just Trap the Tiger. Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Why must we remake them?" Gudong paused, then said, "It's decided by the audience. In recent years, original martial arts dramas haven't been very successful, carrying a significant investment risk. Compared to that, people feel nostalgic about those once popular classic martial arts dramas, like Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. That drama was not only popular because of Chu Kuang's exceptional adaptation, but also because it had a very high audience base originally. The drama was full of classic characters that everyone was familiar with. If it weren't for that, even if Chu Kuang had written those characters to their deaths, it wouldn't have triggered such a big reaction from the audience. Remakes can be popular? Martial arts rely on nostalgia? Original martial arts aren't effective? Lin Yuan didn't speak again, but typed 5 characters on his computer document. If Gudong walked behind Lin Yuan, he would definitely see that these characters had a similar resonance with the title Trap the Tiger. The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Chapter 949, 880 Artistic Touch. After Gudong left, Lin Yuan gazed at the words The Legend of the Condor Heroes he had typed out and was slightly lost in thought. Blue Starian have Blue Starian sentimentality. Lin Yuan also had his own sentiments. And Jin Yong's wuxia novels were precisely Lin Yuan's sentiments. Whether it was the Condor trilogy or Elder Jin's later works, each and every one had left a brilliant and vivid mark in Lin Yuan's memory, and it wasn't just the original novels, but also included countless versions of blooming TV dramas and those widely acclaimed soundtracks, and so on. Alright then, writing a wuxia novel was actually a spontaneous decision for Lin Yuan. It was unexpected yet reasonable. After all, wuxia was the ultimate romance for a man, and the absence of those masterpieces from Earth's wuxia authors on Blue Star was certainly a regret. Most importantly, wuxia actually did have a market. The success of the wuxia drama, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, indirectly proved this. The constant acceptance and love of various wuxia dramas by audiences also proved this. The fact that wuxia novels remained popular in the newly joined Zhao continent further proved this. The only difference was, in today's Blue Star, wuxia novels had descended from their past sanctity and become a niche in the eyes of numerous Blue Starian readers. And who could change the status quo of wuxia? Lin Yuan could give the simplest and most powerful answer, which was Jin Yong. Perhaps Gulong could also be one of the answers to this question, but this time Lin Yuan wanted to play it safe. He intended to first pave a new path for Blue Star wuxia with the rightfully Grand King's Path wuxia. As for the backdrop of the wuxia story, let's just treat the Southern Song dynasty as a parallel universe. That wasn't a flaw in the novel, but rather an opportunity. Regarding those scenes set in a different space-time, Lin Yuan did have some rudimentary ideas. This foray into wuxia could be seen as an interesting experiment that might bring unexpected surprises. The drama and the book must be combined. Lin Yuan pondered that having Chu Kuang merely write The Legend of the Condor Heroes was not enough. This time, Lin Yuan wanted to release the drama before the book and ideally launch the corresponding original novel when the TV series was halfway through its run, allowing both to bolster each other. The TV drama would boost the novel's sales. The novel sales would, in turn, boost the TV drama's popularity. That was an experiment that even Jin Yong couldn't have attempted back then, given the vastly different conditions and circumstances, but Lin Yuan wasn't worried about the TV drama lacking a fan base. The reason was simple. Because the story was captivating enough. Lin Yuan faintly remembered that he had watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series before he became curious and went to read the novel. This suggested, whether it's a novel or a TV series, as long as the plot is thrilling, the lack of a pre-existing fan base is not a decisive factor. Just as many say that Marvel's success is because of its comics. That's undeniable, but what's even more undeniable is, Many fans in the Celestial Dynasty have never read the comics, or, even if they have, they haven't read many. Otherwise, why is it that Iron Man, who isn't exactly top tier in the comics, is so immensely popular in the Marvel movies? The content, the actors. For visual media, these are the decisive factors. There are some works that can transcend the so-called foundation and achieve the same explosive effect across the market through different forms. With this idea in mind, Lin Yuan asked the system to customize the novel The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Well, he wrote the title down but didn't start writing for a long while because he only remembered the title. However, to Lin Yuan's surprise, just as he was customizing this novel, the system suddenly became enthusiastic. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for triggering a new mission. Immediately following, blue virtual text appeared before Lin Yuan. Mission name: Martial Arts Novel Revival. Mission content: martial arts novels on Blue Star are gradually declining. The host needs to inject new thought and vitality into Blue Starian martial arts, making martial arts novels the beloved white moonlight in the hearts of countless readers again. The specific completion will be based on the influence of the host's works and may not be achievable with just 1 or 2 novels. Host, please make an effort. Mission reward: artistic touch skill. Artistic touch, a special skill corresponding to paintfection, allowing the audience to perfectly sense the calligraphic mood and charm created by the host. A special skill? Artistic touch? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that calligraphy would also correspond to a special skill. He had experienced the charm of paintfection before. Even those who knew nothing about painting could feel the allure of those artworks. This was a metaphysical skill akin to a bug. As a skill of the same kind, artistic touch was definitely worth looking forward to. Without this skill, Lin Yuan was really afraid that even if he wrote Lanting Preface, the audience would remain indifferent. Except, this made Lin Yuan somewhat excited. He hadn't expected that deciding to write martial arts novels would come with such benefits. It seemed that the system also believed that martial arts had great potential, for so far all the missions issued by the system were achievable. If a mission was hopeless, the system would never release it. He decisively accepted the mission. After accepting the mission, Lin Yuan suddenly had a slightly fiery thought. He asked the system, if painting and calligraphy both have corresponding special skills, does that mean other arts like music also have skills that allow ordinary people to feel their beauty? He had previously released Chopin's Nocturnes, but the threshold for appreciating classical music was too high. Indeed, many people liked Chopin's Nocturnes, but there were also many fans who said they couldn't quite appreciate the charm of this classical music, and some even fell asleep listening to it. But what if there were a skill similar to paintfection? Would his classical music pieces then have the potential to break through the so-called threshold of appreciation, allowing all listeners to enjoy them, both refined and vulgar? Yes, the skill exists, named Soulmate. The system gave an affirmative answer. However, the Soulmate skill is not for sale. The host can only hope to obtain it after acquiring a gold treasure chest. There really was one. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. As for the difficulty of obtaining this skill, Lin Yuan had been prepared for it and didn't find it inappropriate. The more extraordinary the skill, the harder it was to obtain. Isn't that common sense? Forget it. Don't think about that now. Lin Yuan was quite eager for the artistic touch skill. Considering the difficulty of the mission itself, perhaps he would have to release more than one martial arts novel. He wondered if the 3 parts of the Legend of the Condor Heroes added together would be enough. If not, Chu Kuang would have a lot of work to do in the future. With that thought, Lin Yuan began typing energetically on the keyboard, even exchanging some special potions with the system. Only then could he finish the Legend of the Condor Heroes in the shortest possible time. He was very conscientious when it came to solving problems for the company. Not just because he was a shareholder of the company and his interests were tied to the company's, but also because the conflict between Tribe and Starlight ultimately revolved around Lin Yuan. If the Tribe targeted Starlight, he would target them back. Holding the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Lin Yuan was unflinching in his standoff with the Tribe. Chapter 950, 881 The Craze for Martial Arts Dramas. Zhao Ju's recent mood has been quite gloomy. Ever since Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange became a hit, the TV industry suddenly ignited a frenzy for wuxia adaptations. The market trend arrived with incredible swiftness. Those classic martial arts novels that had been adapted numerous times, even a dozen or more, were once again fiercely snatched up by countless film and television companies. Everyone was inspired by Chu Kuang's adaptation. Once the film and television companies acquired the rights to those classic wuxia novels, their adaptations were bolder than the next, with the most exaggerated among them going even further than Chu Kuang. They simply donned the skin of the original characters, while the plot developments were utterly chaotic, almost completely devoid of any traces of the original work. Most of these adaptations were heavily criticized by audiences. Not everyone possesses Chu Kuang's skill, who, despite greatly altering the story, was able to captivate viewers who cursed while eagerly following the plot. However, some adaptations achieved quite impressive results. While sparking controversy, they also garnered pleasing viewership ratings, becoming the second, the third, or even more entities to enjoy the spoils. Some tasted success. The adaptation rights for those classic martial arts dramas suddenly became hotter than ever before. And so, Zhao Ju wanted to taste success again and thus reached out to Lancet for another collaboration. After all, the cooperation on Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was quite pleasant. Unexpectedly, what she thought of as pleasant turned out not to be the case for Lancet. With the tribe meddling, Lancet immediately turned coat, and the perfectly good collaboration fell through. The crown prince from the tribe named Ling Kong successfully intercepted the rights that Starlight was eyeing, and Zhao Ju got a severe reprimand from the company's leaders because of it. It couldn't be helped. Zhao Ju could only look for other wuxia novels' film and television adaptation rights. However, to Zhao Ju's astonishment, she looked for quite some time and couldn't find any suitable works. The good works had almost all been seized by the big companies. Once they signed for the rights, it was for a minimum of 2 years. Zhao Ju would have to wait at least 2 years to buy the rights to adapt any of them. But would the market still favor the same trend after 2 years? There were some lesser works available, but Zhao Ju was not content, as the adaptations of these inferior works would surely not compare to those classics. Now she was truly out of options. Her assistant suggested, "Why don't we just avoid this muddy water? The market has a limited capacity to digest content, and with so many companies involved in adapting and remaking wuxia dramas, the competition will surely be unprecedentedly fierce." Zhao Continent, Zhao Ju sighed. Zhao Continent's martial arts market is too vast. It's a new continent entering the scene. The people of this continent are extremely passionate about wuxia dramas and even about martial arts novels that other continents have pretty much given up on. The content that this continent can consume alone can satisfy the whole market's demand. The popularity of wuxia is one aspect. The real key that stimulated this wuxia drama craze is Zhao Continent. The adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange by Chu Kuang started it off well, and the addition of Zhao Continent served as the best catalyst, hinting at the start of a wuxia revival. So, shall we buy the rights to adapt a slightly lower quality martial arts work? The assistant whispered. After all, many of these adaptations are so changed that even the original authors can't recognize them. That seems to be the only option now. Zhao Ju spoke with a frown. But we still have one advantage. Chu Kuang. The assistant guessed Zhao Ju's thoughts. Zhao Ju nodded. I'll ask Teacher Admirable Fish to try and invite Chu Kuang to take part once more. If he's willing to contribute, it might not matter if the original work is a bit inferior. In the end, they all have to die. All have to die? Seriously? The assistant wanted to retort. In your eyes, is Chu Kuang someone who always draws blood whenever he makes a move? But then the assistant thought about it. This old rascal. He might actually be that kind of person. Zhao Ju ultimately did not choose to finalize the work first, but went to see Lin Yuan instead. If Chu Kuang was unwilling to make a move, she planned to directly give up the remake of the martial arts drama, because with the original work being relatively mediocre, Chu Kuang was her only trustworthy assurance. At that time, Lin Yuan was writing The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This was his 5th consecutive day of typing, and he had already written over 300,000 words of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Despite his explosive speed augmented by some potion, Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. He still missed the days when the system would directly provide the entire original work, saving him the effort of writing it himself. That day, knowing Zhao Ju's intention, the prepared Lin Yuan said, "Here's a novel manuscript. Ms. Zhao, have some screenwriters take a look at it, then have them write it into a screenplay, but the content must not be altered in the slightest." A novel manuscript? Zhao Ju asked subconsciously, "Whose is it?" Lin Yuan stated as a matter of fact, "Written by Chu Kuang." Zhao Ju was astonished. "You mean, Teacher Admirable Fish wrote a martial arts novel? Isn't that the trend lately?" Lin Yuan said. He became interested and wrote a bit. "Let's just produce this. There's no need to buy someone else's work to adapt." But Zhao Ju always felt something was amiss. What does it mean this is the trend lately? The current martial arts craze is actually about dramas, not novels. Martial arts novels haven't been popular for 800 years, and what people want to see are remakes. Would the audience accept a TV show made from Chu Kuang's original martial arts novel? The words reached the tip of her tongue. Zhao Ju suddenly paused again. When has Chu Kuang, that old rascal, ever needed to worry about audience acceptance? At this point, shouldn't one ask whether the audience could even withstand it? She laughed at her concerns. Chu Kuang, like Xianyu, was a unique individual. Market rules seemed to have little effect on such people. Roads impassable for others always seemed open to them. Moreover, it had come to this. She either had to give up on martial arts or choose to trust Chu Kuang. Zhao Ju, no fool, wouldn't just ignore Chu Kuang's newly written manuscript in favor of other people's martial arts novels to ask Chu Kuang to adapt. If she persisted, the situation would be too serious. How could she doubt Chu Kuang? If she did not trust Chu Kuang, then she should not expect to ask him for help in the future either, and it could even affect the relationship between Xianyu and Chu Kuang. After all, it must be Chu Kuang's consideration for Xianyu that made him consistently choose to collaborate with Starlight. Otherwise, why would Starlight have gotten the rights to Journey to the West in the first place? With gritted teeth, Zhao Ju said, "Then I'll produce this one." Lin Yuan smiled. He will continue to write the subsequent manuscripts. Just adapt these contents into a screenplay, and I will be responsible for reviewing the screenplay. The novel was already being written. There was no need for Lin Yuan to take on the extra role of screenwriter. The screenwriters of Starlight had to prove their strength to join the company. They couldn't possibly fail to produce a screenplay when they had a novel at hand. Okay. Zhao Ju clutched the screenplay tightly in her hand. The words, "The Legend of the Condor Heroes," caught her eye. Oddly, a bizarre curiosity flashed through her mind. How many had died in here? In that moment, Zhao Ju realized that it was no wonder people were like scalpels trembling at the sight of snakes. Chu Kuang had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 951, 882. The Thigh has returned. In the following days, Lin Yuan continued to write The Legend of the Condor Heroes, progressing even more smoothly than before. At this point, the content was already half completed. He planned to finish it within a month. With the aid of his spasmodic typing skills and system concoctions, this was not a difficult feat for Lin Yuan, though such a thing, if spoken aloud, might lead people to dissect him for study. Of course, Lin Yuan did not conceal the fact that he was writing a wuxia novel from Jin Mu. Upon learning about Lin Yuan's new book project, a tremendous roar erupted inside Jin Mu's heart. It's starting. He's starting again. The decline of wuxia novels on Blue Star had not been a matter of just a day or two. Apart from the newly joined Zhao continent, hardly anyone still had any interest in wuxia novels. In the novel market, wuxia was special. This genre once reached the pinnacle of brilliance and was regarded by Blue Star's major publishing houses as the most esteemed novel category, once dominating the Blue Star novel market with back-to-back bestsellers. Truly the moonlight in the hearts of countless novel enthusiasts. Unfortunately, in today's decline of wuxia, the past brilliance no longer existed. Declaring the end of wuxia might be an exaggeration, but this genre was definitely in its twilight. And the last vestige of wuxia on Blue Star was none other than Zhao continent, who still retained a fervent passion for wuxia after the merger. Under such circumstances, apart from Zhao continent, almost no writers were willing to touch this genre. But who was Chu Kuang? As a pioneer in the literary world, Chu Kuang had never been one to play by the rules since his debut. sports competition, classical fantasy, mystery adventure. Whatever genre was obscure, Chu Kuang wrote in it. It was only in recent years that Chu Kuang had normalized, starting to write mainstream genres like mystery. So much so that the world had almost forgotten how willful and unique this novelist was in choosing his themes. This was the reason for Jean Mu's inner exclamation. The old rascal, Chu Kuang, who the more he was marginalized by his peers, the more he was disparaged by others, the more he desired to write in those related genres, had returned. No big deal. Jean Mu felt uneasy inside, yet forced a smile as he spoke. Although wuxia has declined, people in Zhao continent still really like this genre. If it's written well enough, the sales volumes Zhao continent can provide will be considerable. The tone was quite strained. Jean Mu's words were primarily self-consoling. Although the sales volume one continent could provide was indeed substantial, targeting just readers from one continent, as Chu Kuang's audience was seriously low for a cap. You see, if Chu Kuang continued writing mysteries, then Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, 6 continents, would all be buyers, which would far surpass the sales limit that Zhao continent could offer. One continent versus 6 continents, which was lighter and which heavier. However, Jean Mu's words weren't all about self-consolation. Although Chu Kuang writing wuxia meant a lower cost-effectiveness, potentially abandoning the market of 5 continents in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, the recent craze in wuxia drama remakes was burning hot, which was a fact known by all. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han might not read wuxia novels, but that didn't mean they wouldn't watch wuxia dramas. If the TV drama produced from Chu Kuang's wuxia novel could become a hit, it could indeed make up for the lacking sales to some extent. This was the way of copyright. There were some novelists on Blue Star whose book sales might be ordinary, but their works could always sell the rights to be made into movies or TV dramas. By leveraging the success of these adaptations, they achieved the same ends through different means. The publishing houses might feel a headache over this issue. After all, this wasn't the most suitable route for Chu Kuang. Book sales were where they made their money. After thinking it over, Jean Mu added, I would advise not to release the drama before the book. Instead, publish the novel first, and then schedule the TV drama premiere. That's more beneficial. Is that so? Lin Yuan nodded, untroubled. Let's do it your way then. Then I'll contact the publishing house. Seeing that Lin Yuan had no objections, Jean Mu also nodded, then mumbled to himself, which department is currently responsible for the wuxia category at Silver Blue Books? This just showed how far wuxia had fallen. If it were the heyday of wuxia, there would be no need to puzzle over this question. Any publishing house would have a dedicated wuxia department, and the wuxia novel category could well support an independent department. But times had changed. Wuxia novels could no longer support an independent department, and major publishing houses had merged the wuxia category into other departments. It seemed to be the fantasy department. Jean Mu raised an eyebrow and began contacting Silver Blue Books. Silver Blue Books. Fantasy Editorial Department. Chief Editor Xiong was working in his office when his cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Kuang's agent, Jean Mu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xiong's entire body shook violently, and a look of great anticipation, as if rekindled after many years, flashed deep in his eyes. His heartbeat abruptly sped up. Mr. Jean, hello? Chief Editor Xiong, sorry to bother you. Jean Mu greeted and went straight to the point. Chu Kuang's new book is already half written. It should be published in Silver Blue Books Fantasy Department. Shall I send it to you? Now. Silence. The silence on the other end of the phone was like death. If it were not for the suddenly heavy breathing that came from the other side, Jean Mu would have almost thought there was a problem with his signal. What he didn't know was, at that moment, Xiong's emotions were tumultuous, his lips trembling slightly, and he even felt an urge to cry. It's back. The heavy hitter is back. Chu Kuang, the main pillar of Silver Blue Books, was finally returning to our fantasy department from the mystery department. Ever since Chu Kuang was personally sent to the hands of Daji, the chief editor of the mystery department, starting from Poirot to the wildly popular Sherlock Holmes series, Chu Kuang had never returned. Xiong's heart was about to die. He dreamt of Chu Kuang's return, the man who was a walking performance boost within the company. Now that Chu Kuang declared his return to the fantasy department, Xiong was so excited that he felt numb all over, pinching his own thigh hard. Good, let's do that. After Jin Mu hung up the phone, he immediately sent the half-completed Legend of the Condor Heroes by Lin Yuan to the fantasy department of Silver Blue Books via email. Meanwhile, Xiong burst open the office door, shouting to the busy editors, Chu Kuang's new book is a fantasy genre, handled by our department. Drop everything you are doing and start reviewing it immediately. The editors were all stunned by his shout. Chu Kuang's new book is a fantasy genre. Is Chu Kuang finally writing a fantasy novel again? They looked at each other in baffled excitement, and the editorial department suddenly became lively. Chu Kuang's new book is written by us. Ha ha, let the folks from the mystery department brag all they want. Now that Chu Kuang is back, the fantasy department is rising. Awesome. I need to speak with my friends in the mystery department during lunch in the cafeteria. Chu Kuang wrote 2 mystery novels that skyrocketed their performance, and seeing them boast annoyed me. What is the new book about? Hurry and check. I can't wait any longer. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as Chu Kuang wrote it. Even the least popular subject would be fine. The Pioneer is no joke after all. The editors couldn't wait to open their emails. Yang Feng had the fastest hands. Yang Feng was Chu Kuang's first editor, who discovered King of the Net. Due to handling an author like Chu Kuang, Yang Feng's performance soared, and he was rumored to be nominated as deputy chief editor this year. No one cared more about the new book than he did. Swipe. The email transitioned. The file sent by Jin Mu suddenly appeared. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Feng clicked on the document, and then the details of the novel unfolded before his eyes. Title: Legend of the Condor Heroes. Genre: wuxia. Synopsis: in the middle of the Southern Song dynasty, amidst chaotic times, the Guo and Yang families face tragic destruction. Their descendants scatter. Guo Jing, upright and resilient from an early age, learns martial arts from the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and later masters skills from Hong Qigong. He didn't finish the synopsis. Yang Feng's gaze fixated on the novel's genre, and he felt completely numb. Around him, the other editors also gradually saw the manuscript and finally focused on the word wuxia, and the whole department seemed as if splashed with cold water, their enthusiasm extinguished in an instant. At that moment, even the editor who had said, even the least popular subject would be fine, had a vacant look on his face. What's wrong? Seeing everyone suddenly fall silent, Xiong felt a bit uneasy. Wuxia, the editor closest to Xiong said in a very complex tone, Chu Kuang's new book is a wuxia genre. What? Xiong was flabbergasted, his bulky frame leaning forward toward the editor's computer, and then he cried out, carrying a bit of heartache and sadness. Why is it wuxia? Chapter 952, 883. This is very Chu Kuang. A moment later, the fantasy editorial department finally returned to normal, but everyone's expressions were filled with helplessness. This was so Chu Kuang. Yang Feng forced a smile and said, he never takes the conventional path and always challenges the least popular themes. Whatever the readers are least interested in, he insists on writing about that. That's Chu Kuang for you. It's actually our reactions that are strange. Shouldn't we have been used to this kind of thing by now? Alas, we were all too optimistic before, thinking that after writing 2 detective novels, teacher Chu Kuang was getting closer to mainstream themes. The reality proves that teacher Chu Kuang is still the same Chu Kuang, utterly willful. Since his debut, aside from detective stories, Chu Kuang has never really written any mainstream long-form themes. In the reader's words, this person seems to have been born to oppose the readers and even the editors. What's the big deal about writing death? From the very choice of novel themes, he has fully demonstrated an unfriendly attitude towards readers, as if he's challenging everyone with this tactic. You don't like this? Great. Then I'll write this, and I will write it until you do like it. As the editors discussed, Xiong took a deep breath. Wuxia mainly targets the Zhao continent readers. It's far-fetched, but this isn't the most far-fetched thing Chu Kuang has done. Perhaps this novel can also bring us a pleasant surprise. I believe so too. Yang Feng gritted his teeth. Even if wuxia is in its twilight days, Chu Kuang is still Chu Kuang after all. No one denied those words. If Chu Kuang ever became normal one day, everyone would actually find it abnormal. Once everyone accepted Chu Kuang's setup, they suddenly found the pace becoming familiar and even somewhat endearing. Let's read. Without further discussion, the editors started to read. With pinched noses. Could they read without pinching their noses? Everyone present had lived through the most glorious era of wuxia, and many were fed up with this type of novel. It was only because of Chu Kuang that everyone, trust in hand and teeth gritted, continued to read. Everyone began reading. Yang Feng did the same, slightly short-sighted and disliking glasses. He lay close to the screen, silently scrolling with his mouse. The story had just begun to unfold when a strange dynasty vividly came to life before Yang Feng. The Southern Song Dynasty. Yufei? The Jinsong Wars? Mongolia? Historical fiction wasn't anything new. Blue Star had many historical novels that liked this approach, as it allowed authors more freedom. Real history could restrict the development of the story, but previous wuxia novels rarely wrote in this way, combining ancient history with court politics and even the great trends of the world in a single wuxia novel. Majestic and grand. Chu Kuang's writing was as strong as ever. Even though it was about a fictional dynasty, his writing made it seem as if such a special era had truly existed in the world. Just this point alone was not something ordinary authors could match. For instance, the mention of Yufei in the book made Yang Feng feel a deep yearning and admiration, lamenting that such a person could exist in the world. War and chaos. People living in misery. The shame of Jinkong. The book's detailed descriptions truly made one believe they were real. Unconsciously, Yang Feng felt as if he had become a Han Chinese from the great song, tasting the sweet and sour, the bitter and spicy of that era. The profound sense of history hit him full in the face. 10,000 words. 50,000 words. 100,000 words. As the pages kept turning, more of the story unfolded, with characters like Yang Tai Xian, Guo Xiaodian, Bao Shira, and even Qiu Chuji making their dramatic entries in the early stages. Unknowingly, Yang Feng became immersed in it. He couldn't quite explain whether it was the Southern Song Dynasty that evoked a strange sense of identification in him, or whether it was the story itself that captivated him. But either way, these words seemed to possess a magic power that gradually drew him in. It was strange. The pace of the book was slow, and the protagonist Guijing was a stark contrast to current popular protagonists. He was both simple and naive, not at all like the intelligent and wise protagonists Chu Kuang had written about before. That's not right. Yang Feng remembered that the protagonist Zhang Xiaofan in Zhu Xian bore some resemblance to Guijing, but Guijing, with his wooden head, was far more stupid than Zhang Xiaofan. Yet, Yang Feng didn't feel any dislike for this protagonist. Instead, there was an appreciation, as if such a protagonist was endearingly naive and familiar. The characters are very distinct. As Yang Feng read on, he felt that every character in this book was well-crafted and lifelike. Even Guijing's unremarkable mother, Li Ping, who leaped off the page as the story unfolded. You should know, initially, Yang Feng had no feelings for Li Ping. She was not particularly good-looking, had a rough disposition, and was simply a countrywoman. Especially in the first chapter of the novel, when compared to Bao Shira, Li Ping seemed like a gap between a broken tile and a fine jade. Bao Shira was so beautiful, kind, and fragile. Even the Zhao king of the powerful kingdom of Mongolia fell for her, using any means necessary to possess her. And Li Ping? Just a village ant. However, as the story progressed, Li Ping completely overshadowed Bao Shira. Bao Shira became completely helpless in the face of drastic changes, her soft disposition causing headaches for the reader, while Li Ping was able to act shamelessly and throw tantrums on the road for the sake of her child, just to leave clues for the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. She was not intimidated even after being beaten by Duan Tianda, spitting out a mouthful of blood and still daring to stand her ground, even as her belly grew larger. Even as she grew tired from carrying her load across great distances, Li Ping, with a resolve to avenge her loved ones, managed to hide her tracks. She finally escaped from the chaos of war and, in the midst of exhaustion and heavy snow, gave birth to Guijing. She used her teeth to cut the umbilical cord, hugging her baby close against the flesh, giving birth in the snow. It was a situation that seemed certain to end in death, but upon seeing her child, Li Ping somehow summoned the strength to struggle and rise. War and slaughter. The battlefield was littered with corpses and broken swords, not a single soul alive. Faced with such a hellish realm, Yang Feng felt that he would have been so scared that he couldn't walk. But Li Ping went through the corpses to find flint and clothes, survived on horse meat, and in the vast desert. She fought to protect the infant Guojing with an incredibly strong will, adding yet another striking chapter to the glory and greatness of maternal love in the world. Wan Yinhong Lai was a man of grand ambition. Qiu Chuji faced his enemies with an air of otherworldliness. The 7 freaks of Jiangnan risked their lives for justice. They were all heroic figures of the First Order, but Li Ping, with her village girl image, was by no means inferior to them. In fact, the stark contrast made Yang Feng even more moved, to the point of pounding the table in astonishment. Suddenly, Yang Feng had an inexplicable strong premonition. The martial heroes genre, silent for many years, seemed to have a terrifying torrent churning in the dark. The winds of change were blowing silently, and the legend of the Condor heroes in his hands would become the source of it all. Chapter 953, 884 Zhao Continent Wait for Me. Yang Feng and other editors were reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Being the chief editor of the fantasy department, OL Xiong naturally did the same. Afternoon, 5:30. The standard closing time for Silver Blue books. Except for those who needed to work overtime, employees from other departments gradually left until the floors were empty. Only the fantasy department remained, including chief editor OL Xiong, none of whom moved. They all sat obediently in front of their computers, engrossed in the screens. Their seriousness even made the passing company leaders nod in approval. The work attitude and enthusiasm in the fantasy department are impressive. They've even learned to work overtime on their own. If the leaders came in for a closer look, they would discover, on every computer screen in the entire fantasy department, the content of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was displayed. In other words, these people weren't working overtime at all. They were simply addicted to reading novels. They hadn't even completed their basic work very well. Most of their time was consumed by this unpublished novel, fully utilizing their editor status to laze around openly. Fantasy novel editors, after all, reading fantasy novels during working hours. How is that not reasonable? Suddenly, the main door to the chief editor's office opened. OL Xiong hurriedly prepared to go home. If he didn't return soon, the tigress at home would suspect he was out partying with the general editor. Again, however, when OL Xiong saw that no one in the entire editorial department had left and that everyone was glued to their novels at their computers, he halted in his tracks. Ahem. He coughed. The fantasy department was dead silent. No one responded to him. OL Xiong coughed louder, still no response. Feeling his authority was being challenged, OL Xiong couldn't help but use his tried-and-true method. Meeting. Only then did people gradually look up, each of them complaining. Really, Chief Editor? We've already clocked out. I haven't finished the novel yet. Chu Kuang's writing is absolutely brilliant. Chu Kuang's book brings back the excitement I felt reading martial arts novels in the past. It's an old theme, but Chu Kuang is Chu Kuang. You just can't stop reading after a few chapters. I really like Huang Rong. Huang Rong and Guojing are such a great match, though Huazheng is a bit unfortunate. I really enjoyed the segment with the Golden Saber Prince consort, but if I had to choose, it would still be Huang Rong. Chu Kuang writes romantic plots that are simply unbeatable. Personally, I think Guojing and Huang Rong are the most perfect couple in martial arts history. The East Heretic, West Poison, South Emperor, North Beggar, Central Divine, the Five Greats, and the duel atop Mount Hua setting are so high class. Then there's Mei Chaofeng's introduction of the Nine Manual, and even skills like 18 Dragons Subduing Palms and Toad Skill, all are classic martial skills settings, combined with Wumu Ishu and such. Chu Kuang's martial arts novel is simply incredible. While complaining, they even started to exchange reading insights. All the editors were captivated by this novel. At this moment, one editor discussed with the person beside him. Where did you leave off? I was just reading the part where Guojing tries to steal the Wumu Ishu. I'm ahead of you. Let me tell you. Later on, Guijing becomes incredibly powerful, and he and Huang Rong. Shut up. An editor attempted to spoil the plot. Instantly, other editors glared at him. Knowing better, this editor promptly shut his mouth. Seeing everyone's reactions, and thinking about how he too had spent the entire day in his office reading the book, even having his assistant bring lunch there, Ol Xiong had a quiet epiphany. First, present you with a topic that initially seems unappealing, then make you willingly buy into it. This point is still very much Chu Kuang. Just like what a certain editor had just mentioned, this novel seems to revive the excitement of reading martial arts novels for the first time. Prepare the promotional preview. Weren't you going to have a meeting, chief editor? That meeting just now was already concluded. Ol Xiong smiled faintly, then left the editorial department. After exchanging glances, the editors began discussing the legend of the Condor heroes again. Since Chu Kuang had left the fantasy department, it had been a long time since everyone had engaged in such a heated discussion about a single novel. That evening, Silver Blue Books finally released a teaser for Chu Kuang's new book. Of course, Chu Kuang's novel needed pre-launch promotion. The publisher revealed the title, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and did not hide the novel's genre from the readers. Martial arts. Following this announcement, Silver Blue Books was prepared to face public skepticism. Who didn't know how unpopular martial arts novels were these days? Except for the Zhao people, hardly anyone was interested in the martial arts genre. However, to Silver Blue Bookstore's astonishment, readers did not express much skepticism. The comments section had a surprisingly unified front. Used to it. Just as expected. The same old trick again. You think I'd fall for that? Classic old rascal style. Those who know, know. Does Silver Blue actually think we'd be surprised? Does the old rascal think we'd distrust him? I don't believe. Okay, we actually don't trust. Indeed, there were various suspicions, but we can't say them out loud. It's better to keep these things in your heart. Admitting them means losing. Martial arts. Nobody anticipated that Chu Kuang's new book would delve into martial arts, a genre that makes everyone frown upon hearing it. However, considering who Chu Kuang is, nobody felt surprised anymore. The old rascal wasn't new too. This game, the forever willful old rascal. Only the newly joined Zhao people looked completely baffled, feeling like readers from other continents seemed quite experienced. What does used to it mean? What does those who know imply? A Zhao person couldn't help asking. Mysterious riddlers, just scram. Could you clearly explain how you got used to it? The Blue Star merger. It had been more than a month since Zhao continent joined the merger, and everyone knew how averse readers from other continents were to martial arts. What's strange is, Chu Kuang, a widely known author across the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, suddenly started writing martial arts novels, even for the first time, but readers from various continents didn't show much resistance. Have we misunderstood? Not just us Zhao people, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han actually quite like martial arts novels? Netizens from other continents explained. You Zhao people will get used to it too. This Chu Kuang, nicknamed Old Rascal, is the most infuriating author in the whole Blue Star literary circle. His purpose in writing is to provoke the readers. The more a genre is disliked by the readers, the more he'll write about it. In his books, the more the readers like a character, the more likely he's going to kill that character off. He even tries to join the ranks of examiners to throw extremely tough and unfair questions at everyone during college entrance exams. To put it simply, as long as the readers are unhappy, Chu Kuang is thrilled. Zhao people. Blue Star has authors who deliberately antagonize their readers. This author is quite famous in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, isn't he? A Zhao person mocked. Such a weird author still has an audience. Seems like some readers are really undiscerning. Who knows which fools are supporting him? That just makes the readers the author's sons. Anyway, we Zhao people firmly oppose such authors. In our Zhao continent, readers are always the author's dads. If daddy reader isn't satisfied, then the author's son has to obediently tone down. Qin continent, Qi continent, Chu continent, Yan continent, Han continent. We, from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, intended to educate you newcomers with a friendly attitude, and you still curse at us. Zhao continent, right? Heard you like martial arts novels? Just wait, you'll be crying soon. Chapter 954, 885 The completion of the legend of the readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han felt offended, because they were the so-called sons of readers in the mouths of Zhao people. They were the group of fools who fed Chu Kuang according to Zhao people. Some readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han were furious and, for the first time, hoped that Chu Kuang would give those readers from Zhao continent a good beating and let that group of Zhao people know what an old rascal is. To be honest, why weren't the readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han that resistant to Chu Kuang's new book about martial arts? It wasn't just because everyone was used to Chu Kuang's penchant for choosing niche genres for his creations, but more because everyone thought that Chu Kuang was aiming to attract fans from Zhao continent. This was normal. Whenever a new continent joined the merger, many creators would shift their creative styles to cater to that continent, thereby acquiring the local fan market as quickly as possible, or at least securing a foothold. Doesn't Zhao continent love martial arts? People understood that Chu Kuang wanted to capture more of the market in Zhao continent, as the market of a continent was very large indeed. Therefore, in many people's minds, Chu Kuang's martial arts work should not target the user readership of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han, but be tailor-made for Zhao people. It's kind of sour, isn't it? When Qi continent joined the merger, how come Chu Kuang didn't write a novel especially for us, Qi people? The same goes for us in Han continent. And for us in Chu continent too. This is the first time the old rascal is writing a genre specifically for a continent, isn't it? Only Zhao people really like martial arts. Exactly. Chu Kuang had better kill off more characters in this book. If he doesn't hand out enough death sentences, I'll be mad at him. Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, Han. The readers were maliciously looking forward to it. In fact, not only did readers think so, but even those in the industry, upon learning that Chu Kuang was going to write martial arts, had similar thoughts. Martial arts novels. He must be aiming to enter the Zhao continent market. For a writer of Chu Kuang's caliber, the reader base in Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han is already very stable, so it's understandable for him to want to capture the Zhao continent market. After all, it's hard for him to make progress now. If he wants to further his influence, he must start with the newly joined continent. Chu Kuang's goal is probably the whole Blue Star, since the Blue Star's big merger is also coming up, and only 2 continents will remain. With his strength, he indeed has the chance to capture readers from the entire Blue Star. Zhao continent had just joined, and Chu Kuang just happened to write martial arts. It was very normal for everyone to think this way, so the industry wasn't too surprised either, as it was quite normal for Chu Kuang to write about a niche genre, given his nature. If the Zhao people are the primary target group, this genre can't even be considered completely niche, at least not as niche as the sports competition genre that Chu Kuang wrote about when he first debuted. It's like when a commercial film star suddenly makes an art house film. Everyone knows the star is aiming for awards, not for the box office. When you're not the target audience, forcing a debate about the art house film being too niche doesn't make much sense. Now everyone is just curious about one thing. Can Chu Kuang's martial arts novel, tailor-made for Zhao continent, create a storm among Zhao people and let them understand why Chu Kuang is so popular among the readers of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han? For others, writing a book is both a mental and physical task, but for Lin Yuan, it's purely physical, the kind where his hands can't keep up with his brain. At home, in the studio, at Starlight Entertainment, Lin Yuan wrote wherever he went, never minding what the outside world thought of Chu Kuang writing martial arts novels. Jin Yong's works had undergone several revisions that included novels such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes. While Jin Yong was alive, he would make adjustments every few years, sometimes in small details, other times in larger directions. Lin Yuan was different. The manuscript he received was meticulously prepared by the system, including various plot lines that were most widely accepted by readers in his past life, ensuring the novel's solid foundation to the greatest extent. In addition, Lin Yuan made virtually no changes to the historical background in the book, even adding and introducing more about it, so that everyone could have a deeper understanding of the world situation at that time. It didn't matter if the readers from Blue Star didn't understand. When such plots appeared in the novel, they could simply be regarded as alternate historical events. Over thousands of years, Earth's history was splendid and varied. Great figures like Yu Fei emerged from it, also serving as a spectacle and highlight. Lin Yuan even planned to write about this period of Earth's history in novel form, as those real-life stories were even more fascinating than fiction. There was no better subject for an alternate historical genre than true stories that had actually happened. And as Lin Yuan kept pressing the keys nonstop, the sound of typing echoed continuously. The story was ultimately completed smoothly. Genghis Khan raised his eyebrows, a proud look on his face, and said loudly, "I have conquered the world and destroyed countless nations in my life. Are you saying that doesn't make me a hero? Ha, what childish talk." In late February, on a mellow, sun-drenched afternoon, Lin Yuan finished The Legend of the Condor Heroes, typing out 3 words at the end of the novel. The end. Genghis Khan fell. Guijing and Huang Rong flew together. The book didn't present any major surprises. Not only was the ending satisfying, but the plot overall was in no sense torturous. With both enjoyment and depth well balanced, it's no wonder someone once commented, "With The Legend of the Condor Heroes out, other martial arts novels are mere shadows." This statement is subjective, but it at least reflects the special significance of this work within the martial arts genre. Readers have too many misconceptions about Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan felt somewhat wrong since Chu Kuang's writings were mostly thrilling, yet everyone remembered only the tortuous parts. He believed that The Legend of the Condor Heroes would salvage Chu Kuang's reputation. What? People died in this book too? That wasn't the point. At least the characters who bit the dust didn't distress the readers too much. On the whole, the integrity was still there. Even Ouyang Feng going mad wasn't a point of cruelty, because Ouyang Feng was a villain in this book. Moreover, tough characters like Ku Jinyi survived until the end, someone who dared to challenge the 5 greats. Although he could never win a fight, he never lost when it came to showboating. Thinking like this, Lin Yuan had Jin Mu send the complete novel to Silver Blue Books and arrange for Gu Dong to take his manuscript and contact the TV department. The TV series had to be prepared as quickly as possible. After making these arrangements, Lin Yuan tapped his fingers on the table. If that had been a piano, one might have noticed that Lin Yuan was playing a certain melody, each finger strike matching a specific piano key. The song was called Iron-Blooded Heart. This was one of the most popular songs from the old TV adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and Lin Yuan planned to use the song in the Starlight TV series as well. The TV series would require a number of songs. Shortly after Silver Blue Books received the novel, the official website announced the publication preview for The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Chu Kuang's new book to be released in March. This was just the simplest of announcements. Over the next few days, overwhelming promotions would follow, as Chu Kuang was Silver Blue Books' biggest draw and pillar. However, for an author of Chu Kuang's caliber, even the simplest of announcements was enough to spark countless discussions. Chapter 955, 886 Release Day. Readers from every continent were discussing. However, unlike before, the most intense discussions about Chu Kuang's new book weren't by readers across the continents, but by major bookstores in the Blue Star Literary Circle. At that moment, all the major bookstores were in a dilemma. Normally, when Chu Kuang released a new book, all the major bookstores would scramble to buy it, especially after experiencing shortages due to underestimating the market for Zhu Xian years ago. Insiders, cautious of underestimating Chu Kuang's new books, would conservatively order more to ensure a sufficient supply for the market. However, this time was somewhat special. Chu Kuang's new book was a wuxia theme, specifically targeted for the audience in Zhao continent, precisely selecting its audience by genre. Outside Zhao continent, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han were not at all interested in wuxia novels. Given this, how many copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes should bookstores from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han order to be appropriate? Keep in mind, even if the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han weren't interested in wuxia, they were interested in Chu Kuang. Who knew how many readers from these places would buy The Legend of the Condor Heroes, just because of the old rascal's reputation? There would definitely be some sales. While the major bookstores in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han were struggling to decide. The major bookstores in Zhao Continent were extremely enthusiastic. Over at Silver Blue Books, loads of orders from Zhao Continent came pouring in. Anyone in Zhao Continent could easily find out who Chu Kuang was. With such a top-tier author creating a wuxia novel specifically for Zhao people, would the residents of Zhao Continent not buy it? Of course. Although the bookstores in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han were hesitant, they eventually ordered a significant amount from Silver Blue Books, albeit being a bit more conservative than usual, mostly around hundreds of thousands of copies each. Alright, for Chu Kuang's new book, ordering in the hundreds of thousands was considered conservative for major bookstores, but if compared to other authors, this order quantity was definitely exceptional. Don't forget, before Zhu Xian was released, Tranquility Bookstore had pre-ordered 700,000 copies of Zhu Xian, which had stunned many people. Such was Chu Kuang's market appeal now. Even if he wrote wuxia, targeting an audience that wasn't from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, these bookstores dared not order too few, fearing the unexpected. After all, there were bloody lessons from the past. On the other side, Starlight Entertainment's TV department had already started working on the screenplay for The Legend of the Condor Heroes. With the original work right before them, and no need to alter the plot, a group of screenwriters worked together on it, and the screenplay progressed very quickly. The TV drama version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was officially started when about a third of the screenplay was written. The director chosen for the TV drama was Ding Xiao. As the director of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, Ding Xiao was already experienced in filming wuxia. The recent Treasured Lotus Lamp had further established Ding Xiao as one of Starlight Television's leading directors, at least in terms of ratings security. Proficiency in his field. Choosing him to direct The Legend of the Condor Heroes also represented the company's emphasis on this drama. However, when the news of the TV drama The Legend of the Condor Heroes being shot spread, and the outside world saw who the director was, they laughed. Netizens from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han celebrated like it was New Year. It's actually Ding Xiao. Guys, this is a sure win. Seeing the choice of director. I feel like I already know something. Those who know, know. Zhao people, face the storm. Dare to mock our readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. Crush these ignorant newcomers. Ha ha ha. I wasn't interested in martial arts novels, but seeing that Ding Xiao is directing the TV show, I'm suddenly looking forward to The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This is the first time I'm so looking forward to the old rascal causing trouble. You guys are crazy. Just to see the Zhao people's joke, you actually started looking forward to the old rascal serving lunch. The TV industry. Major companies soon learned that Chu Kuang's new book, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, was to be adapted into a TV series. Starlight really has faith in Chu Kuang. The novel hasn't even been tested in the market yet, and they're already planning to shoot a related TV series, following the original martial arts routine. After all, it's Chu Kuang, with that trump card in hand. Who wouldn't want to take a gamble? Taking original creations to compete against those classic martial arts adaptations and remakes, they really have guts. The market is in Zhao Continent. Let's see if the Zhao people buy it or not. Considering that Ding Xiao is the director, should this show follow the route of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, where the villain kills wildly throughout? Meanwhile, Lancet, who was working on adapting Trap the Tiger, also noticed this news. Lancet had complex feelings toward Chu Kuang. On one hand, Lancet admired his ability to create a viewership miracle with Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, benefiting immensely from it, and even making martial arts drama remakes trendy. On the other hand, Lancet was filled with anger towards Chu Kuang. To him, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was like his own child. Chu Kuang's adaptation had twisted the novel so much that even he hardly recognized it. And seeing the characters being killed off one by Chu Kuang was truly heartbreaking. This was good. Lancet's eyes flashed with determination. I will demonstrate the correct method of novel adaptation and remake with Trap the Tiger. Ultimately, there were still some unresolved feelings. He could never forget the excruciating pain he felt watching Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. And in Zhao Continent, Many forums were discussing Chu Kuang's move into writing martial arts novels. The Zhao people had only been merged for less than 2 months. The culture and arts of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han were vast like an ocean. Not many among the Zhao people truly understood Chu Kuang. Most had only heard his name, but hadn't read any of his specific novels. This Chu Kuang has a big reputation in Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han, and I'm quite interested in his martial arts books. I'm also curious how he earned such a big name. Writing martial arts novels is something we Zhao people excel at. Personally, I don't really believe this Chu Kuang can write a martial arts novel that we Zhao people would like. After all, we have seen more martial arts novels than all the other continents combined. What haven't we seen, right? Maybe this Chu Kuang really is talented, but when it comes to martial arts novels, we still prefer the works of our own martial arts masters in Zhao continent. However, since he specifically writes for the Zhao continent market, I'm still very interested in buying a book to read. Hoping it's not just the usual martial arts stuff. He better bring something new. Otherwise, we don't care how famous he is in Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han. Curiosity. The people of Zhao continent were still full of curiosity toward Chu Kuang, especially those who had heard of his fame but had never actually read his novels. Amidst different expectations from various continents, time finally proceeded to march. On the first day of the month, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was officially released. Chapter 956, 887, Days Mount Tai Big Dipper. March 1st, 9 a.m. Peng Lan, the head of Sioux City's new Cathay bookstore in Qin continent, had arrived early with her personal assistant to inspect the main store. By this time, The Legend of the Condor Heroes had already been released. She wanted to know the first-day sales of Chu Kuang's new book. Due to the special circumstances of this release, although the major bookstores across Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han had adopted a conservative strategy, the total volume of stock was still substantial. Everyone was worried about sales, so there were many managers like Peng Lan who personally visited bookstores to observe the situation. However, when Peng Lan and her assistant entered the Sioux City New Cathay main store, they were startled by the scene inside. Inside the bookstore, customer after customer filled the different seats. Upon closer inspection, one could see that nearly every customer was holding a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. At the front desk, the crowded crowd was slightly noisy, with many customers holding The Legend of the Condor Heroes, checking out at the cashier, creating a bustling scene. Where's Chu Kuang's new book? One copy of Chu Kuang's new book, please. The same for me, the old rascal's new book. 2 copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, thank you. Is this Chu Kuang the old rascal's new book? Oh, yes, then I'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 copies, and also a few for my 5 sons in the dorm. Peng Lan was dumbstruck. The assistant beside her was also astonished. If Chu Kuang had written a detective novel or such, the two would not have been shocked by such a sales scene. The old rascal had the market appeal. But the issue here was that this was a martial arts novel. Since when did the readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han take such an interest in martial arts? And that was knowing full well that this martial arts novel was written by Chu Kuang for the readers of Zhao continent? Ask around. Peng Lan turned to a customer who was holding The Legend of the Condor Heroes and preparing to check out. Curious. Young man, do you like martial arts novels? Who likes this stuff? The young customer replied casually. Peng Lan was almost puzzled. If you don't like martial arts, why do you still buy them? The young customer replied matter-of-factly. To read, of course. Peng Lan, is someone forcing you to read at knife point? Seeing Peng Lan's reaction, the young customer looked like she was from a village without internet access. Those folks from Zhao continent mocked us before. We want to see for ourselves how Chu Kuang tortures them to death with this novel. How would we know how they get tortured without reading it? Huh, that works? You bought the books just to see how this novel tortures the people of Zhao? Peng Lan's head was spinning. She asked subconsciously, how do you know this book is so torturous? Could it not be torturous if written by the old rascal Chu Kuang? A customer, also about to buy The Legend of the Condor Heroes, couldn't help but join the conversation. He seemed to find Peng Lan's question odd, as if it were common knowledge. Several customers lining up to check out also joined the discussion. This novel is going to be turned into a drama soon, directed by Ding Xiao. Have you not heard of Ding Xiao? He is that guy who feels uneasy if he doesn't torture the audience. Chu Kuang and Ding Xiao. This combination just means a huge pitfall. I'm really looking forward to seeing the people of Zhao crying under the old rascal's torture. It's not entirely for that reason, though, mainly because I love Chu Kuang's novels. Yes, it's been a long time since the old rascal Chu Kuang released a new book. Finally, here's one. Even if it's a martial arts book, I still have to buy it and give it a look. I'm starving for his works. Starving for his works? Count me in. Whatever he writes, I can't help but want to take a look. Peng Lan and the assistant exchanged glances, then joy quickly spread across their faces. No matter what, good sales are good news. The batch of books we brought in should be able to sell now. Chu Kuang solid. Meanwhile, outside New Cafe, similar scenes were unfolding in other bookstores as well. Although Chu Kuang was writing martial arts, the major bookstores were surprised to find that the buying power of the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han was still very strong. Swish, swish, swish. The relatively conservative inventory managed to perfectly handle the situation, avoiding any unsold books. This also brought relief to the managers of the various bookstores. Lucky I had a big picture view. Yeah, mainly because we've been educated by Chu Kuang more than once before, knowing that even the most conservative estimate for his books should be at least a few 100,000 copies. Never thought that one day martial arts could sell like this. Old rascal Chu Kuang still disregards genre. It's not really disregarding genre, though. The reader's enthusiasm is high, but it's still relative to martial arts. If Chu Kuang's new book was a mystery, do you believe that the doors of the bookstores would burst? A few 100,000 copies wouldn't be enough to sell. That's true. After all, it's a martial arts novel, and no matter how enthusiastic the response, The Legend of the Condor Heroes just doesn't sell as well as his mystery novels, which really saw explosive sales when the Poirot and Sherlock Holmes series were published. Truly phenomenal. In Zhao Continent, the major bookstores were likewise bustling with people. Although the people of Zhao Continent were far less familiar with Chu Kuang than those from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, they had, after all, heard of his great name. The wuxia novel that Chu Kuang had written was exactly the type that the Zhao people loved. Fueled by such curiosity, many Zhao people couldn't help but stop by a bookstore to buy a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes when they passed one. Meanwhile, inside a small bookstore on a certain street corner, numerous newly published copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes were placed on the shelves. At that moment, an old man entered the bookstore and picked up 2 copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes to purchase. You are. After taking the money, the bookstore owner suddenly looked shocked, staring intently at the old man in front of him, his voice trembling. Mr. Kenyang? Didn't expect. Someone would still recognize me. The old man replied with a carefree smile. I am Kenyang. The bookstore owner became incredibly excited. Mr. Kenyang, I am your fan. Could you sign for me? I've always cherished your works, especially The Command of Huaiyue. Oh, and these 2 novels are on the house. It's my honor to have my idol buy books from my shop. Kenyang, a standard-bearer for the older generation of wuxia writers from the Zhao continent. His wuxia novels had influenced an entire generation, esteemed and respected within the whole wuxia literary circle. Even though Kenyang had formally retired from writing 3 years ago, his legends were still found everywhere in the martial arts world. The owner of this bookstore had grown up reading Kenyang's wuxia novels. Kenyang was his god of martial arts. Sure, Kenyang kindly agreed. After signing, he left under the admiring and adoring gaze of the owner, though of course, he still paid the money. After leaving, Kenyang drove to a manor. Inside the manor, an old man around Kenyang's age was drinking tea. He immediately stood up when he spotted Kenyang. Brother Kenyang, nice to see you well. Kenyang replied with a smile. Brother Duan still looks so vigorous. No need to retire from writing like I did. Had there been bystanders, they would have recognized the manor's occupant's identity. This was Duan Qingyun, another top wuxia master from the Zhao continent. There's a saying in the martial arts world of Zhao continent about Mount Tai and the North Star. Kenyang was Mount Tai, and Duan Xingyun was the North Star. Similar to Qin Yang, Duan Xingyun had also retired from writing 2 years ago and hadn't touched any wuxia novel since then. You don't know the reason I retired? Duan Xingyun sighed. There's not much left to write in wuxia. I can't see a new path to explore. On hearing this, Qin Yang fell briefly silent. Others might know that wuxia from Blue Star was declining, except the Zhao people still held a very high passion for this genre. Few people knew. Even in Zhao continent, the market for wuxia was shrinking year by year. Someday, it might become like other continents, losing interest in wuxia novels. Just as Duan Xingyun said, there wasn't much left to write in wuxia. The decision for the two Mount Tai and North Stars of the martial arts world to retire was not due to a decline in energy, but mainly because they felt the constraints of creativity. More precisely, the constraints pertinent to wuxia. Under such constraints, there was no broader future visible for wuxia. Even they, universally recognized as the top figures in the martial arts world, could no longer write works surpassing their previous ones. This was the real reason behind their successive retirements. The mood became somewhat melancholic. Duan Xingyun shook his head. Let's not talk about that. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Sit down, have some tea, play chess. By the way, what are you holding? Novels, wuxia novels. Qin Yang took out the copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes he had bought from the bookstore. Visiting Brother Liu. How could I come empty-handed? Interesting. Whose work? Chu Kuang. You should have heard of him. Rings a bell. His journey to the West had me unable to put it down. He's written wuxia novels too? Let me see. Duan Xingyun became interested. Qin Yang laughed heartily. Aren't you not writing wuxia anymore? Duan Xingyun rolled his eyes. Aren't you not writing either? I can still read wuxia, right? It shows your heart for wuxia hasn't died. Qin Yang expressed revealingly. Like me, you must often keep an eye on other wuxia writers' works. Let's not talk about such pointless things. Now that they were old acquaintances, Duan Xingyun didn't mind foregoing pleasantries and direct manners, taking a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes straight from Qin Yang. Pour the tea yourself. I'm going to read. Let's do it together. Remember back in the day we used to sit together, drink tea, and read novels. Quite pleasant indeed. Qin Yang remarked nostalgically. The two men, at the peak of their creative years, continually learned from other wuxia masters to refine their own craft, hence producing serially more fantastic wuxia novels. It's a pity that in recent years both began to falter. Back then, they understood that for wuxia novels to break new ground, someone had to forge a new path. However, easy as it is to say, how challenging is it to actually forge it? At least for these two, it was hard to imagine what that new path should be. That was also why they always kept an eye on other wuxia writers, merely hoping someone would accomplish what they could not. Amid all these thoughts, they had both opened the novels in their hands. The vast waters of the Qiantang River endlessly flowed day and night, passing alongside Nujia village in Linan as it hurried eastward to the sea. A row of dozens of black cypress trees, their leaves as red as fire, marked the month of August. The world of The Legend of the Condor Heroes slowly began to unfold. Chapter 957, 888, I See the Future of Martial Arts. The opening of The Legend of the Condor Heroes begins with an ancient poem recited with cadence and rhythm by an old storyteller. The little peach tree blooms on its own without a master. The tobacco fields stretch vast, carrying the crows at dusk. Several dilapidated walls surround the old well. Once upon a time, each was a household's dwelling. Duan Xingyun's eyes immediately lit up, and he soon exclaimed, "Never mind the beginning. This quatrain is truly poetic brilliance." Good poem. Qin Yang nodded in agreement upon reading this passage. Actually, this is a work by Dai Fugu, a poet of the Southern Song dynasty, making its first appearance in Blue Star, and naturally both took it for an original creation by Chu Kuang. Afterward, the two no longer conversed, each deeply immersed in the spiritual world crafted by The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Actually, the pace of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is quite slow. The protagonist does not even appear by the end of the first chapter, only entering the scene in the second. However, the groundwork laid in the first chapter carries both necessity and inevitability. Whether it's the origins of Guo Xiaodian and Yang Taiexin, as well as Qiu Chuji, or the children in the wombs of Li Ping and Bao Shira, who, due to their parents' misfortunes, are sent on wholly different life paths. There's an undercurrent running miles beneath the surface. The text repeatedly uses contrasts and juxtapositions of characters' fates. Bao Shira, having lost her husband, feels secretly delighted when praised for her beauty by Wan Yanhong Lai, even succumbing to the current and following this man. Facing the same loss of a spouse, Li Ping, however, is consumed by thoughts of revenge and refuses to submit to the great villain Duan Tianda, enduring beatings and insults with gritted teeth, even feigning madness and stupidity to barely survive. Amidst the fluttering snowflakes, Guojing is born with a cry. At that time, the child in Bao Shirua's womb, Yang Kong, had already become a gene prince, whereas Guojing is but an ordinary child of the vast desert. Yet, the story's focus is not on Yang Kong, but on Guojing. From Guojing's rescue of Zibi, to his resolve to not disclose Zibi's hiding place even at the cost of his life, finally earning the respect of Temujin and the Mongolian warriors, the character's qualities and image vividly come to life. Afterward, the 7 freaks of Jiangnan appear, Mei Chaofeng and Chun Xianfeng becoming the notorious Black Wind twins. Amidst their fierce battle, the young Guojing intervenes, gaining the recognition of the 7 freaks and also unveiling a corner of the enigmatic Huang Yaoshi, one of the 5 greats. Unknowingly, the contrast between Yang Kong and Guojing grows even stronger. Both have famous masters. Both find themselves among other cultures as Han Chinese, earning the favor of foreign leaders, and both have a brilliant future within easy reach, yet their worldviews could not be more different. And when Huang Rong appears, with her beggar-like demeanor and crafty charm, she easily tricks the generous Guojing into parting with his money. Duan Qingyun's face shows a tremendous change for the first time. By then, the tea has gone cold. A breeze brings a chill to the pavilion. The tea gently ripples, revealing its jade-green shade. The 2 titans of the martial arts world, each holding a copy of the legend of the Condor heroes, remain silent, their eyes seemingly rooted to the pages unfurling before them. Before they know it, it's afternoon. The sunlight gradually intensifies. As they sip the cooled tea, without any exchange of glances, it's only when a family member reminds Duan Qingyun to eat that they snap back to reality as if roused from a dream. How long have we been reading? About 3 or 4 hours. Kenyang rubs his slightly sore eyes, having not been so engrossed in a novel for a long time. Duan Qingyun feels a strange surge of emotion, but finds himself at a loss for words, his fingertips turning white from gripping the book pages so tightly. Let's eat first, Kenyang suggests. Duan Qingyun has the meal brought into the pavilion. He merely nibbles at a few bites, his gaze never leaving the book. Beside him, Kenyang's reaction isn't much better than Duan Qingyun's, also focused on the book throughout the meal until he picks up a piece of ginger with his chopsticks, only then realizing he's still eating, although the ginger has already been swallowed. After the meal, without prior agreement, both were once again immersed in the world of the book, as if the allure of this volume surpassed everything in the world. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The difference from the morning lay in. In the afternoon, the 2 no longer read in complete silence. Although there wasn't much conversation, whenever the plot reached an exciting point, one could often hear the other person slapping the table in amazement and cheering loudly. Finally, the setting sun appeared on the horizon. From the sunrise to the sunlight that struck after dinner, to a hint of red appearing in the sky, the air took on a tinge of chill. The sky gradually darkened. When the 2 snapped back to reality for the second time, they looked at each other by chance, only to simultaneously see shock in the other's eyes. Brother Duan. Although he hadn't finished reading, Kenyang's emotions had already been thoroughly stirred by the legend of the Condor heroes, his voice trembling slightly. What is this? The future of martial arts fiction. This was Duan Qingyun's response. His face flushed. He spoke assertively and without hesitation. This is a completely new path for martial arts fiction. Martial arts fiction is running out of things to write. Before having read the novel in their hands, the 2 had regretfully discussed this topic, agreeing that for martial arts fiction to continue, it must carve out a completely new path. Otherwise, it would never break free from the shackles looming over the sky of martial arts. But upon reading this novel, even though they hadn't finished it yet, their outlook was suddenly enlightened. How could someone write a martial arts novel like this? Kanyang's heart surged, as if bursting with endless vitality. His lips moved continuously. So it turns out martial arts fiction can be written like this. I feel this is not just a martial arts novel. This is literature. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt justified in calling martial arts literature, and Chu Kuang truly blazed a new trail for the genre. An incredible new path. In past martial arts novels, the Jianghu represented a dark place in opposition to the court, a haven for anti-imperial factions and troops of performers. What annihilation of clans! What revenge! What supreme mastery of martial arts! Such main themes were too numerous to count. After reading them too often, one couldn't avoid sensing a pettiness. Yet within the legend of the Condor heroes, the Jianghu was like a breath of fresh air, clearing away the musty air of old. The peak of Mount Hua and the vast desert unfolded like a wide silver screen that instantly broadened one's horizon. A pair of white eagles stirred the imagination. The sea's tide made the martial arts that previously couldn't make it to the big screen sublime and ethereal, while the dog-beating staff brought the legend back to the worldly and familiar. Whose jade flute mourns the falling plum blossoms. An endless variety, an infinite delight. This is a work that is a precursor in history. The piece not only points to a direction for the future of martial arts fiction that no one could have imagined based on its own captivating plot, it also weaves the poignant changes of the country with the narrative, and these seemingly superfluous elements perfectly blend with the martial arts aspects within the main text. The imaginative power of martial arts fiction fully unleashed. Direct narration, flashback, aside, foreshadowing, setting the scene. There is the soaring dragon in the skies, the powerful dragon's tail. Sweep, lifelike, and vibrant. At times the noise of flutes and drums is loud. At times the shadow of flowers is dense. Another dimension. Someone once commented, with the arrival of the legend of the Condor heroes, even the spirits are startled. To ordinary people, such praise might seem exaggerated, but to those veterans steeped in the martial arts realm for years, the true meaning of this acclaim was clear. At this moment, as two major constellations of the martial arts world in Zhao continent, they too could not help but be astounded by it, let alone other readers who were gradually opening this novel. The heat of the legend of the Condor heroes was coming. Chapter 958, 889. Do we have enough inventory to sell? The first burst of the legend of the Condor heroes occurred in Zhao continent. As the last bastion for the martial arts genre, the love of the Zhao people for martial arts is well known across Blue Star. Thus, during the time when Kanyang and Duan Qingshan were excitedly discussing the legend of the Condor heroes to the point of no return, a storm suddenly swept through the martial arts forums of Zhao continent. The storm started with a post, which was simple, but the tone of the poster was incredibly exaggerated. Who has read the legend of the Condor heroes? As a result, that post exploded with countless readers who had just started reading the legend of the Condor heroes. Hundreds of replies. Reading it. From afternoon till night, can't put it down. You think that's something? I've been reading from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., a whole 10 hours without a break. Even forgot to make lunch. Now I'm so hungry my stomach is growling, and I don't want to waste time cooking when I could be reading, so I had to order takeout. I freaking hate takeout, but what I hate even more is Bao Shira, this green tea. If she could die earlier, I would be willing to eat takeout for a month. Turns out I'm not the only one who feels this way. This martial arts novel is incredible. Me too. This novel is simply addictive. I just can't stop reading. How can a martial arts novel be this thrilling? This novel completely shattered my preconceived notions about martial arts. It's totally different from our Zhao continent style. King's Path, The legend of the Condor heroes style is the real King's Path of martial arts. This Chu Kuang is really awesome. No wonder he's so famous across Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. He's just too good. I'm totally infatuated with Huang Rong. She's the most perfect heroine I've seen in martial arts novels. Compared to Huang Rong, other heroines from martial arts novels are just pretty faces used to advance the plot. Only after reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes did I realize how one-sided my understanding of the martial world has been. I really love this novel's original setting. The oppression of the Song dynasty by the Jin people makes me so angry, and the Mongolians are really strong. Unfortunately, Chu Kuang's depiction of this fictional history isn't rich enough. Otherwise, it would be even more exciting. Who knew combining martial arts novels with fictional history could be this exhilarating? The various settings inside are too cool. 18 dragons subduing palms, Branch beats the white chimpanzee, 9 manual, and things like Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, Central Diviner, and Duel atop Mount Hua are just too awesome. The people of Zhao Continent read a lot of martial arts. However, The Legend of the Condor Heroes was a style they had never experienced before. The impact of this new style directly caused the first batch of Zhao readers who picked up the novel to fall for it. And after Zhao Continent, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han also started to stir. Qin Continent. Oh my, is this still the martial arts I know? Why is it so thrilling? I haven't been able to get into a martial arts novel for 800 years. But Chu Kuang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes brought back the excitement I felt when I first read a martial arts novel all those years ago. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Chu Kuang's new book? Is it good? Isn't it just a martial arts novel? You've made me curious. I saw online reviews saying it was written for Zhao people. Never imagined I'd see so many of our Qin readers recommending it too. Qi Continent. Damn. Worthy of the old rascal. Even turning clicked martial arts into something fresh. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is too captivating. This is the real charm of martial arts. Are you sure upstairs? No need for upstairs to confirm. I can confirm for you. I'm someone who can't stand watching a single martial arts drama. Yet I devoured Chu Kuang's book for half a day. Chu Continent. Strongly recommend The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Don't miss out on this novel just because you don't read martial arts. You'll realize you actually love this genre after reading it. Really, isn't it said that the old rascal wrote this book specifically for Zhao people? Yin Continent. I was just casually flipping through The Legend of the Condor Heroes, since it's the old rascal's new book. But once I started reading, I was hooked. He writes really well. It's just unfortunate for Princess Huajing. Chu Kuang's martial arts novel. It's just a martial arts novel. Is it that good? I'll find some time to buy and read it. Han Continent. If you haven't read The Legend of the Condor Heroes yet, hurry up and dive in. I have a feeling that if you're late, you won't be able to buy it anymore. At that time, don't blame your brother for not warning you. What? Are you a shill for the bookstore? Is Chu Kuang's wuxiao novel really that good? I bought a copy, thinking about reading it, but somehow I just can't bring myself to open it and flip through. Unlike Zhao Continent. On Zhao Continent, readers of The Legend of the Condor Heroes were numerous, and they all read it at the first opportunity, truly loving wuxia and genuinely curious about Chu Kuang. In the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han, the readers who bought The Legend of the Condor Heroes were far fewer than the Zhao people. Even though quite a few readers bought The Legend of the Condor Heroes, many didn't read it at all due to a lack of motivation. However, when the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han saw so many people recommending the novel, they couldn't help but become interested. Could it be that with a theme like wuxia, the old rascal also managed to create something spectacular? Could it be that The Legend of the Condor Heroes was not only written for Zhao people, but also something that we from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han would enjoy? With this thought, the next day, the bookstores in each of the states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han were even busier than the first day. Give me a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I'll buy one too. Old Luo, can't I just borrow yours and see it? Why should I buy it too? What a waste of money. Nonsense, I haven't finished it yet. Hurry up and buy it. Don't you see how many people are queuing up? Fine, one copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. If it's not as good as you say, I'm coming after you tonight. I want The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Eagles are a protected species, you know. The managers of the major bookstores, noticing the situation inside the stores, were once again complacently proud. That's what you call vision. They had thought that after the first day, the sales of The Legend of the Condor Heroes would decrease. Most of the first-day buyers were die-hard fans of Chu Kuang, and such fans are limited in number after all. Yet who knew? By the second day of release, The Legend of the Condor Heroes sold even better. Luckily, we had the foresight to order hundreds of thousands of stocks, even if we went the conservative route. However, just when the bookstore managers were nearly squinting their eyes shut from grinning, the third day since The Legend of the Condor Heroes release arrived. That day, many readers had already completely finished reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After all, the book was just over 1,000,000 words, and for some seasoned readers, that meant just a couple of days of reading. Morning. Clients coming to purchase The Legend of the Condor Heroes at various bookstores were even more preposterous, lining up in long queues for the first time. One bookstore owner quickly calculated and was shocked to find that just the number of buyers that morning alone was more than the total number of customers from the previous 2 days combined. At that moment, some started having doubts. "Manager, this trend seems a bit off, don't you think? How come? The number of readers buying books is getting scarier each day." Our vision. "Oh no, it's our stock. Do we have enough stock to sell?" Chapter 959, 890 Jingrong's Romance. First update. Is there enough stock to sell? Of course there isn't enough to sell. The number of readers coming to the bookstore to buy books on the third day was terrifying. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning when a certain large chain bookstore reluctantly put up The Legend of the Condor Heroes sold out sign first. And then, it was like a domino effect. Following the first bookstore's inability to cope, more and more bookstores found themselves in the awkward situation of having nothing to sell, and more The Legend of the Condor Heroes sold out signs were reluctantly put up. Soaring Dragon Bookstore sold out. Universal Bookstore sold out. Pinnacle Bookstore sold out. Tranquility Bookstore sold out. New Cafe Bookstore sold out. Countless bookstores across the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han sold out in turn. The Legend of the Condor Heroes suddenly became out of stock. Too small. The scale was too small. Just yesterday, the person in charge of each major bookstore was all smiles. But today they're all cursing under their breath, hurriedly contacting Silver Blue Books for restocking. What the hell is happening? Since when did wuxia become so popular? Wasn't it said that readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han don't like to read? Wuxia? You can't even trust a single punctuation mark in what these readers say. Previously, all major bookstores thought that the first day's sales would be the highest. They didn't expect the second day to be even higher. And just when they thought the second day was the limit, the third day's sales exceeded the sum of the first 2 days. And all this actually had a reason. As the first batch of readers finished the entire novel, the reputation of this work completely exploded online. Its most direct manifestation is a 9.3 rating for The Legend of the Condor Heroes on Starry Sky Web, and the number of reviewers exceeded 600,000. Almost no decent negative comments could be found in the entire comments section. The Legend of the Condor Heroes alone has an aura that completely crushes all previous wuxia novels. The book's vast, boundless, and touching atmosphere can't simply be described as shocking. Chu Kuang made me fall in love with wuxia all over again. 2 words only, holy shit. Wuxia can portray chivalry and righteousness seen in everyday life. Romance reflects people's desires. The former is idealistic, while the latter is realistic. Yet this kind of realism really hits home for me. I cried and laughed, my soul was moved. I don't know how many people, like me, are fascinated by the fictional history laid out in the book, feeling that this era seems grand. The fictional historical figures mentioned by Chu Kuang in the book, like Yu Fei, Yang, Guang, and Emperor Wu of Han, all seem to have a lot to talk about. I want to eat the food cooked by Huang Rong. Wuxia is the eternal love in my heart, but honestly, I haven't read this genre for many years. I thought I had stopped loving wuxia, but after reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I realized that my love for wuxia had never diminished by even a bit. It was just that I was growing up, while wuxia had made no progress for many years. When a wuxia work that could keep up with my growth appeared, my love for wuxia was just like first love. Also, I want to learn the 18 dragons subduing palms. Is this the rhythm of a wuxia revival? Guojing and Huang Rong are absolutely the most perfect couple in wuxia history. They embody the traditional Chinese concept of harmony without uniformity. Chu Kuang hasn't written serious romance scenes in a long time, but when he does it seriously, those romance novel writers should come and pay homage to their ancestors. I like Huang Yaoshe the most. I prefer Zhou Batong. Wang Chongyang definitely isn't a steady person. Otherwise, how could he have raised Zhou Batong, this naughty child? Also, Master Eating's deep love, though briefly described, left a deep impression on me. The different kinds of love depicted in this book are thought-provoking. The Jingrong romance even moved me deeply. I can only say sorry to Huajing. You are really good, but I can only love Ronger. After the release of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, no matter the concept of duel atop Mount Hua or the Five Greats, or the variety of martial skills, nothing compared to the endless discussion about Jingrong's romance among readers. Jin Yong is good at writing romance, and among his works, Guijing and Huang Rong as a couple are definitely one of the most popular, almost becoming a cultural symbol. In the book, when Huang Rong mistakenly thought Guijing had perished at sea, she was determined to die to join him. And when Huang Rong was critically injured by the iron palm, with Guijing holding her in the vast wilderness, it was so heartbreakingly desperate. In death, carry me on your back. In life, carry me on your back. Huang Rong's expressions were truly shocking to the heart. The response from Guijing was even more heart-wrenching as tears flowed uncontrollably. Ronger, life and death are predestined, and the length of life is difficult to predict. If your wound is truly incurable, then you will always have your Jing brother to accompany you on the road to the netherworld. The emotions were written to a climax, and the scenes were laid out to the utmost extreme, with grand imagined histories encompassing even the court and the current situation, igniting the blood and passion to surge tumultuously. This is a wuxia novel that encompasses everything, its scale truly incomparable to that of ordinary martial arts fiction. The Legend of the Condor Heroes craze finally started to sweep across the sky. Tribes, blogs, on Blue Star's major social media platforms and forums, discussions about the Legend of the Condor Heroes were emerging one after another, completely dominating the trending searches. Hashtag Guijing Huangrong hashtag. Hashtag dog-beating stick technique hashtag. Hashtag duel atop Mount Hua hashtag. Hashtag 18 dragon subduing palms hashtag. Hashtag Chu Kuang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes hashtag. Hashtag Eastern Heretic, Western Venom, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, Central Divine hashtag. Under various derivative topics, discussions on the plot of The Legend of the Condor Heroes became more in-depth, down to the minutiae of the text. At this time, many readers who hadn't been able to buy the book, yet were completely enticed by the various online comments, became desperate. Is Chu Kuang's new book really that good? All my friends are recommending it. I went to a bookstore to buy it, and they were sold out. Can you believe that? What kind of world is this, where I actually can't buy a wuxia book that I want to read? Whoever has finished reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes, can you sell it to me secondhand? I'll pay the original price. I kind of regret not buying a copy earlier. I have a friend who works in a bookstore, and he said that there is a shortage in every continent now. Silver Blue is reprinting, but they still can't meet the demand. Only Zhao Continent has stock left, but even Zhao Continent's online bookstores are out of stock. You have to go to their physical stores. This was a curious psychology. The harder a book was to buy, the more everyone wanted to get their hands on it. For this reason, some people even bought plane tickets specifically to go to Zhao Continent to purchase the book and return, posting their plane ticket information online afterward. Damn, crazy. The money you spent on the plane ticket could have bought so many copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I thought it was already outrageous when I saw a rich, pretty girl in Qin Continent taking a plane to Qi Continent just to have a meal, and now I've come across something even more ridiculous. It's just a novel. How much could it possibly cost? That's showing off. Couldn't you have just paid someone in Zhao Continent to buy a copy and mail it to you? With today's delivery speed, the book would arrive in a day or two. This must be what it's like to have money to burn. Big brother, is it worth it? Time is money too. That very night, the blogger who had specifically flown to Zhao Continent to buy the book replied to the top-liked comment questioning whether the trip was worth it. The content was, right after buying it, and on the way home, I felt like I might have been a bit feverish, But reading the legend of the Condor heroes on the plane made me realize that this trip was so worth it. Damn, is it really that good? The readers who hadn't managed to buy the book became even more anxious. Chapter 960, 891. 5 Uniques, Second Update. Actually, the printing speed of Silver Blue books wasn't that slow, and major bookstores replenished their stocks quickly after less than 2 days of running out. This was the 5th day since the release of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This time, there was no embarrassment of being sold out, as the shelves of major bookstores were well stocked with The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Amid such a big commotion, the media, of course, could not remain silent. For instance, China Continent News did a special report early in the morning. The program began. The host started with a broadcaster's tone, introducing the situation. Renowned author Chu Kuang recently launched his new work, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a wuxia novel. As everyone knows, apart from on Zhao Continent, wuxia novels don't have a big market on Blue Star. This is a generally recognized niche genre. Yet, a work of such a niche genre was continuously sold out in major bookstores within 3 days of its release, until it was restocked this morning. Now let's see what kind of magic this wuxia novel holds for its readers. As the host narrated, the screen switched to the entrances of various major bookstores. New Cathay Bookstore, Soaring Dragon Bookstore, Tranquility Bookstore, and other famous national bookstores flashed one by one on the screen, followed by close-ups of various covers of The Legend of the Condor Heroes on the shelves. Then, a field reporter randomly interviewed customers at the bookstore entrances. I came to buy The Legend of the Condor Heroes. A male customer waved the book in his hand at the camera. The reporter asked a standard question. Do you really like reading wuxia novels? The male customer nodded and then shook his head, speaking again amidst the reporter's confusion. I like wuxia, but I've stopped reading wuxia novels because after a while, they seem uninteresting. But the day before yesterday, my buddy bought a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and I casually flipped through a few pages and was completely hooked. What hooked you? Of course it's because it's interesting. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I just feel this wuxia novel is different from the others. The screen flickered again. Similarly, several random street interviews. This book is so hard to get, I barely managed to buy it. I don't know if it's good or not, but since so many people online recommend it, it probably won't be bad. I trust the old rascal. Everyone says it's good, so it can't be too bad. No time for interviews. I'm off to buy The Legend of the Condor Heroes. These were scenes captured randomly at the entrances of various bookstores, and as more people got their hands on The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the resounding boom of its popularity finally peaked. At home, between bookstores, on the subway, inside companies, even in tense classrooms, people were sneaking peeks at The Legend of the Condor Heroes they had just bought. At a university, some male student was buried in reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes, completely immersed in the world of martial arts, completely forgetting that he was in class. Suddenly, someone beside him asked, "Is that book any good?" The male student, without even lifting his head, said, "Definitely." With a snort, the surrounding burst into laughter. The male student then realized something was amiss, looked up perplexedly, and just happened to meet the stern face of the professor. Professor Wang." The male student quickly put away The Legend of the Condor Heroes and stood up conscientiously, his face turning pale with awkwardness and tension. Professor Wang was terrifying. As a professor in the literature department, the thing Professor Wang hated most was when students read so-called frivolous books with no literary value. Fantasy literature, like wuxia novels, couldn't possibly appeal to Professor Wang. Today, not only had he read such a book, but he had done so during the professor's class, so he could only imagine the forthcoming storm. The other students also gradually stopped laughing. Given Professor Wang's style, someone reading a wuxia novel in his class was bound to make him extremely angry. However, just when everyone thought Professor Wang would burst into a fury, Professor Wang surprisingly picked up The Legend of the Condor Heroes from the students' hands, then raised it, and asked everyone, "Have you all read this book?" No one dared to answer, each bowing their heads as if playing dead. Professor Wang smiled. "None of you have read this book? Isn't that a bit outdated? Even I, an old man, have almost finished reading it." "What?" The crowd was stunned and then quickly said, "We have read it." Professor Wang's laugh grew even heartier. This class discusses the symbolic meaning of literary creation, as well as the methods and techniques involved. Since you've all read this book, I can talk to you about these aspects. The students below widened their eyes in astonishment. Was the sun rising from the west? Professor Wang had read The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and it seemed like he had a positive impression of this novel. Hadn't Professor Wang always been dismissive of martial arts novels before? What's going on here? In the students' curiosity, Professor Wang returned to the podium. He still held The Legend of the Condor Heroes in his hands. I know what you're thinking. I indeed don't like the whole set of martial arts novels. Martial arts. The emphasis should be on arts. However, 99% of martial arts novels on the market only know how to fight and kill. They focus on martial, yet they are ignorant of the fact that arts should restrain martial. These so-called vibrant revenges are just a patchwork troupe named Rivers and Lakes, lawless, with only their moral standards, sometimes. Right, but not always. Yet, they always think they are right. This idealistic moral standard can easily corrupt children. The inadvertent reveal of self, yet cheaply crowned with the name of heroism, is the scariest part. The conversation took a turn. Professor Wang continued. However, there are a few martial arts novels that know the emphasis of martial arts should be on arts, like Qinyang, like Duan Qingshan among the greats of the genre, and even Chu Kuang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Even the concept of heroism carried in Chu Kuang's novel, as well as its superior literary scope, is better executed than those two top figures of Zhao continent, in my opinion. I believe those in the literary field would agree. You think The Legend of the Condor Heroes is literature? A student spoke in astonishment. Although everyone liked The Legend of the Condor Heroes, pulling a fantasy novel into the category of literary works seemed somewhat exaggerated, didn't it? It was like everyone enjoying those fast-paced, exhilarating web novels. But as appealing as they were, web novels were web novels, and literature was literature. The two should not be confused, a fact well understood by the readers. I think it is. Professor Wang smiled faintly. Speaking this from my mouth might attract some criticism, but I firmly believe so. Why don't you answer me a question first? Do you all know what the Great Five are? Yes. The students below spoke in unison. Nearly everyone in the literary department had read The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Their interest in this type of class far exceeded the knowledge in textbooks. As for the Great Five, anyone who had read the book knew about the top masters in the martial world like the Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, and Northern Beggar. Very good. Professor Wang placed The Legend of the Condor Heroes on the podium. Then do you know why Huang Yaoshi is called the Eastern Heretic? Why Ouyang Feng is called the Western Poison? Why Master Eating is the Southern Emperor? And why Hong Qigong is the Northern Beggar? Why not Winter Poison, Western Heretic, or such names, but specifically these directions? The students looked at each other in bewilderment. Why Eastern Heretic and Western Poison? Isn't it all just random naming by Chu Kuang? Could it not be because those names rhyme and sound more domineering when shouted? Seeing the response of the students, Professor Wang sighed. It seems you have returned all the knowledge I previously taught you, undamaged. Do you still remember our previous discussion about the 5 elements and Bagua? The 5 elements? The Bagua? The students grew even more bewildered. Although they had learned about this before, it seemed unrelated to the Great Five, didn't it? Chapter 961, 892. What is a hero? Third update. Clumsy. Professor Wang glared and said, how can you not react to such an obvious hint? Is this how you read books? What does it actually mean? The students below couldn't help but become curious. Accustomed to being scolded by Professor Wang, nobody got angry. Professor Wang wrote the names of Huang Yaoshi and others on the blackboard, then continued. In the theory of the 5 elements, the East is associated with wood, hence the Eastern Heretic is Huang Yaoshi, and Huang has the grass radical, which means wood. The West is associated with metal, so the Feng, in Western Poison Ouyang Feng's name, is from the metal radical. The North is associated with water, hence Hong Qigong's Hong has the 3 water dots. As for the center, it is Earth, which corresponds to Wang Chongyang, since Earth represents the center and Wang Chongyang's original name, mentioned once in the novel, is Wang Zhe. The South is associated with fire. Do I still need to explain why master eating represents fire? No way. The students were stunned. Was this the origin of the names of the five greats? There was such a theory. In the novel, Chu Kuang never mentioned this point, causing everyone to never even consider this direction. Was naming in this novel so meticulous? A student was skeptical. Could it be a coincidence? Professor Wang said, since fire overcomes metal, Master Eating's One-Yang finger can counter Ouyang Feng's toad skill. And because metal overcomes wood, that's why Ouyang Feng chased Huang Rong around, bullying her to death for his nephew. If you still want a reason, think carefully about Peach Blossom Island and why Huang Yaoshers by Hai Chao Sheng further clarifies why the Eastern heretic represents wood. Logical and convincing. Impressive. Now, no one dared to question this matter further. However, once everyone digested this information, a student couldn't help but say, but Professor Wang, even so, the legend of the Condor heroes cannot be considered literature just yet, right? Can the ostentatious martial skills in wuxia novels really be interpreted through literature? Let's talk about martial skills. Professor Wang said, take the most domineering 18 dragons subduing palms, for example. Do you know the names of the moves within it? Regret of the arrogant dragon. Submerged dragon should not be used. Some students vaguely remembered a few. Professor Wang asked, don't those names sound cool? Everyone nodded. Indeed, those names sparked excitement. Professor Wang, however, said, but do you know? On the surface, regret of the arrogant dragon suggests that the move can be retracted after being executed, but it actually teaches us to understand when to advance or retreat, to not be arrogant. Submerged dragon should not be used. Indicates that each palm strike in the 18 dragon subduing palms is solid. Every move is powerful and shocking. So if there is no opportunity, do not use it, because otherwise, it's a waste of energy with no purpose. Furthermore, when you combine the rest of the moves, it becomes a philosophy of life. A girl in the front row whispered, is this your personal interpretation? Professor Wang shrugged his shoulders. Then let's talk about something that's not my personal interpretation, but I'm afraid you might not understand with your level, huh? Regret of the arrogant dragon corresponds to the Qian hexagram in the Book of Changes, saying the upper 9. Dragon soaring the sky is also Qian hexagram, saying 9-5. And seeing the dragon in the field is still Qian hexagram, saying 9-2. As for Hong Jian Yu Lu, it corresponds to the Jian hexagram, saying 9-3. Damn it, we got schooled by him. As Professor Wang introduced the Book of Changes, the students felt deep respect, while becoming even more astonished. The 18 dragons subduing palms came from the Book of Changes? Martial art techniques, hiding life philosophies? At this moment, students could not help but to argue for the sake of argument. Then what does the 9-in manual say? Professor Wang was completely unconcerned and casually cited. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and supplement the deficient. Thus the intangible triumphs over the tangible, and that which is lacking overcomes that which is abundant. Its meaning is extensive, its principle profound, and its intrigue deep. It divides the images of heaven and earth, lists the signs of yin and yang, expresses the causes of change, and makes clear the omens of life and death. Without conniving, traces naturally coincide. Without compact, the subtle and the obvious are in harmony. Considering its words in detail, the verification with reality is faultless. It can truly be called the tenet of the ultimate way and the beginning of nurturing life. Upon reaching this point, Professor Wang slapped the table. This was adapted from the Tao Te Ching. You young people are ignorant and have not fully understood Chu Kuang's intention in writing these martial arts techniques. The various settings in his books all have a cultural foundation, with references to so many ancient texts. They're not just made up out of thin air, as you imagine. This was also why Professor Wang loved the legend of the Condor heroes. In other martial arts novels, the martial arts moves are all made up randomly, to be as domineering as possible. Chu Kuang, however, drew his martial arts moves from ancient texts, turning the fictional martial arts into an orderly and intrinsically logical compendium. Below the stage, the students were stunned by the critique. No one had expected that in Chu Kuang's book, not only did the outstanding figures correspond to directions and the 5 elements, but even the martial skills themselves carried such connotations. They even made use of Laozi's Tao Te Ching. Is this the literary nature of the legend of the Condor heroes? After the shock, a student muttered under their breath. Professor Wang shook his head. This is the literary nature of the legend of the Condor heroes, but it is not the entirety of its literary attributes. This book encompasses poetry, calligraphy, painting, music, chess, and even Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, as well as astronomy and geography. Moreover, it uniquely integrates the mysterious Qimen Duanjia, yin and yang, and the five elements. In a way, it could be called a mini-encyclopedia of traditional culture. To fully understand the legend of the Condor heroes, you wouldn't have to go through so much trouble in my class. Let's test you again. Do you know about the various philosophers referenced in the legend of the Condor heroes? The various philosophers? The students looked at each other with odd expressions, clearly thinking, "Please, continue showing off. I knew you wouldn't understand." Huang Yaoshi, who grew weary of the world and lived in isolation, embraced Zhuangzi's Taoist philosophy that views fame and gain as passing clouds. There's no need to say much about Master Eating, who represents Buddhism, renouncing the world and converting to the three jewels. As for Ouyang Feng, he is like the strategist school, using all sorts of schemes and stopping at nothing. Hong Qigong embodies the Mahist ideals, helping the distressed and saving those in trouble. So impressive. A student asked, "What about Guojing?" The corner of Professor Wang's mouth curled up. Guojing embodies Confucian orthodox thought, not only in his personality, but also in his fervent desire to serve his country. Is there a specific instance of that? The students were completely led by the nose by Professor Wang, only realizing today how profound his literary cultivation was. Even a regular person reading a martial arts novel would not reach his level of understanding. You all really have a knack for questions. Professor Wang flipped through the legend of the Condor heroes, quickly finding the information he was looking for. In the 37th chapter, the Mongol army attacks Samarkand but cannot breach it for a long time. Temujin then declares that whomever can conquer the city shall be rewarded with all its treasures. Eventually, Guojing devises a plan to take the city, and Temujin, true to his word, is set to reward him. However, Guojing had already privately decided to use the opportunity to ask Temujin to cancel his engagement with Princess Huajing. But then they encounter the Mongol army slaughtering the city's people, with tens of thousands of innocent lives brutally taken. Seeing this, Guojing resolutely changes his request to spare these tens of thousands of lives and does not regret it. This is an embodiment of Confucian character, and also the reason why I hold Guojing in such high regard. Moreover, this plot point precisely highlights the main narrative thread of the story. The students were utterly convinced. No matter what questions they asked, Professor Wang was unshakable. Then a student subconsciously asked, "What is the main theme of the legend of the Condor heroes?" Professor Wang sighed. "That's a good question. Initially, I thought the main theme of the legend of the Condor heroes should be the duel atop Mount Hua. Later, I believed it should be helping Temujin sweep across the world. But only at the end did I understand that the main theme of this book is national duty and righteousness, something that makes this novel stronger than all other martial arts novels." Just like the final question Guojing asks Temujin before his death, today I also ask you, what kind of person can be called a hero? He shook his head. Professor Wang said, "This question is too complex for you. Given your intelligence, it's hard to understand. Let's change to another question, which will also be your homework for this class. Tomorrow, each of you must write a summary for me. As an old man without much culture, I need you to tell me." Holding the chalk, Professor Wang wrote the character for hero on the blackboard, then turned to face the students, his gaze filled with expectation. What is heroism? Chapter 962, 893. The greatness of a hero, for the country, for the people, 4th update. What is a hero? The students scratched their heads in puzzlement. And in the following class, Professor Wang not only sparred with the students, but also dissected the legend of the Condor heroes to reveal the aspects of its cultural representation. He made various, extensive references, so much so that when class ended, the students were still reluctant to leave. "Professor Wang, tell us more. We haven't had enough yet." You've just finished analyzing Huang Yaoshi. How about analyzing some of the others next, like master eating? Professor Wang is GOAT. I'll never call you an old rascal again. Anyone who dares to say Professor Wang's class is boring, I'll fight them. Professor Wang. He used to be polite to these students, and they didn't appreciate it. Today, he scolded them vigorously, and they seemed to enjoy it. Class is over. He waved his hand. We'll continue with the Legend of the Condor Heroes next class. Now go back and do your homework properly. What is a hero? This question was the homework Professor Wang had left them. Just as Professor Wang was preparing to leave, a somewhat embarrassed student approached him and said, Professor Wang, today's class was too exciting. I couldn't help but record a video. Can I post it online? Playing with your phone during class? Professor Wang responded with irritation. Not again. The student excitedly replied. Understood, Professor Wang. Sure enough, the student quickly uploaded the video online. To the student's surprise, Professor Wang's lecture went viral rapidly. His elaborate analysis of the Legend of the Condor Heroes in class had won countless netizens' admiration and awe. Damn, GOAT. I bowed down to Professor Wang. As expected from a literature professor. Are we even reading the same novel? The Legend of the Condor Heroes has so many literary allusions. A marvel to behold. The talk about the 5 elements and the bagua was brilliant. The coolest part was the martial skills analysis. I had no idea that techniques like the 18 dragons subduing palms originated from ancient texts. Ah, this professor is so adorable, saying he's uneducated. Who is he dissing? Spending the whole lecture roasting students in various imposing ways. Yet it ends up making you speechless because he truly understands. After watching the professor's analysis, I realized just how terrifying this old rascal is. The other martial arts novels pale in comparison to the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Talking about nationalism is easy, but who dares make it the main theme? Only Chu Kuang could handle that theme. Normal martial arts writers simply can't grasp it. But seriously, after listening to Professor Wang's analysis, I realized the Legend of the Condor Heroes is even more GOAT than I thought. The netizens were truly shocked. Everyone was solely focused on the storyline when reading The Legend of the Condor Heroes, completely overlooking the numerous traditional cultural references embedded in the text. Professor Wang is outstanding. Chu Kuang is even more so. A martial arts novel was endowed with such profound literary depth by Chu Kuang that even Professor Wang, a proponent of traditional culture, couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. You should know, the traditional culture circle has always been mainly critical of fantasy works, and it is rare for such works to receive such outright approval. And as netizens were busy lavishing praise, the student who uploaded the video couldn't help but say, "Don't just spit rainbows, offer some suggestions." OL Wang is asking what a hero is. How should we know? The netizens certainly weren't interested in doing homework. But Professor Wang's lecture gained not only the likes and approval of netizens. Other renowned figures from the field of traditional culture also shared the video, affirming this viewpoint. This was a first. The traditional culture circle has such respect for a wuxia novel. Meanwhile, Starlight Entertainment. Lin Yuan was sitting in his office writing a novel. If someone were standing behind Lin Yuan, they would certainly see that the document he was writing was boldly titled The Return of the Condor Heroes. Yes, after finishing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Lin Yuan didn't fall into his usual salted fish mode. He immediately began writing The Return of the Condor Heroes. Jin Yong is known for the Condor trilogy, consisting of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. Among them, the stories of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes are tightly connected. Lin Yuan could put off Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer for later, but he couldn't let go of the story of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Only with the release of The Return of the Condor Heroes would the character development of Guijing be truly completed. Of course, this was also related to Lin Yuan's need for Chu Kuang to earn him more reputation points. Lin Yuan was aware of how popular The Legend of the Condor Heroes was, and he knew that striking while the iron was hot would ensure good sales for subsequent works. And until today, he had already finished nearly half of The Return of the Condor Heroes and planned to complete it before April and then publish it. Just like that. He continued writing until 4 in the afternoon before deciding to call it a day. Sitting in the car on the way home, Lin Yuan took out his phone to check the online comments about the legend of the Condor heroes. It had become a daily routine for Lin Yuan to assess the system's mission progress of reviving the martial arts stories by reading silly netizens' comments on the legend of the Condor heroes. At that moment, Lin Yuan saw Professor Wang's classroom video. After watching the video, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. The interpretation was excellent. Actually, the legend of the Condor heroes encompasses a rich array of cultures and ideas, and Professor Wang had only revealed the tip of the iceberg. However, one must know, it has been only a few days since the legend of the Condor heroes was published. Being able to discern so much in just a couple of days showed Professor Wang's literary accomplishment. This saved Lin Yuan quite a bit of trouble. If these things weren't pointed out by others, Lin Yuan would have had to log into Ian's account and boast about it himself. Although there would be nothing wrong with that, it might be somewhat embarrassing, fearing that he could potentially embarrass himself in public one day. However, at the end of the class, the question left by Professor Wang was indeed very interesting, nearly striking at the core of the legend of the Condor heroes. With a thought, Lin Yuan felt it was better to let Ian fill in the gaps, as Ian's existence was indeed meant for this. With that thought, Lin Yuan quickly logged into Ian's account and took the opportunity to share the video on his blog. In the comments section, Lin Yuan typed out 8 characters. The hero's greatest pursuit, for the country and for the people. Actually, this phrase would be more concretely exemplified in the return of the Condor heroes, and also complements the character development of Guijing. With the return of the Condor heroes yet to be released, Lin Yuan deciding to write out this phrase earlier would help people understand Guijing's actions and thoughts more deeply. Making up his mind, Lin Yuan clicked publish. Thus, the concept of the hero's greatest pursuit for the country and for the people in wuxia was introduced for the first time on Blue Star. Chapter 963, 894, Heaven's Deficiency, Earth Scarcity. The post was live for 3 seconds. The page notified. Posting failed. Please check your network. Lin Yuan looked and realized it was just a temporary network hiccup. He didn't pay it much mind and was about to repost when his finger hesitated slightly. Something's not right. Lin Yuan had a sudden realization. He almost forgot the phrase, the greatest duty of a hero is to serve their country and its people, which had an original line in The Return of the Condor Heroes, spoken by Guijing to Yanghua. If Ian said this first, what would Chu Kuang say? Was Chu Kuang supposed to copy Ian's book review? What kind of author copies a reader's book review? Lin Yuan felt somewhat fortunate. This timely network glitch saved Chu Kuang from being criticized by readers for plagiarizing Ian's review. Cancel the post. Lin Yuan decided to keep Ian undercover. Blue Star was not short on people like Professor Wang. With such individuals around, the various designs within the legend of the Condor heroes would naturally not escape their eyes. Analyzing the martial skills of the legend of the Condor heroes. Ranking the legend of the Condor heroes' top experts. Down to the structure of the characters. Even the study of fictitious history. Every topic about the legend of the Condor heroes was spreading its influence with great momentum, making the novel increasingly resonate deeply with people, especially with the hearts of the people of Zhao continent. Chu Kuang managed to leave a profound impression on the Zhao people because of this book. This newly joined merged continent now viewed Chu Kuang extraordinarily favorably. Of course, the popularity of the legend of the Condor heroes remained undiminished in the regions of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han as well. However, unlike the people of Zhao, the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han actually expressed dissatisfaction with the book. A reader complained, "Everything's great with this book by the old rascal, except that he gives out too few lunch boxes, so there are hardly any tear-jerking moments from start to finish. Weren't the Zhao people mocking us before? I really want to see the old rascal ruthlessly torment the readers of Zhao continent. What's going on now, hey? The old rascal doesn't torment readers anymore. There goes my youth. Has the old rascal changed his ways? This legend of the Condor heroes is so stirring. Not a single hiccup from start to finish. He really has bowed down to the market, doghead. Old rascal, I beg you to torment us. So he's really going against the readers, huh? When we hope he doesn't torment anybody, he torments us terribly. And when we hope he'd give the Zhao continent readers a hard time, he ends up not tormenting at all, throwing hard punches at us, but meekly nodding along with Zhao continent. It's one thing for him to write a book specifically for Zhao continent, but did he really have to write something so thrilling? Not a single important character dies. Isn't that letting those Zhao people off too easy? It's unfair. The readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han felt imbalanced, especially since the Zhao people had previously mocked them. This had left the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han fuming internally, eager to see the old rascal torment them thoroughly. And yet, who could have predicted that the old rascal wouldn't play by the rules at all? The very moment when he should have been toughest, he suddenly became kind. Look at the storyline of the legend of the Condor heroes. The ones who died happened to be characters readers weren't deeply connected to, whose emotions were not yet fully engaged. Like a few from the Seven Freaks of Jiangnan with minor storylines, or complicated figures like Yang Kong. Beloved characters remained safely alive. Could it be the old rascal genuinely turned over a new leaf? Back home, my sister, my little sister, and Mom were huddled together, engaged in an animated discussion about something. Seeing Lin Yuan, Mom laughed. You're back just in time. We're planning to go on a trip. Do you want to join us? Lin Yuan paused. A trip? My sister explained. Big Yao Yao and Mom are home all the time, and I'm afraid they'll get bored. The company is about to have a few days off, so I thought it'd be nice to take them out for a trip. Transportation is so convenient these days. It's easy to go anywhere. Lin Yuan asked, where to for the trip? My sister excited. I want to go to Mount Hua. Your good buddy Chu Kuang recently wrote The Legend of the Condor Heroes, right? The part about duel atop Mount Hua in the book was so thrilling that now many people are influenced by this novel to visit Mount Hua. Even the local advertisers at Mount Hua are using the hype around the duel atop Mount Hua to promote tourism. Travel to Mount Hua? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. Blue Star and Earth share quite a few similarities, such as some histories preceding the second emperor of Qin, Hu Hai. In terms of geographical locations, the two worlds also have many similar places. For example, Mount Hua exists on Blue Star just as it does on Earth. But what Lin Yuan hadn't expected was that Mount Hua's tourism was being boosted because of the concept of duel atop Mount Hua from the legend of the Condor heroes. However, after some thought, Lin Yuan suddenly didn't find it strange anymore. Grave Robbers Chronicles by Nampai Sanchu repeatedly mentioned Changbai Mountain, resulting in Earth's Changbai Mountain tourism benefiting greatly from the novel. This was similar to how the legend of the Condor heroes stimulated tourism for Mount Hua. This is the power of novels. They may seem like just bunches of text, but their impact on people is actually huge. Sure, Lin Yuan didn't refuse. Spending more time with family by traveling together seemed like a good idea, and he didn't have anything else to do since he was recently writing The Return of the Condor Heroes. Novels can be written anywhere. Even writing while on a trip is completely okay. Without discussing the trip itinerary with the family, Lin Yuan went upstairs, turned on his computer, and casually looked up recent news about Mount Hua. Indeed, as my sister had said, due to the concept of duel atop Mount Hua from the legend of the Condor heroes, a lot of people were traveling there. In the comments section, some even suspected Chu Kuang of taking money from Mount Hua's officials to so vigorously promote Mount Hua in the novel. This was one of the rare instances on Blue Star when a novel influenced tourism to a particular location. Not dwelling on these matters anymore, Lin Yuan opened the document to continue writing The Return of the Condor Heroes. With the recent efforts, he had completed half of the novel. This included the plot where Little Dragon Maiden's chastity is compromised. For this part of the story, Lin Yuan fully respected the original work. Emotionally, Lin Yuan really wanted to change the Dragon Rider's storyline. The part where Little Dragon Maiden is defiled by Zhen Jibing is definitely a sore point for countless fans of The Return of the Condor Heroes, forever an unresolved grievance. But Yang was arm amputation and Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity echoed the novel's theme of incompleteness. Jin Yang's novel went through several revisions, and yet this segment of the story remained, indicating that, artistically, It was necessary. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to be rational about it and keep the plot, even if readers might not like it. It wasn't Chu Kuang's first time writing plot points that upset readers anyway. After all, having been called the old rascal for so many years, the persona was established, and one more act of mischief wouldn't hurt. Alright then. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had started to accept the setup that Chu Kuang was the old rascal. Chapter 964, 895. Drinking on the lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain. In fact, Jin Yong didn't completely avoid altering the Dragon Rider storyline in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Yeah, Dragon Rider changed from Yin Jiping to Zhen Jibing. Since Yin Jiping was a real person, causing protests from Taoism, he was replaced with a character like Zhen Jibing. Lin Yuan made changes as well. It's indeed inappropriate to tarnish the reputation of a real historical figure. Even though Blue Star didn't have Yin Jiping, the proper respect was still necessary. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan went downstairs for dinner. His sister suddenly expressed her regret. It looks like we can't go to Mount Hua anymore. Let's head to the nearby Westlake first, and then keep traveling. Lin Yuan asked, what happened? His sister gestured. Towards the TV? Take a look. Lin Yuan looked at the television, where the news presenter was explaining the situation. According to reports from Qi Continent, today, Blue Star's famous tourist spot Mount Hua's traffic has nearly collapsed. From the footage, we can see the area is completely overcrowded. Countless vehicles have been stuck for hours unable to move. The traffic police started clearing the roads early in the morning. This scene was caused by Chu Kuang's martial arts novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which mentions duel atop Mount Hua. Lin Yuan secretly rejoiced in his heart. Seeing the significant influence of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, he was naturally happy for Chu Kuang, the old rascal. However, it was now impossible to visit Mount Hua. If tourism turned into counting heads, then undoubtedly, the mere sight of countless tourists squeezing through would already be enough to deter any interest in visiting. Officials at Mount Hua must be thrilled. His sister said with a grimace, frustrated that they couldn't witness duel atop Mount Hua, even though there was no such event there actually. But Lin Xian was right. Officials at Mount Hua were indeed ecstatic. At that moment, there was excitement in the staff group chat of the local scenic area. Chu Kuang's novel is a godsend. Mount Hua hasn't been this lively in a long time. If his book had been published a few years earlier, we wouldn't have lost to Mount Tai by a slight margin in the last selection for Blue Star's outstanding scenic areas. Such a pity. You should be glad he didn't write about duel atop Mount Tai. After all, our duel atop Mount Hua just sounds more powerful. I think this concept is fantastic. We could host an event called Duel Atop Mount Hua in the future. We'll pay Chu Kuang royalties, although we never charged him any. It's a good idea. We can't be ungrateful. Other scenic areas are so envious now. Long live the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Long live martial arts fiction. Long live Chu Kuang. The guesswork at Mount Hua wasn't wrong. Indeed, other scenic areas were looking on enviously. It's just a novel. How can it have such a huge impact? It's not just any mention of Mount Hua in the novel, but the splendid depiction of the duel atop Mount Hua in The Legend of the Condor Heroes is mostly responsible. Can we contact Chu Kuang and ask for his help in advertising for us too? We can try, but there's no guarantee that Chu Kuang will agree, and the situation at Mount Hua is likely hard to replicate. They're lucky. The most distressed are those at Mount Tai, whose fame is similar to Mount Hua's. Perhaps many people originally intended to visit Mount Tai, but changed their plans because of Chu Kuang's novel. The competition between these two sites has always been fierce. Let's set aside that issue. We should also think of ways to use literary works to boost our promotions. As various major scenic areas envied Mount Hua's situation. Many scenic areas, inspired by the success of Mount Hua's publicity, came up with the idea of using literature to promote local tourism, all thanks to Chu Kuang's novel. The travel plan started 3 days later. That day, Lin Yuan, who had packed his bags and accompanied by a bodyguard, set out with his family. Sun Yaohua was left to look after Antarctica. Their first stop was Westlake. Just like Blue Star had famous places such as Mount Hua and Mount Tai, Westlake on Blue Star was also a very famous scenic area. Most importantly, Westlake was very close to Sioux City. It took only an hour's drive for Lin Yuan and his group to reach their destination. Although he had bodyguards with him, Lin Yuan still disguised himself to prevent passers-by from recognizing him. However, his method of disguise was different from the celebrities who liked to use a cap combined with a mask and sunglasses for cover. He wore gold-framed glasses, and his usually loose bangs were combed back at an angle, giving him a very different temperament from usual. Just to be safe, he also added a mask for himself. His sister was in charge of this look. She even wanted to do Lin Yuan's makeup, but he had refused. He didn't like the feeling of having stuff on his face and only submitted to makeup artists during shows for the sake of camera effects. After arriving at Westlake, the family strolled along the path, admiring the views and tasting snacks, enjoying a leisurely and happy time. Nobody recognized Lin Yuan. Even when Lin Yuan occasionally took off his mask to eat, he only managed to attract more looks due to his looks and demeanor, but he didn't encounter any incidents of fans recognizing him on the spot. It was a rare relaxation. Lin Yuan couldn't help but enjoy the scenery as well. Blue Star's West Lake was also beautiful, with mountains and waters, truly poetic and picturesque. At that moment, his sister suddenly pointed at the boats on West Lake. "Let's go for a boat ride." Everyone happily agreed. At the ferry point, a boat was parked. This was a boat rowed by a boatman, more popular than the electric boats. After Lin Yuan and his family boarded the boat, a light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, its beautiful, misty appearance making it even more memorable. Lin Yuan. His sister stretched out her hand to touch the raindrops from the sky. "Aren't you known for your brilliant literary talent? Don't you feel the impulse to compose a poem in such a scene?" Lin Yuan shook his head, no. His sister rolled her eyes, then prodded Big Yao Yao. "Big Yao Yao, since you're a top student, come up with one to show your brother your strength." "I'll try." After pondering for a while, the sisters struggled to begin. Slanted shadows reflect on the black awning. West Lake's expanse drifts away. Landscape enters dreams stealthily. Rain wakens the cloudy skies. His sister applauded. "Not bad, Big Yao Yao." Big Yao Yao shook her head. "It's not written very well." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's not very good." This author's level of poetry writing was indeed somewhat lacking. Big Yao Yao was not pleased, since she disliked being negated by her brother. "Then you write one." A thought struck Lin Yuan. "Then you're eating greens tonight." His sister gritted her teeth, resolutely deciding. "I'll eat them, but you need to write better than me." "Write well enough." Writing better than herself was still simple for him, so she changed her condition. Writing well enough was a very subjective standard, where whether it was good enough would be for her to decide. "Okay." Lin Yuan began without hesitation or any excessive gestures, merely stating monotonously, "The water's glistening reflection is best when it's clear." "Continue." Big Yao Yao stared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, looking at the distance, recited, "The mountain's colors are misty, the rain also strange." His sister looked at Lin Yuan in amazement, her expression clearly conveying, "Although I don't know what you're saying, it seems quite impressive." Desiring to compare Westlake to Sure. When Lin Yuan recited this line, his mom's attention was also drawn to him, seemingly curious about his next line. This was Su Immortal's famous work, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain. Luckily this world had Sure, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Reciting the final line, "Light makeup or thick, always so fitting." His mom looked on, clearly astonished. His sister didn't quite grasp the brilliance. Big Yao Yao was struck dumb. Chapter 965, 896. Advertising for Westlake. The sky had cleared. The rain had stopped. Lin Yuan's family went ashore. The recent rain hadn't been heavy, and the number of visitors at Westlake hadn't decreased. Instead, the air was fresher than before, carrying a moist sensation. As a breeze blew by, it even had a refreshing and rejuvenating effect. They continued sightseeing around. After passing a bridge, they suddenly encountered a bustling scene, seemingly an event, with quite a crowd gathered inside and out. A voice rose among them. "Welcome all visitors to our beautiful Westlake. Today, our scenic area proudly presents a poetry collection event. Here you can compose a poem about the scenic beauty of Westlake. If your work catches our judges' favor, you will get a chance to win a prize in our draw. The least you can win is a free boat ticket, and the highest could be our grand prize of 10,000 yuan. Please grace us with your talents, and who knows, your work might even appear on a TV program as a commercial for promoting our scenic area, and there will be additional compensation. Poetry? A draw? The sister laughed, hugging Lin Yuan. The poem you just wrote on the boat wasn't bad. How about we use that to try our luck in the draw? Lin Yuan. I'll thank Su de Xianren for you. To trade the most famous poem about Westlake for a chance in a draw, the maximum reward being only 10,000 yuan? Don't hesitate. The sister eagerly persuaded. You're wearing a mask. No one will recognize you. Their mother suddenly laughed. Westlake's collection of poetry for promotion must be learning from Mount Hua's method. By capitalizing on the fame of duel atop Mount Hua from the legend of the Condor heroes, Westlake wants to carve out a path using the influence of poetry. Learning from Mount Hua? Using literary works to promote a scenic area, Lin Yuan, sensing an opportunity for fame, suddenly said, "Then let's sign up. I'll go line up right now." The sister was very enthusiastic. In fact, many tourists present were quite eager, and the event saw high participation, with people occasionally composing a poem. Soon, it was Lin Yuan's turn. Lin Yuan took his own form, preparing to write when his sister suddenly asked the staff, "Do you have a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone?" "Yes." The staff member was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded, smiling. "Are you folks from Zhao continent? Zhao people really enjoy writing with brushes." The sister smiled. "We are locals." Westlake wasn't far from Sioux City, and saying they were locals wasn't entirely wrong since Westlake was within the Qin continent. Being one of the top attractions in Qin continent supported the massive daily influx of tourists, nearly sustaining half a city, and the entire continent felt a certain ownership over the site. Soon, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were ready. While most were filling out forms, using a brush and ink was rare, so Lin Yuan attracted quite a bit of attention, with some even attempting to see his face, but unable to due to the mask and hat. No one found it odd. Occasionally, visitors wearing hats and masks appeared at Westlake, sometimes even sunglasses, resembling a celebrity out and about. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yuan began to write. Without the slightest hesitation, a poem quickly appeared before the eyes of the spectators, titled, "Drinking on the Lakeside, the Sunshine Followed by Rain." The light of the water shines beautifully when clear. The mountain hues mystically blend with the rain. Desiring to compare Westlake to Shizi, light or heavy makeup all seem appropriate. Upon seeing this poem, expressions changed among the crowd, with everyone's first thought being, beautiful handwriting. Lin Yuan possessed master-level calligraphy skills, and although he had not yet required the artistic touch skill, the threshold for appreciating calligraphy was somewhat lower than that for painting. Moreover, as everyone can write, it's evident when handwriting is good or bad, although the specifics and extent of its excellence might not be clear to the layperson. The second reaction was, "Excellent poem. This poetry is too good." Initially, everyone's focus had been on the handwriting, so they didn't immediately delve into the poetry itself, which required time to appreciate. However, once they emerged from the charm of the handwriting, they instantly fell into the perfect atmosphere of the poem itself, a beauty even surpassing that of the calligraphy itself. The shimmering waters on a sunny day. The mountain scenery on a rainy day was mysterious. The contrast between Westlake and Shizi. The harmony between light makeup and heavy application. Whether it was the beauty of appearances, the beauty of the atmosphere, or even the beauty of the text itself, all could be appreciated from different angles. Damn, awesome. This poem, it's really awesome. Too bad I'm uneducated. Great handwriting. Even better poetry. Big shot. Master in disguise. The scene immediately erupted in cheers, and tourists even started clapping, with the intermittent "damn." "Can we participate in a raffle?" The sister was eager to try. The staff nearby, astounded by the beauty, subtly changed their attitude. "Please wait a moment. I'll ask the judges to take a look." "I am right here." A middle-aged man beside them spoke up, who was the judge officiating the event. It turned out the judge had been drawn over by the crowd, stood up, and moved closer, but when he saw Lin Yuan's poem, he was stunned. "Staff, can we participate in the draw?" The judge, with tears of laughter, replied, "Do we even need to mention it? Sunny day is fine, but rain is also unique. Not to mention the neat antithesis. This atmosphere alone is overwhelmingly beautiful. The last two lines are absolutely striking, a true masterpiece. This guy is a master. Making me judge him is simply demeaning me. So we can enter the raffle then. The sister ran over excitedly, but before she could act, Big Yao Yao turned the raffle wheel and won a boat ticket. The least desirable reward. The sister's face turned pale instantly. You jinx. Big Yao Yao looked innocently. Didn't we win? Well, better than nothing. It's not too bad to take another boat ride. However, when Lin Yuan and others were leaving, the judge insisted on getting their contact details, and finally, Lin Yuan whispered something in his ear. The man was stunned instantly. While he was still dazed, Lin Yuan quickly dragged his family and made a run for it. Big Yao Yao was curious. What did you tell him? Lin Yuan said, I am Xianyu. The sister burst into laughter. You actually revealed your identity? No wonder his face changed completely. Wonder if he believed it or not. Lin Yuan said, we'll find out if he verifies it. He had intentionally exposed his identity as Xianyu to ensure that the poem would be selected by the West Lake Scenic Area. Lin Yuan understood the impact of celebrity quite well. As for why not Chu Kuang? Because Chu Kuang has never shown his face in reality. Lin Yuan felt that the identity of Xianyu was safer. After all, whether it was Chu Kuang or Xianyu writing poetry, there was no problem. As for the reason for revealing his identity, that was even simpler. Given the terrifying traffic of West Lake, if this poem was adopted as an advertising tagline, then ultimately, the publicity should be able to bring quite a bit of reputation to Lin Yuan. Moreover, hadn't Chu Kuang already advertised for Mount Hua? Then why couldn't Xianyu advertise for West Lake? Chapter 966, 897. Please invite Xianyu as the brand ambassador. In an office within the West Lake Scenic Area, the person in charge of the scenic area, Qiu Long, shook hands with a middle-aged man. Thank you so much, Teacher Sheng Yuan. I spent a day meticulously studying your ode to West Lake, and I must say, I was astounded by the ingenious and subtle variations in the text, which are astounding. If it is ultimately adopted as West Lake Scenic Area's comprehensive advertisement phrase across Blue Star, we will definitely provide additional compensation afterward. Mount Hua has recently become incredibly popular. All the major scenic spots are envious. West Lake, of course, is not willing to be outdone and plans to adopt Mount Tai's model of using literature and art to advertise the scenic area. Blue Star people just love this approach. Just as this year's tourism peak season is around the corner, all major scenic spots are gearing up to unleash their full range of promotional tactics. West Lake is taking this advertisement very seriously. The budget for the advertisement is frighteningly high. After all, this has been the ongoing practice among Blue Star scenic spots for years. For this purpose, West Lake Scenic Area's person in charge, Qiu Long, contacted the renowned poet from Zhao Continent, Sheng Yuan, to write a poem as an advertisement for West Lake. Sheng Yuan was very supportive. He wrote a poem titled Ode to West Lake, which pleased many leaders from West Lake Scenic Area. High praise. Sheng Yuan smiled faintly. I don't have the skills like Chu Kuang, who could bring a tourism boom to Mount Hua through a novel. West Lake itself is a Blue Starian classic that resembles a heavenly paradise. The scenes in my humble work are merely gilding the lily. Upon hearing this, Qiu Long gave a bitter smile. An example like Mount Hua's is indeed hard to replicate, which is why everyone has been envious of Mount Hua lately. Just then, a somewhat excited voice suddenly came from outside the door. Manager, we have solicited a great poem. This poem might just work for our West Lakes promotion. The person entered the room. The voice suddenly halted. This was a junior leader of the scenic area who hadn't expected to find teacher Sheng Yuan in the office, talking about using another poem for West Lakes promotion in front of Sheng Yuan. Wasn't this a slap in Sheng Yuan's face? Qiu Long's face darkened. Get out. Turning his head, Qiu Long awkwardly explained to Sheng Yuan. Teacher Sheng Yuan, I'm sorry, but someone in our scenic area insisted on organizing an event to collect poems from tourists for promoting West Lake. It's just nonsense. How can the poems written by tourists compare to those of a great poet like you? You are mistaken, Sheng Yuan earnestly said. there might very well be people of astonishing talent among the populace. A poet's fame does not represent authority, even among those we call great poets in our Zhao continent, who didn't start from obscurity and slowly rise to where they are today. Since it has come up, why not listen to the poem? Qiu Long became even more embarrassed. Is that appropriate? Xing Yuan laughed. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm also curious what kind of lines made this person so excited. All right then. Qiu Long, annoyed, glared at the junior leader. Where's the poem? The person's face was sweaty, and he bravely said, Here, here. He took out a piece of paper and laid it flat on the desk. It was unmistakably Lin Yuan's Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain. As a result, just one glance. Xing Yuan was momentarily stunned. Qiu Long also slightly opened his mouth in surprise. A moment later, Xing Yuan suddenly slammed the desk. Qiu Long jumped, thinking Xing Yuan was angry, but surprisingly, Xing Yuan began to heap praise. What a poem! After finishing, Xing Yuan suddenly smiled bitterly. Is it some great figure from our Zhao continent who passed by here? This, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, is impeccable in its verses, and even the handwriting reveals an extraordinary touch. I am but a faint glow. How can I compete with the bright moon? I'm embarrassed. I'm asking you. Qiu Long spoke in haste. This time, it was not merely to save face for Xing Yuan. He was genuinely curious about the author of the poem, as this was no ordinary piece of writing. From the characters to the poem, especially this poem, which almost forcibly exceeded Xing Yuan's Ode to Westlake by a whole level. Teacher Admirable Fish, the junior leader quickly said. We confirmed with Teacher Admirable Fish's assistant that he just happened to be visiting Westlake today, so he participated in that poetry collection activity. Admirable Fish? Qiu Long was taken aback. What a coincidence to encounter Admirable Fish visiting the scenic area, and he had even written a poem. Xing Yuan then burst into hearty laughter. If it's Admirable Fish, then there's no problem. Although Zhao continent has just recently joined the merger, I have carefully studied Admirable Fish's works, especially his Peach Blossom poem, which made me feel quite embarrassed. The world laughs at my madness. I laugh at others' inability to see through. Each time I read it, I secretly feel ashamed. However, I didn't expect not only Admirable Fish's poetry to be excellent, but his calligraphy is also worthy of a master. Brother Qiu, could you do me a favor? What is it? This piece of writing in front of us. How about you gift it to me? I don't need any payment for the Ode to Westlake. Whether you use it or not, I don't mind. It's just that this writing, it delights my heart. Agreed. Qiu Long made a decision that would later cause him endless regret and sorrow during countless late nights. At that moment, his thoughts were not on the calligraphy, but on the poem. With this poem, the Ode to Westlake was definitely unneeded. So he also felt the need to compensate Xing Yuan, and was even somewhat relieved. At least he hadn't offended Xing Yuan. Thank you. Xing Yuan, ecstatic as if treasure had been bestowed upon him, grabbed the piece of writing from the table and ran. His quick action made Qiu Long even start to wonder whether he should have agreed so readily. Was it just a piece of writing? Could it be that Xing Yuan was a fan of Admirable Fish? Was this a burst of excitement similar to fans getting an autograph from their idol? Soon, Qiu Long stopped dwelling on this issue. After Xing Yuan left, his eyes suddenly blazed with intensity, and he said to the junior leader next to him, Notify all departments for a meeting. The meeting topic will be Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain. My opinion is to use this poem as the highlight of Westlake's advertising campaign this time, including the filming of this advertisement. It will also revolve around this poem, encompassing both sunny and rainy scenes. Furthermore, contact the company Admirable Fish is affiliated with, invite them to cooperate, and it would be best if Admirable Fish could endorse our Westlake scenic area once. Having him as a brand ambassador would be ideal. Also, release the news of Admirable Fish's visit to Westlake scenic area. Admirable Fish is well known, and he should be able to attract some visitors. Also, send the poem to my phone. Westlake scenic area has never chosen any spokespersons or brand ambassadors, as no celebrity was deemed suitable. However, Admirable Fish could be considered an exception. Yes, The junior leader quickly went to prepare. I have already sent you the poem. Xiaolong nodded his head, took out his phone, and started reading the poem repeatedly. However, for some reason, Xiaolong suddenly felt that viewing the poem on his phone was not as impactful as seeing Admirable Fish's original calligraphy just now. Could it be because brushwork and ancient poetry are more compatible? Chapter 967, 898 West Lake is hot. First update. In the following days, Lin Yuan accompanied his family to various scenic areas, enjoying the natural landscapes of different places. A week later, the journey ended. By the time they returned home, the whole family was exhausted. Traveling is supposed to relax the mind, but it actually requires a lot of physical energy, especially activities like climbing mountains are quite challenging. You can't spend the whole trip in a car, can you? Moreover, traveling by car for several consecutive days is not easy either. However, the gains from this trip were also quite significant. Lin Yuan checked in at many famous scenic areas and even visited the renowned Mount Tai. Because Mount Hua was too crowded, so Lin Yuan's family chose Mount Tai instead to avoid the throngs. Regarding the use of drinking on the lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, for promotional activities at West Lake, Lin Yuan had already heard from Gudong. The other party had directly contacted Starlight Entertainment. It was said that West Lake initially even considered having teacher Admirable Fish as the spokesperson, but since there was no prior precedent, it ultimately did not happen. It's worth mentioning, after adopting this poem, Westlake even directed a reward of 1 million as an official royalty into Lin Yuan's account. It must be said, such formal entities handle matters very meticulously. The modern-day value of Su Immortal's poem, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, is of course inestimable. The 1 million isn't a price, but a gesture of sincerity from Westlake towards the poem and teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan accepted it promptly, then continued to bury his head in writing The Return of the Condor Heroes. With the busy past few days, The Return of the Condor Heroes was now 2/3 complete. Heading downstairs, just as Lin Yuan was preparing to go out for a stroll, he suddenly saw his sister excitedly lifting her phone. It's released, it's released, it's released. Big Yao Yao asked, what's released? His sister joyfully said, quick, look at the video shared in my social circle. The latest promotional video from Westlake Scenic Area went viral today. They used Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain in their advertisement. Let me see. Their mother hurriedly leaned over to watch. Oh, the scenery is shot so beautifully. His sister also took out her phone to watch, while saying, the scenery in the camera matches perfectly with the verses. We should watch it on the big screen for a better effect. With that, his sister turned on the home projector. The projector lit up. Lin Yuan looked up. The first shot in the video was likely an aerial view, capturing the entire beauty of West Lake in one fell swoop. At the same time, a voice filled with poetic and picturesque grace began to sound, magnetic, stirring a sense of intoxication in the heart. The water's gleam is flickering, fine weather so perfect. In the center of West Lake, two ancient scholars were drifting in a boat, sitting and drinking tea. At that moment, the sunlight was bright and clear, casting its radiant glow which made the waters of West Lake ripple, creating shimmering waves and ripples on the surface. Even through the screen, one could almost smell the fresh aroma of West Lake. The mountain colors are hazily enveloped. Even the rain is splendid. The sky gradually began to rain, the close-up of the raindrops sparkling incomparably, and then falling on the lake's surface, splashing up little white flowers. In the drizzle, the mountains around West Lake appeared misty and vast, as if faintly visible through the rainy mist, revealing another magical scenery, irresistibly inviting one to explore its serene depths. From the shimmering light on the water to the dense misty rain, the lake's light and the mountain's colors reflected each other intriguingly. Both the clear day's scenery and the rainy day's charm were present, resembling a beautiful ancient scroll. If West Lake were compared to Shishir, as the third line of the poem echoed, a hazy silhouette appeared in the frame. The silhouette gently fanned a silk fan as she walked, with each step blossoming into lotuses. Though her face wasn't clear, one could imagine her beauty. This was Shishir. Shishi's image isn't uniformly defined, as various portraits have been handed down through ancient times, so the promotional video used a hazy interpretation, offering great room for imagination. Subtle makeup or heavy, both are appropriate. It wasn't just the alternation of sunshine and rain, but also the cyclic transformation of the four seasons. This was the montage technique used in filming. Every characteristic of each season was perfectly captured on camera. The beauty of spring, the charm of summer, the richness of autumn, the scenery of winter. And this indeed adhered to the phrase, simple or adorned, always fitting, suggesting that Westlake was always beautiful, no matter how it was dressed. Different seasons, different weather. Even in the morning and at night, Westlake had its unique artistic conception and beauty. The entire video was 5 minutes long. The background music was the continuous sound of the Guqin and Se. Besides the first minute of shooting the whole Westlake scenic area, each following minute used different shots to present the images expressed by the verses, captivating the audience. And as the screen gradually darkened, a caption flashed up. This promotional film is dedicated to every visitor. Westlake welcomes you to visit. Special thanks to teacher Admirable Fish for the poem, Drinking on the Lakeside. The sunshine followed by rain written live at Westlake. Treasures of teacher Admirable Fish's calligraphy are preserved within the scenic area. The living room was somewhat silent. My sister, unusually serious, spoke softly. I finally understand what's good about this poem. The poetic blend of literature and physics. Even those who knew nothing about poetry would understand the artistic conception of the poem after watching this video. Indeed, the distribution channels for the Westlake promotional video were extensive, besides being promoted on social networks. Traditional TV stations also scheduled it for broadcast. It was even visible everywhere in high-speed trains and subway stations. This promotional video filmed at Westlake. Of course, the video was also everywhere online. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Countless people shared it. This promotional video went viral. Westlake is so beautiful. No wonder since ancient times countless scholars and poets have lingered there, inspired to write numerous masterpieces. Voting on Westlake must feel amazing. I must go there this year to see the scenery described by Fish Papa. The scenery is beautiful, the poetry even more so. This poem was actually written by teacher Admirable Fish. When I was watching the video, I said to my sisters, the author of this poem must be a great poet, and I laughed when seeing at the end that it was Fish Papa. But calling Fish Papa a great poet doesn't sound wrong, does it? The promotional piece said Fish Papa wrote it live. Fish Papa truly has an amazing literary talent. Such wonderful poetry written live. Comparing Westlake to Shishi and concluding with simple or adorned, always fitting. 7 characters that perfectly summarize. Shishi was considered the foremost beauty of her time. The first 2 lines are also brilliant. The upper half is about the exchange of sceneries, an integration of scenes and emotions. Between the lines, the sceneries correspond to each other without detailed descriptions, yet encapsulate the beauty of Westlake perfectly. I thought these 2 lines were the best, but the last 2 were even more amazing. The phrase simple or adorned is classic. Isn't the point that Westlake has an original poem written by Fish Papa? Got it. I'm booking tickets to Chin Continent right now. Westlake, here I come. This is the best shot promotional film for a scenic area I've seen this year. Other scenic areas should really learn from this method of promotion. The combination of poetic verses and scenic beauty was too compelling. It makes me want to visit Westlake right now to experience the beauty described by the poet. Netizens were amazed. The celebrity effect, the poetic effect, and the scenic effect, along with Westlake's already famed beauty on Blue Star. The effect was freakishly good. The beauty of the poetry complemented the beauty of the scenery, and almost overnight following the promotional video sensation, the visitor count at Westlake surged dramatically. It was still March. It wasn't even the peak tourist season yet, but the number of visitors at Westlake exceeded even the peak times. Wow! Westlake became an instant hit. Chapter 968, 899 soundtrack, second update. Yes, Westlake went viral. In the following days, an endless stream of tourists started arriving at Westlake. Some visitors were even watching the promotional video, drinking on the lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, while exploring, tirelessly searching for the highlighted sites from the video. Some tourists hired guides. The guides would introduce various scenic spots along the way, especially mentioning the poem by Lin Yuan. This poem, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, was composed by teacher Admirable Fish during his visit to West Lake. Some online speculated that teacher Admirable Fish had written it in advance, but many tourists can testify that teacher Admirable Fish composed this poem on the spot during a small event organized by our scenic area. The weather was sunny at first, but around noon, it suddenly started to drizzle. Perhaps teacher Admirable Fish noticed the unique beauty of West Lake in the rain, as the mountain scenery gradually became hazy through the raindrops. The guide paused here. She noticed that the tourists beside her were all looking up at the sky, and someone complained, "Damn it, why isn't it raining yet?" Hearing this, the guide twitched the corner of her mouth. These tourists were quite quirky. Normally, tourists would worry about changes in the weather, fearing sudden rain that could spoil their fun. Today, on the contrary, they were hoping for rain. Just as the saying goes, the water's gleam is loveliest in sunny weather, and the mountain's charm is unique in the mist of rain. Visitors who came to play seemed to want to witness for themselves West Lake's scenery of sunshine followed by rain. Unfortunately, this kind of weather was not something you could experience every day. With the financial power of the West Lake scenic area, they could create artificial rain. But where could that compare to the charm of natural rain? It would seem forced instead. Meanwhile, the media was also busy. There was news reporting on the related events. This year's tourism peak season seems to have arrived early, with Mount Hua's traffic congestion followed by the surge of tourists at West Lake. Mount Hua's popularity benefited from Chu Kuang's novel, while West Lake's buzz also benefited from Lin Yuan's poem. In the news, the scene of the West Lake bustling with people appeared on the screen. The host said with a smile, "What's interesting is that Lin Yuan and Chu Kuang are close friends, and now one has written about the duel atop Mount Hua in a book, while the other has written about the post-rain sunshine at West Lake, causing both tourist spots to become hugely popular. This has become a delightful story in itself." At this point, the camera shifted to the poem, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain, handwritten by Lin Yuan, a piece of beautiful regular script instantly capturing the audience's attention. "I'm sure everyone has noticed," said the host. "Teacher Admirable Fish's calligraphy is extremely beautiful. His creation in regular script has reached master level. Even many people from Zhao continent, who are proficient in brush calligraphy, have nothing but praise for it." Some have compared teacher Admirable Fish's poem to Chu Kuang's autograph from the past, and concluded that teacher Admirable Fish's calligraphy surpasses the other by a notch. That was to be expected. Lin Yuan's calligraphy level was at the professional level for Chu Kuang's autograph wave. And for Lin Yuan's poem writing wave, Lin Yuan's calligraphy level had reached master level. Although one was in pen and the other in brush, making them not directly comparable, the difference was still noticeable. The impact of the promotional video and poetry continued to ferment. The buzz about West Lake kept escalating, almost catching up to Mount Hua. On the internet, netizens were also discussing all sorts of topics. Some netizens even said, "This really has a bit of a South Lin Yuan, North Chu Kuang feel to it. I've just checked the map, and indeed, West Lake is to the south and Mount Hua to the north." It was a coincidence. And what surprised Lin Yuan was, his cultural prestige actually increased significantly with this round of promotional videos for West Lake. Why was this? Lin Yuan had written poems before, but rarely did they bring him such high prestige gains. Could it be related to the influence of West Lake itself? The tourist throughput of West Lake was tremendous. The poem, combined with the influence of West Lake itself, received the greatest boost, which might be the answer to this sudden surge in prestige. This gave Lin Yuan something to ponder. Should the other scenic spots also have a go? He shook his head, deciding not to bother with that for now. Priorities must be set in doing things. It's all right to occasionally go out and have fun with family. But the matters of the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy must be given priority, especially now that he had started writing the ending for the return of the Condor Heroes. Yes, it was only mid-March, but Lin Yuan was already close to finishing the return of the Condor Heroes. The rhythm was still to publish the whole book at once. Jin Yang's martial arts novels were very suitable for binge reading. And as the novel was nearing completion, Lin Yuan and Jin Mu revealed the news of the new book, The Legend of the Condor Heroes Trilogy. When Jin Mu heard Lin Yuan's plan, his expression was a mix of surprise and astonishment. You mean to say that the storyline of this book, called The Return of the Condor Heroes, is somewhat like a sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes? That's one way to understand it. Jin Mu grew even more excited. This was Lin Yuan's first time writing a sequel to his novel. With the popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes as a foundation, it was almost foreseeable how much the readers would appreciate it. Are the protagonists still Guijing and Huang Rong? It's not that Jin Mu was slow, but the title of the book was too misleading. The title was related to the condors again, and it emphasized the word hero's mate. So wasn't it referring to Guijing and Huang Rong? No. Lin Yuan spoke. This time, the male lead is the son of Yang Kong and Mu Nianzi. The son of Yang Kong? Jin Mu frowned subconsciously, then quickly relaxed. What day wasn't Chu Kuang bringing surprises his way? If there weren't any, would he still be Chu Kuang? There was no need to worry about surprises of just this magnitude. Jin Mu smiled and said, the timeline follows the previous book closely, so the couple Guijing and Huang Rong should continue to make appearances? Jin Mu did not ask for more specific content, instead changing the topic. Did you hear about Starlight's official announcement this morning about The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series airing at the end of the month? Lin Yuan nodded. Gudong had already told Lin Yuan about it. The Legend of the Condor Heroes went smoothly from filming to post-production. After all, Starlight's film and television team was already very mature, and they could even manage airing while filming without any issue, let alone with such prepared production. Did you do the music for the TV series? It will be completed in a few days. The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series required several songs, and Lin Yuan planned to process them internally within the Yu dynasty. For example, Iron-Blooded Heart is a duet. Lin Yuan intended to collaborate Chun Jiu and Zhao Yinggu, creating a version tailored to their vocal characteristics. This song is a textbook example of harmonization. Another song, The World Always Welcomes You, is also performed by these two. These two songs were in the Qi language. The rest focused more on instrumental music. Some scenes were better with music alone. Adding lyrics would only break the mood. However, Lin Yuan considered that the audience might also want to hear something in Mandarin, so he planned to add Heaven and Earth Are in My Heart. Many may not realize, but this is a song that has been greatly underestimated because the intro is too long, and it's from the Zhang Jizhong version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The version was controversial, which affected the song's spread. In fact, Lin Yuan thought that among the many adaptations, it was notable. Was it some sort of inexplicable political correctness at the time to criticize the big beard appearance? In reality, this is one of the rare songs that completely lacks romantic elements and contains only an ambitious and grand martial arts spirit. The intro may be long, but the morin cour and variations are truly exciting. The lyrics are well crafted and have a strong martial arts flavor. The line, a horse gallops, an arrow is drawn to the bow, heaven and earth are in my heart, from the lyrics offers a profound sentiment and is sufficiently serious to match the theme of The Legend of the Condor Heroes with its ties to the grand historical setting. Lin Yuan believed, with these songs, The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series should not disappoint. Chapter 969, 900A Split with Chu Kuang. Yu Dynasty had recorded songs with Lin Yuan so many times that it had become second nature, just like how directors and actors develop a tacit understanding after working together for a long time. Lin Yuan and the singers from Yu Dynasty had developed this kind of understanding as well. About a week's effort. Several songs were recorded smoothly. The decision to choose Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiu for the duet was of course deliberate. Because Sun Yaohua and Jiang Kuei from Yu Dynasty had already become the king and queen of singing respectively, Lin Yuan wanted to give other people a chance to reach that status, so he made such an arrangement. You can't just focus on promoting one or two individuals exclusively. Meanwhile, online anticipation for the TV drama adaptation of The Legend of the Condor Heroes was growing louder and louder. Under the official Starlight account, The comment section was full of excited original novel fans howling. Those most looking forward to the TV adaptations of novels are often these original fans. As a result, at that moment, Tribe Film and Television suddenly announced a piece of news. Tribe Film and Television is proud to announce that Trap the Tiger, adapted in collaboration with Lancet, will officially air on the 23rd of this month. Stay tuned. Don't forget, there has been a martial arts craze in the television drama circle recently. Every so often, several classic martial arts adaptations are announced, with dates set for their release, or they go straight to airing. It was under this trend that Lin Yuan decided to write The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Among them, Trap the Tiger, a collaboration between Tribe and Lancet, is the hottest super favorite among this batch of martial arts adaptations. Their choice to air it this month makes perfect sense. A huge audience is looking forward to it too. After all, Lancet's Trap the Tiger is a classic martial arts novel etched in many people's memories and is considered the masterpiece of this martial arts legend. Its influence even exceeds that of Starlight's previously adapted Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Not to mention, the drama is personally adapted by Lancet, the original author of the novel. Most other martial arts dramas are adapted by screenwriters, and it is rare for original authors to personally take charge of the adaptation. Therefore, everyone was curious as to how Lancet would adapt his own pinnacle masterpiece, Trap the Tiger. He wouldn't be following Chu Kuang's approach and completely overhaul his Trap the Tiger, letting the antagonist go on a chaotic killing spree, would he? There would be fun then. After all, Lancet himself had made big claims in an interview, stating that his adaptation would be a self-subversion, guaranteed to surprise and delight the audience. This had garnered a lot of attention for Trap the Tiger. Originally, this had nothing to do with The Legend of the Condor Heroes airing this month. It's not unusual to have multiple TV dramas airing in the same month, and such coincidences are not a big deal, with no conflicts between the two. However, what left everyone dumbfounded was, shortly after Trap the Tiger set its air date, Starlight also officially set theirs. Chu Kuang's martial arts masterpiece, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, will air on the 23rd of this month. Stay tuned. What now? Wow, that's bold. Manufacturing conflict on purpose? Starlight surely did it intentionally. Their new drama, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, was going to air on the same day as Tribe's Trap the Tiger. Airing in the same month is too common to even count as a coincidence. But airing on the same day? And they announced it one after the other? That changes the concept entirely. All of a sudden, the whole internet was abuzz. This was the first time Starlight took such a clear shot at a rival. The feud between Starlight and Tribe is irreversible now. This year, all Starlight artists have left Tribe for blogs, and now the two sides have completely fallen out. Are they confronting each other head-on? So domineering. Tribe has been suppressing Starlight for a while. Some Starlight artists got traffic limited there. They say it was technical issues, so that's why the Starlight artists left Tribe. This move today is more than just a head-on challenge. It's Starlight launching an official counterattack on Tribe. A martial arts showdown? Chu Kuang's previous adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was heavily criticized because the old rascal made some ruthless cuts. I heard Lancet was quite unhappy about it. Now, Chu Kuang has brought out his own original wuxia to go head-to-head with Lancet. It does seem a bit like a martial arts showdown. Even though Lancet's works can't compare to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, you can't ignore that his works were released earlier and have a larger viewer base. It reminds me of the battle between Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos. I remember now, that time when Starlight's Journey to the West TV drama was scheduled. The Primordial Chaos announced their schedule half an hour later, clearly targeting them. But despite the Primordial Chaos having such a high viewer base, they still lost disastrously, completely dominated by Journey to the West. As a result, Starlight appears to have learned from the Primordial Chaos. Not a good sign. I think not necessarily. Think about who the original authors of these two dramas are. Who was the original author? Some netizens paused, then suddenly realized with astonishment. The author of Journey to the West and The Legend of the Condor Heroes is the same person. It's Chu Kuang, the old rascal himself. Last time, Starlight was crazily producing content under the guidance of the old rascal Chu Kuang. Netizens are calling it expert moves. Starlight clearly wants to replicate the ultimate battle scenes from Journey to the West versus the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, at a certain venue, Ling Kong was holding a press conference with Lancet for Trap the Tiger, surrounded by stars and with numerous reporters in attendance. This was the tribe's credibility at stake, even more impressive than what entertainment companies could muster. The press conference was halfway through. A reporter suddenly said, "We just received news that Starlight's new drama, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, will be broadcast on the same day as your TV drama. What does Mr. Ling Kong think about this?" "What? Same-day broadcast?" Ling Kong's eyelids twitched rapidly. Lancet, standing beside Ling Kong, also looked somewhat displeased. Both of them had been attending the press conference and were not aware of this news. Hearing about it all of a sudden, their first reaction was, "Provocation. This is a provocation. Starlight is clearly not taking Trap the Tiger seriously." The reporter turned to Lancet. "If it's a contest for viewership ratings, how does Teacher Lancet think the contest will go?" Lancet raised his eyebrows, calming himself, and said indifferently, "If it's a showdown with TV dramas, I'd say Chu Kuang and I are evenly matched." Lancet understood in his heart. He couldn't compete with the novels. The Legend of the Condor Heroes almost pioneered a school of its own in the martial arts world, and even Lancet had to admit that Chu Kuang's talent was among the top in the entire martial arts world. But TV dramas were full of uncertainties. A successful novel doesn't always translate into a successful TV adaptation. This is common sense. Ling Kong, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. An even match, huh? That result wasn't too bad. It was enough that they had a chance to fight. He was no longer bullish, and after repeated setbacks, he had gradually begun to see himself more clearly. Ling Kong also thought back carefully. After making enemies with the three brothers, he was most harshly defeated by Shadow. Xian Yu had beaten him too, but not too harshly. As for Chu Kuang, he hadn't really been attacked by the other party much. If he could use this wave to beat Chu Kuang in the TV drama battle, he could regain some face when facing the three brothers in the future. That would be good. Let Chu Kuang bear the sins committed by Shadow and Xian Yu. Why should he do so when the three of them always move together and oppose the tribe? However, it's true that wherever he goes, he can't avoid these three. Ling Kong thought with a bit of a headache. Even going to the Golden Hall to listen to a tune, he could run into Xian Yu, which was incredibly frustrating. After the TV drama, Trap the Tiger, press conference concluded. A news headline appeared on the top page of the media. Starlight and Tribe's new shows to air on the same day. Teacher Lancet says, "Chu Kuang and I are evenly matched." Chapter 970, 901. The world always welcomes you. Fourth update. Martial arts world. Many people were paying attention to The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series, which quickly became a source of bemused frustration because of the news. A 50-50 chance. What was that supposed to mean? Given the standard of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, neither Qin Yang nor Qin Yuan would dare claim they're on par with Chu Kuang, but Lancet had the nerve to say it. He was talking about the TV series. Then he should have added the TV series after his statement. Otherwise, it's irritating no matter how you hear it. And doesn't he feel ashamed? If the TV series beats Chu Kuang, I bet Lancet would brag about it for a year. Some people in the martial arts world were not happy. It wasn't that everyone supported Chu Kuang. They simply disliked Lancet's statement, "I'm on par with Chu Kuang," which was an act of concept switching. Those who were unaware might actually think he was talking about being on an equal footing with him in terms of martial arts novel writing. The TV industry. There were also many people paying attention, especially after Starlight directly challenged Tribe. The industry was abuzz with discussions. Since when has Starlight been so aggressive? Probably because they were pushed too hard by Tribe. Tribe controls many resources and imposes all kinds of restrictions on Starlight's artists, resulting in them being targeted in many activities. Despite both being capital, Tribe is much larger than Starlight. Tribe's influence is already declining, though. The three brothers did make the blog colorful after joining, but a camel at its weakest is still bigger than a horse. Tribe is far from being seriously hurt. Who do you think will come out on top this time? Starlight is betting on The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and Tribe is Trap the Tiger. It's hard to say. No matter how good the novel is, it all depends on how the TV series is made. Lancet wasn't wrong. it's 50-50. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Trap the Tiger. The TV series from both sides had a combative tone starting from their very titles, something that everyone had somehow missed before. Now upon reflection, it would be odd if they didn't face off. The two sides were deeply entangled, such as the feud between Ling Kong and the three brothers, the relationship between Chu Kuang and Lancet, and the increasingly fierce conflict between Starlight and Tribe. Online, netizens' enthusiasm for gossip was sky-high. It felt like a return to the days of the epic journey to the West versus the primordial chaos battles as supporters of both sides voiced their opinions. I'm rooting for the Legend of the Condor Heroes. I'm more interested in Trap the Tiger. Lancet said his adaptation would revolutionize our understanding of the work, and that has really piqued my curiosity. I've loved Trap the Tiger since I was a kid. I read Lancet's novels too, but after watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I suddenly found all other martial arts novels dull. I'm still supporting Starlight. Maybe they'll both end up sharing the spoils. For The Legend of the Condor Heroes, it mainly depends on how it's made. If the adaptation is faithful, there will be no problem. For Trap the Tiger, it all hinges on how it's changed. If Lancet really can surprise the audience, he's got a good chance. Just start broadcasting it. As long as the plot is good, I'll watch both series. Why make it complicated when it's such a simple matter? In the midst of everyone's anticipation, March 23rd finally arrived. That night, in a certain household in Qin continent, the aroma of dinner filled the air. Mother took off her apron and yelled, "Li Feng, dinner's ready." A young man next door cheerfully emerged from the bedroom. This young person was named Li Feng, a recent graduate who was working as an intern, exhausted from his job daily. The happiest time of his day was having dinner with his parents in the evening. By the way, Father picked up the remote control. The TV series is about to start. Li Feng asked subconsciously, "What TV series?" Father replied, "Your favorite writer, Chu Kuang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, is said to have 3 episodes airing. Back-to-back tonight. I don't like him." Li Feng became immediately indignant upon hearing this. "The person I hate the most is that old rascal Chu Kuang. From the moment he killed off Biao, I swore that I would never again read any of Chu Kuang's novels for the rest of my life, let alone watch a TV adaptation of one." "Who is Biao?" Father had never read Zhu Xian, he said with satisfaction. "I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm a loyal fan of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. You won't go wrong liking Chu Kuang. There's nobody in our factory who doesn't read that novel." Li Feng was speechless. Father used to forbid him from reading Chu Kuang's novels. More precisely, he forbade him from reading all sorts of novels, saying that students should prioritize their studies. Now that he had graduated, he, on the other hand, was the first one to start reading novels. It would have been fine if he'd chosen to read some other novel. Instead, he was reading the works of Chu Kuang, the very old rascal he'd once forbidden him from reading. His status within the family was too low. All he could do was keep his head down and eat his meal. Eaters gonna eat, and those who dine have the spirit. To dine is to rise above the rest. An advertisement was playing on TV. The Legend of the Condor Heroes hadn't started broadcasting yet. The family was eating together. Father was watching the television with anticipation. Mother occasionally glanced at it, too. Li Feng, however, never raised his head. He really hated that old rascal Chu Kuang. After Zhu Xian, he indeed had the willpower to never read Chu Kuang's novels again. It turned out that his decision was a wise one. He often heard friends who were still reading Chu Kuang's novels complain about the old rascal, how torturous his writing could be. Whenever this happened, Li Feng would secretly feel relieved. As long as I don't read the old rascal's works, he can never hurt me. Just then, Father suddenly got excited. "It's starting." Mother was a bit surprised. "I haven't seen you this excited in a while." Li Feng burrowed his head even deeper. He wished he could block his ears too. He must have absolutely nothing to do with that old rascal. However, his ears were not something he could block. Suddenly, a song started playing beside him. It must be the TV series theme song. Is this mountain the highest in the world? Or is there another place higher than the sky? In this world, there are indeed mountains higher. But no love can be found greater than yours. None can compare to you, a mountain still higher than a mountain. True love is as high as the sky, love even higher. 1,000 types of good. In terms of martial skills, in this mundane world, don't know who else could be higher. Perhaps the ultimate moves differ, roads diverge. But I know, in terms of love, none is better. Await my heart. The world always welcomes you. The song, titled The World Always Welcomes You, was instantly popular when it was released, securing a spot among the top 10 hits of the year. It was an unforgettable classic in the memories of many. Now with Lin Yuan's arrangement, while retaining the original work's soaring atmosphere, it also added richer, subtler emotional layers. Chun Jiu and Zhao Yingji's duet brought out the perfect harmony of the Yu dynasty to the fullest. After the two harmonized their voices, combined with the already exceptional melody, they captivated the entire family in an instant. Brilliant. Father's face showed a hint of pride. The lyrics are amazing. Asking if this mountain is the highest in the world doesn't just refer to Mount Hua. It's also questioning who is the best in the world. Yet in the end, it all comes back to the love story of Jingrong, with true love as high as the sky. With this song as a foundation, this TV series can't go wrong. It really is beautiful. Mother seemed quite enchanted by it, and she didn't notice anything wrong with the Qi language. Nowadays, the season's charts were filled with all sorts of music, with both Qi language and English songs becoming mainstream. Of course, Li Feng thought the song was excellent too, but due to his innate aversion to the old rascal Chu Kuang, he decidedly put a damper on things by saying, "Haven't you heard that terrible movies produce divine songs?" Chapter 971, 902 Iron-Blooded Heart. Father and mother ignored Li Feng. After the theme song ended, the plot officially began. Less than 10 minutes in, Father couldn't help but praise. This series is filmed so well, the actors' emotions are perfectly grasped. Xiao Chuji has the charm of the character in the novel, and the part about Niujia village perfectly restores the scene from the novel. Which one is the protagonist? Mother asked curiously, already captivated by the plot. Father laughed. The protagonist is still in Li Ping's belly. According to the director's method of sticking to the original script, he will definitely appear in the second episode. Bring my wine. I'm in a great mood today. I'll drink a bit. Drink less. Mother scolded gently, pouring Father a small glass of wine. Father took a quiet sip and continued watching the TV, feeling very delighted and extremely satisfied with the filming of this series. Meanwhile, Li Feng seemed indifferent, but his eyes stealthily focused on the legend of the Condor heroes being shown on TV. Humph, I'll just watch a little bit. I'm not watching this by choice. It's just that I'm eating and Father is watching the series. I have no choice but to be here. Li Feng quietly consoled himself internally, then joined his family in watching and gradually formed an idea of the series. However, when the first episode ended, Li Feng's bowl of rice was long finished, yet he still sat in front of the TV, unmoving. I almost forgot to do the dishes. Mother slapped her forehead, as she too was engrossed in the TV. She prepared to get up to clean up, but just as her buttocks lifted from the chair, a song suddenly filled her ears. In that moment, Mother, who had just stood up, sat down again, her gaze returning to the TV. At the same time, Li Feng and Father unconsciously widened their eyes, quietly savoring the song in the silent air. Seemingly seen before in dreams, inner upheaval appears, forsaking worldly matters, severing sorrow and resentment, accompanying to the horizon. Chasing grass in all directions, cold winds blow. Vast deserts, the sky so vast. Unafraid of frost attacking the face, vines and trees entwine. Shooting hawks, drawing bows, fierce wind and sand. Racing beyond the borders, wilderness vast. Laughing defiant in this life, without weariness, vines intimately twine. Should know love is like flowing water, the sky so vast, wilderness vast. Unbreakable, yet chaos persists, all things change. Having survived countless trials, still within my heart. Difficult to sever kindness and righteousness. It was still Chen Jiu and Zhao Yingji's male-female duet, textbook-level harmony. Although they were singing different lyrics, there was an unexpectedly harmonious beauty. This is Iron-Blooded Heart. Listening to the song, Father suddenly slapped his thigh hard, then downed the rest of the wine in his glass. Sung so well, even better than the opening song. Mother, enjoying it, silently noted down the song title displayed in the subtitles, planning to download it to listen to later. It was written by Xianyu, right? Li Feng couldn't help but interject. Both the opening and ending songs were indeed very classic. It was rare for a martial arts drama to have such a soundtrack. Mother chuckled as she looked at her son and said, "You've finished eating. Why are you still here? Didn't someone say they were absolutely not going to watch? Didn't you insist on watching it?" Li Feng, indifferent, stood up and said, "Continue watching. I'm not interested in TV dramas adapted from Chu Kuang's novels. I'm going back to my room to work." At the same time, the TV series Trap the Tiger also premiered. Many people were curious about how Lancet, the original author, would adapt his own signature work. When the first episode aired, countless viewers were astounded. Fuck, this change is so radical. The number one antagonist from the original, the leader of the devil sect, was changed into a woman, and she fell in love with the male protagonist from the start. What is this twist? The female protagonist in the original didn't know martial arts, but in this version, she starts off even stronger than the male protagonist, even taking away the protagonist's initial trump card, and she becomes the number one beauty pursued by many in the martial world. The antagonist and the female protagonist both fall in love with the male protagonist. The plot starts with the female protagonist and a feminized leader of the devil's sect fighting fiercely, even seemingly jealous over the male protagonist. I love this plot. Lancet is so daring in making changes. Love what? This is just making things up. The feminized devil sect leader is obviously mimicking Jiang Yuyan. I can't accept this change. I'd rather watch Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange adapted by Chu Kuang. I find it pretty interesting, all these unexpected plot twists. As Lancet said, the changes in Trap the Tiger were extremely subversive. Several of the most important characters in the book were unprecedentedly adjusted, changing the main plot line from the usual struggle between the heroes and villains to a complex feud involving the male and female protagonists and the female leader of the devil sect. Some liked it, some did not. The changes brought about significant controversy. But these days, television dramas aren't afraid of controversy. Sometimes, the more the audience criticizes, the more exciting they find the watch, like Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. So many people have developed great confidence in the series, even starting to admire Lancet's courage to subvert himself. Back to the bedroom, Li Feng began to work. But for some reason, after working for about 15 minutes, he just couldn't get into the groove, making mistake after mistake in his work. Li Ping's child is the protagonist of the novel. The second episode's protagonist should appear now, right? How will the plot develop below? Li Feng became inexplicably agitated, realizing that his mind was so preoccupied with the legend of the Condor heroes that he couldn't concentrate on his work at all. At this moment, outside, his father and mother's excited voices again came through, seemingly discussing the plot of the second episode of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. The second episode has started? This made Li Feng even more irritated. He suddenly, as if possessed, picked up the tablet on his bedside table, took a deep breath, and quietly logged onto the video website. This is a TV series, not Chu Kuang's novel. What I said before was about not watching Chu Kuang's novels. This series script isn't written by Chu Kuang, so it doesn't matter if I watch it. He gritted his teeth. Li Feng clicked on the second episode of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The series was available not only on television but also on the video website, where such major dramas are usually broadcast simultaneously. And when the second episode started, quickly, Li Feng found himself engrossed and uncontrollably finished the third episode as well. At the end of the third episode, a Taoist agreed to teach Guojing martial skills and asked him to come to the cliff in 3 days to learn. The plot stopped abruptly at this point. Damn! Li Feng was eagerly anticipating great progress in Guojing's martial skills when the director suddenly played a cliffhanger, causing him to scratch his head in frustration. That's it. How could it just end? His eagerness to know what happened next not only remained unsatisfied, but also grew into greater irritation. Suddenly, he had an idea. Why not buy a copy of the original novel to read? As soon as this idea emerged, Li Feng shook his head forcefully. No way. I can't possibly watch his novels again. I'll just patiently wait for the TV series to update. He got up to go to the bathroom to take a shower. to calm the turmoil inside. After the shower, Li Feng indeed felt much calmer. I was almost bewitched into falling back into Chu Kuang's trap. Huh, what's this? Li Feng suddenly saw a book placed in front of the bathroom mirror, and the book was none other than the legend of the Condor Heroes. It must have been bought by his father. Li Feng's calm heart suddenly began to tumult again. The book in front of him seemed to possess some magic power, tempting him to open it. Finally, this time, Li Feng couldn't resist. He reached out, picked up the book, opened it in one smooth motion, yet comforted himself internally. I'll just look at the content of the 4th episode. 5 minutes later, I'll check the content of the 5th episode. Some time later, why not also check the content of the 6th episode? The line was crossed again and again, until the knocking from his father came from outside. You can't be constipated that long. I need to use the toilet. Coming out. Right now. Li Feng, feeling a bit guilty, hurriedly opened the door and went out. His father entered the bathroom, sat on the toilet, and subconsciously searched for something, but after a long search didn't find it. He muttered tipsily, "Where's my book?" Meanwhile, Li Feng had already returned to his bedroom. He sneakily took out the Legend of the Condor Heroes that he had just smuggled from the bathroom and started flipping through it eagerly while sitting on his bed. Chapter 972, 903 ratings, second update. At that moment, both dramas had finished their premieres, and the entire network suddenly came alive. Blogs. Starlight's The Legend of the Condor Heroes is just too good to watch. The director's fidelity to the original is very high. Especially the songs in this drama blow me away. Especially Love the World Always Welcomes You. The ending song, Iron-Blooded Heart, is truly a classic. It's been months since we've seen Fish Papa on the seasonal charts. This round of the Legend of the Condor Heroes series has finally released the songs he should have released. Both songs are as classic and evergreen as always. The seasonal chart is already out. I suggest everyone download it. Downloaded it early, just not sure about the popularity. The request chart has already exploded. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is first in daily requests. That doesn't prove anything. Next door, Trap the Tiger is also first in daily requests. These two chose different video streaming sites for their collaboration, so it's impossible to compare directly. Let's wait and see the TV ratings. Tribe. Lancet's adaptation of Trap the Tiger is so much fun. Ha ha ha. Turning the villain into a big demon lady. Can you believe it? The changes to the female lead are fun too. She even overshadowed the male lead. I feel like what Lancet meant is that this novel shifted from a dominant male lead to a dominant female lead. Am I the only one who thinks this change is absurd? Can't bear to watch it anymore. The moment I see the female demon lord, I drop out of the show. Lancet's changes are simply insulting his own original work. It's nowhere near as successful as Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Successful or not, we'll see which one is hotter compared to the Legend of the Condor Heroes next door, right? The Legend of the Condor Heroes is broadcast on Penguin Video, and Trap the Tiger is on Catmel. Both are first in requests. There's no way to compare. Also, Tribe is all about Trap the Tiger, while blogs are discussing the Legend of the Condor Heroes more. Guess what? Look at the TV ratings, those don't lie. An official third-party regulatory department has been established, so there is no forgery allowed in the TV ratings, and their credibility is solid. This scene is very interesting. The Tribe is discussing Trap the Tiger. The blogs are discussing the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Clearly, this is a result deliberately guided by both platforms. They chose different video streaming websites for collaboration, each topping the request charts. In this situation, the TV ratings of the two major TV stations became the focus of competition between these two dramas. Because the TV stations broadcasting these dramas are both very high-profile stations. Among them, Starlight's The Legend of the Condor Heroes chose Qin Continent's Channel 1, the largest TV station in Qin Continent. The Tribe's Trap the Tiger chose Chu Continent's Channel 1, the largest TV station in Chu Continent. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao 6 continents have now merged, and everyone can watch TV stations from other continents. So the competition is fair, because the audience base of the two TV stations are quite similar. For a time, everyone was paying attention. Just half an hour after the first broadcast of the two dramas ended, the primetime TV ratings from various stations in Blue Star were released. Primetime drama rankings for Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han Zhao. First place, Qin Continent Channel 1. Drama, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Rating, 2.22%. Second place, Qi Continent Channel 1. Drama, Bright Moon Palace. Rating, 2.01%. Fifth place, Chu Continent Channel 1. Drama, Trap the Tiger. Rating, 1.04%. Boom. Everyone was astonished. First in primetime ratings. Starlight's The Legend of the Condor Heroes, a martial arts drama, actually helped Qin Continent's Channel 1 suppress Qi Continent's drama, securing the first place in the primetime ratings. Tribe. Oh my god, this must be the first martial arts drama to top the ratings in recent years. It even beat the drama from Qi Continent. Qi Continent is our famous Blue Star film and television palace. Moreover, Bright Moon Palace has dominated the ratings of the evening drama across 6 continents since it started airing at the beginning of the month, and yet, it tanked tonight. It actually took down Bright Moon Palace. I'm shocked. Bright Moon Palace was airing its grand finale tonight, which has been the highest-rated episode since it began, truly the brightest moment of the entire series, and it was suddenly knocked over by The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It looks like The Legend of the Condor Heroes was never even considering Trap the Tiger as a competitor. When Trap the Tiger was about to face The Legend of the Condor Heroes head-on, The Legend of the Condor Heroes had already silently targeted Bright Moon Palace. Trap the Tiger is 5th in ratings, not even half of what The Legend of the Condor Heroes got. Blog. This is definitely a crush. Total domination. The premiere's ratings broke too. Is Chu Kwang on track to become the top rights holder of Blue Star? I don't really understand. What does a rating over 2 mean? TV ratings indicate the percentage of television viewers within a specific time period who watch a particular channel out of the total television audience. In other words, combining the populations of the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, and Zhao continents, an average of 2% of all people watching TV tonight watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes. You figure out just how many people that is. Oh my god, that's insane. And it gets crazier, because the TV ratings don't count online streaming, and nowadays many viewers choose to follow shows online. Not many people watch TV series as much, and if you include those watching dramas online, the numbers would be even more terrifying. Martial Arts Circle. Has the spring of martial arts arrived? Looking at the ratings of Trap the Tiger, I thought they were high enough. But the ratings of The Legend of the Condor Heroes are even more terrifying. This seems to be the first time in decades that a martial arts drama has topped the ratings. You can remove the seams. Although the TV industry keeps hyping up the martial arts craze, we know very well that no matter how popular martial arts dramas get, they can't beat those costume romances. The emergence of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has broken this deadlock, and I never thought I'd see a martial arts drama top the charts in this day and age. This is the real martial arts frenzy. Lancet once said, he and Chu Kwang 50-50, wasn't it? From now on, I'm willing to call Lancet Mr. 50-50. TV industry. What the hell? Straight to number 1. Isn't Bright Moon Palace from Qi Continent having its grand finale tonight? When it was at its hottest, its invincible rating was suddenly broken. Qi Continent must be furious. Our tribe stirred up Starlight, and in the end, our drama mistakenly hurt Bright Moon Palace. Originally, this drama had been leading the ratings from the start to its finale. Starlight has defied the heavens this time. If only Tribe's new drama had aired one day later, Starlight would have definitely targeted the same slot, and then Bright Moon Palace would have smoothly continued to top the evening ratings until the end. The martial arts craze is really coming. Qi Continent, Bright Moon Palace production team. Damn it. We had maintained the top rating for a whole 28 days, and just as we were about to hold on to the end, we were suddenly overturned by a martial arts drama. Tribe is so infuriating. Tribe and Starlight were fighting, but Tribe's drama wasn't even enough to fill the gaps in Starlight's teeth, and they turned around and wiped us out instead. Why did Tribe have to air on the 23rd? If they had aired on the 24th, letting Starlight also follow on the 24th, wouldn't we have been the top-rated throughout? That leader of tribe, Ling Kong, is the one to blame. Damn Ling Kong. The Qi Continent, Bright Moon Palace production team was truly infuriated. And what infuriated them the most was not Starlight or the legend of the Condor Heroes. It was Tribe, because it was Tribe that set the airing date. They just happened to air on the day of the Bright Moon Palace finale, which was why Starlight followed suit immediately afterward. This feeling made the Bright Moon Palace production team so frustrated they wanted to vomit blood. How to describe it? It's like Xianyu had already won 11 consecutive titles, and the 12th was almost in hand. But then, suddenly due to a bizarre accident, the 12th title was lost. Wouldn't you be furious too? Chapter 973, 904. The next day, the news was everywhere. Model student of martial arts dramas, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The Legend of the Condor Heroes tops evening ratings in Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, all 6 continents. The true martial arts fever begins. Trap the Tiger falls to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Tribe defeated heavily by Starlight. Director of The Legend of the Condor Heroes interview. The biggest credit goes to Chu Kuang, second only to me. People said I only thrived on depressing themes, but I've shown everyone with this drama that I can create great TV without tormenting the audience. 10 years later, martial arts returns. In the shock of countless people, The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV drama soared sky high. The reason why this event was so shocking wasn't just because the drama clinched the top spot in ratings. Fundamentally, it was because this was a martial arts drama. Even though martial arts dramas always had an audience, even though the martial arts craze increased the number of martial arts fans, even though major film and television companies always held expectations for the market of martial arts dramas. But capturing the top spot in evening ratings across 6 continents was something major film and television companies wouldn't even dare to dream of, let alone that the drama defeated a rival from Qi Continent. Martial arts revival. If The Legend of the Condor Heroes as a martial arts drama could top the ratings, what else could this be if not a revival of martial arts? I get it. Invest in martial arts dramas. There's profit to be made. At this moment, major film and television companies valued the market for martial arts dramas even more. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is a raging success. Lancet has also hit it big. It might sound odd to say this, but more precisely, it was something Lancet said that has gained fame. During The Legend of the Condor Heroes standoff with Trap the Tiger, Lancet once said at a press conference, "Let's call it 50-50 with Chu Kuang." This statement has now become an internet catchphrase. Incredibly, countless silly netizens flocked to Lancet's Tribe's comment section, calling him Mr. 50-50. Some even stopped calling him Mr. 50-50 altogether. Who knows where they picked it up from? They came straight out calling him Brother Kyle. Seeing these silly netizens' comments made Lancet so angry he wanted to smash something. Screw your Kai. But in the end, he held back. Because he realized Ling Kong was even angrier than him. Ling Kong was truly seething. He discovered he might be the only one in Blue Star who had been humiliated by the 3 brothers in turns. First by Shadow, then by Xianyu, then by Chu Kuang after Xianyu. Do you think I'm a punching bag? What made Ling Kong absolutely furious was, there were even people from Qi Continent blaming him, saying that because of him, the Daming Palace flopped during its grand finale. This made absolutely no sense. It's like every time Tribe got bullied by the 3 brothers, they'd heavily scold themselves. In fact, this thing had nothing to do with him. Go blame The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Why blame me? Picking on the soft targets? You just know how to shift the blame around. Can't beat the opponent and start looking for reasons in your teammates? Luckily, this time Tribe didn't scold Ling Kong. They knew the basics of justice. After all, Trap the Tiger's loss to its opponent wasn't because Ling Kong wasn't good. It was because the opponent was too strong. Just based on ratings, Trap the Tiger, as a martial arts drama, ranked 5th in the evening dramas across 6 continents, which definitely wasn't disappointing. It could even be considered a great success. Ling Kong thought. So, however, what happened next gradually drove Ling Kong to despair. Because both The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Trap the Tiger were martial arts dramas, their audience overlapped significantly. The more popular The Legend of the Condor Heroes became, the more viewers it garnered. And most of these viewers had switched from watching Trap the Tiger. This led to a steady increase in viewership for The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the following days, while Trap the Tiger's viewership was continuously eroded and kept declining. When the fifth day arrived, as The Legend of the Condor Heroes reached its 15th episode, Trap the Tiger's viewership had already dropped below 1%. What was more frightening was, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, during its broadcast, even attracted many Chu Kuang haters who started watching the drama, causing the viewership to soar even higher. Someone once joked online, "Who leads in haters? Look among the three brothers at Chu Kuang." When it comes to the number of haters, even if Xian Yu and Shadow were combined and multiplied several times, they wouldn't match Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Yes, Chu Kuang had a lot of haters. These haters shared similar traits with Li Feng, as they had all been disappointed and frustrated by Chu Kuang in the past. For various reasons, they were highly resistant to Chu Kuang's novels, hardly ever reading his works anymore, and whenever Chu Kuang was mentioned, it was inevitable that they would bristle with anger. However, as The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV drama became a big hit, many people like Li Feng started reading Chu Kuang's novels again because of the drama's influence. This was evidenced by the sudden jump in sales of The Legend of the Condor Heroes novel following the TV show. Everyone was captivated by the drama and complaining about the slow updates, so they decided to buy the original novels to read. But when this group of people finished reading Chu Kuang's novel, they were unexpectedly surprised. The book actually wasn't heartbreaking. Many people had even prepared themselves for heart-wrenching contents as they read the book, only to find out after finishing it that it wasn't at all what they had imagined. On the blog, soon someone started a topic. Hashtag Chu Kuang is getting better hashtag. The topic even suddenly shot to #1 on the trending list. This was a discussion that revolved around the massive popularity of both the novel and TV show of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, with lots of Chu Kuang's haters eagerly joining in. Is this a book written by Chu Kuang? I watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes with fear and trepidation, but to the grand finale, it was thrilling all the way through without any unbearable heartbreaking plots. It seems I can safely continue watching the TV show. Has the old rascal really changed his ways? Guys, Chu Kuang is getting better. To err is human, to forgive, divine. I'm so relieved. For this attitude alone, I've decided to continue reading the old rascal's books. After not reading the old rascal's books for so long, I realized that he still writes so entertainingly. Other authors just can't give me this feeling. With the old rascal's skill, I'll bear with a little heartache in the future. It's such a slap in the face. I said I'd never read the old rascal's novels again, but a TV show broke through my defenses, and I fell right back into this old rascal's trap. I hope this topic is true, and the old rascal really is getting better. And in various discussions, a netizen pointed out sharply, actually, The Legend of the Condor Heroes does have heartbreaking plots, but if it were any other author, you'd still be anxious. It's just that, those who understand the nature of the old rascal Chu Kuang know, after watching a lot, you build up resistance. Now, even if Chu Kuang writes more heartbreaking plots, I'll just give a faint smile. At home, Lin Yuan, seeing all the buzz caused by The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV drama, couldn't wait to call out the system. Has Wu Xiao been revived yet? Reviving Wu Xiao was his most concerning task at the moment. System. Wu Xiao has been in decline for many years, and many people still hold old views about it. Right now, it's only reaching the stage of a revival. Revival. Renewal. The former signified that the dormant Wu Xiao was beginning to awaken, but to reach the booming levels of the past, there was still a long way to go. Oh, Lin Yuan's gaze became serious. Come forth, the return of the Condor Heroes. Chapter 974, 905. There is no light in his eyes. The TV series continued airing. The viewership of The Legend of the Condor Heroes continued to soar. The daily release of 3 episodes gradually sparked a viewing craze across 6 continents. A certain vegetable market. Did you watch The Legend of the Condor Heroes yesterday? Guojing learned the 18 dragon subduing palms. I watched it. It was so exciting. Huang Rong's branch beats the white chimpanzee is also very impressive. Huang Rong is now the leader of the Beggars Guild, the world's largest gang. The part where the Beggars Guild spit on Huang Rong killed me. The entertainment circle. The viewership of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is about to break 3%. It's likely that it will break 3 on the finale's day. No wonder the film and television rights for Chu Kuang's novels are causing a frenzy in the industry. Whenever his novels are made into TV series, they basically explode in popularity. This time, The Legend of the Condor Heroes is particularly hot. The value of several actors in this series has skyrocketed. I feel like Starlight is becoming more and more impressive. Previously, the films were stable because of Xian Yu, and now the TV series has caught the tailwind of Chu Kuang. With Xian Yu around, the three brothers all help. Starlight, I'm so envious. Online, after reading the novel and then watching the TV series, it still feels so exciting. Even though I know exactly what's going to happen, I still can't help but feel anxious for the plot. It's shot so well. The recent plot even introduced a theme song titled "The World Is in Me Now." And this song is also really good, boldly brave, but with a slight melancholy, feeling like as per this setting, the great song is going to be doomed. The most powerful force in the book is still Mongolia. It would be great if Chu Kuang could write a book specifically about this fictional history. I think that the part of the historical fiction in this book is written with a really great feel. Agreed. Those fabricated empires like Great Jin, Great Song, Mongolia, etc. are so convincingly written by the old rascal that they even include extremely detailed and captivating descriptions of the era's environment. In the public, on the internet, in the industry, The Legend of the Condor Heroes discussion is ubiquitous. And in all discussion forums, this TV series finally welcomed its grand finale. That day, that episode, the duel atop Mount Hua. Driven mad by Huang Rong's misguidance, Ouyang Feng ended up contending with his own shadow for the title of the world's #1. Guijing and Huang Rong arrived in Xiangyang. To protect the subjects of Great Song, the couple defeated the invading Mongols. Later, Guijing went to Mongolia to discuss what makes a hero with Temujin. That evening, on Temujin's deathbed, he repeatedly murmured, "Hero, hero." This former great Khan, who once shot down a giant eagle with his bow and led Mongol cavalry to conquer far and wide, passed away amid such complex emotions. That night, the viewership for The Legend of the Condor Heroes TV series broke 3%. This was the first time in 10 years that a martial arts series had reached such a level of popularity. Even the elderly men and women at the vegetable markets, who chatted after starting their morning work, were all talking about Guijing and Huang Rong. There was indeed a sense of who doesn't recognize the Lord sweeping through the lands. While the media reported in shock about the record-breaking finale of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, achieving a viewership of over 3%, many themed articles unanimously praised the romance between Guijing and Huang Rong with a new title, National Couple. Now that Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, and the 6 continents have merged, making up the majority of Blue Star's population. And with Jingrong's love so deeply rooted in people's hearts, describing them as the national couple seems rather fitting. Silver Blue Books. Fantasy Department. OL, Xiong was browsing the latest news online. When he saw the words national couple, he couldn't help but smile. With the influence of the novels complementing the TV series, Guijing and Huang Rong have become the romantic model of martial arts novels and even the entire Blue Star. This influence was terrifying. It said that many girls are studying how to cook better in emulation of Huang Rong. Given that in addition to her unparalleled wisdom, her cooking skills in the book are indescribably marvelous, even impressing such a person as Hong Qigong and thereby agreeing to teach Guijing martial arts. I just don't know when we will see Chu Kuang write martial arts again. After the smile, a sense of regret started to form in OL Xiong's heart. Chu Kuang writes books very whimsically. The leap between subjects could definitely be described as fantastical. From sports competition to xianxia, from xianxia to mystery, from mystery to detective, and even from detective to fairy tale genre, he surprisingly chose martial arts this time, a theme that has been dormant for ages. In such a case, OL Xiong felt the likelihood of Chu Kuang's next book continuing with martial arts was extremely low. However, whether he writes martial arts or not is not the most important. O.L. Xiong just hoped that Chu Kuang would continue to stay in the fantasy department and not wander off again. At this morning's meeting, the look Chao Daji from the mystery department gave O.L. Xiong was full of sorrow. O.L. Xiong didn't need to guess. He knew that Daji was feeling gloomy since Chu Kuang was no longer writing mysteries. Besides, even people from the fairy tale department were giving him a strange look, probably hoping that Chu Kuang would write fairy tales again. It can't be helped. Chu Kuang was a major support no matter where he went. Anyone would want such achievements. No way. O.L. Xiong still felt a strong sense of crisis. We need to take the initiative. He planned to proactively contact Chu Kuang, trying to persuade him to continue staying in the fantasy department. Pulling out his phone. Before O.L. Xiong could make the call, his phone unexpectedly rang first. It was Jin Mu calling. Feeling stirred, O.L. Xiong immediately answered the call, his voice filled with anticipation. Chapter 975. 905 There is no light in his eyes _2. Is there news about teacher Chu Kuang's new book? Haha. Chief Editor Xiong, you really have a divine insight. It is indeed teacher Chu Kuang's new book. The work has been completed, and I'll send it to you in a moment. A fantasy theme. To be precise, it's still martial arts. Jin Mu's voice was filled with laughter, while O.L. Xiong's expression turned instantly excited, happy like a 300-pound child. At this moment, Jin Mu added, this time the situation is somewhat special. Teacher Chu Kuang's new book continues the story of the next generation of characters from the Legend of the Condor Heroes, so you can think of it as a sequel to the Legend of the Condor Heroes. Whoosh! O.L. Xiong suddenly stood up, his flesh trembling all over, while his mind rapidly flashed through the hot topic online recently. Chu Kuang is back on form. Isn't it just booming? After writing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, this martial arts novel, Chu Kuang didn't jump to other genres as impulsively as before. Instead, he chose to continue writing martial arts, and even wrote the story following The Legend of the Condor Heroes. This had never happened before. That's great. O.L. Xiong immediately voiced his assurance, his gaze sharp. I will personally handle the publicity and ensure that this book surpasses The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Surpass The Legend of the Condor Heroes. O.L. Xiong wasn't joking, because Chu Kuang's new book is the sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes. With the foundation laid by the previous work, as long as Chu Kuang's level doesn't decline, exceeding the success of The Legend of the Condor Heroes isn't difficult. Okay, I have sent the book to you. Speaking of this, Jin Mu's tone suddenly became strange. I haven't had the chance to read this book yet, but in the end, Teacher Chu Kuang asked me to pass a message to you. What? He said, don't change the plot. Upon hearing this, Jin Mu felt an inexplicable thump in his heart. Not knowing what he had thought of, he suddenly burst into laughter. Here we go again? Very likely. The two talked in riddles, yet those who understood, understood. When those words were spoken, it generally indicated that another somewhat heart-wrenching plot had appeared in Chu Kuang's novel. Don't worry. O.L. Xiong was very open about it. We've known teacher Chu Kuang for a long time, and we're familiar with his style. This time, let him play however he wants. Our editorial department has no objections. After all, even the readers have gotten used to it. Is it just torment? Bring it on. After hanging up the phone, O.L. Xiong received the manuscript for The Return of the Condor Heroes, sent by Jin Mu. The Return of the Condor Heroes. O.L. Xiong's fingers trembled with excitement. He quickly opened the novel. Let me be the first reader of this novel. Chu Kuang had written many novels and had cooperated with the fantasy department more than once. And due to the special nature of his job as an editor, O.L. Xiong had read Chu Kuang's every novel from beginning to end. Over these many years of collaboration, among all of Chu Kuang's high-selling novels, the martial arts genre was the one that best suited O.L. Xiong's taste. Martial arts are the fairy tales of adults. For old men like O.L. Xiong, the passion for martial arts stories is deepest. He had lived through the most splendid era of martial arts, clutching a martial arts novel in his youth. Back then, O.L. Xiong was incredibly happy. It is fair to say that O.L. Xiong ended up in the editorial profession due to the trend of martial arts that completely mesmerized him with novels. Unfortunately, martial arts declined thereafter, and O.L. Xiong could no longer find joy in martial arts, until The Legend of the Condor Heroes appeared. This novel brought back the happiness Ol Xiong felt when he first read martial arts novels and immersed him once again in a dreamlike Jianghu. In such circumstances, receiving The Return of the Condor Heroes, which is said to be a sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Ol Xiong was, of course, eager to start reading immediately. The first chapter, the second chapter, the third chapter. Ol Xiong was very absorbed in reading and quickly finished the first 5 chapters. From Yang Guo's appearance to the appearance of Guojing and Huang Rong, the plot was as thrilling as ever. Chu Kuang's narrative strength hadn't diminished in the slightest. However, Ol Xiong's brow furrowed slightly after a particular segment of the plot. Isn't Huang Rong's character a bit ruined? This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Ol Xiong, watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, liked Huang Yaoshi and his daughter Huang Rong the best. Particularly Huang Rong, elf-like girl, intelligent and wise, and could cook a great meal. One could say that Huang Rong was responsible for half of Guojing's achievements. After watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes, how many people fell madly in love with Huang Rong? However, by The Return of the Condor Heroes, although Ol Xiong had only read a few chapters, he could clearly feel that Huang Rong was quite harsh on the protagonist, Yang Guo, showing much selfishness, fearing that Yang Guo might seek revenge from Guojing after learning about Yang Kang's deeds, going so far as to begrudgingly target the boy, subtly no longer the goddess that people once adored at first sight. What an old rascal indeed. Ol Xiong muttered gloomily, but he ultimately suppressed his dissatisfaction. Because aside from the slight ruin of Huang Rong's character, this novel's level of excitement was in no way discounted. Zhongnanshan, Ancient Tomb School, Little Dragon Maiden. Chu Kuang's world of martial heroes was still as dreamy and beautiful, yet carried a brutal attraction. And Yang Guo, the protagonist, although the son of Yang Kong, didn't elicit the expected aversion at all, instead capturing Ol Xiong's empathy and pity from his very first appearance. Ol Xiong analyzed quietly. With a completely different personality from Guojing, this Yang Guo has a cleverness about him, even somewhat reminiscent of Huang Rong when she first appeared in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, so appealing at a glance that one instantly loves him. Perhaps more appealing than the young Guojing by a notch. Could Huang Rong's dislike for Yang Guo, aside from the reason of Yang Kong, also be related to this cleverness Yang Guo possesses? He sighed internally. Ol Xiong finally understood why Jin Mu told Chu Kuang not to change the plot. It must be because of Huang Rong. Perhaps that old rascal was worried that the fantasy editorial department might be discontent with his reportrayal of Huang Rong. What was the need? In the fantasy department, and even the whole of Silver Blue Books or the entire novel circle, who dared to tell Chu Kuang what to do? Who dared to guide Chu Kuang on writing? Except for that time with Sherlock Holmes when Xianyu spoke up. When had this old rascal truly altered his storyline and settings? Moreover, the beauty of Huang Rong was already fully showcased in the previous novel. The protagonist of this novel was Yang Guo, a new generation, a new story of the martial heroes. Although readers would definitely be discontented with the changes in Huang Rong, considering Chu Kuang's previous notorious records, what did this level of heartache count for? Netizens weren't wrong. Having read so many of Chu Kuang's novels, everyone's resistance was maxed out. Even if he caused more trouble, everyone would just lightly laugh it off, as long as the plot itself remained exciting. Moreover, although Huang Rong became a regret, Little Dragon Maiden had entered the scene. Ol Xiong originally thought it would be difficult for Chu Kuang's new book to create a matchless character like Huang Rong, but Little Dragon Maiden's debut was just as impressive as the reception Huang Rong initially brought. This new character was incredibly appealing. Not only was the character setting free of any redundancy, but her charm was also not lacking at all. Huang Rong was a woman with the aura of worldly concerns. Her peerless intelligence and beauty complemented her charm. Little Dragon Maiden, however, was a woman without the traces of worldly life, naive and seemed like a banished immortal, with an indescribable innocence and allure. Compared to Huang Rong, each had their own merits. Perhaps the outline of this book is already subtly revealed. Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden, seemingly mentor and disciple, Yet the future holds many possibilities. OL Xiong hadn't read further, yet his thoughts were already running wild. I have to say, when Chu Kuang seriously writes about women, he truly has a knack for it. Jingrong, the national couple, might just meet their match. If Little Dragon Maiden isn't the female lead, I might consider sending Chu Kuang razor blades again. Although after that last event on the blog, all of us at Silver Blue secretly sent him razor blades. I even borrowed family accounts to send some more. He wouldn't know anyway. He didn't think further. OL Xiong continued reading. The plot was extremely compelling, even more addictive than the legend of the Condor heroes. OL Xiong was eager to know Yang's future destiny. And this driving force for reading was precisely the basis that allows a novel to become hugely popular. OL Xiong seemed to see a glimpse of the future where the return of the Condor heroes would triumph. However, just as OL Xiong excitedly opened the next chapter, boom, the Dragon Rider arrived. OL Xiong felt as if struck by lightning. His smile instantly vanished. His face turned pale instantly. Subsequently, a roar filled with grief and extreme pain suddenly exploded in Silver Blue books, frightening all the major editorial departments. Chu Kuang, you old rascal, die. In that moment, there was no light in OL Xiong's eyes. Chapter 976. 906, I broke his leg. No matter how OL Xiong reacted, with Chu Kuang having given a heads up, the news about the return of the Condor heroes was officially announced. Silver Blue books. Chu Kuang's new martial arts novel, The Return of the Condor Heroes, is in the midst of a heated printing process. As a sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, not only will the love story between Guijing and Jingrong be further perfected and supplemented in the tale, but the subsequent fates of the characters from The Legend of the Condor Heroes will also be revealed in the new book, making it an unmissable excitement. At this moment, the television drama, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, had just reached its grand finale. Whether they were fans of the book or the drama, everyone felt a lingering desire for more of the story. In this lingering state, when everyone suddenly saw the words sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, you can imagine their level of surprise. Every statement in the official announcement was highly attractive, but netizens quickly extracted the key term. Sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes. These 4 words represented the greatest magic, the kind that could instantly trigger a collective climax among book and drama fans. Online, there's actually a sequel. Oh, I love that old rascal. Has he finally gotten a clue and knows to write a sequel? Don't say anything else. As soon as this book comes out, I'm buying it immediately. Buy. Guys, Chu Kuang is really back on form. Even knows to write a sequel on his own. Damn. I'm becoming incoherent. I'm just too excited. Chu Kuang, respect. Can I pre-order The Return of the Condor Heroes right now? In my lifetime, I get to see Chu Kuang actively writing a sequel to his novel. It seems the old rascal is also quite satisfied with The Legend of the Condor Heroes story. Also, I must say, the new book's title is very much to my liking. In the martial arts world, if martial arts are truly to be revived, then Chu Kuang will be the greatest contributor to this grand martial arts revolution. The Legend of the Condor Heroes was just the beginning. His new book will make more people pick up martial arts again. No wonder. I said it. The Legend of the Condor Heroes clearly left some room. Many characters' endings weren't well concluded, including Guijing's character arc not fully developed. With a sequel, everything becomes clear. It seems that Chu Kuang writing martial arts was not by chance, but pre-planned. Yes, he hadn't written a new book for a long time, probably preparing for The Legend of the Condor Heroes and its sequel. As expected, once he acted, it was earth-shattering in the martial arts world. The title, The Return of the Condor Heroes, follows the previous work, also featuring a hero and his mate, and has the condor involved. Not just the readers. I'm looking forward to it too. The brilliance of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is unprecedented. If it were someone else, I would worry about them botching the sequel, but with Chu Kuang, I actually have a feeling that he might create another glory. In the television industry, The Legend of the Condor Heroes actually has a follow-up. Can we purchase the rights to The Return of the Condor Heroes? Contact Chu Kuang immediately. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is too popular, The return of the Condor Heroes TV series would definitely be a smash hit. I don't care what the relationship between Chu Kuang, Xianyu, and Starlight is. I just want to buy the rights to the return of the Condor Heroes now. I'll handle the budget issues. You guys contact them immediately. Secure his film and television rights right away. We can't let Starlight take advantage again. Winning Chu Kuang's rights is imperative for us. With the legend of the Condor Heroes leading the way, the television industry's martial arts fever has been raging. Now the whole nation is anticipating the sequel to the legend of the Condor Heroes. Contact Chu Kuang at all costs. Whoever secures the return of the Condor Heroes secures the world. All sides were stirred by the news. Ding 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 ding. Jean Mu's phone was practically exploding. Major film and television companies were all seeking to buy the rights to the return of the Condor Heroes. Though Chu Kuang's film and television rights had always been in demand, none of his previous novels had ever received this kind of treatment. The books hadn't even been released, yet all the major film and television companies were going crazy, waving their checkbooks and vying to buy the film and television rights. This was the benefit of writing a sequel. The legend of the Condor Heroes was too popular, so the film and television market for his new book was predictable. Any film and television company with a bit of sense knew what this meant. Sorry, Chu Kuang's new book rights have been reserved by Starlight. It's not about the money. No need to raise the price anymore. The contract is already signed. I'm not deceiving you. You're the 16th company to inquire about the rights. The rights to the second adaptation? That actually can be discussed, but only after Starlight has finished airing the series. All right then. We'll have the opportunity to work together in the future. After taking the 16th phone call of the day, Jean Mu looked at Lin Yuan with a wry smile. If it weren't for the boss having shares in Starlight, I would honestly advise you to sell the rights to these companies. They keep calling nonstop, and I don't even have time to read novels. You have no idea how crazy their offers are for the series. Don't tell me. Lin Yuan did not want to know. Knowing would only be futile and painful. After all, the return of the Condor Heroes was definitely going to be handed over to Starlight for production. He was a shareholder of Starlight. Starlight needed to grow more robust to confront the tribe more aggressively. Jean Mu sighed. Quite a few companies are also interested in remakes, and will be able to make some money off that too. Including the legend of the Condor Heroes. Many companies want to remake it. I guess you will probably set a record for the most number of remakes of martial arts dramas on Blue Star in the future. You decide on that. Anyway, the first taste of the crab was reserved for himself. Remakes were just recycled meat by now. Jean Mu curled his lips. Then I'll put my phone on silent mode for now. I'm taking a few hours off from work today. I'm going to watch the return of the Condor Heroes. A pang hit his heart. Lin Yuan asked, "Which chapter are you on?" Jean Mu replied with a smile. "Progress is slow. I've only reached chapter 6. Recently, the influence of the legend of the Condor Heroes has left me with too much work." As he spoke, Jean Mu turned on his phone and continued indulging in the return of the Condor Heroes, adopting a demeanor of complete absorption. For both OL Xiong and Jean Mu, having early access to read Chu Kuang's novels was an incredibly fulfilling achievement. Take The Return of the Condor Heroes, for example. The flurry of phone calls just now had made it clear that the price for the film and television rights of this novel alone was an astonishing figure. This was no longer just a novel, but a gold mine of incalculable value. Then you keep reading. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly became smaller. "I have some things to take care of, so I'm leaving first. If nothing unexpected happens, I won't be coming to the studio for the next few days." "What's so urgent?" Jean Mu raised his head and glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan avoided Jean Mu's gaze. "Personal matters." Jean Mu's eyes returned to the screen. "Call me if you need anything." "Sure." Seeing that Jean Mu didn't ask further and was buried again in the return of the Condor Heroes, Lin Yuan couldn't help but quicken his pace and swiftly leave. And a minute later, Jean Mu's eyes in front of the screen suddenly froze, and then he exploded. "Damn it, where's my knife?" He rarely cursed, but now he abruptly stood up looking for Lin Yuan's silhouette, only to find that the other party had already left, not a trace in sight. Aya! Jean Mu felt an insane hatred. The effect of Dragon Rider was particularly lethal. He finally understood why Lin Yuan had asked which chapter he had reached, why he left in such a hurry, and why he wouldn't be coming to the studio for the next few days. What the hell kind of plot was this? Lin Yuan really dared to come? I'll break his legs. Chapter 977. 907 Let the old rascal unleash himself. After O.L. Xiong, Jin Mu got mad too. However, the outside world absolutely didn't expect the first batch of readers of The Return of the Condor Heroes to react like this. But considering the old rascal's notorious track record, after the news of the new book of The Return of the Condor Heroes was officially announced, indeed, there were some readers guessing whether this so-called sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes would start off with suffering and tragedy. Stemming from this reason, following the blog topic hashtag The Old Rascal is Getting Better hashtag, once again, a hot topic related to Chu Kuang surfaced and rapidly climbed the trending searches. This time the topic was hashtag Will the Reader Noth Condor Heroes Start with Tragedy hashtag. The initiator of this topic was a book-related internet influencer, with the ID being Soybean, whose profession was akin to that of a book critic. I think Chu Kuang's new book might start off with tragedy. After Soybean started the topic, he provided his reasoning. Many people say that The Legend of the Condor Heroes isn't tragic at all, feeling exhilarated and comfortable all the way through, their hearts filled with boundless pride, making me, Chu Kuang's #1 hater, quite puzzled. I even thought this old rascal truly turned over a new leaf. Until today when I saw the news about The Legend of the Condor Heroes having a sequel, and then it suddenly dawned on me. The cunning move was hidden right here. I admit that The Legend of the Condor Heroes isn't tragic, that's a fact. But The Legend of the Condor Heroes isn't non-tragic because Chu Kuang got better, but because the story of The Legend of the Condor Heroes hasn't ended yet. Chu Kuang usually starts off with tragedy towards the end of the novel, not by writing heart-wrenching plots in the beginning. And now, our emotional attachment to the characters of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is already very deep. So, if I'm not wrong, this book, The Return of the Condor Heroes, is probably where Chu Kuang starts the tragedy. This is the old rascal's usual tactic. At this moment, online discussions about The Return of the Condor Heroes were everywhere, naturally generating immense popularity. And this topic was closely related to the previous one about Chu Kuang turning over a new leaf, thus it instantly sparked massive attention. However, the trend of the discussions in the topic was quite odd. Right now, I'm not at all afraid of how tragic Chu Kuang's new book might be. What I'm freaking afraid of is if he doesn't make it tragic. Aren't the Zhao people arrogant? Now I'm on my knees begging Chu Kuang to be ruthlessly cruel. It would only be good if he brings them to their knees. Can't argue with that. If not now, then when? Chu Kuang, you must live up to your reputation. Let the Zhao people see what the words, old rascal, truly mean. The fact that The Legend of the Condor Heroes isn't tragic is my greatest regret. Only heaven knows how much I want to see the Zhao people trembling under the feet of Chu Kuang, the old rascal writer dad. Don't forget how they used to mock us. They are just too young and have no idea how terrifying the old rascal is. It would be best to just annihilate the Zhao people. Our resistance is high nowadays. Zhao people don't share our resistance level. It's probably because the number of readers has increased that I feel Chu Kuang has started to consciously pander to the readers. To be honest, I am quite disappointed about this. I like the old rascal's attitude of criticize all you want, I'll write whatever I want. I don't want him to consciously pander to the readers of Zhao Continent. He never pandered to us like that. What the hell? Soybean was stupefied. Are you all masochists? Weren't you the ones who hated Chu Kuang the most for writing such tragic stories? Now, how come you are hoping that Chu Kuang will be harshly tragic? But soon enough, Soybean understood why the comments were so strangely angled. 2 reasons. The first reason, Chu Kuang is suspected of catering to the readers of Zhao Continent, causing a psychological imbalance among the readers from the other 5 continents. The second reason, the Zhao people were just too arrogant. You see, before The Legend of the Condor Heroes was released, the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han had tried to educate the Zhao people about the old rascal's notorious past, but those group of Zhao people just played dumb, claiming, in Zhao Continent, the readers are the writer's fathers, and mocked the readers from the 5 continents for being unworthy, even becoming the sons of the writer. That would have been fine. Things happen, and then they're gone. However, what no one expected was that, with the release of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the Zhao people became even more audacious, constantly being sarcastic in front of the Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han readers. That's it. No way. Heard it's the old rascal? Heard his books are really brutal? I thought it'd be more brutal. You guys can't handle this level? Your endurance is too low. Is this your first time reading wuxia novels, or what? Well, this really got the readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han mad. Now they're begging Chu Kuang to be ruthless with them, just so the Zhao people can experience the fear of being dominated by the old rascal. Actually, it was the same before The Legend of the Condor Heroes was released. Many bought The Legend of the Condor Heroes just to see how Chu Kuang would brutally treat the Zhao people. But unfortunately, The Legend of the Condor Heroes didn't become brutal. About that, some radical readers even left comments in Chu Kuang's review section saying, "Old rascal, don't hold yourself back anymore. Let yourself go in your next book." Now that the states of Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, Han, and Zhao have merged and the internet is shared, the topic started by soybean has been seen by the people of Zhao continent. At first glance, the Zhao people were amused. Some Zhao people took screenshots of the discussions and shared them with more Zhao people, instantly attracting a large number of netizens from Zhao continent to the fray, which is why the topic quickly heated up. A Zhao person said, "Here you go again, huh? We Zhao people are not like you. If Chu Kuang dares to be brutal, we dare to abandon the book and tame him. Zhao readers will never be slaves." Some authors in our Zhao continent tried that before, and later no one read their books. They had to start over with a pseudonym, and even when their cover was blown, they got cursed out 18 streets. Do you have that kind of drive? We'll see who ends up tormenting whom. In fact, Chu Kuang was spoiled by you guys. He was too soft. We Zhao people don't pamper such writers. Look what happened. Teacher Chu Kuang corrected his ways with The Legend of the Condor Heroes, didn't he? It's still the same old saying, readers are the real bosses. Serve the readers well, and your novel will sell like hotcakes. Offend the readers, and no one will read your books. Actually, based on The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I think Teacher Chu Kuang is quite nice. It could be that it's you readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han who are slandering Teacher Chu Kuang. I actually have a similar opinion. Don't say we Zhao people don't understand Chu Kuang. I specifically looked at those so-called heart-wrenching works of Chu Kuang, and they are not as exaggerated as you say. Your resistance is just not high enough. We Zhao people have been reading wuxia for so many years. Our resistance in this area was maxed out a long time ago. Damn. Some readers from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yin, and Han were angered and even felt a little aggrieved after reading these comments. Chu Kuang is a good person? We are slandering Chu Kuang. You Zhao people can tame him? We readers from the 5 continents are too weak? Are these even human words? Do you know what we have been through? Even Soybean couldn't stand it anymore. He put his foot down. Just wait and see. My prediction won't be wrong. This book by Chu Kuang will definitely be brutal, and it will make you Zhao people's livers ache. Don't say I didn't warn you in advance. As for your saying that Chu Kuang's previous novels weren't brutal, that's because with warnings from netizens from other continents, you had expectations, so you found them not so bad. And about taming the old rascal, we'll see who tames whom when the time comes. Heh, the return of the Condor Heroes will definitely be brutal. The Zhao people are not afraid at all. They believe in Chu Kuang and have confidence in themselves, and they are unwilling to be outdone in resilience by the other 5 continents. They don't buy it. Where in the world is there an author who goes against the readers and still gets hotter and hotter? What happens in other continents? They don't care. In Zhao continent, they don't allow such an awesome existence. And amidst all the discussions, Silver Blue Books once again stirred. Chu Kuang's new book, The Return of the Condor Heroes, will be officially released in 3 days. Chapter 978, 908 Dragon Rider. It's here. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was a novel that had propped up countless expectations before it even hit the shelves. The Legend of the Condor Heroes still had lingering influence. Not a single bookstore dared to underestimate the prospects of the return of the Condor Heroes, and no bookstore doubted the wuxia genre anymore. In such an atmosphere, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, it was just after dawn. Readers were already setting out, unable to wait any longer. At some major bookstores, countless customers even formed long, dragon-like queues at the entrances. And at the entrances of all the major bookstores, countless standees and banners had been unfurled early on. Things like Chu Kuang's new book shocks the market. The Legend of the Condor Heroes sequel now on sale. Chu Kuang's second martial arts masterpiece, The Return of the Condor Heroes following The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and so on. New cafe bookstore. Please don't push. Everyone, please queue in an orderly manner to buy books to prevent accidents. Do you have enough books this time? Don't tell me again that you're short on stock and need to reorder, wasting my time for nothing. Rest assured, we have plenty of stock this time. Absolutely no problem. We know everyone's enthusiasm for the return of the Condor Heroes. Soaring Dragon Bookstore. The doors are opening. They're opening. Why are you only opening at 7 o'clock? I've been here since 6 in the morning, waiting in vain for an hour at the door. That's nothing. I came over at 5. Lucky it's Saturday today, so I don't have to go to work. Otherwise, I'd really be afraid I wouldn't get a copy. Universal Bookstore. Start lining up. I can see the books inside. Oh my God. The first 3 rows of shelves at the main store of Universal Bookstore are completely filled with the return of the Condor Heroes. It's the first time I've seen such a scene. Other books have been relegated to the corners. Even Mr. Antarctica's bestsellers have been squeezed onto the back shelves. Tranquility Bookstore. 2 copies of The Return of the Condor Heroes. I'll take a copy of Chu Kuang the Old Rascal's The Return of the Condor Heroes too. Old Rascal, please, don't spare my feelings. I'm resilient now and can take it. You must absolutely torment the Zhao people in this one. Haha, brother, a fellow enthusiast indeed. The Zhao people are too arrogant. Can you all stop it? I'm a Zhao person, and I'm not afraid of being tormented. From morning to noon, such frenzied scenes played out in all the major bookstores. No one wasted time reading the book before buying. This time, everyone's trust in Chu Kuang seemed to have climbed another notch. More than 95% of customers ran straight to the cash registers as soon as they got their books. To pay quickly, they were in a rush to go back and read. The stock prepared by the bookstores this time was indeed sufficient. Just as the shelves were about to be emptied, a number of staff members, who had been on standby from the start, would skillfully carry a new box of unopened books to restock. This happened very frequently. The shelves were always cleared out in no time. The staff were so exhausted, not to mention the cashiers who had grown tired from handling all the money. This was the best first-day sales for a new book of Chu Kuang's. In the past, although Chu Kuang's books also sold well, they often took some time to ferment. It was only after the word of mouth really picked up that the bookstores would experience a peak in sales. This time was unique. Due to the association between the return of the Condor Heroes and the Legend of the Condor Heroes, readers burst forth with an unprecedented enthusiasm to buy the book. Silver Blue Books. The relevant departments kept receiving calls from Blue Star's major bookstores. We need to restock. Another 100,000 copies. The branch in the West City is barely holding on. Send us some more. Our bookstore headquarters is a bit cramped. We want to set up a few stalls outside, but we don't have enough stock. City management? Don't worry about city management. Just approve our order. Stock up. What we ordered before was enough, but it's always good to have a reserve. There will definitely be lots of readers coming to buy later on. The phone wouldn't stop ringing. The hotter the book sales, the larger the inventory orders. However, the editors at Silver Blue Books had complicated expressions on their faces. If peers saw this scene, they would find it very strange. Chu Kuang's new book is selling so well, and you, Silver Blue Books, as the publisher, why is everyone wearing a bitter face? Fantasy Department. An editor's side. Once the readers see how Huang Rong is portrayed, they're probably going to explode. Huang Rong might not make readers explode, but the part about Little Dragon Maiden will, that's where I stopped. Anyway, I'm not Chu Kuang's editor, so I didn't have to force myself to finish the whole thing. Lucky you didn't keep going. Holy shit, there's even worse stuff later on. Personally, I think it's worse. Yang Guo loses an arm and becomes one-armed. That's where I stopped. I couldn't read any further. Fuck. Yanghua loses an arm. Huang Rong ruins her character. The female lead loses her chastity. The male lead loses an arm. Chu Kuang must be crazy. With so many readers buying the book, if they start to riot, it will be a huge scene. The editors were in total panic. This old rascal has truly gone mad. At that moment, Ol Xiong appeared, his tone very grim. All of you, just focus on your own jobs. The company's PR department is already prepared. Once the readers start making noise, they will proceed with the prearranged plan to pacify them. The editors were dumbfounded. Is it that serious? Silver Blue's PR department was prepared in advance. In all the years, the company had never shown such a stance, right? Chu Kuang's novels have always been tragic, but Silver Blue's PR department has never armed themselves in advance like today. The reason Silver Blue books couldn't get excited as the outside world imagined was because many people inside knew just how heartbreaking Chu Kuang's new book was. Even more so, Silver Blue Books was already prepared for the fact that in a few days, maybe even tomorrow, the sales of The Return of the Condor Heroes would plummet. Therefore, the hotter The Return of the Condor Heroes sells now, the bigger the backlash might be later. That said, at this moment, Yang Feng, Chu Kuang's first editor, suddenly spoke up. Actually, I personally recommend everyone finish reading the book. An editor responded incredulously. How the hell are we supposed to continue reading it? Yang Feng hesitated a bit. I couldn't accept those heartbreaking parts when I read them, but after finishing, I had a lot of different feelings that are hard to experience without finishing the whole book. It gave me this vague feeling. Ol Xiong looked up at him. What feeling? Yang Feng spoke softly. I feel like Chu Kuang isn't senselessly tormenting the readers. He indeed wrote it on purpose. But he's also helpless because he can only write it this way. And only by writing it this way can he. No way. The editor next to him interrupted Yang Feng directly. When we first saw the Dragon Rider plot, you were the one who criticized it the most in the department. So why the change of heart now? It's still the same reason. Yang Feng looked deeply, speaking earnestly. You'll understand how brilliant the novel is only after you've read it in its entirety. Ol Xiong appeared contemplative. Although he hadn't finished The Return of the Condor Heroes, he had still forced himself to read the 16-year reunion plot between Yanghua and Little Dragon Maiden that morning. That plot had moved Ol Xiong like never before. He had countless emotions in his heart, yet he didn't know how to express them. For some reason, the previously furious emotions had quietly faded a lot. Perhaps, as Yang Feng said, he should finish the book before reflecting and judging. However, the other editors were curling their lips, quite annoyed with Yang Feng, thinking he had already stepped into a PR role, even including his own colleagues. I don't believe you for a second. Pulling out their phones, the editors started to refresh the internet, keeping an eye on the readers' reactions. According to the Time, some readers should have gotten to the part where Little Dragon Maiden loses her virginity. As expected, glancing at the company website's message board, an editor sighed and said, "It's already started." On the message board of Silver Blue Books, a comment full of exclamation points was striking. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. I can't quench the hatred in my heart unless you're dead. Little Dragon Maiden was actually defiled by the antagonist. The editors fell silent. Ol Xiong's heart skipped a beat. What was bound to come would always come. The unavoidable Dragon Maiden incident had now begun to unfold. Chapter 979, 909. 6 continents erupt simultaneously. In fact, the incident with Little Dragon Maiden didn't just explode suddenly. About half an hour earlier, readers had just purchased The Return of the Condor Heroes, so most of them were reading it slowly, even discussing the plot online while reading. Tribe, blog, forum, major platforms. Everyone discussed from the first chapter of The Return of the Condor Heroes to the second, and from the second chapter to the third. From Yanghua's recognition of the legend of the Condor Heroes to the conclusion where the crazed Ouyang Feng became a father, and then Guijing and Huang Rong officially appeared as a married couple. The linking and continuation between the legend of the Condor Heroes and the Return of the Condor Heroes thrilled the readers, as if just seeing the familiar characters appear could instantly evoke all their wonderful memories of the legend of the Condor Heroes. And the real climax of the discussion had actually started from the third chapter. Because the plot of this chapter made it clear that Huang Rong's aversion to Yang Guo, the male protagonist of The Return of the Condor Heroes, was openly displayed. In the story of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong is the goddess of the readers. Even if this goddess occasionally acted spoiled and willful, she ultimately remained cunning and endearing, with an overall image that could be said to be nearly perfect in brilliance. However, in The Return of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong had changed. In the plot of this chapter, when Yang Guo was bullied by Guo Fu and other warriors, Huang Rong protected Guo Fu and the others, making things difficult and guarded against Yang Guo. Come on, Auntie Huang. Our little Guo is still a child. Is it fun to scheme against a child? After reading the first 2 chapters, everyone had gradually empathized with the new protagonist Yang Guo, but seeing Huang Rong's antics, akin to a common fishwife, immediately furrowed their brows and felt extremely uncomfortable. Someone started blasting then. Of course, the main ones blasting were the Zhao people. Because many Zhao people were seeing such frustrating plot twists for the first time, feeling as though Chu Kuang had diminished Huang Rong's character. The readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han also wanted to blast. But when they saw Zhao people blasting, visibly unable to bear it, they suddenly rejoiced. One by one, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han felt an inexplicable satisfaction rise within them, finally seeing the Zhao people tortured by the old rascal Chu Kuang. Zhao people can't hold up? Still think the old rascal's book is good? You guys are too weak. This level can't even break my defense. Why don't you show off your might? Make the old rascal change the plot. If you can make the old rascal submit, I will acknowledge that I'm the daddy of your book readers. Huang Rong had changed. The readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han were also upset, unable to accept it, but in front of the Zhao people, they wouldn't admit that they had been tortured. Actually, a previous saying was quite right. Unwittingly, the resistance of readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han had been trained exceptionally high by Chu Kuang, so when Zhao people started cursing first, their reactions were slightly delayed. Damn, reveling in others' misfortune? The provocation by the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han calmed the Zhao people down instead, as the matter touched upon a matter of face. How could we let you revel in our suffering? To show they didn't care, some Zhao people even specifically explained for Chu Kuang. It's not entirely unacceptable. Huang Rong has always had this personality. Think about it carefully, and you'll understand why, as we initially empathized with Guijing and Huang Rong. So seeing Huang Rong doing various things to protect Guijing felt thrilling. This time, we empathized with Yang Guo. Because the perspective changed, Yang Guo became the character bullied by Huang Rong, so we instinctively feel upset. However, all of this is understandable. Teacher Chu Kuang is incredible. If he hadn't written it this way, Huang Rong's character would have collapsed. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han. These Zhao people really know how to put on a show, huh? No worries, there's sure to be more torture ahead. This book and The Legend of the Condor Heroes have a different tone, a certain inexplicable oppression. Those familiar with Chu Kuang could already smell that unique scent. Let's see how long you last. With this in mind, readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han were actually looking forward to even more intense torture ahead, hopefully making the Zhao people cry. And then, as readers gradually reached Chapter 7, the intensely torturous plot that the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han had been eagerly anticipating finally emerged. However, when that moment arrived, both from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and the readers from Zhao watched the scene, and their eyes instantly reddened. What is this? What the heck is this? Why is there such a plot? Why did this happen? Damn it! The Dragon Rider has arrived. Zhao people couldn't withstand it. Zhao people were crying from being tortured. But the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han also instantly lost their defenses and forgot to mock the Zhao people, because they were crying from being tortured too. It exploded. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao. Everyone exploded. Like the blast from a nuclear bomb, it instantly swept the entire internet, sparing no reader, and the so-called resistance was just a joke. Qing continent. Has Chu Kuang completely lost his mind? Is this fake? Did I buy a pirated book? And did someone secretly alter the old rascal's plot? Huh, is that so? Could any sane person write a plot like this? I don't believe it. It's false. All of it's false. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill the old rascal. Qi continent. Little dragon maiden has been insulted. Chu Kuang must be a beast. How could he write like this? Why would he write like this? How dare he write like this? Old rascal, what's gotten into you? You might as well have directly killed the dragon princess, and might have killed Yang Guo as well. It would be more acceptable than this absurd plot. Chu continent. Paying big for Chu Kuang's home address. When he was asked to fiercely torment the Zhao people, and he actually did, but he also dragged the readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Han, and Yin into torment as well. Cannot change a dog's nature to eat shit. Not only does he continue to eat, he makes us eat it together. Yin continent. Goodbye. Never see you again. I won't read a madman's book. I've already torn it up. Farewell. Also, I've got a thing. Can someone tell me where Chu Kuang lives? Han continent. I was wrong. I should have never let this old rascal go freestyle. Does Chu Kuang think he's being funny? Thinking we encouraged this plot? Completely broken down. Is it all our own fault? Zhao continent. What is this? What the hell is this? Can someone please tell me? What did he write? Is this a joke? We all misunderstood our brothers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han. They didn't deceive us. This old rascal really sucks. He clearly lures us Zhao people into the trap with the Legend of the Condor Heroes, and then feeds us crap with the Return of the Condor Heroes. Us Zhao people are indeed too naive and too young. Who would have thought Silver Blue would have such a heartless author? The readers from the 6 continents were furious. Swells of resentful curses suddenly filled the entire internet. Huang Rong's character was destroyed. Yang Guo was cuckolded by villains. Little Dragon Maiden was humiliated and lost her chastity. Chu Kuang has gone mad. Whoosh. The Return of the Condor Heroes related topics quickly swept the entire net. Silver Blue Book's website was overwhelmed with angry comments, and the servers collapsed in less than 10 minutes. Immediately following, Tribe, blogs, and major online platforms across all continents were slammed with traffic amid a sea of curses. There were even extreme acts of burning the paper version of the Return of the Condor Heroes and posting it on social media. At this moment, there was no more regional conflict. Readers from the 6 continents united like never before. Readers from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, and Zhao were no longer mocking each other. They even comforted, supported, encouraged, and helped each other to step out of the shadows. Their hearts were tightly connected. Everyone unanimously targeted Chu Kuang. The 6 continents scorned him together, and their spit could form an ocean. Unexpectedly, even the short story author Shen Jurue, who was known as Chu Kuang's #1 fan, also posted a status update amid the torrent of curses. He tagged Chu Kuang. Either change the plot to revise the Return of the Condor Heroes, restore Little Dragon Maiden's purity, or I'll turn from a fan to a hater and never read your books again. I know my influence is small, but I believe this is the collective voice of all readers. Suddenly, a storm erupted. Chu Kuang's #1 fan had turned against him. Even the most loyal fans of Chu Kuang could not understand this kind of plot. However, it wasn't enough. What shocked the whole net even more was, someone quickly reviewed the following plot amid a barrage of curses and revealed information like an April Fool's joke. Oh my god, I just rapidly flipped through the Return of the Condor Heroes and accidentally saw in the 26th episode, Yang Guo's arm was chopped off by Guofu. Chu Kuang actually arranged for the protagonist to have his arm chopped off by Guo Jing's daughter. Arm chopped off. Is it true or false? Isn't Huang Rong's character destruction enough? Isn't Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity enough? Isn't it enough that Yang Guo was cuckolded? He still has to have his arm chopped off by someone in the next part. At this moment, it's no longer just about whether Chu Kuang has gone mad. At this moment, all readers are going mad along with him. Even the few with unique tastes who can remain calm when Little Dragon Maiden is humiliated are completely losing their mental stability. To be more precise, at this moment, whenever someone opens the internet, they will find themselves surrounded by countless resentful voices, furiously blasting Chu Kuang. An unprecedented spectacle, an unprecedented scale, an unprecedented unity. Since ancient times, the only author who has been unanimously cursed by readers from all 6 continents is Silver Blue, and this, a one-of-a-kind instance. Chapter 980, 1000 Remember to take a bulletproof car. No one could have expected Chu Kuang's The Return of the Condor Heroes to have such a sick and twisted plot. And with public outrage reaching boiling point, every major field was shocked. The entire publishing world caused a great uproar. What on earth is Chu Kuang doing, anyway? If he had just honestly written this sequel, even if the plot wasn't as good as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the readers would have been completely willing to go along with it. So why did he have to come up with such an absurd plotline? Is he having a spat with money? Is he not on speaking terms with sales? This is clearly saying he doesn't give a damn about his readers. In the past, when you mentioned Chu Kuang, people in the industry would joke that he always went against the readers, but I always thought it was just a joke. It's only today I've realized he really does oppose the readers on purpose. This, The Return of the Condor Heroes, is simply written to disgust readers. Even I'm repulsed. Although this plot is indeed unacceptable, as a competitor, I still want to pay my respects to Silver Blue Books in silence. Entrusted with such a capricious supreme god, the editors can't hold Chu Kuang back at all. Meanwhile, the television industry is full of mixed emotions and even a sense of relief. What the hell is this? Would it kill him to write a decent book? Why go for this kind of storyline? Does Chu Kuang have some artsy-fartsy disorder? Thinking that this is more profound. Profound, my ass. What era are we in that someone would still write such degrading plots for female characters? Should I be glad that Chu Kuang didn't sell the rights of The Return of the Condor Heroes to our company? Thank God we didn't buy it. How would we even film it? Just this in the novel, even a mere passage of text, is enough to nauseate readers. If we actually filmed it, wouldn't the audience come throw rotten eggs at our company's front doorstep? If we had actually bought it, we would be crying. Who would watch this crap? In the martial arts fiction circle, writers of the wuxia genre were dumbfounded. Is there some special reason behind this? How could Chu Kuang write such a plot? Even a novice writer knows that cuckolding is an absolute taboo. What exactly is he trying to do? Has he become arrogant, thinking that with his current strength, no matter how cruel the writing, the readers will accept it? There were readers who asked for more cruelty before. Those readers asked for it. But who is Chu Kuang? They're not the ones to provoke him. If he really started being cruel, who could stand it? I'm so angry I could spit blood. Martial arts fiction was finally looking up. So why did he have to do this? If he doesn't change the plot, he might actually face a boycott from readers for many years, or even his own reputation as the old rascal could be completely destroyed. At this time, the media had already dropped their jaws, and the news directly referred to Chu Kuang as old rascal. Headlines were flying everywhere. Has Chu Kuang, the old rascal, lost his mind? The most resentful author in history is born. What exactly did the old rascal write that got readers across 6 continents cursing? Universal derision. The Return of the Condor Heroes' new villain Little Dragon made him humiliated. Readers claimed they'll crowdfund to find Chu Kuang's address. Old rascal sparks fury. How will he clean up this mess? Huang Rong ruined. Little Dragon Maiden insulted. Yanghua crippled. The old rascal's most unacceptable book to readers since his debut is born. And amidst the continuous curses, readers started to take to the streets in protests. A large group of readers demanded refunds for The Return of the Condor Heroes outside bookstores. The doors of Silver Blue Books were also besieged by a large number of readers. Banners demanding "change the plot, Chu Kuang" were raised one after another. Silver Blue Books' PR department had already sprung into action. Various prepared press releases were desperately pushed out. Things like, "The reason everyone is so angry is ultimately because of the so-called virginity complex. And love is pure." They also stated, "To love someone is to love their soul." Some press releases even tried to play the role of sensible netizens, suggesting love can transcend material and physical entities. Unfortunately, such press releases simply couldn't offer any consolation to readers. Countless people angrily stated, "We won't accept any form of whitewashing. Internet trolls, go wash up and sleep." I don't believe there are still true fans out there protecting this old rascal. Clearly, the public relations strategy to whitewash had failed. Online cursing didn't decrease at all, but rather intensified as more people saw the plot of the return of the Condor heroes and made an uproar. Jean Mu's phone was blowing up. Under tremendous pressure, Silver Blue Books proactively discussed the possibility of Chu Kuang changing the storyline, even though Chu Kuang had already taken precautionary measures. In the end, the unsuspecting Jean Mu sighed. "I also hope he changes the plot, but the problem is I can't even contact him now." What a sin. The person on the other end hung up the phone in anger and grief. He put down the phone. Jean Mu looked at Lin Yuan with fiery eyes. "Boss, we can't suppress it anymore. This time it's different. The readers really can't accept it." Yes. At that time, Lin Yuan was at the studio. He couldn't possibly stay away from the studio for days, leaving Jean Mu to face all this alone. Though when he arrived at the studio today, he was almost beaten up by an unrestrained Jean Mu. Even then, there was still some small revenge. For example, Jean Mu had added a bit of sugar to the tea he made for Lin Yuan today, which tasted really strange. In fact, Lin Yuan himself was somewhat helpless. The plot of the little dragon maiden being humiliated was written very subtly. Jean Yong was very restrained. In his narrative, he deliberately chose a plain and brief approach, attempting to minimize the reader's backlash. Clearly, he also knew readers inherently reject such storylines. And Lin Yuan knew how big the commotion online and in real life was. He had no choice but to respond. The first one to respond was Jean Mu. 3 days. Lin Yuan estimated the time it would take for the first batch of readers to finish the return of the Condor heroes, then spoke to Jean Mu. In 3 days, perhaps there will be a turn in public opinion. Jean Mu was stunned, unsure where Lin Yuan's confidence came from. Will it be like with Poirot before, where the readers figure it out on their own? Lin Yuan said, "There will always be some who figure it out. You can continue reading as well, and we'll talk after you've finished." Jean Mu: "So you're also watching to see how it goes, huh?" The problem is, reader riots aren't always resolved by just letting things take their course. As the saying goes, nothing should be done to excess. Starting with the Biao incident, to the death of Poirot, to the readers' riot over Sherlock Holmes. Chu Kuang had done this 3 times already. Who would have thought Chu Kuang would do it a 4th time? And the situation seemed even worse than the previous 3. All right. Actually, it's not to say that this time the situation is definitely worse than before. Mainly because Chu Kuang's influence was growing, the readership was larger, so this riot looked crazier than before. If a little-known author wrote this, readers would at most curse a bit and then abandon the book. Fine then. Jean Mu sighed. "I'll continue reading in a bit, and in 3 days, if there is no change for the better, then you seriously consider revising the text." Lin Yuan didn't reply. And that evening, the chairman also gave Lin Yuan a call. "Don't go out these days." Lin Yuan. The chairman added, "If you really need to go out, remember to take the car I gave you. It can actually stop bullets." Chapter 981, 911 Professor Wang comes again. After responding to Jean Mu, Lin Yuan also had to respond to the readers. However, not now, and definitely not as Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan planned to ask Ian to help explain to the readers later. Because right now, apart from changing the plot of the novel, anything Chu Kuang says would fall on deaf ears. It might even rile up the readers more. At least for these few days. Silence is golden for Chu Kuang. And clearly, the readers are unable to comprehend Chu Kuang's thoughts. Instead, many people think this is the arrogance coming from the old rascal. Think about the previous incidents when the old rascal wrote heartbreaking plots that triggered reader riots. Did the old rascal ever respond? Sure, Sherlock Holmes had indeed responded. But he didn't respond to the readers. He responded to Xianyu. This misunderstanding led to the return of the Condor heroes still facing a barrage of curses on the 2nd day of its release. Titles like arrogant and contemptuous were unavoidably mentioned repeatedly by readers. Anyway, it wasn't the first time the old rascal was labeled with such titles. Be it arrogance or cold-heartedness, they are the eternal tags belonging to the old rascal. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's windows were not smashed. The identity of Chu Kuang was still very well hidden. There were rumors that Jin Yong's house was in turmoil back then because of this matter, which had been reported. There were also rumors claiming that the scene where Little Dragon Maiden was defiled was ghostwritten by someone else, and not by Jin Yong himself. This claim was personally denied by Jin Yong. However, it was true that someone did ghostwrite parts of demigods and semi-devils later on. And the most lively rumor was that Jin Yong wrote about Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity because of his unrequited love for Xiao Meng. Little Dragon Maiden was Xiao Meng in his heart. When Xiao Meng embraced another, Little Dragon Maiden lost her virginity in the Return of the Condor Heroes. Reality is connected to fiction. Let's not discuss the truth of these speculations for now. Surely those who spread such gossip were malicious. They were likely frustrated with the plotline about Little Dragon Maiden's loss of virginity and decided to concoct stories, even to discuss the author. At least Jin Yong never called to tell him about it. And when the Return of the Condor Heroes reached the third day of its release, there was only 1 day left of Lin Yuan's 3-day deadline. Jin Mu grew impatient and called Lin Yuan. There are still a lot of readers blocking the entrance at Silver Blue Books. Why don't you post an update to calm them down? Lin Yuan counter-asked. What do I say? Jin Mu was suddenly at a loss for words. Anything Chu Kuang said now would be met with backlash, unless he was willing to recognize his faults and change. Lin Yuan spoke up. Tell Silver Blue Books to provide some food and drinks for everyone. I'll pay. Jin Mu. The suggestion was not bad, and Jin Mu accepted it. So, that day, someone was eating food and drinking water provided by Chu Kuang, and after they were nicely fed, continued to protest. At that moment, a representative from the Public Relations Department of Silver Blue Books commented softly, "The food and water you just had was courtesy of teacher Chu Kuang." Damn, there's a saying that you're short-handed when you take someone's money and short-mouthed when you eat someone's food. The faces of the readers gathered at the door changed, and their momentum in protesting almost vanished at this sudden turn. On the other side, in a classroom at a university, Professor Wang from the literature department walked in holding a copy of The Return of the Condor Heroes. As soon as he entered the classroom, some students caught sight of The Return of the Condor Heroes in his hand. Immediately, many students began shouting with a teasing tone, their faces filled with jest and ridicule. Professor Wang, have you read The Return of the Condor Heroes too? I have, and even finished it, couldn't put it down for 3 days. Professor Wang casually responded, leaving everyone dumbfounded with his answer. Could not put it down, really? This book that had shocked readers across all continents. It was hard to imagine anyone describing their love for The Return of the Condor Heroes as couldn't put it down, let alone think that these words would come from the old-fashioned Professor Wang. Does Professor Wang have a special preference? Professor Wang then countered the students below. I have answered your question, but your responses to the assignment I gave you last time were broad and empty, all superficial. Now, you should know how to answer me. What is a hero's mate? The students below. This question again? Professor Wang looked disappointed. Chu Kuang has already provided the answer in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Haven't you understood it? The greatest hero's mate serves the country and its people. As Professor Wang showed his disappointment, a girl wearing glasses in the front row suddenly spoke up. Whoosh! At those words, the entire classroom fell silent. The greatest hero's mate serves the country and its people? Everyone was quietly savoring the answer, feeling an inexplicable stirring within. They had all considered the answer to this question before, but no answer could compare to these 8 characters. And such an answer was actually found in The Return of the Condor Heroes? On the podium, Professor Wang was taken aback. You finished it? He raised the copy of The Return of the Condor Heroes in his hand toward the girl who had spoken, showing a smile. I did, the girl smiled back. Professor Wang asked, did you enjoy it? The girl answered, it was incredibly beautiful. Professor Wang, filled with gratification, said, very good. Who else has finished reading? Show of hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A third of the class raised their hands. Professor Wang asked these students, after finishing it, are you still angry? The group of readers hesitated for a moment before shaking their heads, their expressions complex. The remaining 2/3 of the students looked perplexed. They certainly had read The Return of the Condor Heroes too, but had not finished it. Chapter 982, 911 Professor Wang returns again _2. Some were infuriated by Huang Rong. Some were put off by the scene where Little Dragon Maiden dissuades. Some gave up because of Yanggua's arm amputation. So they didn't understand why so many people had finished The Return of the Condor Heroes, and even subtly praised the book. Hee. Professor Wang laughed. Finally, there are some who get it. Yet, there are many fools in this world who need teaching. So today's class will be about Chu Kuang's The Return of the Condor Heroes. Uft. The students below couldn't help but cry and laugh. You're kidding, right? This book is mind-blowing. We have to dedicate a whole lecture to this book? Do you truly think there's nothing problematic about The Return of the Condor Heroes? You must have maxed out your resistance to toxicity to actually finish this book, right? Because our resistance isn't high enough, we are the fools now. The room burst into tumult. Professor Wang tapped on the desk. Could those who haven't finished the book tell me what you think is inappropriate? Huang Rong, Yanghua, Little Dragon Maiden. Most people called out Little Dragon Maiden. Professor Wang shrugged. Then let's go in the order of the book's events, starting with Huang Rong. He paused. Suddenly, Professor Wang turned to his sneaky-looking student. Make sure to get me on camera this time. All right. It turned out this student was the one who had filmed during Professor Wang's lecture on The Legend of the Condor Heroes last time, and he was at it again today. Okay. The student gave an awkward smile, coughed, and then brazenly raised his smartphone. Ignoring this student, Professor Wang looked at his class. You think the character design for Huang Rong collapsed, right? The crowd below nodded furiously. But Professor Wang shook his head, clearly annoyed. It seems like you've all wasted your time watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes. To think I'd have to bring this to class for analysis. But Huang Rong's character has collapsed indeed. That's right. Huang Rong in The Legend of the Condor Heroes was so much better. Huang Rong in The Return of the Condor Heroes seems like a completely different person. The old rascal forced a character collapse just to advance the plot. Once he found a new favorite, he forgot about the old love. Just because Huang Rong is no longer the female lead, he stopped caring. The students were unconvinced. Professor Wang sighed. This is exactly why I say you've all watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes in vain. When has Huang Rong's character ever collapsed? Class, as people reach middle age, they cannot help but brew goji berries in their thermoses. Amidst the sighs, Professor Wang took a sip of his warm goji berry tea, sparking laughter. This was, after all, a classroom, not the protest scene outside. Extremist readers were, in the end, a minority. Now everyone was curious about how Professor Wang planned to redeem Huang Rong in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Yes, redeem. Everyone felt that Professor Wang was about to whitewash Huang Rong. Indeed, Professor Wang commenced when Huang Rong first appeared in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. She was 16, naive, childish, capable of disguising herself as a man to run away from home, and could wreak havoc without care for proprieties. Back then, when she made mistakes, the whole world would forgive her, including you young readers. But what about later? Professor Wang shook his head. Latterly, her Jing had one foot in the establishment, and she herself became the leader of an organization like the Beggars Guild. Were you still expecting her to ride great eagles and roam the martial world with Guijing with no restraints whatsoever? She was middle-aged. After reaching middle age, one starts a family, and one's life inadvertently becomes stained with the mundane, living diligently. This was the helplessness of Huang Rong. Take the plot of the Great Heroes Assembly, for example, and let's see how Huang Rong spent that day. That day, she got up and first discussed the marriage of Yang Gua and Guofu with Guijing, then passed on stick-fighting techniques to Liu Youjiao. Alas, Liu Youjiao was quite dull, and despite Huang Rong teaching for nearly 2 hours, he still hadn't learned it, which was truly exhausting for both body and mind. Subsequently, Huang Rong took Yang Guo aside for a heart-to-heart talk to soothe his wounded heart. Half the day passed, and the Great Heroes Assembly hadn't even officially started yet, but she was already feeling unwell from tiredness. Because at that time, she was pregnant with her second child, who was the unborn little Guoxiang. When the Great Heroes Assembly began, while everyone was busy negotiating a leader to resist foreign enemies, Huadu led Golden Wheel Imperial Advisor and a group of experts to cause trouble. Liu Youjiao lost to them, and the dog-beating staff was stolen. Huang Rong, the pregnant woman, had no choice but to step forward and retrieve the staff. After such tribulations, Huidu and his cohorts were finally driven off, but Huang Rong still didn't get a chance to rest, as she had to deal with the teacher-student romance between Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden. Tired, wasn't she? Of course, she was. Professionally, she had to manage the affairs of the Beggars Guild and be vigilant against foreign invasions. At home, she had to raise children, balance the relationships among family members, and help her husband achieve his dreams. This is the hardship of a middle-aged woman. You say Huang Rong is no longer lovable. She may not be lovable, but she is indeed more respectable. Below, students who had seen this part of the story were lost in thought. Those who hadn't were silently contemplating. Finally, someone couldn't help but question, these are not justifications for her attitude toward Yang Guo, right? Have you forgotten Huang Rong was from ancient times? Professor Wang replied directly. Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden had a teacher-student relation. The ancients said that having a teacher for one day equates to a father for life. Teacher-student romance, in today's terms, is like someone openly declaring they want to marry their mother. Wouldn't they be drowned in saliva by the public? As an elder, would you still allow the younger generation to continue this way? Chapter 983, 911 Professor Wang returns again _3. Upon hearing this, the critics were dumbfounded. Many people think about issues with modern thinking and feel Yang Guo is not at fault. Yang Guo indeed was not at fault. But in ancient times, this was the biggest issue. Guijing would have wished to slap Yang Guo to death. In that era, thinking was extremely rigid. Even for Huang Rong, having this kind of mindset was normal. Professor Wang added. Moreover, wasn't Huang Rong cautious about Yang Guo because she feared he might seek revenge for his father Yang Kong? This character trait was established from the legend of the Condor heroes, being willing to do anything for Guijing. Yang Guo might have wanted to kill Guijing. What reason did she have for not taking precautions? Is it just because after reading The Return of the Condor Heroes, you all empathize with Yang Guo, hence you switch sides? If Guijing remained the protagonist, would you still find this plot problematic? I tell you, the ones who have changed their hearts aren't Chu Quan. It's you readers who have changed. Huang Rong was incredibly intelligent, just as smart during the time of the Legend of the Condor Heroes, and similarly in The Return of the Condor Heroes. Her intelligence never failed. That's why she saw through Yang Guo's intentions. Was she wrong? She wasn't wrong at all. Yang Guo indeed wanted to kill Guijing more than once. It was only after endless internal struggle that he eventually gave up. With Huang Rong loving Guijing so much, could she gamble that Yang Guo's conscience would come into play? She didn't end Yang Guo's life. That alone is greatly on account of her respect for Guijing. In the end, she is still that Ronger whose heart only contains Jing. It's just that being middle-aged and unavoidably despised by you all. That is precisely why I like The Return of the Condor Heroes the most. Other novels wouldn't dare to be written like this, nor could they manage it. In Chu Kuang's novels, the character's growth and helplessness are all under his pen. From The Legend of the Condor Heroes to The Return of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong's transformation is a stroke of genius, but it unfairly gained infamy for not meeting readers' expectations. If you wished Huang Rong to remain unchanged, she should not have married Guijing. Because for women of that era, marrying someone meant marrying into a way of life. I can say this. The ultimate hero in Chu Kuang's novels is Guijing from The Return of the Condor Heroes, not from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The ultimate heroine is Huang Rong from The Return of the Condor Heroes, not from The Legend of the Condor Heroes. And for Guijing and Huang Rong to deserve the reputation of a national couple, one must consider both books together. Without the support of great heroism for the nation and the people, to speak of a national couple is perhaps too premature. Down in the audience, the students fell into complete silence. This time, no one raised any more doubts. Everyone was convinced by Professor Wang's analysis. So Huang Rong truly hadn't changed. She had just grown into a middle-aged woman with a husband, a family, a career, needing to consider everything carefully. After all, managing a life to be orderly with someone like Guijing was very difficult. Suddenly, rustle, someone among the audience began clapping, and some students couldn't help expressing emotionally. We were wrong. Professor Wang's analysis was very good. Huang Rong in The Return of the Condor Heroes may not be adorable, but she is respectable. She is the best wife for Guo Jing. I guess you all still have a but. Professor Wang said blandly. But you can't understand Little Dragon Maiden's storyline? Yes, came the uniform reply from the audience. Even some readers who had read the entire book showed indignant expressions. Different issues should be addressed separately. The book is good, but Chu Kuang remains an old rascal. Professor Wang began. Next, let's talk about Little Dragon Maiden, but we must also discuss Yang Guo's arm amputation, and we need to start with Guo Jing and Huang Rong again. It relates to our class topic, the issue of how to achieve self-breakthrough in literary creation. Chu Kuang's demonstration of self-breakthrough is a textbook case for the entire industry. Down in the audience, the students were dumbfounded. Little Dragon Maiden's dishonor is Chu Kuang's creative breakthrough in textbook style? That's outrageous. This is what other authors are supposed to learn from. And a student jokingly said, it can't possibly be that Guo Jing and Huang Rong caused Little Dragon Maiden's dishonor, right? Oh, you really shouldn't say that. Professor Wang glanced at the student. What you just mentioned, in some sense, is actually not wrong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The students were baffled. This really wasn't wrong. Chapter 984, 912, Unprecedented Eternal Love. Finally, a student could not hold back anymore. What does this have to do with Guo Jing and Huang Rong? It's not about the plot, but the relationship with the creation of the novel. Professor Wang's answer was both unexpected and reasonable to everyone. He took a sip of tea. Professor Wang spoke slowly and deliberately. Previously, I have lectured you all several times on the legend of the Condor Heroes, and while discussing it, I should have emphasized one thing. The love between Guo Jing and Huang Rong is complementary. Their union conforms to the ideal of harmony and diversity, emphasized in our traditional blue star thinking. This also led to the combination of Guo Jing and Huang Rong being dubbed the nation's couple. If the Return of the Condor Heroes contributes to this, then this couple could almost be described as perfect. However, at this moment, Chu Kuang inevitably faced a problem. If he chose the same creative approach, no matter how he wrote the love between Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden, this pairing could never surpass Guo Jing and Huang Rong. You wouldn't think of this problem, because this belongs to the creative challenge for writers. And in the end, Chu Kuang came up with a solution, which was to take the opposite approach. The love between Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden, completely opposite to Jing Rong's romance. So as perfect as Guo Jing and Huang Rong are as a couple, Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden are equally tragic. Yang Guo's arm was severed. Little Dragon Maiden's honor was compromised. What Chu Kuang wanted to express was, not all love in the world is as beautiful as Jing Rong's romance. Even defective and unfortunate combinations can become a model for couples. This is what I call a textbook breakthrough. Because of Chu Kuang's bold action, he successfully explored another possibility for the emotional scenes in martial arts novels, an action that all other writers should learn from, a courage that all writers should admire. Below the stage, the expressions on the students' faces gradually turned blank. It's not that they did not understand, but they had never considered that Chu Kuang faced such creative difficulties when writing The Return of the Condor Heroes. Professor Wang was right. The Jingrong romance pattern could not be surpassed. If Chu Kuang did not change the pattern of the couple's union, The Return of the Condor Heroes could only be an extension of the legend of the Condor Heroes, or even an imitation of it. Chu Kuang had his own pursuit in writing. This in itself was not wrong, but rather commendable. Should he, like most authors, write the same story over and over again, constantly imitating himself to swap out similar faces? At this moment, someone began to somewhat understand this part of the plot. Yet, some were still dissatisfied, and soon someone raised their hand to speak. Does this breakthrough necessarily have to come at the cost of Little Dragon Maiden's compromised honor? It absolutely does. Professor Wang said, if it weren't for the misunderstanding of Little Dragon Maiden's compromised honor leading to her departure in anger, in that era of sticking to traditional norms, would this master-student pair have realized their feelings for each other? This is the turning point in their emotions, unacceptable to the reader, but perfectly logical to the author. Because the main thread of this book is love. Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden were destined to face trials. Their student-teacher relationship was the world's test for them. The severed arm and lost virtue were tests for each other. The 16-year promise was the test of time for them. And there was a fourth trial. But this belonged to Yang Guo's trial, which was the peach blossom tribulation. So many girls in the novel were infatuated with Yang Guo, all of them so outstanding. Yet Yang Guo never wavered from the beginning to the end. These four trials are indispensable to the return of the Condor heroes. These four trials are precisely where the value and significance of the book lie. If you face these trials, who would dare to claim they could do the same? And without these trials as a prelude, how could Yang Guo's leap of desperation after 16 years touch the hearts of every reader in an instant? Let me ask again. For those who have truly witnessed this plot segment, will you still remember the respective imperfections of Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity and Yang Guo's severed arm? At least I wouldn't. I am simply genuinely moved and wish them well in their joyful reunion. This is the meaning of their mutual imperfections, also that the readers could experience the most shocking emotional climax, witnessing that flower of love that, even after 16 years, still blooms resiliently. At this moment, students in the audience felt an unusual stirring within, and to their astonishment, they found themselves being subtly convinced by Professor Wang. For trials, could it be that Chu Kuang actually had such a profound purpose when he wrote about Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity and Yang Guo's severed arm? The Jingrong romance showed readers the beauty of love. The Dragon Guo romance was to let readers feel the tragic side of love. And Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity is an indispensable emotional turning point of the plot. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem that way, doesn't it? No wonder it's said that Yang Guo's amputation and Little Dragon Maiden's tarnished chastity should be analyzed together, so as to portray each of their own imperfections. At this moment, more and more people were convinced. No student stood up to question further, but Professor Wang didn't end his analysis. When the teacher-student love faced trials, when Yang Guo learned of Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity, do you remember what he said? He said, "What about the teacher-student relationship? What about honor and purity? We should just fart on it all. Let it all go to hell." Reciting this line, Professor Wang was as if he stepped into the character, swearing aloud through Yang Guo's words. He looked towards the students. After thousands of years have passed, some people's eyes are still not beyond that barrier. Yet Yang Guo, who might be from 1,000 years ago, didn't struggle with it for even half a second. You think that Chu Kuang, in writing this plot, sullied the Little Dragon Maiden. However, what Chu Kuang wanted to do with this plot basis was to elevate the purest love in this world. Thanks to this, Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden put on a legendary romance, worthy of being Chu Kuang's second national couple on paper. Below the stage, after silence, applause broke out again. Whether or not they agreed with Professor Wang's interpretation, his speech was certainly commendable, and by now, everyone had come to accept this view. That was so well said. It completely overturned my understanding of the Little Dragon Maiden's story. Where's the overturning of my view of the Little Dragon Maiden's story? This has just completely changed my view of the return of the Condor heroes. So this novel is really about emotions. I have to go back and finish the rest of the story. Can I borrow your book to read? Didn't you buy a copy too? I'm ashamed to say, I was so angry before that I tore the book up. The class continued. Meanwhile, the student who was responsible for recording momentarily stopped the filming and shared the content that Professor Wang had talked about. Very soon, netizens took notice of this video. Many recognized immediately. This Professor Wang was none other than the irate old man who became famous for his interpretation of the legend of the Condor heroes. Click, click, click. Countless people clicked on the video. Chapter 985, 913, May you wander half your life, and Huang Rong's assessment is too favorable. She's not cute anymore, but she's more respectable. As a pregnant mother with my second child, this part really resonates with me. Ronger has it tough. I understand all the reasons, but it's hard not to feel a sense of regret. Now that you mention it, I just realized that Huang Rong might be one of the characters who understands Yang Guo best in the book. Never mind Huang Rong, but what about Little Dragon Maiden? From Professor Wang's perspective, It seems that the storyline with Little Dragon Maiden is also flawless. The video starts off talking about Huang Rong. The section discussing Huang Rong quickly received agreement from netizens. Comments were popping up all at once. The netizens didn't react much. What everyone really cared about was the storyline where Little Dragon Maiden loses her chastity and Yang Guo loses his arm. It looks like Professor Wang wants to whitewash Chu Kuang, the old rascal. However, when everyone saw Professor Wang's assessment of the storyline involving Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden later, they were suddenly taken aback. For a moment, the comments noticeably thinned out. The entire comment area suddenly became very silent. After a long while, a few scattered netizens spoke up. Is he reading the same book as me? Little Dragon Maiden loses her chastity. Yang Guo loses his arm. And it can be interpreted like this? I think I'm somewhat persuaded. Me too. I've read the whole book like Professor Wang, but I didn't think about the meaning behind it so much. I just thought the later plot was thrilling, without ever considering that those thrilling moments were actually set up by the heart-wrenching events before. And he is absolutely right about one thing. After reading the entire book, I don't mind the Little Dragon Maiden storyline as much as I thought I would. Damn, deceiving the public. Don't be fooled. I won't listen. I can't accept the NTR storyline. Some people were wavering. Some were persuaded. Others were in a state of confusion. Of course, there were still those who harbored a deep resistance to the return of the Condor heroes. However, certain changes don't lose their significance simply because some readers resist them. In fact, before the release of Professor Wang's video talking about the legend of the Condor heroes, the public opinion on the return of the Condor heroes was no longer unanimously condemning Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Because quite a few people had already read the return of the Condor heroes completely and began to objectively consider whether the storyline arrangement might indeed have the necessity that Professor Wang talked about. But a reversal of public opinion always requires a process. At the same time, Lin Yuan, who was silently following the online reviews of the return of the Condor heroes at home, also happened to see Professor Wang's video. It was the third day since the release of the return of the Condor heroes. It was also the second day of the agreement between Lin Yuan and Jin Mu. The opportunity appeared earlier than he expected, and now that the readers were gradually calming down, he could respond earlier as well. Thinking this, Lin Yuan logged into Chu Kuang's account and forwarded Professor Wang's video, followed by a 4-character comment. Crippled heaven, defective earth, the true explanation. It was Chu Kuang's first statement after the Dragon Maiden incident erupted. Almost the moment this status update was released, countless netizens swarmed in. God knows how many people were watching Chu Kuang's blog, just waiting for him to publicly talk about his interpretation of the return of the Condor heroes. The video's view count exploded instantly. Chu Kuang's comment section was immediately inundated with countless messages. What does he mean? Crippled heaven, defective earth? What's with this cryptic response from the old rascal? Watch the video. This one's got something to it. It's from that Professor Wang who did the breakdown of the legend of the Condor heroes last time. That hot-tempered professor who likes to argue with students. I watched it. The beginning makes sense of Huang Rong's situation, and it's really plausible. There's also the interpretation of Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden later on. What's the relation between this and the so-called crippled heaven, defective earth? For a moment, netizens were bewildered. Some pondered thoughtfully. And just as everyone was paying all sorts of attention to and discussing Chu Kuang's response, as well as Professor Wang's video, Ian suddenly reposted Chu Kuang's status with an explanation. Heaven's lament is Yang Guo's severed arm. Earth's defect is Little Dragon Maiden's lost virtue. Oh snap, Ian, the little thief, has shown up. What Ian, the little thief? Call him Ian the boss. His explanation is spot on. So Heaven's lament, Earth's defect, refers to the love between Dragon Maiden and Yang Guo. How does teacher Ian view the return of the Condor heroes? Quick, Teacher Ian, give us a book review. Teacher Ian's analyses of the old rascal's works have always been quite on point. Speaking of which, the line repeatedly recited by Li Macho in The Return of the Condor Heroes. What is love in this world that demands life and death allegiance? I think it was previously reviewed by Ian when he commented on Jiang Yuyin's writings. Clearly, netizens' attention had been drawn to Yuan. His interpretation of the four characters, Heaven's Lament, Earth's Defect, had enlightened countless readers. Behind Chu Kuang stood Lin Yuan. Naturally, Lin Yuan was also behind Yuan. To overturn this public opinion, Lin Yuan successively used these two accounts, drawing attention with the Heaven's Lament, Earth's Defect. As for the connection between Chu Kuang and Yuan with the line, "What is love in this world that demands life and death allegiance?" It was also within Lin Yuan's expectations. Otherwise, how could Yuan's appearance provoke a qualitative change in public opinion? And when the massive attention poured in, Lin Yuan finally published the book review he had prepared for Yuan. This review was titled, "May You Roam Half Your Life and Return Still a Youth." Instantly, Yuan's review was widely read. With the progress of time, the concept of national boundaries has ceased to exist in the far future. But the emotions between people are eternal, an inexhaustible source of inspiration for artists, the perpetual theme of literary works. I believe those who have truly finished and even understood the return of the Condor heroes will certainly not remember Yang with severed arm or Little Dragon Maiden's dishonor. They will be glad that they have witnessed the epic love story of Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden bit by bit. They know the pain of the love flower. They know the 16-year vow. They know that one deep blue palm, compared to Little Dragon Maiden's dishonor, compared to Yang Guo's severed arm. What they should remember is the scene of Yang Guo chasing the sun at Broken Heart Cliff 16 years later. What they should remember is the scene where Yang Guo, overnight, had his black hair turned to white. What they even more should remember is Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden's desperate reunion at the bottom of Passionless Valley, when Yang Guo shouted loudly before jumping off the cliff. How could you not keep your promise? When Yang Guo held Little Dragon Maiden in his left arm, smiling and saying, "Aunt, look, can I still hold you with one arm?" At this time, whether it's Yang Guo or Little Dragon Maiden, perhaps neither are perfect, but this imperfection exactly constitutes another kind of perfection, the perfection of pure love, the perfection of those who are passionate and sincere, ultimately finding happiness. In the Battle of Passionless Valley, if they were not profoundly in love with each other, they would not have jumped into the valley successively. If Little Dragon Maiden had not lived in an ancient tomb since she was young, with a detached nature, she would not have been able to live alone at the bottom of the valley for 16 years. If Yang Guo was not a man of deep passion, he would not have waited and watched for 16 years. What perfection after imperfection! How perfect are the coincidences and fates! I believe one day you'll remember having read such a story. That pair of young man and maiden, hand in hand in the woods of Zhongnan Mountain, watching the leaves fall in waves, suddenly looking at each other and smiling, with no other scenery in their eyes. Oh, this story. It turns out to be about ideals. Never changing one's original aspiration, never wavering in one's devoted heart. May you roam half your life and return still a youth. Originally, this review was supposed to extensively discuss the return of the Condor heroes, but Professor Wang, with divine assistance, stole most of Ian's lines. Fortunately, sentimental prose has always found its market on Blue Star. As readers gradually shifted their focus back to the story of Dragon Maiden and Yang Guo themselves, Ian's review, which didn't quite read like a review, instantly struck the hearts of readers. In someone's imagined social death. Whoosh. Public opinion reversed. Chapter 986, 914, May You Wander Half Your Life, and Teacher Ian, the old rascal, really does stand with Chu Kuang, the old rascal. So this is the origin of the dispute over the return of the Condor heroes plot. Huh? Was Chu Kuang's aim to push the emotional storyline between Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden to the extreme? I was indeed deeply moved by the end. The book starts as torturous as the ending is exhilarating. When I saw Yang Guo and Huang Yaoshi arriving together in flight, it was genuinely cool. The Condor hero making a return like a king. It hypes me up every time I see it. You really do need to finish the entire book to calmly reflect on the earlier plot. Teacher Ian puts it well, and while it's true in principle, my heart still aches when I read those heart-wrenching scenes. Perhaps I am just a vulgar reader, who only hopes for perfect male and female leads. What a line. I wish that after you've wandered half of your life, you could return still as young. When Yang Guo returns under the old rascal's pen, he really is still that young man from before. In terms of personal charm, Yang Guo is no less impressive than Guo Jing. All right then. It seems that once again, the old rascal has won and is probably off somewhere smugly chuckling to himself right now. With Chu Kuang speaking out, and with teacher Ian rounding things up, together with Professor Wang's interpretation, public opinion completely shifted. In the book reviews, the line, "I wish that after you've wandered half of your life, you could return still as young," became popular. Countless netizens started quoting it. Teacher Ian always seems to speak so eloquently. It is the case with The Legend of Wukong, even in a book review. It can only be said, most people were indeed furious with the early plot of The Return of the Condor Heroes, but there were still many readers who gritted their teeth and continued reading. And as this group of people grew, a turnaround in public opinion was just a matter of time. Of course, this isn't to say that everyone has completely accepted the heart-wrenching plot in the book without any misgivings. It's just that with the decrease in criticism, readers gained a deeper understanding of the story's design and were able to offer their own evaluations more calmly and objectively. Love is something that can drive one to life and death pledges. In the background of Little Dragon Maiden and Yang Guo departing into the distance, there lies a resolute detachment from worldly fame and riches, unconcerned with how the world turns. My only wish is to draw your brows daily, to revel in these stars with you, to live incognito without fame with you, and to grow old together face to face. Who cares who the top warrior in the world is? And that evening, parades and protests eventually quieted down and came to an end. There were still some who were dissatisfied, but they learned to reconcile and ended up giving positive reviews of the subsequent content. For a time, everyone was reflecting. A martial arts author who finished the entire book exclaimed that such a severe creative accident could also be resolved is in the end due to the content that follows in Chu Kuang's novel, which gave readers more than they anticipated. That's not wrong to say. Black won't turn white. The issues with a novel still have to be resolved by the quality of the novel itself. Some outcomes are inevitable, and other things like analysis or summaries are just icing on the cake. After the plot where the dragon princess loses her virtue, Yang Gui just left Mount Hua, met Guo Jing and Huang Rong again, and ultimately reunited with Little Dragon Maiden at the Great Heroes Feast, bringing the first climax to the return of the Condor Heroes. During the contest, Zhu Ziliu fought Huadu with a pin in place of fingers. Dalba's Vajra staff was defeated by the fishing hermit of Diansong. And ultimately, all these plots are to pave the way for the male protagonist Yang Guo to take action. Yang Guo, having learned martial arts from both Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong, defeated Huadu and toyed with Dalba, making his name in a single battle. Guo Fu, who bullied him as a child, along with Big and Little Wu, were soundly humiliated. In terms of martial skills and martial world influence, from this point on, they were no longer on the same level as Yang Guo. The nearby Chuanjin sect members were even more dumbfounded. This part of the storyline undoubtedly aimed to dilute the impact of the Dragon Princess losing her virtue. After layers of suppression, the plot erupted in the most exhilarating way, directly driving the reader's enthusiasm for reading. Afterwards, whether it's the Passionless Valley or the first encounter with the Condor, Yang Guo was always on the path to getting stronger, with countless exhilarating moments densely packed together. From this point on, the reader's discussions and attention finally returned to the return of the Condor Heroes itself. Just like when The Legend of the Condor Heroes was completed, there were extensive discussions on various forums about the multitude of plot points from the narrative. For example, one question that readers were concerned about after finishing the book. At the end of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, the title of the world's top warrior in the second duel atop Mount Hua went to Ouyang Feng, who became insane after practicing the 9-yin manual in reverse. This was the result of the second duel. It was an official pronouncement within the martial world. And who exactly is the number one in the world at the end of the Return of the Condor Heroes? Some say it's Guo Jing, others say Zhou Batong, and some believe that the protagonist Yang Guo is second to none, claiming that he's the true embodiment of the title. There are even those who blurt out that Golden Wheel Imperial Advisor, with his 10-layer dragon elephant skill, is the real number one in the world. He was only momentarily careless and caught off guard by Yang Guo. Opinions vary, each with its own reasoning. One intriguing point that motivates everyone to think is, Yang Guo's adventures are even more intense than those of Guo Jing. He learned Ouyang Feng's toad skill, Hong Qigong's dog-beating staff, Wang Chongyang's sword techniques created from the Nining manual, and later even Huang Yaoshe knew that he learned the divine fingering skill. The five greats of the world. Yang Guo mastered four of them. And there's another character, a point of interest that countless people repeatedly mention. Lonely Dugu seeking defeat. In the earlier parts of the Return of the Condor Heroes, he taught Yang Guo martial arts. Even the heavy iron sword that Yang Guo wielded was inherited from Lonely Dugu seeking defeat. In a sense, Yang Guo is considered to be a disciple of Lonely Dugu seeking defeat. And the description of Lonely Dugu seeking defeat in the text has made countless readers daydream. Roaming the martial world for over 30 years, he killed all his enemies, defeated all heroes, with no one left to oppose him. He had no choice but to withdraw to a deep valley to befriend only carvings. Alas, to live his life seeking an opponent and never to find one. Truly a loneliness too difficult to bear. And there are incredible self-descriptions like, after he turned 40, he was not confined by objects, treating grass, trees, bamboo, and rocks as swords. From there, he refined his skills and gradually reached a state where no sword is superior to having a sword. Due to this, some readers seriously express the sword without intent, the flexible sword without constancy, the wooden sword without peer, and eventually, the ultimate state of no sword and no moves. If we were to really discuss who is the number one in the world, Lonely Dugu seeking defeat, who did not appear, would be the one. A pity that he does not belong to the era of the Return of the Condor Heroes. However, there is little dispute that Lonely Dugu seeking defeat has become the supreme martial artist in the world of Chu Kuang's writings. Just then, a netizen asked in Ian's comment section, besides the officially paired little dragon maiden, what does teacher Ian think of other female characters in the book, such as Gongsun Lu and even the most admirable Guoxiang? Ian became a focal point at the turn of public opinion. Netizens were eager to hear more from Ian about the Return of the Condor Heroes. Thus, various questions emerged nonstop. Among them, mentions of Guoxiang are very popular. Although Guoxiang only appeared in the later parts of the Return of the Condor Heroes, with very little page time, this female character somehow managed to win the reader's affection, which is truly amazing. At that time, Lin Yuan felt relieved that the storm over the Return of the Condor Heroes was subsiding when he suddenly saw this question and had a thought. The next moment, Ian updated his status in response to that comment. To see Yang Guo is to err a lifetime. There have been countless evaluations of the Return of the Condor Heroes in previous lives, among which Eunice Lamb's To See Yang Guo and Err a Lifetime is the most famous. Drawing from that article, Lin Yuan then wrote his second book review about the Return of the Condor Heroes. To encounter someone who haunts your soul and dreams is the comfort of a lifetime, yet the inability to have him is life's regret. When one's lover sees, she's sure in their eyes. No one else in the world could ever compare. Qing Ying, Lu Wushuang, Gongsun Lu, Guoxiang. These four young beauties, intelligent and kind-hearted, met Yang Guo. Their fleeting interactions left only heartache behind, with Gongsun Lu so disheartened she wished no longer to be human. The other three found it hard to fall in love with anyone else. For the little dragon maiden, it was about love. For the others, it was also about affection. Unfortunately, they met Yang Guo and erred for a lifetime. Perhaps Guoxiang was special. Listening to idle chatter in Fenglingdu for one night planted a seed in her heart, bringing Guoxiang to travel across Mountain of Beasts, deep within the Black Marsh, Valley of 10,000 Flowers, showing her the martial world, giving her 3 gifts on her birthday, and then saving her under the walls of Xiangyang City. Yang Guo perfectly fulfilled the story of a girl's imagined Prince Charming. You were not born when I was born. When I was born, you were already old. Thus, with thoughts of you at the ends of the earth that cannot be forgotten, that is Guoxiang. Chapter 987, 915 You were born before me, by the time I. The so-called seeing Yang Guo once, You Err in Life. This was the original title in The Return of the Condor Heroes. In just 7 words, it summed up the regrets of several girls in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. At the release of this book review, the trend of reversing public opinion had become unstoppable, and Ian's comment section was particularly lively. Damn the charm of Yanghua. That old rascal Chu Kuang didn't forget to torture us severely with Guixiang's unrequited love in the end. I really like Ian's conclusion about Guixiang. You were born before me, and when I was born, you were already old. It's all about timing, alas. How many regrets in the world does this phrase encompass? This is why I like Ian's reviews. He comes up with such moving phrases effortlessly. Like the previous one, may you wander half your life and come back still young. This phrase, you were born before me, and when I was born, you were already old, is even more amazing. After reading this review, I feel even sorrier for Guixiang. Let's make an irreverent guess about Little Dragon Maiden. If Guixiang were replaced by Guifu, then The Return of the Condor Heroes might well have been about Yanghua and Guixiang. When Yanghua leapt off the cliff in the latter part of the novel, Guixiang jumped down with him. There's the evidence. That's why even Ian lamented with the phrase, you were born before me, and when I was born, you were already old. It all comes down to Guixiang appearing at the wrong time. When she met Yanghua, his heart was already full of the Dragon Maiden. Eunice Lamb's original book review, of course, didn't contain such a sentence as, you were born before me, and when I was born, you were already old. Including the previously mentioned summary, may you wander half your life and come back still young, was also Lin Yuan's spontaneous sentiment. At this moment, the popularity of the second book review was in no way inferior to the first one. Even some media outlets quoted Ian's 2 book reviews, like the phrase, may you wander half your life and come back still young. This book review popularized a phrase. It was, you were born before me, and when I was born, you were already old, which resonated with countless readers. For some literary youths, this phrase was nothing short of a coup de grace, enough to elevate their sympathy for Guixiang to heights of imagination. Guixiang was certainly hot. A certain writer on Earth named Chung Lingsu wrote a piece called To Guixiang. As I walked past the mountains didn't speak. As I passed by the sea was silent. The donkey I was riding ticked along step by step. The heaven sword I was carrying remained mute. They say I live in seclusion on Aname Mountain because I love the hero Yanghua and couldn't find him. In fact, I just like the mist on Aname Mountain. It's like the fireworks that bloomed when I was 16. The charm of Guixiang is evident. Lin Yuan considered writing this piece when he got the chance. And as things developed to this point, all subsequent twists and turns came naturally. The day after the protest march ended, and also on the 3rd day that Lin Yuan and Jin Mu had agreed upon, the sales and popularity of The Return of the Condor Heroes surged dramatically, as the novel's reputation rebounded against the odds. It should be noted, after the Dragon Maiden incident, the sales of The Return of the Condor Heroes were almost cut in half, scaring bookstores senseless, fearing they had truly been conned by the old rascal. The book's reputation also plunged to rock bottom. Accompanied by all kinds of profanity hurled at Chu Kuang by readers, the previous ratings for The Return of the Condor Heroes on Star Sky moved downward, uncharacteristically below what Chu Kuang had written. Now everything was improving. The thresholds of bookstores were trampled over once again, with readers coming to buy The Return of the Condor Heroes in an ever more continuous stream. Even more miraculously, although the Dragon Maiden incident had brought a very adverse impact on The Return of the Condor Heroes, looking back now, people realized that this controversy had formed an effect similar to perfect hype. It sparked the curiosity of even more people about the book. There were even conspiracy theorists who suspected that the incident itself was a publicity stunt. Perhaps in the future, gossip would circulate like this. Chu Kuang, to surpass The Legend of the Condor Heroes in sales, did not hesitate to write about the Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity for the sake of hype. And the conspiracy theories about The Return of the Condor Heroes didn't stop there. A more outrageous claim suggested that the Little Dragon Maiden whom Yanghua met after 16 years was not the Little Dragon Maiden at all, but the daughter of Little Dragon Maiden and Jinjibing. Compared to this, some people saying that Yang Guo also had feelings for Guixiang, and even other female characters like Lu Wuxuan and Sun Green Du, hardly seemed remarkable. Anyway, the return of the Condor Heroes was a big hit. This was probably the first time a novel experienced a resurgence twice, because this fire had died down for a day, then burned even more intensely. More and more readers who previously abandoned the book due to the Dragon Maiden incident finished the return of the Condor Heroes. On the tribe, netizens kept discussing. Didn't expect Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong to end up dying together. Maybe that moment was foreshadowed on the big boat in the legend of the Condor Heroes. But because of the Dragon Maiden, when I read this part, I didn't feel it was too heartbreaking, just a sense of sorrow. Mainly because this part of the plot wasn't so tragic. It's quite meaningful that two legendary figures who fought all their lives could bury the hatchet with a smile in the end. The fact that Ouyang Feng regained his senses before dying is truly touching. I can't bring myself to hate this top villain from the legend of the Condor Heroes anymore. Damn it, this old rascal got away with it again. I'll never dare let this old rascal write as he pleases again. I even left a message in his comment section before, telling him not to bow down to readers and the market. Damn it, and this is what he does. I like the return of the Condor Heroes and hate the old rascal at the same time. From Biao to Poirot, and from Sherlock Holmes to the return of the Condor Heroes, they always say 3 strikes and you're out. But this old rascal actually caused 4 reader revolts, each with a scale and impact more exaggerated than the last. Meanwhile, on blogs, likewise, a multitude of netizens discussed. Damn this old rascal. Even though I was persuaded by Yun and Professor Wang, my heart is still not satisfied. Now that I think about it, I'm so angry. I don't know how other people accepted this part of the plot. Without it, I would still like the return of the Condor Heroes just fine. Weren't they talking about heaven's loss and earth's lack? Why doesn't the old rascal experience his own loss of heaven? That's too harsh. Loss of heaven refers to Yang Guo losing an arm. Chu Kuang needs his hands to write us books. Losing a leg would be fine. Ha ha ha, that's wicked, I like it. And amid the intense discussions of the readers, some on the blog suddenly said, "Look quickly, the blog is at it again. The rankings are reopening." The netizens looked, and indeed it was so. The blog had whipped up that Send a Razor Blade event again, and Chu Kuang's option was in the lead, his count of razor blades already far ahead. Netizens got excited. Guys, hurry, 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 send those blades flying. Let this old rascal know we've forgiven him this time. But if he dares pull this stunt again, those blades will be hanging over his head. Swish, swish, swish. Although it was fake and had no substantial meaning, the netizens' enthusiasm for sending razor blades was unprecedented. 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, 120 million. Not long after the event started, Chu Kuang had already received over 100 million blades, and that number was still crazily rising. Who knew how many billion blades he would end up with? At once, the users of the tribe were not happy. This tribe has become less and less fun. Chu Kuang is on the blog. They can do a Send a Razor Blade event, and I can't even send him blades if I want to. Simple, just register a blog account. I've already registered. From now on I'll play on the blog. That old rascal is mixing on the blog. I can only conveniently cuss him out there. From now on, when I'm in a bad mood, I'll just curse him. Brother above, handshake. I've always done it this way. Ha ha ha. Let's go, send razor blades on the blog. I'm dying of laughter. The event has only been live for 3 hours, and Chu Kuang has already received 230 million blades. How much resentment do these readers have to gather together? The second place, Ian, is lagging by 18 million miles. Obviously, everyone is using this method to disgust the old rascal. We must disgust him thoroughly. How many times has this guy disgusted us? I've never seen such a heartlessly insane author. I've also cast a lot, even used my sister's account. Nobody expected this seemingly boring event to actually lead to a mass migration of users from the tribe to the blog. It was unknown how much resentment the readers actually harbored against Chu Kuang. Soon, the tribe's traffic plummeted. Learning this news, the higher-ups at the tribe were stunned. They could never have anticipated that a small event on the blog could deal such a blow to their daily traffic. What the hell? Are you guys serious? It's as if Chu Kuang could really receive those blades. The internet is all virtual. Damn, if it weren't for the fear of being sued by Chu Kuang, they would have wanted to conduct a similar event. One of the higher-ups shouted in anger, "I want to send him blades too." At that moment, another higher-up said faintly, "First, you would need a blog account." Meanwhile, amidst the raging Send a Razor Blade event, the total number of razor blades received by Chu Kuang broke through 5 billion by 7 o'clock that night, with the runner-up Ian only at 20 million. At that point, the blog suddenly pulled a sly move. They actually published the razor blade sending situation for each continent. From the data of each continent's razor blade sending, it was clear that Zhao continent's numbers were the most, definitely far ahead. In that moment, the netizens from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han were laughing crazily. They could almost sense the Zhao people's gritted teeth against the old rascal through their screens. Are the Zhao continent brothers still arrogant? Do you now understand how hateful Chu Kuang is? Didn't you say Zhao continent wouldn't tolerate an author this awesome? I remember there was a Zhao person who commented before, "I've grown so big. I've never seen someone so arrogant." Ha! Today you've witnessed it. Chu Kuang's ability to slap readers in the face is on par with his writing skills. This wave the old rascal has really showed Zhao continent how to be a person. When the event ended, the unity and friendship were gone. The netizens from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han started mocking the Zhao people for fun again. Damn it! The Zhao continent netizens angrily replied, "Sending razor blades shows we hate him. Maybe you guys are still supporting him, but there are hardly any people buying his books in our Zhao continent now." Exactly. Who wants his crappy book? Let The Return of the Condor Heroes be unsellable in Zhao continent. I sure didn't buy it. No one around me did either. Those who bought it tore it up. We will firmly boycott this author from now on. It's only you Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han readers who still treat him like a treasure. We Zhao people are all tough as nails. This kind of author, Zhao continent never indulges. No one can write NTR and think to leave unscathed. Even using a pseudonym is useless. However, just then, suddenly the media researched the sales data for The Return of the Condor Heroes across the continents. In the sales data published by the media, the surprising and visible fact was, The Return of the Condor Heroes was most popular and best-selling in Zhao continent. Zhao continent netizens. Chapter 988, 916, A Lifetime Mistake on First Meeting. Blue Star has had 5 epic awkward moments. The first was due to Xian Yu's bilingual farewell kiss. The second was due to Yi An's Lotus Lantern, where Erling Shun, Yang Jian, underwent a massive image reversal. And today, the third epic awkward moment occurred, triggered by Chu Kuang's The Return of the Condor Heroes, which swept across Zhao continent. When the data showed that The Return of the Condor Heroes was the craziest selling book in Zhao continent, all Zhao people were embarrassed. Their toes could dig another continent right then and there. Damn. Do we really have to be slapped in the face like this? Readers in Zhao continent instantly blushed. They were just disparaging The Return of the Condor Heroes in their statements. And then the media used professional data to tell everyone how popular this book really was in Zhao continent. Meow. Ha ha. Weren't they adamant about not watching The Return of the Condor Heroes? Were all these book buyers fake Zhao people? Slapped in the face on the spot. Zhao continent. We really don't care for something like The Return of the Condor Heroes. Got visuals. Classic case of the mouth saying no, but the body saying yes. These Zhao people are basically the model of tsundere, acting like Lu Wushuang calling Yang Guo an idiot while her eyes are filled with affection. It really is Zhao continent where martial arts flourishes. Netizens from Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han burst into laughter immediately, poking fun with all sorts of jokes and ironic comments. It was as lively as a party. Data doesn't lie. This blow was almost as harsh as when they found out about Little Dragon Maiden's loss of chastity in the story. This made countless Zhao people furious. They immediately organized several waves of campaigns to send razor blades to Chu Kuang. Damn it, it all seemed to be Chu Kuang's fault. Of course, not all Zhao people felt embarrassed. For example, Mr. Kenyang, the Beidou of martial arts world in Zhao continent. In the evening, through a social media platform in Zhao continent, Mr. Qinyong published an article, My Views on the Return of the Condor Heroes, speaking highly of the book. He added a sentimental interpretation of the legend of the Condor Heroes. It's often said that once one sees Yang Guo, one is mistaken for life. Hence we've mentioned the love regrets of Lu Wushuang, Qingying, Gongsun Lu, and Guixiang. But the depiction of love in The Return of the Condor Heroes goes beyond these. Wu Santong, for instance, actually loved his goddaughter He Yuanjun, but couldn't confess due to their statuses. Li Macho was also madly in love with Zhan Yuan, unfortunately, doomed not to have her wishes fulfilled, leading her to mad revenge. In the end, Zhan Yuan and He Yuanjun both died, leaving behind a half-mad Wu Santong and a venomous sorceress. These stories are all quite sigh-worthy. Likewise, Lin Xiaoying was deeply in love with Wang Chongyang, but he frustratingly refused to accept it, preferring to lose rather than embrace love. The tomb of the living dead and Chongyang Palace thus dumbly faced each other until they both died, turning into stories recounted by others. It took years after Guofu married Yel Qi to realize she had Yang Guo in her heart. Before that, Dou Wu and Xiao Wu were head over heels for her, nearly sacrificing their lives for her. The master of Passionless Valley, Gongsun Ji, is a tragic figure. However, his and Xiu Qianqi's twisted affections are also quite poignant. In the end, this pair of foes also died together, turned to mush, inseparable by anyone. So when someone asks me, between The Return of the Condor Heroes and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which is better, my answer is that each has its unique merits. Although The Return of the Condor Heroes failed to recreate the grandeur and expansiveness of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, it surpassed it in terms of the bizarre twists and turns of its story and the intensity of its emotional portrayals. Shortly after Mr. Qinyong published this review, Qing Yun, a prominent figure in the martial arts world, just as renowned as Mr. Qinyong, reposted, regarding which of The Return of the Condor Heroes or The Legend of the Condor Heroes is more brilliant, I've also considered this question. However, the conclusion I reached actually involves analyzing the characteristics of Yang Guo and Guijing. I had previously read Professor Wang's comment stating that Guijing represents Confucianism. I agree with this view. Considering it from the perspective of the various schools of thought, Yang Guo embodies freedom, pursues individuality and unconstrainedness, and has a naturally carefree spirit, which indeed symbolizes the core ideas of Taoism. The difference between The Return of the Condor Heroes and The Legend of the Condor Heroes is the difference between Taoism and Confucianism. Looking at the stories before and after, the conflict between Yang Guo and Guijing, or the result of the Taoist and Confucian dispute, really ended in a draw. In the end, Guijing acknowledged the marital status of Yang Guo and the little dragon maiden. Yang Guo, in turn, accepted Guijing's teaching that the greatest hero is he who serves his country and his people. Therefore, there is no superior book, as neither Yang Guo nor Guijing could best the other. Zhao continent's two towering figures of the martial arts world combined the plot of The Legend of the Condor Heroes to provide a deeper interpretation of The Return of the Condor Heroes, which can be seen as the martial arts world's view of Chu Kuang's two works. After monitoring various reviews, Lin Yuan knew that the storm around The Return of the Condor Heroes had completely subsided. However, upon seeing the startling blade chart on his blog, Lin Yuan sneezed violently, unable to calculate just how many people were secretly cursing him behind his back. There were even more severe instances, more cruel than the dragon princess's loss of chastity. Lin Yuan slyly smirked, then suddenly logged into Chu Kuang's account and posted a status. I actually planned to kill off the little dragon maiden, but later, out of sympathy for their bittersweet fate, I changed my mind. This was not Lin Yuan spouting nonsense. This was the original words mentioned by Jin Yong in an interview. Some felt Jin Yong was compelled by reader pressure to let the little dragon maiden and Yang Guo reunite. The old master refuted this, stating he would not change his plot due to readers' opinions. He did not kill the little dragon maiden simply because he was also moved by the love between Yang Guo and the little dragon maiden and felt sympathy, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Whether this is true or not is unknown. Regardless, Readers were terrified when they saw Chu Kuang's post and immediately flooded his comments section. You dare! If you had killed the little dragon maiden, I would really have blacklisted you and never read your books again. Good thing your conscience got the better of you. If the little dragon maiden had died, then what would the return of the Condor heroes be about? Yang certainly wouldn't have lived alone. If both the male and female leads had died, then no one would read this book anymore. Okay then. Thank you, old rascal, for sparing her. I'm genuinely amazed by this guy. He writes so torturously, but in the end, we still have to thank him for his mercy? Because he is Chu Kuang. What kind of Kuang? The brutally crazy kind. What do they say about mistaking Yanghua for a lifetime? It was definitely mistaking Chu Kuang for a lifetime. Readers were genuinely frightened because Chu Kuang wasn't new to killing off main characters. Other authors might joke about such things, but this guy really could do it. Lin Yuan glanced at the comments, seeing the fearful messages from readers, and his resentment towards the blades immediately dissipated. Heh, you guys use blades to scare me, and you think I won't scare you too? Chapter 989, 917 Original TV Soundtrack. Ever since The Return of the Condor Heroes was released, various major media had been reporting nonstop, and even at this point, they were still arranging to put various top headlines on their front pages. Chu Kuang. I had originally planned to kill off the little dragon maiden. Zhao Continent's Martial Worlds Mount Tai and Big Dipper highly praises The Return of the Condor Heroes. Du Yanghua and Guijing represent the dispute between Taoism and Confucianism, the possibilities that this novel didn't explicitly write about. Discussions from all sides on The Return of the Condor Heroes. The greatest hero, for the nation and for the people. The second national sweetheart couple born, Yanghua and the little dragon maiden. Among them, the assertion by Chu Kuang that he had originally planned to kill off the little dragon maiden had garnered the most attention. However, no matter what, the book was already finished, and not even Chu Kuang, the old rascal, could truly cause actual harm to the readers again with his claims of the original plan to kill off the little dragon maiden after scaring the netizens. It was as if the knives were all virtual items that couldn't actually be sent to Lin Yuan's home. But the aftermath that this book brought was really not small. The next day, even when Lin Yuan arrived at the company, he could hear people discussing the plot of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Evidently, they had all read the novel. Among them, Assistant Lil Gudong was debating with Wu Yong, the deputy manager on the 9th floor, on whether Yanghua had a secret admiration for Guofu or not. This had also become a popular notion on the internet after the release of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Shareholders believed that Yanghua had never liked Guofu, as the character was just too annoying. Wu Yong, on the other hand, brought up reasons like inferiority complex, wanting to attract attention, so deliberately annoying her, and went on to cite various pieces of evidence to explain that Yanghua did have feelings for Guofu. It was just due to some strange psychology that he dared not express it. Right at that moment, Lin Yuan passed by. Lil Gudong couldn't help but ask Lin Yuan, Mr. Lin, you're familiar with teacher Chu Kuang. Did he really hint that Yanghua liked Guofu? Lin Yuan said, the plot has the answer. Wu Yong asked, which part of the plot gives the answer? Lin Yuan smiled and said 3 words, Passionless Valley. As shareholders and Wu Yong looked at each other, Lin Yuan had already entered his office, not giving them a chance to further question him. A full half-minute later, Lil Gudong suddenly had an epiphany and looked at Wu Yong with triumph. Mr. Lin means that Yanghua's love flower poison had never flared up because of Guofu. Love flower poison. Wu Yong's eyes bulged. This answer was a real trump card. Lil Gudong successfully won the argument, feeling great, and hastily followed Lin Yuan into his office, cheerfully saying, Mr. Lin, the TV series adaptation of The Return of the Condor Heroes is almost finished. The TV department is asking what songs you plan to prepare this time. Indeed, just like The Legend of the Condor Heroes. No sooner had The Return of the Condor Heroes been released than Lin Yuan threw the book at the company, letting the TV department arrange the filming of the series. The TV department took it very seriously, so they made arrangements immediately. At this point, the series was nearing completion. In the process, Lin Yuan had also visited the set several times, using some little props to enhance the acting skills of the actors playing Yang Guo and the little dragon maiden. Hearing Lil Gudung's words now, Lin Yuan said, "I'll bring people to record in a while." The songs from The Legend of the Condor Heroes had received high praise, so naturally, the return of the Condor Heroes could not fall short. So Lin Yuan had already made a draft plan for it. Just like The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Lin Yuan had prepared 3 main songs for the return of the Condor Heroes. The first one naturally was Myths and Words of Love, a very classic song in Chi language, and one that could be called one of the signature songs of the return of the Condor Heroes. Lin Yuan planned to use it as the main theme song for the series. The second was Unparalleled in the World. The sentimental, mournful, and beautiful lyrics captured the essence and emotions of the return of the Condor Heroes very aptly, so it was perfect as the series' ending theme. And the third song? This one was somewhat of a personal indulgence added by Lin Yuan. He had decided to choose a Chinese-style pop song by director Zhou as the theme song for the return of the Condor Heroes, and the name of the song was Worldly Tavern. The sword unsheathed, who laughs at the grievances. I only wish to embrace you today. The worldly tavern is as cruel as the wind. The sudden rain knocks on destiny. Let whoever owns the martial world show off. I would bend only for you. Wandering over desolate villages and ancient bridges, seeking the path less traveled, away from the worldly noise. The willow catkins flutter as we hold hands and roam freely. Although director Zhou's initial intention for writing this song had nothing to do with Jin Yang's martial arts novels, there's always a myriad of commonalities in the world of emotions, and many songs with Chinese ancient styles can be fit into this context. Moreover, the book contained a significant amount of romantic plot, involving a host of characters. This even included the love marathon between Zhou Batong, the old naughty boy, and Aunt Ing. It seemed that there were always lyrics from the song that could find a corresponding context in the return of the Condor Heroes, especially the expression in the excerpt above, which was the perfect depiction of the love between Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden. Was this a coincidence? Actually, it wasn't entirely coincidental. What many people don't know is that, although director Zhou's Worldly Tavern has nothing to do with Jin Yang's martial arts novels, Fang Wenshan's lyrics do have an unbreakable bond with them, because Fang Wenshan was a fan of Jin Yang's and Gulong's martial arts novels. The earliest inspiration for the lyrics of the song came from Fang Wenshan's makeup-free poetic rhyme, Under the Lamp. And it was after reading Jin Yong and reflecting on it that Fang Wenshan wrote Under the Lamp, which then led to director Zhou composing the music. That was in the year 10 on Earth. After reading Jin Yong's novels numerous times, Fang Wenshan finally completed the 7 posts of Zen. Then in the year 12, Fang Wenshan read Jin Yong's works again and pondered long before completing the lyrics for Worldly Tavern. Even though he was reading Jin Yong's martial arts novels, Fang Wenshan only embraced the romantic novelist side of Jin Yong, blending his own enlightenment with tender emotions into the creation. So, that's why Worldly Tavern seemed to have no connection with the return of the Condor Heroes. Yet the lyrics coincidentally corresponded so well. Let's not forget, the return of the Condor Heroes is, after all, one of Jin Yong's pinnacle works in writing about emotions. What's even less known is that Worldly Tavern has a mysterious match with another song. This song can actually be sung to the accompaniment of blue and white porcelain. Some have tried, and it turns out there's no problem using the accompaniment of blue and white porcelain. Especially during the climax, matching it with the high point of Worldly Tavern, it fits seamlessly. This has to do with the fundamentally similar chord progression. If not for the arrangement differences, the two songs would actually have very similar styles, only that the former talks about love, while the latter speaks of the children of the rivers and lakes. Lin Yuan felt assured about these 3 songs. And as Lin Yuan was contemplating these 3 songs, Jin Mu suddenly made a phone call. The Dragon Awards are about to start, and the committee has invited you to attend. Your movies from last year might have several nominations. Do you want to go? No. Lin Yuan immediately declined. Jin Mu laughed. That's a pity. I think you're definitely in for a major award this year. The netizens have been saying you come out swinging in music, but go along to get along in film. This could be your chance to hold your head high. Would my absence impact whether the awards are given out or not? That wouldn't be the case. The Dragon Awards shouldn't dare to play it that way. The Literature and Art Association exercises strong oversight. Attendance is entirely up to the creator's freedom. That's good then. Whether he attended or not, Lin Yuan wasn't interested in being a runner-up this year. The awards themselves were one thing, but the prestige value was truly desirable. Chapter 990, 918, The Condor Trilogy. April 25th. The Dragon Awards officially announced the nominations for various films. As expected, Xian Yu's 2 films from last year garnered multiple nominations. Among them, The Truman Show was nominated for Best Actor, Best Screenwriter, Best Director, and Best Film for major awards. Meanwhile, Life of Pi received nominations for Best Visual Effects, Best Cinematography, Best Newcomer, Best Director, Best Screenwriter, and Best Film. 6 major awards. Suddenly, the whole internet erupted in hot discussion. Now, who dares say that Fish Papa only goes all in with music but treads lightly in film? These 10 Dragon Award nominations are quite a feat. Awesome. It's a pity that there are quite a few overlapping nominations. Having both films nominated for Best Director, Best Screenwriter, and Best Film, these heavyweight awards, means that Fish Papa not only has to face other competitors, but also compete with himself. That's also a good thing, though. It's definitely beneficial because having one more nominated work than others significantly increases the chances of winning. Let's see who ultimately takes home the awards. Being nominated and winning awards are 2 different concepts, so while the public heatedly discusses, they are even more curious about the actual award ceremony at the end of the month. Because the award ceremony is on April 30th. However, Lin Yuan lost interest in following the Dragon Awards after learning about his nominations, knowing that a nomination isn't the same as winning. He was pondering a question at the moment. Should he finish writing the Condor Trilogy in one go? Soon, Lin Yuan found his answer. He decided to write The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Since that book would have to be written sooner or later, why not do it while the previous 2 parts were still hot, letting the Dragon Saber and the Heaven-reliant sword emerge in this world? OCD. Lin Yuan teased himself. Having written the first 2 parts of the Condor Trilogy, he felt something would be missing if he didn't finish the trilogy in one shot. Of course, the OCD claim was just a joke. The real reason Lin Yuan wanted to write The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber was that the system hadn't yet acknowledged the revival of martial arts fiction. This meant that Lin Yuan's task was not yet complete. Meanwhile, in the studio, when Jinmu learned about the concept of the Condor Trilogy from Lin Yuan, his first reaction was sheer panic. This new book won't be more torturous than The Return of the Condor Heroes, will it? This time it's a satisfying story. Has Chu Kuang recovered? Jinmu was skeptical and even used some online jests to tease Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't bother to explain. Jinmu would understand once he saw the new book. Among all of Jin Yang's martial arts novels, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber definitely has a typical satisfying story structure, and its male protagonist, Zhang Wuji, has the highest degree of wish fulfillment among all the male leads created by him. Alright then. Seeing Lin Yuan's nonchalant demeanor, Jinmu decided to trust him once more. A hint of anticipation suddenly flashed in his eyes. Since you're building the concept of the Condor Trilogy, will the new book feature Guixiang? Like many readers who had finished The Return of the Condor Heroes, Jinmu also had a deep Guixiang complex and held a special affection for this character. Barely, Lin Yuan said. The next book will start with Guixiang, but she's not the protagonist because this story takes place 100 years after the return of the Condor Heroes. 100 years later? Jinmu couldn't help but laugh. This 3rd part spans quite a bit of time. By that point, the characters from the Return of the Condor Heroes would have passed away. Will their endings be addressed? Of course. Lin Yuan gave a minor spoiler. The 3rd part's purpose is to resolve the endings of the characters from the first 2 parts, and it also fills in the gap left by the last chapter of The Return of the Condor Heroes. The gap in the ending? Jinmu paused, then suddenly realized. Are you talking about that inexplicable little monk, Zhang Junbao, at the end of The Return of the Condor Heroes? At the end of The Return of the Condor Heroes, Zhang Junbao made his debut. showing off his terrifying martial arts talent in a fight under Yang was guidance against In Kushi. This plot point caught the attention of some readers, but it didn't provoke much discussion overall. Jinmu didn't expect that this briefly featured character in the last chapter would be involved in Chu Kuang's next novel, the last part of the Condor trilogy. Little monk Zhang Junbao? That name was really quite jarring. Lin Yuan said, "In the future, everyone will call him Mr. Zhang, and he will become the sect leader of Wudong, a legend of his time." Jinmu was stunned. Is Wudong similar to Taoism? A legend of his time? Mr. Zhang? That's not a simple title. You're not making Zhang Junbao the protagonist of the next book, are you? But the timeline doesn't seem to match up. Did this Mr. Zhang live for over 100 years? Lin Yuan nodded. Exactly, but he's not the protagonist either. The protagonist is his disciple's disciple. All right then. Jinmu could accept this setting. But you said it was part of the Condor trilogy, right? Is this all the connection there is? Of course not. There's also the white ape that followed In Kushi. The white ape. I won't go into details now. Including the descendants of Yanghua, they will also make a brief appearance in the new book, hinting at the return of the Condor heroes. All these details you'll understand once you read the book. Also, do you remember Yanghua's heavy iron sword? Of course, that was one of the most thrilling plot points in the return of the Condor heroes. Yanghua met the giant condor and obtained the heavy iron sword passed down by Duguchiobai. Lin Yuan then mentioned the sequel to this heavy iron sword. In the end, Yanghua gifted the heavy iron sword to Guixiang, and in order to continue the legacy of resisting the Mongol invasion, Huang Rong and Guojing melted down the sword and split it into two, forming a saber and a sword. A saber and a sword? More precisely, the dragon saber and the heaven-reliant sword. Such domineering names. Indeed they are, and they also caused a storm of blood and violence in the martial world. The new book's protagonist's parents died because of that. Martial arts fiction indeed cannot escape the trope of orphan protagonists. Hatred has always been the biggest and most fail-proof driving force in novel creation. Is this considered a spoiler? This level doesn't really count as a spoiler. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber started with a lot of plots, so indeed it's not considered a spoiler. At least Lin Yuan didn't tell Jinmu that hidden within the Dragon Saber and the Heaven Sword were martial skills secret manuals such as Wumu Ishu, the 9 Manual, and even the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, which were so incredible they defied the heavens. This was also to preserve the pleasure of Jinmu's reading experience. Jinmu asked another question that he was extremely concerned about. Ultimately, he still couldn't let go of Guixiang. Was Guixiang very powerful later on? She founded the Amei sect. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, the Wudong founded by Guixiang, as well as Wudong which was created by Zhang Sanfeng, also known as the little monk Zhang Junbao, are part of the 6 great sects in the new book. Does that mean she was very impressive? Yes. Otherwise, why would Mr. Zhang have been unable to forget her for so many years? Is there a love story too? Unrequited love. Guixiang couldn't escape the curse of a single glimpse of Yanghua leads to a lifetime of misjudgment. 103 years later, on his deathbed, Zhang Sanfeng felt for a pair of cast iron arhats beside him and told the people around him, "These iron arhats were given to me by Guixiang 100 years ago. Joy and fun, parting sorrows. Among them are even more foolish children and girls." Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng's cultivation was so profound that he should leave worldly concerns behind on his deathbed, but in the end, he still couldn't let go of that girl's smile. Just as the girl had never forgotten the fireworks when she was 16. 5 days after Lin Yuan and Jinmu finished discussing Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, the Dragon Awards ceremony finally began. Unlike the previous times, this time, Xianyu wasn't just a runner-up. The movie The Truman Show won both Best Actor and Best Picture, 2 heavyweight awards. The movie Life of Pi won Best Visual Effects, Best Cinematography, and Best New Actor, 3 awards with not insignificant prestige. A great harvest. For both Xianyu and Starlight, this was indeed a great harvest. Although they still missed out on some major awards despite being nominated, considering the multitude of movies from Qin, Chu, Yan, Han, and Lu continents, and a lineup filled with strong competitors. This result was actually quite good. At the same time, Lin Yuan received a system notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of gaining recognition at the Dragon Awards. Reward, a random treasure chest. Lin Yuan checked it immediately. However, Lin Yuan was disappointed. It turned out to be a silver treasure chest. After seeing the allure of a gold treasure chest, a silver treasure chest hardly piqued Lin Yuan's interest anymore. It seemed his luck was not enough. Open it. Lin Yuan directly opened the silver treasure chest. As soon as the silver treasure chest was opened, a new notification from the system followed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the movie script for Kung Fu Hustle. It's Star Grandpa's Kung Fu Hustle. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but soon a smile appeared on his face. To get such a movie from the silver treasure chest was indeed a pretty good result. This could be considered a rather unconventional wuxia movie, right? It seemed the system was also silently assisting in fulfilling the mission of reviving wuxia, wasn't it? You see, this Kung Fu Hustle could be regarded as the pinnacle of Chinese action movies and also a work that encapsulated the later style of Star Grandpa. In the movie, the wuxia elements were extremely strong. The characters' landlord and landlady had two names that would make anyone who has watched The Return of the Condor heroes smile knowingly. Yanghua, Little Dragon Maiden. This was a tribute from Star Grandpa to Jin Yong, for which he even paid the master royalties, only to be donated by the master to a charity organization. When Jin Yong mentioned this during an interview, he expressed surprise. Zhou Xingqi was the first director to pay him royalties for merely referencing elements from his wuxia novels in a film. After all, the movie barely used the names Yanghua, Little Dragon Maiden, and some basic martial skills names. People say Star Grandpa is stingy, but it certainly wasn't evident in this instance. Later, when Kung Fu Hustle was released, Jin Yong highly praised the film. And for Lin Yuan, who was writing the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, getting such a movie from the treasure chest was quite interesting. In fact, it wasn't only Jin Yong. The movie also paid tribute to Spider-Man, such as when a character dies, it borrowed the classic dialogue from that film. With great power comes great responsibility. Lin Yuan had already filmed Spider-Man, and audiences could easily get the reference. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan decided to include this movie in his future film production plans. Chapter 991, 919 Tribes Revenge. Major media outlets reported the results of the Dragon Awards. Online discussions about this edition of the Dragon Awards were everywhere. CNU's blog comments section was flooded with countless messages from fans and netizens. Oh, it's finally our time to shine. Congrats to Fish Papa for winning so many awards. I thought it'd be another runner-up situation, but Fish Papa didn't participate in the Dragon Awards, did he? Is it because of previous disappointments? This time, he finally proved himself with awards. I must say, The Truman Show truly deserved it. Pity Fish Papa didn't get Best Screenwriter. That went to Chi Continent's film. There's not much to say about that. Chi Continent's film had official backing, after all. Personally, I think Life of Pi had a more fascinating script. The study of human and animal nature really suited my tastes. So many metaphors. The deeper you dig, the more terrifying the implications. Am I the only one who wishes Fish Papa would make more commercial films? I also love the commercial films Fish Papa makes. Spider-Man really hit the spot for me. Indeed, Lin Yuan didn't win Best Screenwriter. That award ultimately went to a film from Chi Continent. There wasn't much public discussion about this result, because the film that took Best Screenwriter was very special. It was released close to the end of the year and had an official backing. The shooting subject was very mainstream, and the reception wasn't bad either, so giving it Best Screenwriter was somewhat justifiable and uncontroversial. As some people in the industry said, CNU got ganked by the officials again. In fact, many had experienced similar situations. Lin Yuan wasn't particularly frustrated. He had enjoyed official benefits before, like during the Olympics, and knew such situations were the least reasonable. Besides, he did win Best Film. In terms of prestige, this award was even higher than Best Screenwriter because the Best Screenplay award was a personal honor, but Best Picture was recognition of every aspect of a film. He didn't dwell on the matter too much. After breakfast, Lin Yuan went to the company. At the office, Lin Yuan met OL Zhou, who had come to see him. Last year's two films we shot made quite the splash at yesterday's Dragon Awards. So the company is thinking of capitalizing on this momentum by releasing your new movie Resident Evil at the end of this month. What do you think? Lin Yuan had heard about this from Xiaofan. Resident Evil was ready for release, and the company had been considering when to release it. Following Starlight's achievements at the Dragon Awards, Ol Zhou felt the time was right, so he made this arrangement. Sure, Lin Yuan had no objections. Ol Zhou smiled. Since that's settled, I'll go ahead and get the publicity department started on the movie promotion. Just coordinate from your end. Publicity? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered. After Ol Zhou left, he made a phone call. That very night, the promotion for Resident Evil was released by Starlight. Soon after, Lin Yuan was the first to share the promotional content from CNU's account. Sure enough, thanks to the hot discussions from today's Dragon Awards, news of Lin Yuan's new film sparked massive attention. A new movie? Resident Evil? Humans turning into zombies. Not only is it a commercial film, but it seems to be a horror film too. Support Fish Papa's new movie. Who would have thought that a man with Fish Papa's style would also make a horror film? I really didn't expect CNU to make a horror film. If you replace the screenwriter's name with Chu Kwang, it wouldn't feel out of place. However, zombies have too low a horror element. They move slow and have weak defense. I could teach a zombie how to behave with just a sliding tackle. So you're saying you're quite brave? Kidding, I'm super brave. This film by CNU is very different from his previous style. Not only does it have horror elements, but it also features a female lead for the first time. Is he planning to set up Xiaofan for a prominent leading lady role? I remember the tribe had a film with a leading lady too. Are you talking about Blade Lady? That film should also be finished. I wonder when it will be released. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry also saw the news of CNU's new movie. Once upon a time, CNU was just a newcomer to the film industry. No matter how successful he was in music, whether he could succeed in filmmaking was another matter. However, with the great success of several of CNU's films, his peers no longer dared to underestimate him, and many kept an eye on this film. Upon seeing it, many in the industry laughed. A leading lady? Starlight is taking on the tribe head-on, aren't they? The tribe also made Blade Lady, also with a leading lady. Do you think they might use that $7 billion investment film to counter Starlight? Hard to say. The tribe's martial arts drama was completely dominated by Starlight. With CNU this time, they might be feeling nervous. That fish is really something. But I feel the tribe's film can definitely suppress Starlight. CNU's film choosing zombies as a focal point isn't enough in terms of horror elements. But if it's not a horror film, why bother with the zombie gimmick? Probably wants to go down the gore route without ghostly spirits. That kind of route isn't popular, too niche, and the content could easily be restricted. The tribe should know what to do next if they do their research. This is a great chance for them to seek revenge. At the tribe, the assistant looked at the latest news about Starlight, his eyes filled with excitement. Director, our chance for revenge has come. Revenge? Ling Kong furrowed his brows. Seeing the news about Starlight's female lead film, Ling Kong was naturally interested. He had a film, Blade Lady, that had already been completed with an investment of a whopping $7 billion. From any angle, this film seemed to have more market competitiveness than whatever Resident Evil that Starlight was shooting. And Ling Kong knew the lead actress in that Resident Evil. The originally intended lead actress for Blade Lady, whom he had ordered to be kicked out of the cast. Such an opponent, by logic, Blade Lady should easily be able to make a clear distinction. But for some reason, Ling Kong didn't know why. His eyelids kept twitching, feeling an inexplicable unease. This made him somewhat unsteady, as if he lacked the usual immediate confidence to strike at the opponent. Was I frightened by the three brothers? Feeling somewhat stifled, Ling Kong suddenly bit his lip. Then let's prepare to set a release date. We'll use Blade Lady to strike at Starlight and commence our revenge plan. They dared to provoke with a TV drama. We'll win back the face we lost in the TV circle with a movie. The next day, the tribe's new film Blade Lady started its promotion and was also set to release at the end of this month. Chapter 992, 920 The Two Dinner Scoring Guys. Here it comes. Just as Tribe released the movie news for Blade Woman, an unspoken smile spread across the industry. At the same time, netizens instantly got a read on Tribe's intentions. The martial arts TV show that Tribe invested in had been targeted by Starlight, so this time they must be aiming to strike back in the same way. Suddenly, the media began to fan the flames. All kinds of news created sides, and amidst such an atmosphere, the films from both sides began their respective promotions, full of explosive tension. When Lin Yuan learned of this, he didn't have any particular thoughts. He was quite confident in Resident Evil, because the zombie settings in this movie would be novel to Blue Starian audiences. Lin Yuan had done his research. He knew that Blue Star didn't have a specific concept of zombies. Don't be fooled by some Blue Starian people mentioning zombies. Actually, they're referring to the undead. Yes, what Blue Starian audiences understand as zombies are, in fact, undead. A one-letter difference between undead and zombies on the surface, but the setting actually has a significant difference. The most obvious difference is, undead usually refer to a strange creature formed after a person has died and risen again. Dealing with the undead often requires some magic methods. Bullets don't have much effect on them. While zombies are usually the result of a virus infection, these creatures devour the flesh and blood of the living and have a strong ability to infect, though most can be taken care of if you have enough bullets. Therefore, undead often appear individually as an embellishment to Blue Starian horror movies, like a demon possessing a corpse and then committing evil deeds in the guise of the undead, and so on. In fact, even on Earth, the concept of zombies only spread to Celestial Dynasty after works like Resident Evil. Before that, what Celestial Dynasty understood as zombies also included the meaning of undead. In fact, even when the foreign concept of zombies reached Celestial Dynasty, sometimes it was translated into Chinese as undead, without realizing that there's an essential difference between the two when precisely distinguished. This Resident Evil will for the first time introduce the concept of zombies. Furthermore, the movie introduces sci-fi concepts like the Red Queen. Having this kind of intelligence appear as a sort of villain in the movie is very cool, with its classic iconic scenes such as the laser slicing bodies. That's more terrifying than zombies. It's inescapable despair. Not to mention that Lin Yuan invested more in this movie, upgrading the scale of the original film scenes. As a series, Resident Evil has always had a low investment. The total for several movies combined is on par with just one movie's budget from the Marvel franchise, which is also why the latter sequels got progressively worse. Lin Yuan increased the investment significantly. The most direct impact of this investment upgrade was the stronger impact of the scenes, increased number of zombies, and higher quality special effects, with creatures like the zombie dogs and the final monstrous zombie being quite well rendered. This led to the movie costing about $300 million to shoot from start to finish. Add in the current promotional expenses, and it's nearing $400 million. Although it can't compare with Blade Woman, which claims an investment of $700 million plus advertising, surely breaking $800 million. It's definitely a major production. So, without paying too much attention to this, Lin Yuan buried himself in continuing to write Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. It was Starlight, however, that became anxious, clearly intensifying their promotional efforts and investments as they obviously didn't want to lose to Tribe. Thus, Lin Yuan spent the following days immersed in writing Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. And when half of this novel was completed, time finally moved towards the end of the month, and Resident Evil arrived. That day, a cinema. On the big screen in the lobby, the poster for Resident Evil was prominently displayed. On the poster, the female protagonist Xia Fan wore a red dress that perfectly showcased her splendid figure, giving off a very cool and competent vibe. Ticketing area. A large number of viewers were buying tickets for Resident Evil. And in the theater's automatic massage chairs, two men holding their freshly obtained Resident Evil tickets casually chatted. The enthusiasm of the audience isn't bad. It's the allure of the zombie theme, but mostly it's because of Xian Yu. After those previous works, Xian Yu's films have gradually developed their own brand. Our task is not going to be easy. If we're not careful, we could offend a large number of Xian Yu's fans. We have no choice, he's offered too much. At this, the two men exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. The man on the left was named Tu Zheng, and the man on the right was called Jia Haoran. The two of them were film critics. However, They did not come to the cinema today to simply write a couple of reviews for Resident Evil. They were on a mission. Someone from the tribe had contacted them both, hoping they would write 2 negative reviews for Resident Evil. At first, both men refused. They were conscientious film critics, firmly sticking to their professional ethics. How could they purposefully trash a movie? That would be unethical. Until the liaison from the tribe opened a suitcase. If the effect turns out nicely, all of this will be yours. The men agreed. The tribe really knew how to choose the right people. After all, what Xianyu was making this time was a commercial film. Xianyu's art house films mostly garnered overwhelming positive reviews, making it difficult to find angles to criticize, but commercial films were different, as it was not hard to find points of critique within them. Actually, many people in the industry made this type of extra money. It's just like those famous internet influencers who would accept money to act as a paid army setting the tone. In today's era, to make a living by saying things that don't come from the heart is quite a normal thing. Every industry has its gray areas. And in the competition between movies, using such tactics to smear competitors had become not such a clever trick anymore. Basically, all major film and television companies are well aware of it and have more or less done similar things. For some film critics, this is just another way to monetize their influence. At that moment, there was an announcement reminding everyone to check their tickets. Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran began to enter the theater with the crowd. They had bought Naked Eye 3D tickets, standard fare for a blockbuster. The technology for Naked Eye 3D viewing at Blue Star's major cinemas was already very mature. Having been around for a dozen years, this technology had greatly propelled the film industry's development, keeping the Blue Starian love for cinema going alive. Lately, there were rumors saying the technology for Naked Eye 3D viewing might soon become a staple in every household. Furthermore, the ultra-high-definition cinematic technology, previously exclusive to theaters, might also be integrated into ordinary people's televisions. Entering the cinema hall, Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran sat down and simultaneously opened their notebooks. Blackening someone is a skillful job. The reviews must be substantial. Seeing the movie was a prerequisite. This was the essential difference between them and those keyboard warriors who would criticize a movie without even watching it. So, unlike ordinary audiences who watched movies for relaxation and leisure, they were ready to watch with serious intent. And during the commercial break, before the movie started, Tu Zheng suddenly said, "Leaving our positions aside, which of the 2 movies do you think will explode at the box office?" "Neither will explode." Jia Haoran laughed. "I don't dislike female-led movies, but think about it. Has there ever been an example of such a movie with a female lead that has blown up the box office in Blue Star before?" "That's true." Tu Zheng nodded. Although the ratio of men to women in the movie-going population was not much different, it did seem like there had never been a hit movie with a female lead. After thinking a bit more, Tu Zheng switched topics. "What about if we just compare these two?" Jia Haoran replied. "From an overt perspective, I would of course favor the tribe, but if considering Xianyu's scripting abilities, I feel the outcome between the 2 movies is hard to say." "Same here," Tu Zheng said earnestly. "Although I find Xianyu choosing zombies as a selling point perplexing, this guy always manages to come up with some rotten turns into magical ideas. Take Spider-Man, for example. Who would have thought he could come up with a next-door hero? So this time, I suspect he'll choose an entry point that is unexpected to everyone. Just what that entry point is remains unknown." "Exactly," Jia Haoran nodded. Although both men were about to cash in on the tribe's money, Jia Haoran and Tu Zheng's inner selves did not wholly side with Female Blade. Their success in grabbing the dirty money was irrelevant to whether one of the 2 movies made it big at the box office. They wouldn't lose a penny of the money they were to grab. Hence the 2 could be somewhat objective in their judgment. All right then, as film critics, their professional abilities were still quite remarkable, and their influence in reviews was significant. Otherwise, the tribe wouldn't have targeted them. At that moment, the lights dimmed. Resident Evil was about to begin. Chapter 993, 921 Umbrella Corporation. Not just this cinema, but several others across the continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, and Zhao had arranged premieres for Resident Evil. Swish. The curtains drew open. Against a red background, the sound of keystrokes suddenly filled the air, and lines of text appeared on the screen. Confidential report. Subject: Raccoon City incident. At that moment, a voiceover began, accompanying the sound of typing. The Umbrella Corporation is one of America's largest suppliers of computer technology, healthcare products, and medical equipment. Yet even many of the company's employees are unaware that its main profit comes from genetic experiments and bioweapons. Introduction complete. The screen then displayed the interlaced red and white logo of what is presumably called the Umbrella Corporation. Afterwards, the red letters Resident Evil appeared on the screen. Tu Zheng casually jotted down a few keywords in his notebook. Umbrella Corporation, genetic experiments. Bioweapons. America. Raccoon City. No one paid attention to this. Obviously, they were fictional countries and cities created for the movie. Next to him, Jia Haoran didn't write anything, but his expression showed some surprise. Could it be that Xianyu intends to use science to explain the origin of zombies this time? Without time to think, the first act of the movie had already begun. It was a high-tech laboratory that was evidently expensive to construct. Various pieces of advanced laboratory equipment filled the room, clearly a scene built with a large budget. A person, wrapped tightly and wearing a mask, was handling a robotic arm through glass, extracting several vials of mysterious solution. Some solutions were blue, some solutions were green. But when this person placed the vials into an automated safe, he took out a single blue vial and tossed it away. Crash! The blue vial shattered. In the shot, the solution seemed to evaporate into the air. Suddenly, the camera locked onto the broken vial, and a disaster warning was issued. Boom, boom, boom. An alarm blared. Employees throughout the company were startled. Some thought it was a fire drill until the entire company was sealed shut and no one could leave. That's when everyone realized something was wrong. The next moment, darkness fell. An elevator went out of control. One by one, people started dying. One woman's head got trapped on the outside. Suddenly, the elevator moved upward, her neck precisely at the level of the elevator opening. It was unclear whether the scream came from within the movie or from the shocked audience in the theater, but the screen abruptly went black. Inside the cinema, hearts raced among the audience. Damn, that scared me to death. The woman's head must have fallen off. With that force, her head's definitely gone, for sure. What on earth is going on? Why did this company suddenly become a disaster site? It must be related to that shattered blue vial. This Umbrella Corporation specializes in genetics and biochemical research. The broken blue vial must signify a virus leak. Does that mean someone is secretly monitoring all this? Someone who didn't want the virus to get out. So they've sealed off the whole area and are now trying to kill everyone inside. This movie is pretty interesting. That lab looks very high-tech, not like some movies where the top tech companies have a most critical lab with no sense of technology at all. Swish, swish, swish. The audience was almost instantly captivated. Meanwhile, in the sixth row of seats, Tu Zheng raised an eyebrow and said, "A very successful, suspenseful opening." Jia Haoran nodded. The thrill is very well depicted. When the woman's head was stuck outside the elevator, it instantly grabbed the attention of the fearful audience, because everyone knows from the usual tropes that there's definitely a big problem with the elevator. Even if it's a glitch, it still delivers a strong sense of horror. The movie began with several mysteries. What exactly was that shattered blue vial? Why did the company descend into chaos the moment the blue vial broke? Was someone controlling all this? At this moment, the film scene shifted. In a white bathtub, a woman with a beautiful figure, yet unclothed, woke up, a curtain concealing her vital parts. At this instant, the audience inwardly commented, "Cameraman, you've lost your drumstick." This character was played by Xia Fan as the female lead. After waking up, she faintly remembered fainting while taking a bath. Dressed in red, she walked out of the room. Suddenly a man appeared and quickly started pulling her to escape. In her involuntary cry of surprise, someone threw a flashbang grenade through the window. The next moment, the music surged with excitement. A group of armed personnel, weapons at the ready, entered. The man was subdued, and the leader of the armed personnel, staring at the woman in red amid the howling night wind, said, "Report to me." The woman, bewildered, "What?" The armed leader spoke with a hoarse male voice. "I need your report. What has happened here?" The woman replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." At that moment, One of the armed personnel spoke up. Sir, upon investigation, the facility's main defense system has been activated. She may still be under the influence of side effects. Take them. Enter the research facility. The armed leader removed his mask to give the orders. Instantly, everyone entered the elevator. However, what no one expected was, after the elevator started, a man was hidden in a locked compartment of the train car. The woman in red, seeing the ring on the man's hand, had several images flash through her mind. She was marrying the man, along with scenes of them in bed. Inside the movie theater, without getting any answers, the audience's confusion only grew. Who was the woman in red played by Xiao Fan? Who was this man who suddenly appeared? Could he be the woman in red's husband, as the female lead's memories suggest they might be married? They must be married. They've been in bed together. Then why do they seem not to recognize each other? Earlier on, it was mentioned that there are side effects to activating the defense system. Could the side effects be amnesia? What about this group of armed personnel who look so formidable? Where do they come from? Suspense. The film had been playing for over 10 minutes. Yet the audience was enveloped in a suspenseful atmosphere, their thoughts subconsciously drawn along by the plot. Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran communicated. This suspense is packed really tightly. Entering the lab should reveal some of the mysteries. The opening rhythm is excellent. It captivates the audience instantly. We're not simply spectators here, Jia Haoran reminded him, then continued watching the film. Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran were not wrong. About 20 minutes into the film, as the group entered the research facility, the leader of the armed personnel slowly revealed the truth upon the persistent questions of the woman in red, also explaining the opening mysteries of the movie. It turned out that these people were armed personnel hired by the Umbrella Corporation. The company that encountered problems at the beginning of the movie was actually a top-secret underground research facility hidden in Raccoon City, owned and overseen by the Umbrella Corporation. The female lead was the security supervisor in charge of guarding the passageways of the research facility. As for the reason behind their memory loss, it was due to the inhalation of a toxic gas, a result of the research facility's defense mechanisms. And the purpose of this armed squad was to shut down the Red Queen. The so-called Red Queen was the research facility's intelligent mainframe, and also the world's most advanced intelligent mainframe. Inside the research facility, over 500 employees may have all perished. And the chief culprit behind all this was the research facility's intelligent mainframe, the Red Queen. The battle between humans and intelligence. Jia Haoran was in the middle of speaking when suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the screen in horror. Damn! At the same time, next to him, Jia Haoran, as well as all the audience. Members in the theater involuntarily shuddered at the image suddenly appearing on the screen. A body of a woman in a pool of water suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 994, 922 Laser Corridor. All the viewers' faces drastically changed. Some of the more timid spectators turned deathly pale. Holy shit, I'm scared to death. The female corpse suddenly opened her eyes, and with this music, it's simply terrifying. Is this female corpse the zombie from the movie? I almost forgot this damn thing is a zombie movie. The film has been playing for so long without showing a trace of a zombie, but instead, it introduced something like a smart AI. It's truly Fish Papa's brainchild, attempting to mix the least scientific zombies with science. The Red Queen is quite an intriguing design. Isn't she the major antagonist in Chu Kuang Old Rascal's fairy tale Alice in Wonderland? Is Xian Yu creating a crossover and paying tribute? No wonder no one could escape the disaster at the company. Things like the elevators were all controlled by the smart AI, Red Queen. The female lead and her companions haven't noticed the corpse's eyes opened. The audience slightly relaxed and then looked on with even greater curiosity. The sci-fi development was beyond all viewers' expectations, and the concept of a smart AI dumbfounded the audience, arousing a more intense anticipation for the unfolding of the story. At that time, although the movie resolved some of the mysteries, many still remained shrouded in fog, such as what roles the female lead and the two men played in this event. They all suffered from amnesia. So what truth lay hidden in their memories? Who is the good guy? Who is the bad guy? In the sixth row, Butcher Jingdao said, "The pace is truly perfect." Beside him, Jia Haoran nodded. The suspense is intricately designed. The gripping suspense layered upon layers seemed to envelop the events in a mysterious fog. Just when the audience was about to be confused by the plot, the screenwriter suddenly revealed part of the mysteries. This exquisite design not only kept the audience's interest, but also sparked their curiosity to explore more mysteries. Indeed, this was the case. Now, the attention of the audience was completely captivated by the movie. The scene continued. High-tech scenes were abundantly used. It was in a different league compared to the original basic high-tech scenes. The entire research facility exuded a futuristic and trendy vibe, especially the scenes scanned by the smart AI Red Queen through the monitoring perspective, which were filled with a strange sense of danger. In the 30th minute of the movie, they had to pass through a corridor. The armed leader took the lead and placed a device on the door, which was then unlocked with the help of a tech personnel. Move. The leader gave the command. Several armed personnel followed him into the corridor. However, just as the leader, among the 4 armed personnel, entered the corridor, the doors at both ends of the corridor suddenly shut. Afterward, one of the trapped armed personnel looked towards the end of the corridor, his expression blank and puzzled, and said, "What is that?" Before his words had fully settled, a white laser connecting the walls on both sides swiftly moved towards them. "Get down." The leader's face changed dramatically as he quickly crouched down. One of the armed personnel's 5 fingers were smoothly severed by the white laser, letting out a painful howl. At the same time, an armed woman failed to react in time and was directly hit by the laser. In the eyes of all the spectators in the cinema, a cut appeared on the neck of the female armed personnel. The next moment, her head slid off. This immediately plunged the entire cinema into horror. Just as all viewers were engulfed in horror, the laser at the end of the corridor reappeared. Swoosh! The laser swept across. The second armed personnel was cut in half, his body split into 2. Then, the third laser appeared from the middle and even grazed toward the direction in which the human body dodged as it approached. The third armed personnel member was killed. Only the leader of the armed personnel remained alive. At that moment, the 4th laser emerged, and, just as it was about to reach the officer, it suddenly transformed into a net. Swipe. The officer's body was penetrated by this laser net, turning into fragments. At this moment, everyone was silent. There were no screams, no cries. The whole theater was eerily quiet. A tremendous shock enveloped everyone. As the laser swept over, some audience members even felt as if they were part of the scene, almost unable to resist dodging along. And when the laser turned into a net, countless viewers fell into despair in that instant. In the face of technology, even the best skills were of no avail. What is this? My scalp is tingling. I still can't stop imagining myself in that scene, trying to figure out how to dodge that laser. It's impossible to dodge a net. My God, my back is all sweaty. If I were in there, how desperate I would be at this moment. What a twisted design. Compared to this, the terror of the elevator scene at the beginning is child's play. Laser corridor. Terminate everything. This is one of the most classic scenes in Resident Evil. Heads severed, lasers turning into nets. This scene has left a psychological imprint on many. Many people who have seen this movie might forget the plot, but they will never forget this lethal death corridor. Such an impact was not only for this theater. In every other theater across Blue Star where Resident Evil was being shown, the audience was freaking out. Damn it. Oh my God. The more I watch this scene, the more terrifying it feels. This laser is simply unsolvable unless someone turns it off. It's turned off, but it's too late. Those 4 were wiped out in seconds. Lucky they didn't all go in. If everyone had gone in, it would have been a total wipeout. Tu Zheng took a deep breath, his face instantly covered with cold sweat. This scene design was utterly shocking, a classic mess. It wasn't particularly gory, as there was no splattering of blood, nor was the music eerily done. But it was frightening. The fright arose from the sheer visual shock, because everyone who viewed it subconsciously put themselves into the character's place, especially with the naked eye 3D viewing effect. The result was just a slight projection, and despair immediately engulfed the heart. This scene will become a classic. Jia Haoran swallowed, starting to speak with a rather dry voice. The last man alive had the most pitiful death, directly chopped into pieces by the laser corridor. The movie's pacing is controlled so well. Tu Zheng did not continue discussing the laser corridor, though he still couldn't forget the scene. The zombies haven't shown up yet. Has it been half an hour already? Even the two experienced film critics were somewhat surprised. It was ostensibly a movie about zombies, but the zombies had not yet appeared. Fortunately, shortly after the two mentioned zombies finally appeared. Chapter 995, 923 Liquor. At first, there was only one zombie. It was a long-haired man in a white lab coat. This man seemed impervious to bullets, shot numerous times, yet he kept advancing relentlessly. However, the audience didn't think it was anything special. Some even laughed. Is that all? The horror of the zombies was nothing compared to the laser corridor. Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran both looked surprised. What was so scary about this kind of zombie? But then, the moment a horde of zombies appeared, the faces of the audience changed color, and even Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran were flabbergasted. What was this? A dense mass of zombies appeared. You couldn't see the end of them in the entire basement. The one leading the zombies, clearly with a broken foot, was still walking, dragging an axe in hand. And some of the zombies had flesh so decomposed that even some were left with only half a face, creating an image of extreme horror. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's scalp tightened again, their eyes suddenly bulging as if they had seen some unbelievable scene. Holy crap, so many. A zombie legion, no way. This is too twisted. That one with only half a face? Is that special effects? It looks so real. Scared pissless. These are not the zombies I remember. My claustrophobia is kicking in. How can you kill them all? There aren't enough bullets. Okay. Not the same. Not the same at all. This was the first time the Blue Star audience faced such a scene. They had never thought that when zombies appeared in a dense swarm, it would cause such a huge shock. In the movies from before, they'd never filmed anything like it. In a Chin Continent movie theater. Are you telling me these motherfuckers are zombies? You're kidding me. How can there be so many zombies? I'm scared to pee. These zombies' appearances are so not cool. In a Chin Continent movie theater. This shit's too heavy for me. I love it. Zombies surge like a tide, like they're damn free. It's too thrilling. In a Chin Continent movie theater. What kind of zombies are these, for real? I take back what I said before. These zombies are way scarier than just one showing up. This is freaking awesome. Netizens across the continents were dumbfounded. But this was not the scariest part yet. When the female lead acted alone, an even more terrifying zombie appeared. To be precise, this should not be a zombie, but a dog. The dog's exterior flesh was completely decayed, its blurry bloodstains covering its entire body, as it howled at the female lead. Seeing such a dog, the audience's hair stood on end almost instinctively. Damn it, even the dogs have mutated? That dog looks so freaking scary. We're done for. What kind of freaky thing is this? It's getting more and more exciting. This is even better than the laser corridor. Dogs are more terrifying than human zombies. These creatures run damn fast. A live dog, people aren't even a match, let alone a dead dog. Of course, the female lead would be okay. Just when the audience was curious how the female lead would solve the problem, she seemed to awaken some memory and displayed an impressive marksmanship. Bang! The dog was instantly killed. And when the female lead ran into another room, the audience's breathing almost came to a halt. Several dogs appeared all at once. This pack of dogs, with blood and flesh blurred all over their bodies, growled fiercely and suddenly sped up, charging at the female lead. The result: the protagonist directly shot most of the dogs dead with a gun. When the bullets ran out, one dog remained unscathed. She stepped on the wall and delivered a side kick, hitting the dog right in the forehead. Previously, it was horror. Then it turned into excitement. Now, it had become thrilling and satisfying. The audience never expected the protagonist to be a hidden expert. When the protagonist killed the first dog, everyone thought it was luck, but now they realized it was pure skill. Am I the expert? This plot twist, totally unexpected. I thought the protagonist would just be a burden in this kind of situation, yet her shooting is divine, and her close combat level is so high. Awesome. For the first time, I feel that a woman can be so cool. No wonder the protagonist is the security head of Umbrella Corporation. She's a born fighter for sure. Was she amnesiac before, and now her combat instincts have been awakened? It looks like the protagonist is the strongest among them all. I knew there was a reason for a lead female role in this movie. The highlights are right here. One climax after another. Zombies keep surging like tides. The sudden appearances of the zombified dogs keep intensifying the horror and excitement. And with the protagonist's sudden powerhouse performance, a massive climax was formed amidst the oppressing plot. Up to this point, the classic elements of commercial cinema have been fully utilized. And as the dense horde of zombies pursues them, more mysteries in the movie are revealed. The Red Queen explained everything upon rebooting. It turns out these zombies were infected by a biohazard virus, turning into ravenous undead craving fresh flesh. The dogs included. At this moment, the protagonist finally remembered her name. Alice. The audience in theaters were stunned. Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran were stunned too. They were no different from the regular audience at this moment, completely led by the nose by the plot. The tide of zombies and the setting of the biohazard infection provided a scientific explanation for their origin, completely shattering any Bluesterian's conventional impression of so-called zombies. And the appearance of the zombie dogs further escalated the excitement. After the protagonist's breakout, a perfect balance between oppression and excitement was achieved. This way of continuously unveiling mysteries while throwing out new points of excitement. It's simply commercial cinematic elements at their finest. How did Lin Yuan come up with this plotline? I can guarantee that after this movie, countless films will mimic its design of zombie hordes. The idea that animals can also be infected and become terrifying monsters isn't new, but to put it in a zombie film like this, nobody has ever done it. This was virtually pioneering within the industry. Within layers of shock, the pace of the plot finally slowed down a bit. After recovering her memories, Alice's husband finally remembered his own memories too. Turns out, Alice's marriage to her husband was a sham. They had just gotten caught up in their own act. And the disaster at the Raccoon City research facility was brought about by Alice's husband. This man wanted to steal the virus and antivirus to sell them, as there were buyers willing to pay a high price. After stealing the items, he intentionally broke the virus container, causing the disaster at the research facility. Realizing this, the conflict was no longer just between humans and zombies and the Red Queen. Conflicts among humans began to emerge. In theaters everywhere, the audience's enthusiasm for watching was at its peak. So the protagonist is Alice. Alice, the Red Queen. Aren't those characters from Alice in Wonderland? Lin Yuan is indeed crossing over with Chu Kuang. The climax from the laser corridor is just one wave after another. That husband is detestable. Look quick. What is this? With an alarming scream, another zombie appeared on the screen. This zombie, in the blink of an eye, killed Alice's villainous husband. If the threat level of a zombie dog is considered to be one notch higher than that of a human zombie, then this newly appeared zombie would probably be described as hellish in its danger. This zombie was massive. Its long tongue shot out a deep crimson color. Its whole body was powerful and mighty, and it even possessed the ability to climb walls agilely, as if it combined the strengths of many animals. Moreover, this zombie's body was devoid of skin, with only blurred flesh and clearly visible sinews on display, stirring an instinctive fear. The Licker. Chapter 996. 924. This is not the kind of zombie I know. Yin Continent's certain movie theater. This, my friends, is the real big boss. The Red Queen called this creature Licker. It's a monster developed early on by the Institute, with a bunch of special genes fused into it. Next to this, those zombie dogs are like little brothers. Han Continent's certain movie theater. My God, the Licker can actually evolve. Its body gets bigger, and its appearance becomes even more terrifying. Zhao Continent's certain movie theater. Such a terrifying monster. Alice probably isn't a match for it. She's totally outclassed, okay? I have no idea how the screenwriter plans to arrange the plot from here. Is it even possible to kill this thing? Once the Licker appeared, all the major theaters went wild. The audience for this kind of movie loves the thrill and terror. Many people entered the theater without expecting that the mere setup of zombies could be played with such variety. In such an atmosphere, the movie finally entered the ultimate battle. Alice and the others, facing the liquor, chose to run without hesitation. A group of people boarded the train they had arrived on, fleeing indiscriminately. However, the liquor had already set its sights on them. The metal train carriage was directly torn open by the liquor's claws. A reporter named Matt got his arm raked, leaving behind a blurry trail of blood. Finally, the train door broke. The liquor's massive body squeezed in. In the close-up shot, the liquor was displayed in the clearest view to the audience. This was a creature with no skin, only flesh and fascia connected. Its body was severely decayed, with its eyeballs rotten beyond recognition, and it had no skull, as if it had been skinned alive, with a giant tongue like a tentacle shooting out, covered in barbs. In a desperate situation, Alice grabbed an iron rod, plunging it down fiercely. The liquor's tongue was pierced from the base and firmly pinned to the train. The train sped away. The liquor's body was dragged along the tunnel. Amidst sparks flying, the liquor let out a piercing howl. Its body gradually ignited with the friction against the rails. When its tongue's base snapped, the liquor had turned entirely into a fireball. The shocking scene, with adrenaline pumping through the audience, left everyone feeling the exhilaration of a narrow escape. Unfortunately, in the process, everyone died. Only Alice and reporter Matt survived. "You won't die." Alice opened the antidote kit she had brought, attempting to give Matt an antidote since he had been scratched, too. Some audience members exhaled in relief. They thought this was the end of the story. However, the plot did not end. Suddenly, there was a flickering light from outside. Underneath the light, a group of men wearing masks appeared, seeming like doctors. These men captured Alice and Matt. "He's mutating." On the screen, it was clear to see sharp spikes growing from Matt's wound, as a voice called out from nearby. On the other side, Alice was being restrained. The audience, who had been ready to leave it there, were suddenly on edge again. Are these people also from the Umbrella Corporation? Has Alice been captured? With such a twist at the end of the movie, could it be that there's a sequel? Matt mutated? This story obviously isn't over yet. But according to the length, it should be about finished, right? If there's any more plot, we'll have to wait for the sequel, won't we? The screen suddenly shifted. Alice's figure reappeared in the frame. To the audience's surprise, Alice was once again in the image from the beginning of the movie, with nothing but white drapes covering the key parts of her body. What was even more shocking was this. Alice's body was riddled with thin needles, and as the audience watched in astonishment, Alice bore the pain and forcibly removed all the needles from her body, covering her body simply. Alice walked outside. At that moment, the camera suddenly zoomed out. The entire city was in chaos. Glass from countless skyscrapers shattered, and bloodstains were everywhere. Horrifying, ghastly, desolate. Alice walked on the streets, with cars haphazardly strewn about. A gust of wind lifted a newspaper, and its front page headline read with just 4 words: "The Walking Dead." The text below was startling. A terrifying event has erupted in Raccoon City, with walking living dead everywhere. In the photo section, an even vast horde of zombie pictures caused one's scalp to tingle. And in the monitoring room of the room Alice was in before, the silhouette of a zombie flickered past. This meaningful shot instantly sent shivers down the audience's spine. What does this mean? The group that arrested Alice turned into zombies too? Did they open the laboratory and let out all the zombies inside? The newspaper clearly states that the whole Raccoon City is damn well fallen. If the armed squads are no match for so many zombies, how could ordinary people possibly resist? Holy crap, Fish Papa's imagination is breaking through the sky. An entire city of zombies. Just think about it. It's thrilling. I'm in love with this theme. Completely not the kind of zombies I had imagined. Zombies, zombie dogs, and even lickers. According to the Red Queen's words, there are probably more monsters cultivated by the Umbrella Corporation than just the lickers. It feels like the world is even more expansive than I imagined. In major cinemas, the audience did not leave, but were fervently discussing. In the cinema where Tu Zheng and Jia Haran were present, there was also a large number of audiences discussing and admiring. What an exhilarating twist. I didn't expect a lead female's movie to be this exciting. The shot of Alice walking alone in the streets at the end was explosive. Could it be that she's the only living person left in the city? I don't know. I'm really looking forward to the second part. With such a big cliffhanger, there has to be a sequel. CNU is awesome. All this biochemical virus, genetic research, he completely overturned the old zombie formula. These aren't the kind of zombies I knew. Amidst the discussions, Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran looked at each other. Taking a deep breath, Jia Haoran exclaimed with a sense of realization, "This is getting a bit tricky." Not really tricky. Tu Zheng's expression was somewhat complicated. Jia Haoran was stunned. From what angle do you plan to start criticizing? Surely you can't say CNU is degenerating by making a commercial film again. Tu Zheng said expressionlessly. I mean, I'm not cashing in on this. This film is definitely going to set a precedent for zombie series films. In the future, who knows how many screenwriters will imitate this model. If I target a work that has set such a precedent, it's tantamount to having issues with those who want to follow the film's lead, a loss not worth the cost. That's the only option then. Jia Haoran looked at the excited audience who still had not left, as if they were prepared to listen through the movie's end credits, and finally made a decision. Tu Zheng was right. This movie set a precedent for zombie setups. A bit like an upgraded version of zombies, the densely packed horde of zombies brought a visual impact that was too stimulating for the audience. In the future, there will certainly be a crowd of imitators. And targeting such a pioneering film, if this genre becomes hugely popular later on, wouldn't it mean getting a swollen face? This dirty money, I can't take it. Chapter 997. 925 Set a small goal first. Tribe. Ling Kong was communicating with a theater chain manager. Today was not only the premiere day of Resident Evil. Today was also the premiere day for Tribe's new movie, Blade Woman. The theater chain manager laughed on the phone. Congratulations, Mr. Ling, for making a good film for Blue Star. The initial audience reviews for Blade Woman are quite good, and the attendance rate is high. If everything goes as expected, the box office should be very pleasing. It might even break the box office records for films with a female lead. Thank you. Ling Kong suppressed his excitement. I'll need your continued support for the subsequent screenings. Of course. Ling Kong then asked, do you know the situation with Resident Evil? The other side laughed. With so many films from Blue Star, there is competition among the theater chains. Our chain favors Tribe, so we did not bring in Teacher Admirable Fish's Resident Evil. However, that movie also premiered today, and we should receive feedback soon. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Ling Kong smiled. The theater had reported that Blade Woman had a fine premiere, which boosted his confidence immensely about defeating CNU this time. Suddenly, a panicked shout came from outside. Mr. Ling, something has gone wrong. It's bad. Ling Kong's face darkened. You're the one in trouble. Your whole family is in trouble. The assistant rushed in, panting. Mr. Ling, listen to me. It's those two film critics we found earlier who have switched sides and suddenly refused to help us write reviews to tarnish Resident Evil. Switched sides? Ling Kong frowned. If they've switched sides, so be it. It's not a big problem. The assistant said with a dismal face. It's not that they switched sides. The problem is that after they switched sides, they publicly praised Resident Evil. What? Ling Kong's cheeks suddenly twitched, and a sense of unease came over him again. The assistant was right. After watching Resident Evil, Tu Zheng and Jia Haoran did not tarnish the movie, but rather sang its praises. Sensory shock, beyond imagination, Teacher Admirable Fish always finds the most unexpected entry points. Resident Evil, a film that is bound to make you panic and fear, yet irresistibly compelling. Perhaps in the future, zombies and the undead will become two distinct concepts in film discussions. Jia Haoran mentioned the difference between zombies and the undead. Tu Zheng's review was even longer, evaluating the film overall. Why does Teacher Admirable Fish's Resident Evil bring a whole new sci-fi perspective? Before entering the cinema, no one would have thought Teacher Admirable Fish's movie would be so rich in sci-fi elements. Everyone was fooled by the zombie gimmick. It seems like Teacher Admirable Fish's movies can always surprise you unexpectedly. The entire film is filled with suspense, constantly piquing your curiosity, and continually bringing surprises. Who is the female lead? What are the secrets of these amnesiacs? Where did the zombies come from? Who will become zombies? Who will survive? Why does the artificial intelligence Red Queen want to kill people? how to deal with the final liquor. We, holding all these questions, have become captives of teacher admirable fish. Like all the audience, I was willingly sitting in front of the screen, waiting for the answers to unfold. And just when we thought we had understood everything, the film ends with a dramatic twist. Alice escapes from that damned lab. She cautiously holds her gun, bullet already chambered, but on the desolate streets, only she remains alone amidst total devastation. With the news of the undead ravaging the city, this scene shocked me more than the death-laden laser corridor, even more than the tide of undead. New questions arise. In the quickly grand and fiery music, suspense rises instantly, and the passion overflows, truly irresistible. Tu Zheng's review even included slight spoilers, but they were not enough to affect the viewing experience. Being a well-known and influential film critic, Tu Zheng's review naturally attracted a lot of comments from the audience. Couldn't agree more. This movie completely defies imagination. So good to watch. The ending was indeed shocking. I even think it's one of the most compelling endings among all commercial films. If a sequel were released now, I'd definitely buy tickets without hesitation. I gasped throughout the entire film. I thought the Red Queen was the antagonist, only to find out at the end that her purpose was to protect humans. The twist with the Red Queen is classic indeed, and Alice suddenly bursting out in that scene was exhilarating, her action fierce and stylish, truly maximizing the charm of films with a strong female lead. Of course, the comment section also had many netizens who hadn't yet seen the movie. They were instantly intrigued by the reviews from the first batch of viewers and film critics. Is it really that good? It sounds pretty intense. I see a lot of people saying zombies and the undead are two different concepts. What does that mean? This movie even involves artificial intelligence. Red Queen, Alice. Aren't those the characters from Chu Kuang's Alice in Wonderland? No way. I have to buy a ticket to see it. Yes, the comments got me itching to see it. I'm going tonight. What exactly is it about? Can't explain it to you. You'll know once you see it. If it's not good, you can hit me. Shoo. The film critic effect. Audience word-of-mouth effect. The combination of these elements suddenly attracted a massive audience for Resident Evil. U Dynasty chat group. Everyone also found time to watch the movie. Immediately, they all mentioned Xia Fan. Jiang Kuei. This movie is so well done. Xia Fan, you're going to be famous. When I saw your bathtub scene, I almost wanted to lick the screen. Sun Yaohua, wanna blaze? Sunglasses, who's calling me? Wei Haoyan. This is giving me the creeps. The first time watching a horror movie. Barely held it together. Xia Fan is too cool. Sister loves you. Zhao Yinggu. Okay, I must admit, Xia Fan's physique is a 50-50 match with mine. He's really something. Chun Jiu. This physique, TSK. Usually, I don't pay attention. How could it not be popular, right? The movie is too brilliant. Teacher. Admirable Fish is the eternal god. At last, Xia Fan himself showed up in the group. Puffed, you bunch of low-quality mugs. The group was right. In the following days, Xia Fan indeed became famous, and Resident Evil indeed became a hit. Tribe, blogs, social media circles, major forums. Discussions about this movie were everywhere, and the box office of Resident Evil climbed up incrementally during heated discussions. As for another movie of the same genre, The Female Blade, it was severely suppressed by this terrifying rival. 1 week later, the box office of Resident Evil had already accumulated around 10 billion. This was the most insane weekly box office among all of Teacher Admirable Fish's movies, for various reasons. First, as the continents merged, the number of viewers increased, and the market became more vast. Second, as everyone progressively understood each other through cultural exchanges, the tastes of audiences across continents grew more aligned. Third, the zombie theme in Resident Evil was a first in Blue Star. There had never been a similar film before. Fourth, Blue Star didn't pay much attention to movies with a lead female protagonist, so there had never been a movie that magnified a female lead's charisma to the extent of an Alice before. Fifth, the movie's investment was substantial. Thus, although Resident Evil was not so high-grossing on Earth, it created a quite impressive result in Blue Star. Impressive enough that Lin Yuan himself got a shock. Mainly it was because the number of viewers had increased, Other factors were secondary. This made Lin Yuan suddenly realize that when Blue Star fully merges, the movie market might go utterly insane. Because it wasn't just about Resident Evil. The average box office of other movies in Blue Star was also increasing yearly. Different continents playing by their own rules wouldn't work anymore. Lack of cultural barriers meant the loss of local market protection mechanisms. Some movies would dominate across continents. Of course, as this situation developed, film investment costs were definitely going to become higher. Compared to Blue Star, Earth's movie market patterns had completely lost their reference value. Similar insights were emerging in the industry. With the merger tide, the film market is changing. Now, these movie box offices have become increasingly baffling. Because the merger is aligning the viewing tastes across continents. Differing popular movies across continents were due to taste variations. As these differences gradually disappear, the choices of movies people watch will become more consistent. Once one continent joins the merger, a qualitative change will occur. It's already somewhat happening now. Before, what movie could easily break 10 billion in box office in a week? Yet counting Resident Evil, this year alone there have been 4 movies breaking 10 billion in a single week. Admirable Fish's movie might just make it into the top 10 annual box office. This movie really is a bit crazy. Now there are quite a few companies considering writing movies centered around zombies. Yes, although Lin Yuan's previous movies were also hits, Blue Star was simply too large, and there were many popular movies in the same period. Therefore, his previous films had never made it into the top 10 annual box office of Blue Star. But this Resident Evil was subtly showing such signs. This movie performed exceptionally well, ensuring increased showtimes across continents. More screenings meant more viewers, a natural result considering the film's good reputation, and commercial films always had a solid viewer base. That said, a similar situation had occurred in Celestial Dynasty before. Before Su Zhang's Lost in Thailand, Celestial Dynasty's movie box offices were generally not high. After that movie, the film market went wild, with the box office ceiling being broken repeatedly. It wasn't the quality of the movies that improved. It was purely that the film market had expanded. And with Blue Star having the foundation of continental mergers, this burst of the movie market seemed even more traceable. Some might wonder, why does Resident Evil's box office exceed Admirable Fish's previous films? Were Admirable Fish's previous films not up to par? Of course not. If Spider-Man were released today, the box office would not be the same as back then, just like Star Grandpa's Kung Fu Hustle. In the market environment of that time, Kung Fu Hustle made just a few billion. He later had one with a much higher box office, The Mermaid. This movie wasn't as good as Kung Fu Hustle, yet its box office was many times greater. Additionally, Celestial Dynasty's highest-grossing Wolf Warrior 2, with not even 60 billion in box office, couldn't crack the top 50 global box offices. But in Blue Star's market environment, with markets merging, no language barriers, and uniformed culture, 60 billion will be an attainable target for major top film companies. At this moment, Lin Yuan had greater expectations for movies. Perhaps he should set a small goal for the future, like making a movie that breaks 100 billion in box office. Chapter 998, 926, Seeing Guxiang Again. It was June. The movie Resident Evil was still a hot topic, with box office numbers undiminished until the middle of the month. In such a context, Starlight suddenly released a TV series, achieving success in both film and television. The Return of the Condor Heroes. As the sequel to The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes aired and successfully continued the heat of its predecessor, and even more brilliant at that. Its direct manifestation was the series' premiere ratings broke 3. Not only did the actors become popular after the TV series aired, but also several classic songs from the drama, all penned by Xian Yu, became huge hits. Comeback, Wordly Tavern, Unparalleled in the World, Myths and Words of Love, Heavenly Lovers. All 5 songs were released as part of the TV soundtrack. Unfortunately, these 5 songs weren't released until mid-month, so they didn't impact the seasonal chart rankings too much. But even so, they all squeezed into the top 10, adding even more heat to the martial arts resurgence. It just so happened to be on this day Lin Yuan finished his Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, and handed it over to Jin Mu. Jin Mu, upon receiving the manuscript, didn't react with the excitement Lin Yuan had imagined, but instead fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan and asked, "Are you really not going to torment the readers this time?" "This time, it's truly a refreshing tale." Lin Yuan had to explain once again. He felt that Jin Mu had developed a trust issue with him. Fortunately, Jin Mu ultimately believed Lin Yuan and turned to contact Ol Xiong, the chief editor of the fantasy department at Silverblue Books. "Chu Kuang's new book. I'm preparing to send it to you." "Another martial arts novel?" Chu Kuang plans to write The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. This new book, called Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer, is the last part of the trilogy, so of course, it's also a martial arts story. The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer. Ol Xiong's eyes suddenly lit up, but then became skeptical again. Did Chu Kuang take any preventive measures this time? No. That's good. Ol Xiong let out a long sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried, fearing the old rascal Chu Kuang would pull another Dragon Maiden incident on them. Although the issue had been resolved in the end, during those 2 days when readers blocked the door of Silverblue Books, everyone was on tenterhooks, fearing that the readers would rise up and smash their way through the editorial department. But one couldn't completely take Jin Mu's word for it. After hanging up the phone, Ol Xiong immediately led his editors to start reading this Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. They read throughout the day. That evening, although they hadn't finished the entire book, the expressions on everyone's faces clearly spelled relief. Afterward, the editors in the editorial department began a heated discussion of the major plots. As the final installment of The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy, the story is not heart-wrenching, and it could even be considered quite exhilarating. Although the story covers a large span of time, and the real protagonist appears quite late, every detail that needed explaining from the previous installment is made clear. Guixiang indeed never married in her lifetime. The girls from the Return of the Condor Heroes, as expected, all ruined their lives the moment they met Yanghua. The most poignant part is Mongolia winning the war, with Guijing and Huang Rong dying in battle in Xianyang City. Although this plot point is only briefly mentioned in the book, it still tugs at the heartstrings. With the setup from the previous 2 books and the leap in time, this plot point minimizes the damage to the readers. I initially thought the main character would be Guixiang. I thought it would be Zhang Junbao, but with a sweep of Chu Kuang's pen, good lord, Zhang Junbao turned into the over 9-year-old Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng. Zhang Wuji must be the male protagonist who appeared the latest in history, right? Mid-discussion, editor Yang Feng suddenly turned to chief editor Ol Xiong. "I have an idea, not sure if it's appropriate to share." Ol Xiong raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead." Yang Feng spoke with a smile. "This book's opening acts and setup take a long time. Starting with Guixiang introducing the story, then transitioning with Zhang Sanfeng. The potential to misdirect is simply too great, even more ruthless than what happened with The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Why don't we release the beginning online first to hook the reader's curiosity, followed by arranging the full book's publication? It can be considered a rather surprising marketing strategy." "You mean to release the first few chapters first?" "I think up to chapter 10 can all be considered the early setup for Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer," someone said. 10 chapters is too many. How about we release 3 or 5 chapters to test the waters? I need to ask teacher Chu Kuang about this." Ol Xiong thought Yang Feng's suggestion was feasible, but he couldn't make the decision on his own. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan learned of Silverblue Books' plan. He thought about it and didn't express any opinions. Jin Mu, however, suggested, "If we're going to promote it this way, there's no need for Silverblue to post on our behalf. Boss, you might as well use Chu Kuang's account to leverage the blog platform and publish the first few chapters of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. That would have a bigger promotional effect than if Silverblue were to publish them. Release it ourselves? 1 chapter a day, and after a few chapters announce the publication. That's also fine." Lin Yuan thought it made sense. Jin Mu quickly reached a consensus with Silverblue Books. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuan logged into Chu Kuang's account and posted a message. "Tonight at 8, the first chapter of the new book, Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, will be released. This book is the conclusion of The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. The first few chapters of the new book will be released through the blog platform. At this moment, the return of the Condor Heroes TV series was in the midst of a hot broadcast. The martial arts revival was growing more and more intense, and this one post from Chu Kuang instantly drew the attention of the entire internet. The concept of the legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy was being widely disseminated for the first time. The comments section of the post was absolutely flooded with messages from countless readers. The sudden news of the new book is such a pleasant surprise. Who knew the story hadn't ended with the return of the Condor Heroes? Did the old rascal plan to write a martial arts trilogy from the beginning? It certainly seems like it from the release timing. So Chu Kuang, the old rascal, had a martial arts universe stashed away in his brain. My fairy tale universe refuses to accept this. My mystery universe just laughs without a word. Before we argue about universes, I'm just worried he'll throw in another NTR twist. Even if Chu Kuang is arrogant, after the Dragon Maiden incident, he wouldn't dare such flagrant disrespect, right? Guxiang, my great Guxiang must have a significant role. I'm waiting for the new book at 8 o'clock. I hope the new book will feature Guxiang. This time, no readers were begging the old rascal to let loose. The book, The Return of the Condor Heroes, had shown readers just how low this old rascal could go. If he were really set free to write, who knows what insane plot he could come up with. So among the numerous comments, the readers were both expectant and nervous. Then the blog cooperated with the promotion, starting a full network push. The news that Chu Kuang's new book would be released at 8 o'clock tonight on the blog platform spread quickly to tribes and various major forums. On the tribe, a lot of users immediately started to complain. Look at this old rascal, forcing me to use a blog now. Can't I see his new book early without a blog account? Goodbye, tribe. Blog, here I come. For my goddess Guxiang. Come on, you're clearly here for your old rascal. It's your old rascal. Whoever likes this despised old rascal can have him. I choose Xianyu. Heaven-reliant dragon slayer, huh? The legend of the Condor Heroes wasn't enough for Chu Kuang. Now he wants to slay a dragon too. That evening, as the tribe's leaders witnessed their traffic plummet yet again and cursed loudly, the blog was attracting the attention of the entire network. And when 8 o'clock came, Chu Kuang's first chapter of his new book was indeed published right on time. As the blog's traffic surged, Guxiang rode her little donkey, leisurely strolling into the view of countless readers. In this moment, the readers' hearts melted. Chapter 999, 927, The Old Rascal Shall Not Deceive Me. This is the first chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. The revised chapter title, At World's End, My Thoughts on You Are Unforgettable. On the road of Shaoshi Mountain, Guxiang, wearing a yellow shirt with a little East heretic temperament, traveled the martial world with a donkey and a sword. Ever since Guxiang had bid farewell to Yang Gua and Little Dragon Maiden as a couple at the summit of Mount Hua 3 years ago, she hadn't received the slightest bit of news from them. Her heart continued to yearn, so she informed her parents, claiming she wanted to sightsee and enjoy the landscapes. But actually, she was seeking news about Yang Gua. However, since that separation, the couple had ceased to appear in the martial world, and no one knew where they had secluded themselves. Guxiang had traveled from north to south and from east to west, nearly traversing half of the Central Plains, yet still had not heard anyone mention recent news of the Condor hero, Yang Gua. One could say, at the start of the new book's first chapter, Chu Kuang immediately engaged all the readers in a collective memory of Guxiang's unrequited love for Yang Gua. The original text described it thus. Although Guxiang didn't necessarily need to meet with the couple, she would have been perfectly content to hear some news about how Yang Gua behaved righteously in the martial world. Then the plot unfolded. Juan from the end of The Return of the Condor Heroes made an appearance. The little monk, Zhang Junbao, showed up once again. The Kunlun 3 sage, He Zudao from the western regions, entered the scene, and the story thus began to revolve around Shaolin Temple. Naturally, the protagonist's perspective was centered on Guxiang. This was a massive chapter of nearly 20,000 words, and whenever it came to the mental activity of the Little East heretic, Guxiang, it seemed impossible to not include hints of the Condor hero's whereabouts. causing the readers to feel both heartache and sighs as they read. Quickly, the comment section became densely packed with messages. The influence accrued from the two previous works, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, exploded completely under the guidance of a mere 20,000 words by Chu Kuang. Perfect start from Guoxiang's point of view. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, knows exactly what he's doing, starting off with the bomb that is Guoxiang, and also closely tied to the theme One Glimpse of Yanghua and You're Led Astray for Life, instantly drawing one's attention. Many characters are from the time of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Zhu Yuan and Zhang Junbao are back, as well as Yang Hua's friend, Master Was. However, although this book frequently mentions the Condor Hero, Yang Hua and Little Dragon Maiden do not actually appear in it. What a great start! Shaolin Temple finally gets a part to play. Everyone says it's good. So let me raise a concern. Isn't this book a bit reliant on established settings? The previous two books, neither Duel Atop Mount Hua nor the introduction of top martial world experts mention Shaolin. So how come at the beginning of this book, Shaolin Temple suddenly has such a strong presence? That does seem a bit unreasonable. The old rascal's pit is deep, bear with it for a moment. With the opening chapter of the new book, Shaolin Temple suddenly had its credentials raised significantly. Clearly, during the periods of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, the major events in the martial world had no involvement of Shaolin, so some people found it unreasonable. Of course, a flaw cannot obscure the splendor of Jade. These minor issues with the setting weren't something that anyone would seriously fuss over. After Chu Kuang released the first chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, it quickly took over the top trending spots, with discussability of related topics even easily sweeping through many of the latest major entertainment industry buzz. Atop the new trending searches. Trending first, hashtag Guoxiang hashtag. Trending second, hashtag Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer hashtag. Trending fifth, hashtag One Glimpse of Yanghua hashtag. Of the top 5 trending topics, Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer occupied 3. It's important to note that this was when only the first chapter of the novel had been released. One could only imagine how many readers specifically logged on to blogs to read the first chapter of Chu Kuang's new book. What's more interesting is, other forums of similar genres also saw a surge of topics related to Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, even including the tribe. This sort of thing wasn't happening for the first time. Even though Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow had left the tribe's trending search list would still occasionally be dominated by these 3, which one netizen described as not too harmful, but extremely insulting. And yet, the tribe dared not block topics related to these 3, otherwise their users might revolt, something they could not control. And as more readers finished the first chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, a new related topic suddenly also stormed the hot search rankings on various platforms. The topic was hashtag Who is the protagonist of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer hashtag. And the reason for this topic's emergence was simple, as many netizens had started to argue over who the protagonist of Chu Kuang's new book was. Netizens generally divided into 3 camps. The first camp believed that Guoxiang was the protagonist. The entire story of the first chapter unfolds from Guoxiang's point of view. So as we go through the story, we're seeing it through Guoxiang. Who else could be the protagonist, if not her? To this, someone replied, I have no issue with a woman being the protagonist. In fact, I really like Guoxiang, and I would very much welcome it if she truly were the protagonist. But Chu Kuang, the old rascal, has never written a novel where the main character is a girl. You're wrong there. Chu Kuang likes to pursue changes in his writing. Who knows, maybe he plans to use Guoxiang as the main character this time. There's a movie out recently called Resident Evil. Have any of you seen it? Xianyu never wrote a script with a woman as the main character before this movie, but that doesn't mean he won't. Then there were those who believed it was Zhang Junbao. The ending of The Return of the Condor Heroes specifically mentioned the young monk Zhang Junbao. The old rascal even took the trouble to introduce such a martially talented new character to everyone at the end of the story. Was it just to pad the word count? Not to mention, he even had the Condor hero Yang Hua teach Zhang Junbao some martial skills. And now, Zhang Junbao makes an appearance in the first chapter of the new book. Think about what that implies. You guys need to mull this over. Indeed. In the first two books, whether it was Guijing or Yanghua, both had great martial talent. Don't even start with saying Guijing is too dumb or anything. Brother Jing's martial skills are no less than any of the five greats. Those who question his martial arts talent should reread The Legend of the Condor Heroes. And the ending of The Return of the Condor Heroes not only gave Zhang Junbao the spotlight, it emphasized that his foundation and talent in martial arts were very strong. Being so young and already able to spar with Inkashi, I don't believe he's not the protagonist. Martial talent. Isn't Guixiang's martial talent scary enough? Think of how many top martial skills she's learned, including those from the East heretic Huang Yaoshi, her father Guijing, and her mother Huang Rong, among other top martial experts in the martial world. She even modified moves to create her own set of techniques. Isn't that invincible? Someone from the third camp could not hold back. The protagonist is definitely this newly emerged He Zhudao. Not only is he modest, courteous, and elegant, but he is also called the Kunlun 3 Sage, which includes the Sage of the Zither, chess, and sword. His martial skills were so strong that even the Shaolin Temple took him seriously. Plus, he considers Guixiang his soulmate. So, I think he's the new book's male protagonist, and Guixiang will be the ultimate female protagonist. This group had the fewest supporters. However, there was still quite a loyal following. And just when everyone was heatedly debating whether Guixiang, Zhang Junbao, or He Zhudao was the protagonist, suddenly there emerged a fourth viewpoint. Since you're all using the patterns from The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes to speculate, let me ask you, in which of these two books does the protagonist appear in the first chapter? An intriguing perspective. But this theory, too, quickly gained quite a bit of traction. A netizen commented with a laugh, "It really wakes up the dreamer." The protagonists of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes didn't appear in the first chapter. It's only because those two books were published entirely that we didn't speculate. Take The Legend of the Condor Heroes, for example. If only the first chapter had been released back then, would we have thought the protagonist was Yang Tai Exine or Guo or even Qiu Chuji from the Chuanjin sect? Exactly. This old rascal loves to tease readers with misleading content. After all, this isn't the first time he's done this. He's probably peeking right now, snickering at us for guessing the wrong protagonist. This old rascal is too crafty, continuously misleading the readers with his words. The possibility of him laying a trap in the first chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer is very high. Of course, none of the speculations could end the suspense. Regarding who the protagonist was, the netizens were still arguing fervently, ears red with debate, unable to convince one another. At last, everyone couldn't help but rush to the comments section to demand an update. Old rascal, release the second update quickly. I want to know who the protagonist is. Guixiang. Kunlun 3 Sage, He Zhudao. I bet 50 cents, it's definitely Zhang Junbao. After looking at everything, this character has the most protagonist vibes. Get real, the protagonist hasn't even appeared yet. We have to use reverse thinking to deduce. Don't forget that Chu Kuang is a pioneer of narrative tricks. The protagonist of this book definitely has appeared. The protagonists of the first two books appeared later. So what's wrong with coming out earlier in this chapter, right? He enjoys doing the opposite of what we expect, and then swelling all of our faces with his twists. But this time, I won't let him have his way. This old rascal indeed pits us into guessing until our heads break, even with the protagonist. In the martial world, someone noticed the online debate and said with a wry smile, "Only Chu Kuang could make readers argue like this from just the first chapter of a book. When can I create such a buzz with my book?" Sweeping the hot search, the whole internet discussing it. If you didn't know better, you'd think his entire book was already out. It's mainly the build-up from the first two books that's starting to erupt now. Yeah, no matter how much we argue, in the end, it's because of the high expectations for Chu Kuang's new book. Quick look, Chu Kuang actually released the second chapter. The second chapter is out? I'm going to read it now. I want to know who the protagonist is this time. Yes, while the netizens were in various arguments about who the protagonist could be, Chu Kuang unexpectedly released the second chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. Chapter title, The Pine and Cypress of Mount Wudong Thrive. This was unplanned, as Lin Yuan had intended to release one chapter per day, but seeing the netizens argue about who the protagonist was, a mischievous streak suddenly arose within him. He decided to take misleading the readers to the end. The proof was in the pudding. This round of misleading was very successful, as the readers eagerly began to read the second chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. The debate over the protagonist quickly cooled down quite a bit. I told you the protagonist is Zhang Jun Bao. Those who supported Zhang Jun Bao as the protagonist immediately displayed triumphant smiles. This time, the old rascal won't be able to fool me again. Chapter 1928 Exasperating. The protagonist is Zhang Jun Bao. Zhang Jun Bao's supporters were so proud because the second chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer was so clearly direct. In this chapter, the Kunlun 3 sage, He Zhu Dao, challenged the Shaolin Temple, only to be repeatedly defeated by the unknown Juan and even the young monk, Zhang Jun Bao. This was almost a death sentence for He Zhu Dao. How could a protagonist be repeatedly humiliated by minor characters upon his introduction? Instead, Zhang Jun Bao rose unexpectedly because he embarrassed He Zhu Dao, successfully showed off, but accidentally revealed that he knew Arhut Fist. That's so protagonist-like. As everyone knows, Shaolin Temple strictly forbids the unauthorized learning of martial arts, so logically, Zhang Jun Bao should not know Arhut Fist. Thus, once he revealed his skills, he stood in opposition to Shaolin. The Shaolin Temple wanted to capture Zhang Jun Bao. Juan could not bear to see his disciple in trouble, so he took Zhang Jun Bao and Guixiang and fled, escaping Shaolin's pursuit. Now, that's showing off. And there's the conflict. The protagonist-like aura of Zhang Jun Bao was nearly bursting forth. Not to mention, right before Yuan died, he loudly recited a set of martial arts mantras, possibly from the Nine-Yang Manual. And under such special circumstances, Guixiang and Zhang Jun Bao obtained the essence of the Nine-Yang Manual. The plot even specifically pointed out. Zhang Jun Bao listened intently to Yuan's recitation, not daring to disturb. Doesn't this imply that Zhang Jun Bao was quietly learning the Nine-Yang Manual? The reader can completely imagine how powerful this martial art is. It's related to the Nine-Yang Manual mentioned in the previous two novels. Nine-Yang, Nine-Yang. With such corresponding names, nobody doubts that these two martial arts are on the same level. How could Zhang Jun Bao not benefit from learning this martial art? He's naturally the domain's son, even more protagonist-like than Yang Gua and Guijing. At least those two protagonists didn't obtain martial arts of this caliber in their early stages. Some readers even started imagining Zhang Jun Bao returning to the Shaolin Temple and showing off various heroic acts, and becoming with Guixiang the third iconic couple in the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. This is good. Guixiang should forget about Yang Gua. Zhang Jun Bao is truly the right match for you. Some readers who always felt sympathy for Guixiang thought this. In everyone's hearts, Guixiang had already transformed from a protagonist into a female protagonist. Indeed, Guixiang's behavior towards Zhang Jun Bao had the essence of a female lead towards a male protagonist. When Yuan died and Zhang Jun Bao was lost and helpless, Guixiang actually gifted her intimate bracelet and recommended her own parents. That is, Guijing and Huangrong. Oh boy, there was even a token of affection. Zhang Jun Bao, and you still say you're not the protagonist. The only thing a bit strange was, the ending seemed a bit off. In the ending of the second chapter, Chu Kuang used esoteric writing to leap forward more than 10 years. The book wrote, one day, while wandering in the mountains, looking up at the floating clouds and down at the flowing water, Zhang Jun Bao had an epiphany. He pondered in the cave for 7 days and nights, suddenly achieving a breakthrough, grasping the ultimate principle in martial arts of using softness to overcome hardness, and couldn't help but laugh heartily to the sky. This laughter heralded a grandmaster who would inherit the past and usher in the future. Using his self-realized fist principles, the Taoist concept of virtual completeness, and the internal techniques recorded in the Nine-Yang Manual, he created a martial style for the Wudong sect that would illuminate future generations. Later, traveling north to Baoming, seeing the 3 prominently exquisite peaks standing above the cloud sea, he had further insights into martial arts and thus styled himself Zhang Sanfeng. That was the peerless master Zhang Sanfeng in martial arts history. This was the only doubt. Everyone was puzzled as to why Chu Kuang wrote this way, leaping over several years, directly writing about Zhang Junbao becoming a grandmaster, and even changing his name to Zhang Sanfeng, illuminating later generations, shining through the ages. Chu Kuang, providing such high praise from an official perspective for Zhang Sanfeng, was truly baffling. So, is the new book an unbeatable genre? The protagonist starts off as a grandmaster? Is the old rascal done writing about underdogs rising slowly? I still have doubts about Zhang Junbao being the protagonist because it feels like this plot line is more of a narration and summary, directly pointing out Zhang Junbao's achievements. This kind of spoiler-like writing isn't appealing and doesn't fit with the old rascal's style. I feel the same way. If it weren't for the last section's narration and summary, saying Zhang Junbao is the protagonist would be fine. But this last summary is too strange. It seems like Zhang Junbao's story has already been told in just a few sentences. The spoiler vibe is strong, and besides, isn't he a bit old to be the protagonist? Sure enough, due to the strange summary at the end of Chapter 2, a small portion of people still didn't believe Zhang Junbao was the protagonist. These readers were skeptical. I have a bad premonition. Me too. Same here. Is the old rascal up to something again? After all, for this guy, writing a book by the rules, that's not happening. Meanwhile, the novelists in the martial arts circle had also finished reading the second chapter. What's the meaning of this second chapter? The pace is completely different from what I expected. Chu Kuang's thoughts are unfathomable. His previous two books were the same. The plot progression was unpredictable, just like how he suddenly wrote about the dragon princess losing her innocence and Yang Guo losing his arm in the early part of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Who could think of that? To be exact, who would dare to think of it? From my experience, Zhang Junbao can't be the protagonist. It seems some people guessed right. The protagonist hasn't officially appeared in the first two chapters. Probably have to wait until the third chapter. Chapter 1001, 928 aerobic_2. The opening was really slow. Only Chu Kuang would dare to write like this, yet the readers still buy into it. Because everyone knows his strength. The strength is indeed abnormal. Do you all still remember the problem with the first chapter? Why did Shaolin suddenly appear? This chapter has now clearly explained the reason. Shaolin Temple, as the martial world's Mount Tai and the North Star, had an inadequate role in both The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. For such a heavyweight sect, it was really not appropriate. So when the first chapter was released, there were readers who criticized it, saying that using Shaolin Temple as the entry point of the new book was somewhat unreasonable. However, in the second chapter of the novel, Chu Kuang's writing took a turn and provided an explanation. It turned out that during the times of The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes, an incident involving a fireworker Tuo had occurred in Shaolin. At that time, a fireworker Tuo who was oppressed by the supervising monks held a grudge, so he secretly learned Shaolin's martial skills. And during a certain Shaolin Mid-Autumn Festival, this fireworker Tuo demonstrated extraordinary might, shocking everyone, and even killed Shaolin's leading Zen master Kuji, among others. As a result, Shaolin suffered internal strife, leading to the departure of another top expert, Zen master Kuhui, and from then on, Shaolin declined. By the timeline in the novel, when Guixiang passed by Shaolin and encountered Juan and Zhang Junbao, Shaolin Temple began to recover. This reasonable twist explained why Shaolin was absent from The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes. And where Jin Yong truly excelled was that this plot did not end there. The Shaolin foreshadowing led to the story of heaven-reliant dragon slayer. The fireworker Tuo fled to the western regions and established the Vajra school. He then took 3 disciples, namely the 3 experts who followed Zhao Min, Ada, Aer, and Indians. Among the 7 disciples of Wudong, Yu Daiyan was crippled by Indians, directly laying the groundwork for the suicide of Zhang Cuishan and his wife, thereby giving the true main character, Zhang Wuji, a motive for revenge. One could say, it was this fireworkers' rebellion that sparked the story of heaven-reliant dragon slayer. The foreshadowing was so deeply buried, meticulously laid out since the previous works, It's no wonder old man Jean could achieve the martial arts classics of the Condor trilogy. Of course, the readers did not know the subsequent plot at this point. However, the revelation of the fireworker Tito incident greatly impressed the readers, who exclaimed in admiration at the old rascal's impeccably plotted story. This old rascal is slipperier than an eel. Just when you think you've found a supposed flaw in his book, it's immediately resolved perfectly in the second chapter of his new book, even slapping back at the skeptics. I was even ready to mock him for a setting mistake, for forcibly binge-reading his book. Lin Yuan did not release the third chapter next. There was no need to write too fast in this type of online serialization. 2 chapters were enough for the readers to digest for a while. However, the next day, when Lin Yuan saw that the majority of readers thought that Zhang Junbao was the protagonist of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, he finally revealed a mischievously amused smile for the second time. Lovely readers, don't underestimate the capriciousness of a martial arts grandmaster. It seems this serial could be drawn out a bit longer. Lin Yuan pondered to himself, then quickly copied and pasted the content he had already finished. And at exactly noon, the third chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer was released. The Dragon Slayer shines brightly after 100 refinements. The chapter began with these words: flowers bloom and wither, wither and bloom. The youth of the rivers and lakes grow old. The young girls eventually see white hair by their temples. At the start of this chapter, Zhang Sanfeng was already over 90 years old. Faced with this turn of events, even the famous martial arts novelist could not help but be astonished. Zhang Sanfeng being over 90 years old meant that Guixiang would also be over 90, if she were still alive. And how many readers idolized Guixiang. And yet, with a stroke of his pen, Chu Kuang turned the youthful maiden into an old woman with white hair. Can't keep up with his pace at all. Many martial arts writers who read Chu Kuang's new book with a learning mindset began to smile wryly. How in the world could they learn from this? Isn't there a saying in the industry, following Chu Kuang's coattails will give you something to drink? Without the foundation of 2 top martial arts masterpieces, try writing a new book starting with 2 chapters unrelated to the main character? Still want to drink soup? Readers' spit could drown you. On the other side, readers who thought Zhang Junbao was the protagonist were all dumbfounded upon reaching this point, and then they burst into an outraged cursing frenzy. Damn, old rascal. What the heck? Give me back the youthful Guixiang. We agreed on Zhang Junbao as the male lead, and Guixiang as the female lead. How can she be the protagonist at over 90 years old? What kind of devilish plot twist is this? Was my great Guixiang's entrance just for you to transition the story? Where's Guijing? Huangrong? What about the characters from The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Return of the Condor Heroes? Have they all died of old age? Who was the one who said to bear with Chu Kuang's big pit? That to just endure it a bit. This is too big, I can't stand it. Looking at the direction of the plot, could the real protagonist be this Zhang Cuishan? The old rascal really excels at slapping the readers' faces. How can a novel's protagonist enter the stage so late? The readers were dumbstruck. It felt like the previous 2 chapters were utterly lonely. No wonder this old rascal kindly serialized it online for everyone to see first. Saying the first 2 chapters are the beginning of the new book is actually less appropriate than calling them foreshadowing, or even a prologue. With a gentle and elegant demeanor and a frail-looking body, yet possessing powerful martial skills, the real protagonist seems to be this Zhang Cuishan, who only appears in the 3rd chapter. The 3rd chapter wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing is, Chu Kuang is unlike other authors. Other authors' chapters are often short and lack impact, while Chu Kuang's chapters are big, thick, and long, about 20,000 words each. By the time Zhang Cuishan made his appearance, the novel actually had around 50,000 words already. A trap. A huge trap. The internet exploded. Readers had all sorts of complex emotions, some dissatisfied, some contemplative, some sighing, some helpless. But this time, the plot couldn't be said to be terrible. Readers who had been through the Dragon Maiden incident had a decent level of acceptance. It could only be said that this old rascal still didn't like to play by the rules. He had once again played with all the readers with a misleading plot, elegantly. At this moment, Only those readers who were extremely fond of Guoxiang felt a profound sadness and a sense of helplessness. Their Guoxiang protagonist dream, and the Guoxiang as the main female lead dream, had completely shattered with the release of the third chapter. The saying to see Yang and to err all one's life became her most vivid life footnote. She indeed couldn't fall in love with Zhang Junbao as she did with Yang Guo, even though Zhang Junbao was just as outstanding. However, this also precisely preserved the image of Guoxiang. If she fell in love with someone else, perhaps other readers would feel grief again. Readers themselves had some internal conflict about this. Chu Kuang's clever skimming over the timeline did dilute a lot of the emotions that should have been intense. By comparison, the main storyline revealed in the new chapter firmly captured the reader's attention, even creating an eager anticipation for the following plot. The main storyline kicks off. To summon the Dragon Slayer, just click. In short, the Dragon Saber has made its appearance. For the first time, the famous saying that traveled the world of martial arts debuted. In the martial world, the Supreme Dragon Saber commands. No one dares disobey under heaven. Chapter 1002, 929 major scenic areas compete to invite. At this moment, Lin Yuan was in his studio. After uploading the third chapter of the plot, he did not bother with it anymore. Lin Yuan's plan was to update a chapter each day for free online serialization. When it reached the 10th chapter, he would cease serialization as Silver Blue Books was set to publish the complete book, since that point conveniently coincided with a plot twist. Over the next 3 days, with the updates of the 4th, 5th, and 6th episodes of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, the plot gradually unfolded. Everyone's focus had shifted to the story itself. Firstly, there's no doubt that Zhang Zuishan is the new protagonist of the novel. This character is firstly handsome and poised, secondly, intelligent, witty, and extremely talented, thirdly, virtuous and detests evil, fourthly, he has an extraordinary background, fifthly, his life is troubled by romantic entanglements. I even feel that the old rascal went a bit extreme this time, creating such a perfect protagonist. Since Zhang Zuishan is the lead, the only choice for the female lead has to be Yin Susu. A righteous male lead and a demonic sect beauty, naturally designed conflicting points. I didn't expect Guoxiang to end up establishing the Amei sect, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Sanfeng's Wudong sect, a narrative technique spanning timelines that avoided Guoxiang's death, giving Little East Heretic a good ending. With a casual phrase from the old rascal, the children of Jianghu age as Jianghu itself, the springs and autumns pass, and the young Little East Heretic is long deceased. This has really become an unresolved grief. The old rascal didn't actually use Guoxiang to torment the readers, but this girl is just so heartbreaking, becoming everyone's regret. At this moment, the story subtly revealed the fact of Guoxiang's death. What was even more distressing for the readers was that after founding Amei, Guoxiang took a disciple named Fengling. This was the second-generation sect leader of Amei, Abbess. Fengling. After watching The Return of the Condor Heroes, who doesn't know Fengling Kui? That was where Guoxiang and Yang Guo first met. With just one mention of Fengling Kui, thus came the saying, upon first meeting Yang Guo, one's entire life is mistaken, and the significance of this name given to her disciple by Guoxiang is self-evident. This design further evoked profound nostalgia among a large number of readers. And while many readers sighed over Guoxiang's tragic fate, Lin Yuan suddenly logged into Ian's account and wrote a nostalgic article. This article was titled, To Guoxiang. When I pass by mountains, the mountains do not speak. When I pass by seas, the seas do not speak. The donkey tip-taps along. The heaven-reliant sword accompanies me across the world. Everyone says that I entered the religious life at Mount Amei because I loved the hero Yang Guo. But in fact, I fell in love with the clouds and the glows of Mount Amei, which resembled the fireworks I saw at the age of 16. When I pass by seas, the seas do not speak. When I pass by mountains, the mountains don't respond. The donkey drips and taps, drifting into the distance, never wanting to return home. In the prime of my joyful and carefree life, the dusty colors of travel are unlike one's youth at 19. Tormented by worries with no plan to escape, I long deeply for him. But where across the world might he be? At this moment, readers were discussing the unrequited love and melancholic death of Guixiang in various forums. Suddenly, someone saw this article and felt a sudden pang of sorrow, and with mixed feelings, quickly shared it on numerous forums. And as more people reposted it, this, to Guixiang, quickly went viral across the internet. In Ian's comment section, countless netizens rapidly responded. I was just feeling regret, but seeing Ian's to Guixiang, I unexpectedly felt a bit teary-eyed. Well said indeed. Perhaps the clouds and glow atop Mount Amay truly do resemble the fireworks seen at the age of 16. It seems Ian shares a deep sentiment towards Guixiang, just like us. This is not the first time Ian has written about Guixiang. If he didn't truly love her, how could he have written such moving phrases as, "You were not born when I was. When I was born, you were already old"? Unrequited love doomed to failure changed Guixiang's life. I suggest you look back at the first 2 chapters of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, and you'll see that almost every thought of Guixiang inevitably leads back to her big brother Yang. The sentences written by Ian always have a kind of magic power that touches the heart. I don't know the gender of teacher Ian, but I feel that this, to Guixiang, possesses very delicate emotions, possibly from a girl. Could teacher Ian reveal their gender? I also have a feeling that you are a girl, because the name Ian somehow gives off a goddess vibe. Lin Yuan, of course, would not answer about Ian's gender. Writing to Guixiang was an idea he had had previously. The article reminiscing about Guixiang was very touching. It was just that the sentences in it bore heavy interpretative meanings, which is why Lin Yuan did not release it through Chu Kuang's hand. Ian was suited for this sort of task. After all, that was the very purpose of Ian's existence. It could be considered an embellishment and supplement to the return of the Condor Heroes and Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. Besides Guixiang, during the serial publication of the new book, another issue sparked discussion from all parties, which was the portrayal of the 6 great sects in the novel: Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun, Amay, Mount Hua, Kongtong. Other martial arts novels often fictionalize the depiction of sects, but the 6 great sects under Chu Kuang's pen weren't entirely fabrications. Among them, Shaolin covered the widest range, as Blue Star had many Shaolin temples, while Mount Wudong, Kunlun Mountains, Mount Amay, Mount Hua, and Kongtong Mountains were indeed real places. Of course, the locations in reality exist. The so-called sects do not. Yet, this sort of indirect promotion still made the real addresses of the 6 great sects, including the many Shaolin temples of Blue Star, destinations considered by many tourists. Online, netizens joked and teased. Maybe it's almost peak tourist season, so Chu Kuang wrote a travel guide for the Blustarians. And no kidding, after reading Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, I really want to visit Mount Amay. It's not far, just a 3-hour drive, and who knows, maybe I'll meet my own Guixiang. That depends if your wife next to you agrees. There's a Shaolin temple here, and there are indeed monks practicing martial arts inside, but it's not Shaolin sect. They just focus on physical fitness, like morning exercises. My mom said these days, the number of people at Shaolin temple has increased. Many are checking in and sharing on social media. Ha ha, looks like the Old Rascals book has again helped promote major scenic spots. The duel atop Mount Hua in The Legend of the Condor Heroes directly caused traffic paralysis on Mount Hua, but this time the Old Rascal wrote about so many scenic spots, clearly spreading the benefits evenly. He does have a special affection for Mount Hua. Places like Kongtong Mountains only got a passing mention. Chu Kuang indeed has a fondness for Mount Hua. Previously he wrote about duel atop Mount Hua, and now he specifically wrote about the Mount Hua sect, although it can't compare in prestige to the duel atop Mount Hua, of course. Due to this matter, some even suggested renaming Chu Kuang's new book to Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, The Travel Diaries of Chu Kuang, and others like Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, The Travel Guide. As a result, while netizens were having a heated discussion about this matter, the official account of Shaolin Temple of Qin Continent in Blue Star suddenly tagged Chu Kuang. Shaolin Temple of Qin Continent cordially invites teacher Chu Kuang to visit for free, and our abbot is willing to host you throughout. Then, Mount Hua followed suit. Mount Hua sincerely invites teacher Chu Kuang to be our guest. You are our most anticipated and honorable visitor. Then after, Mount Wudong, Kunlun Mountains, Mount Ame, Kantong Mountains. Several major tourist attractions actually issued consecutive invitations to Chu Kuang. With Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer mentioning the 6 great sects, the real-world 6 great sects unexpectedly extended olive branches to Chu Kuang, stunning netizens from all continents. Chapter 1003, 930 Ranking of Scenic Spots. These tourist spots are way too real, aren't they? As soon as they saw they had a part in Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, they couldn't wait to send an invite. Honestly, that old rascal is just too awesome. Who else but Chu Kuang could write a martial arts novel that influences the tourism of Blue Star's major scenic spots to such an extent? I bet these tourist spots wish they could worship Chu Kuang like a god. Even Kunlun Mountains have shown up, even though in the novel it's just mentioned that the Kunlun sect is one of the 6 great sects. Just a casual mention, and they're over the moon. If anyone could actually get Chu Kuang, the publicity would be off the charts. If they pamper him and he's happy enough to give them another shout-out in his novel, the effects are almost predictable, just like how Mount Hua struck gold before. People are still flocking to Mount Hua. This time, after the release of the novel, it seems like Mount Ame and Mount Wudong are the most popular spots, the former because of Guixiang and the latter because of Zhang Sanfeng along with the protagonist Zhang Zuishan. Netizens guessed right. These tourist spots were all on the same wavelength. However, netizens didn't know that at this very moment, these tourist spots were secretly competing with one another. Shaolin Temple. There were grievances. We were the first to suggest inviting Chu Kuang, and now the other scenic spots are shamelessly copying us. Exactly. Did those minor sects not see that Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer starts with our Shaolin Temple scene? Not just them. Other places with Shaolin temples have also been itching to move. After all, Qin Continent isn't the only place with a Shaolin temple. Nonsense. We're the authentic one. Since Chu Kuang is from Qin Continent, the Shaolin temple he writes about must be the one here on Qin Continent. Mount Hua. The staff was excited. Why didn't we think of inviting Chu Kuang earlier? He wrote about the duel atop Mount Hua in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. If we could get him here, our visitor numbers could surely rise even more. But it seems like Chu Kuang never makes public appearances. That doesn't matter. We have to show that we're willing. Our oversight was huge this time. I suspect that because we didn't publicly express our gratitude before, Chu Kuang was displeased. Hence there wasn't much about the Mount Hua sect in his new book. We let Wudong and Ame walk away with our advantage. Send an invitation and tickets to Silver Blue Books immediately, and ask them to forward it to Chu Kuang. Oh no, to Master Chu Kuang. Mount Ame. Ecstatic beyond measure. Ha 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 ha, it's finally Mount Ame's turn. I was so jealous of Mount Hua's booming tourism. I'm head over heels for Guixiang. I propose that in this year's Mount Ame tourism brochure, we talk about the relationship between our Ame and the heroine Guixiang. I agree. How about we organize an event at our spot, selecting a female star to play the role of Guixiang and be our spokesperson, of course, making sure we pay enough for the rights. Mount Wudong. Bustling with excitement. Chu Kuang's new book has the protagonist Zhang Zuishan as a disciple of Mount Wudong, and the founder of the Wudong sect, Zhang Sanfeng, is even Wudong's patriarch. This is a huge advantage for our tourism promotion this year. We must get in touch with Chu Kuang. The treatment that Mount Hua got, it's our turn now. In terms of the novel's portrayal, we've even surpassed Ame and Mount Hua this time, not to mention Shaolin with its abundance of mentions. It's not even worth discussing. Elsewhere, Kantong Mountains. We had too little presence. Just being mentioned by Chu Kuang is good news. You're right. Other spots weren't even mentioned at all. Finally, Kunlun Mountains. It seems our role is about the same as Kantong. We must curry favor with Chu Kuang. To him, it's just a matter of crafting some plot, but to us, it means a great deal. If he could just give us a bit more of a role, that would be wonderful. The prerogative of these scenic spots wasn't bad. Almost immediately after they issued invitations to Chu Kuang online, the 6 great sects' invitations appeared at Silver Blue Books. Silver Blue Books was caught between laughter and tears. Well, I'll be All these scenic areas are getting lively, someone said. Must be the advertising effect. The success of Mount Hua has made it the envy of everyone. Chu Kuang's novel has too much influence, right? Otherwise, would the Dragon Maiden incident have had our company surrounded for so long? Send these to Chu Kuang, although he might not be interested, since he never shows his face. Meanwhile, other scenic areas on Blue Star that hadn't been mentioned were feeling rather sour. Why didn't the 6 great sects include us? Should we get in touch with Chu Kuang, offer him some advertising fees, and invite him to promote our scenic area? After all, we're a 10-star scenic area. Our fame far surpasses that of the Kongtong Mountains. Not just Kongtong. Our fame surpasses Wudong, Amei, and the likes. Wait a minute. I've thought of someone. In the office of a certain scenic area, a manager's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, in Shadow Studio, Lin Yuan and Jin Mu were looking at the table full of invitations from various scenic areas, both at a loss for words. Suddenly, Jin Mu spoke up. Is this like a different form of the 6 great sects attacking Bright Summit? As Lin Yuan's agent, or rather secretary, Jin Mu had already finished reading Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, and naturally knew the novel's most iconic scene, the 6 great sects' siege of the Bright Summit. The reason Jin Mu mentioned this was because in that story arc, the 6 great sects are portrayed in a rather unflattering light. Not to mention, Zhang Wuji's parents were driven to death by the 6 great sects. Of course, the Wudong sect was excluded, because the Wudong sect has always been supportive of the protagonist. However, the depiction of the other 5 sects is, indeed, quite disgraceful. Now that these scenic areas are so eager to please Chu Kuang, who knows what they would think if they found themselves portrayed negatively in the book? No big deal, Lin Yuan said after thinking for a moment. Scenic areas are scenic areas, sects are sects. Besides, in each sect, there are good and bad people, right? Even Mount Wudong produced someone as hated and annoying as Song Qingshu. That's true. Jin Mu figured these scenic areas probably wouldn't take issue with Chu Kuang over the novel's content. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone rang. He answered, and before long, he hung up. Jin Mu curiously asked, "Something up with the company?" Lin Yuan shook his head. Some scenic areas contacted Xianyu, wanting to invite Xianyu to write some poetry or something for advertisement. Huh, Jin Mu laughed. Looks like Westlake's success story made everyone realize that besides Chu Kuang, Xianyu is also in high demand. Are you planning to accept? It's worth a try. Lin Yuan was mainly considering the issue of prestige value. If he successfully helped boost a scenic area's reputation, the return on prestige value would be quite generous. Which one approached you first? Mount Lu, Lin Yuan replied. Jin Mu was taken aback. Mount Lu, if I remember correctly, is a 9-star scenic area on Blue Star. They're said to be hopeful of entering the top tier of 10 stars this year. They must be inviting you as part of their final push. Have you been to Mount Lu? I have. Lin Yuan had traveled to many places with his family, including Mount Lu. Well, that's fortunate. Jin Mu smiled. It just so happens that they're re-evaluating scenic area ratings this year. On Blue Star, scenic areas were graded on a 10-tier system. Scenes like Mount Hua and Mount Tai were 10-star scenic areas, whereas Mount Lu was a 9-star scenic area. The ranking of the scenic areas was mainly determined by relevant departments based on factors such as the scenic environment and visitor flow, among others. Every 5 years, there is an evaluation. And this year just happens to be the 5th year. So there will be a re-evaluation by the end of the year, which is also why the scenic areas are giving extra attention to promotion this year. Chapter 1004, 931 Centennial Birthday Banquet Tears. In a past life, the CCTV version of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer had aired to great acclaim, and the Qingqing sect had invited Jin Yong to visit. Later on, Jin Yong indeed visited Mount Qingqing, and the Qingqing sect prepared a sword formation to welcome him. Some said it was the Qingqing sect's way of showing grand welcome to Old Man Jin, a grandmaster of martial arts fiction. Others thought it was their way of expressing dissatisfaction with Jin Yong's depiction of them as villains in his novels. In truth, it was both. The incident became a beautiful tale among people. More than anything, it demonstrated the terrifying influence of Jin Yong's martial arts fiction. Without that influence, No matter how one might vilify them in a book, they wouldn't care much, nor would they invite you to visit and make a grand gesture after being vilified. This was similar in intent to the six great sects inviting Chu Kuang nowadays. At that time, Mount Qingqing's invitation also had a self-promotional motive. Lin Yuan wasn't opposed, but he didn't immediately respond to Mount Lu, which first contacted him. He wanted to publish his novel first. And in the following few days, the new book, Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, continued to be serialized on the blog. Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9. These 3 chapters carried a lot of information. For instance, in Chapter 7, Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu had a son named Zhang Wuji. And in Chapter 9, the story indirectly mentioned the news of Guijing and Huang Rong dying in defense of Xiangyang City. Although this plot point was briefly mentioned in the book, readers who saw this were full of resentment toward the old rascal Chu Kuang. Guijing and Huang Rong actually died defending the city. No wonder the previous chapters didn't mention these two, probably to avoid upsetting the readers. Even the old rascal has fears. I think the old rascal has softened after all. Guijing's death was ultimately a perfection of his character. With Xiangyang City fallen, his personality would never allow him to live dishonorably, and if he chose death, given Huang Rong's feelings for him, how could she continue living alone? To kill the main character is indeed a traditional technique of the old rascal. Guijing can really be considered a true hero in the eyes of the old rascal, even surpassing Yang Guo in that respect. The role of a hero for the country and the people is too striking. It's inappropriate. If Guijing lived. That's why I like Yang Guo the most, but I have the utmost respect for Guijing. Tragedy is indeed more memorable than comedy. The tragic bravery of Guijing and Huang Rong dying for the city, although not directly described in the novel, still profoundly moves the heart and commands genuine admiration for this great hero. Resentment aside, this plot development didn't trigger a reader uproar like the Dragon Maiden incident, because from the legend of the Condor Heroes to the return of the Condor Heroes, the stories involving Guijing were always somber and oppressive. Chu Kuang had long set the emotional groundwork. Similar to Guoxiang's situation, the regret over Guijing's death far outweighed any feelings of anger. Even so, some literary critics reviewed both The Return of the Condor Heroes and The Legend of the Condor Heroes, writing many articles in remembrance of Guijing. This was influenced by Yian's to Guoxiang, achieved a significant effect of homage. Furthermore, the baby Zhang Wuji, who had just been born in Chapter 7, also sparked much discussion. Readers were wondering, why did Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu have a child? This itself was not hard to understand. Marriage and childbirth between a man and a woman are the most natural things. But the issue was, this is a novel. In martial arts novels, the confirmation of love between the main male and female characters often requires extensive plot development. Yet, the union of Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu broke the norm, marrying off quickly within just a few chapters. People were wondering at the time, which martial arts novel has the main characters solidify their relationship so quickly, let alone, these two even had a child. In martial arts novels, which protagonist carries a child while wandering the Jianghu? Regarding this, some people wildly speculated. I'm seriously suspecting that Yin Susu will die, and then Zhang Zuishan will be devastated until a new female character appears to rekindle his desire for life. And this new girl might just be a little Lolita. This fan theory is quite intriguing. Someone immediately asked, why a little Lolita? The person explained, first of all, Chu Kuang is very good at killing off characters, so if he really writes Yin Susu's death, I definitely wouldn't be surprised, and I believe no one else would either. Considering Zhang Zuishan's love for Yin Susu, how devastated would he be if his wife died? He'd definitely be devastated. Now think about Yang Guo in the later parts of The Return of the Condor Heroes. In his devastation, Yang Guo created the heartbroken warrior. And when Yang Guo mistakenly thought that the little dragon maiden had died, what did he do? He jumped off a cliff in despair. Given Chu Kuang's depiction of Zhang Zuishan's character, do you think Zhang Zuishan would live on alone if Yin Susu died? Certainly not. So Zhang Zuishan would become like Yang Guo. But the difference between Zhang Zuishan and Yang Guo is that he has a child. What would happen to the child if he died? so Zhang Zuishan wouldn't die in the end. He would definitely strive to raise his child into an adult. So this time, Chu Kuang might be trying to turn Zhang Zuishan into another Yang Gua. Yang Gua met little Lolita Guoxiang, and Zhang Zuishan would also meet a character similar to Guoxiang. This Guoxiang-like character would heal Zhang Zuishan, develop feelings for him, reawaken his desire for life, and together they would raise Zhang Wuji into adulthood. In doing so, Chu Kuang might arguably be indirectly making up for Guoxiang's regrets. Convincing and compelling. The readers instantly worshipped the idea. Big boss. I was wondering why the relationship between Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu developed so quickly. So it was because Chu Kuang was in a hurry to let Yin Susu die, so that Zhang Zuishan could turn into the second Yang Gua, and then meet his own little Lolita Guoxiang. But to prevent Zhang Zuishan from committing suicide, he wrote that Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu had a child. A child is a tie. A child is the reason why Zhang Zuishan can't die. Chu Kuang, old rascal. Come on, give me the pen, and you write it. Ha ha. I feel this old rascal has been totally seen through. Even his identity card number has been guessed by this boss. This fan theory really makes sense. It makes so much sense that everyone immediately feels like Chu Kuang probably really intends to do this. Why is the book opened with Guoxiang falling for Yang Gua at first sight and ending up heartbroken? And then, with a sweep of the pen, Guoxiang is gone. Because he wanted to write a new girl to echo Guoxiang, to make up for that regret. And this child named Zhang Wuji is just a tool, a reason for Chu Kuang to keep Zhang Zuishan alive. Whoosh. This plot guess instantly went viral. Even Lin Yuan, who was reading book reviews online, was taken aback by this speculation. Since ancient times, have all goats come from folks? This speculation is so realistic that Lin Yuan started to wonder if Old Man Jean might have thought the same. He almost couldn't help but like the post, because he was really impressed by this fan theory. This person had turned heaven-reliant dragon slayer into a dad-centric story. And if it were really written this way, there would actually be no issues at all. It could even spice up the plot, and indeed provide another ending for Yang Gua. What a pity. Everyone still underestimated the capriciousness of a master. That very night at midnight, Lin Yuan, who couldn't wait any longer, uploaded the 10th chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. 100-year birthday that broke hearts. Meanwhile, Silver Blue Books announced that the online serialization of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer was over and that a complete edition would be published for sale that very day. Chapter 1005, 932. There's a fan group called Mount Hua Theory of Cheapness, and all its members are readers of Chu Kuang, currently eagerly following updates of his new book. Here it comes. Chapter 10. Updating this early? Updating at midnight. Truly devilish. I'm going to check it out now. Let's see if Chu Kuang really lets the readers guess the upcoming plot. I feel like it's very close to the truth. That guess is indeed very reasonable. Just as Chu Kuang had updated the 10th chapter of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, everyone couldn't wait to open it. However, when the first batch of readers finished Chapter 10, they were instantly stunned, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. Zhang Zuishan dead. Yin Susu dead. Just when everyone thought Zhang Zuishan was the protagonist of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, this character, who seemed very much like the protagonist, had chosen to commit suicide while surrounded by the 6 great sects in order to protect the Golden Lion, Xie Sun, which led Yin Susu to die for love, leaving only a teenage Zhang Wuji. Boom. The group exploded. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this move? Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu are both dead. Where's the protagonist? I'm looking at such a big protagonist here. The novel is serialized to the 10th chapter, and you're telling me the protagonist is gone. This old rascal, what exactly is he thinking, sending the protagonist off with a boxed lunch, and in the 10th chapter, no less? Still don't understand, huh? Guoxiang isn't the protagonist, Zhang Sanfeng isn't the protagonist, He Zhudao definitely isn't the protagonist. Not even Zhang Zuishan is the protagonist of this book. The real protagonist is this kid. Blog. Chu Kuang's comment section is also instantly boiling. Damn. I give up. This old rascal dares to write like this. Yin Susu would die. That big shot predicted it. But with Zhang Zuishan's death, all that big shot's predicted plot was overturned. No one can keep up with the old rascal's train of thought. I'm willing to pronounce Zhang Wuji as the protagonist who appeared the latest in history. No wonder I felt something was off just by seeing the title. Damn trickery. I fully immersed myself in a Zhang Zuishan being the protagonist, and this old rascal just kills him off with a sweep of his pen? This part is too torturous. It feels a bit like Huang Rong, first inciting everyone's suspicion against Shaolin in front of the 6 great sects, then educating Zhang Wuji before dying. The more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful. No wonder the plot needed to be serialized online. Wuxia Circle. Many wuxia writers, still approaching with a learning mindset and wanting to learn from heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer, were also stunned. What is this? So, the real protagonist is Zhang Wuji. A plot development that no one in the world could guess. How can we learn from this? This time, Zhang Wuji truly secures the protagonist role, burdened with his parents' deep revenge and afflicted with a strange poison. If he's not the protagonist now, it would be outrageous. It's outrageous enough already. Look at how many words there are. 200,000 words of content, and Zhang Wuji only truly becomes the protagonist. Turns out the previous plot was all just laying the groundwork. Such grandiose foresight, such crazy courage. This kind of writing style. It's almost like changing the protagonist midway. Who else but Chu Kuang in the entire literary world dares to write like this? Meanwhile, seemingly unrelated major scenic spots were also dumbfounded after seeing this plot development. Holy crap, were we tricked? Why do I feel like, apart from Wudong, none of the 6 great sects are good? What happened to supporting Mount Amei? This Abyss Miju is too damn dark. I'd rather it not be written at all. To think we still wanted to invite Chu Kuang over as a guest. What kind of plot twist is this? The 6 great sects have 5 being antagonists. Everyone was dumbstruck in shock. Chu Kuang had used a full 200,000 characters as a lead-up, only to have Zhang Zuishan and In Susu commit suicide together, allowing Zhang Wuji to take over as the protagonist. Is he trying too hard? You're really brave. You know, changing the main character midway through a novel is definitely a taboo. As the story developed over the previous 200,000 characters, everyone had already identified with the protagonist, Zhang Zuishan. Under such circumstances, suddenly handing the protagonist's halo to a child like Zhang Wuji was actually quite hard for readers to accept. In fact, some readers were already cursing loudly. However, the vast majority of readers were more astonished. They felt the pain, but more than that, they thought it was bizarre and unbelievable. Chu Kuang wasn't just going against the readers at this point. This move was completely against the norms of novel writing. In terms of shock value alone, it was even comparable to the Heaven's Cripple and Earth's Defect in the Return of the Condor Heroes. So capricious. The epitome of capriciousness. Was he not afraid that no one would buy heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer? The protagonist had changed, Zhang Zuishan was dead, and people hadn't yet identified with Zhang Wuji. At this moment, the media were also shaken. How capricious can Chu Kuang be? The most delayed entrance of a male protagonist in history. Chu Kuang kills off the male and female leads before publishing the new book. 200,000 words of lead-up, Chu Kuang's new book takes a thrilling turn. In the finale of the Condor trilogy, Chu Kuang to change the protagonist midway? Unthinkable plot, courageous writing no one dares to implement. Chu Kuang's new book kills off main characters. Can it still rely on heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer? Chu Kuang's new book sales might turn cold. It had been a long time since the media openly predicted a drop in Chu Kuang's novel sales, but the shocking turn in heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer made the media bring out this old headline again. Classics unfavored by outsiders. However, unlike before, Silver Blue Books was not panicking at all. The fantasy department's editorial team, many Night Owl editors began to show up, all of whom were people who had read the whole book in advance. From the moment we decided to start serializing online, I've been curious about how readers would react after finishing Chapter 10, but it seems more subdued than I expected. This plot twist isn't as unacceptable as the Dragon Maiden incident. The media is doubting the sales. I really want to show them the stock orders from major bookstores. Bookstores are getting smarter. Although Zhang Wuji taking over as the protagonist is unexpected, the lead-up in the earlier part was very solid, and the pit of hatred for the protagonist is already well dug. In such a case, everyone is just hoping to see Zhang Wuji's revenge. The anticipation is maxed out. I think it's not just about maxing out the anticipation. The fundamental reason Chu Kuang can write this plot is because he is Chu Kuang, and everyone knows no matter how outrageous his writing is, the whole novel will never disappoint. That was true. Now when Chu Kuang wrote a book, no matter what their initial impressions of the plot were, people would still choose to keep reading. Because everyone already knew Chu Kuang's capabilities. He had managed to turn the situation around and create sales miracles even with the Dragon Maiden incident and Heaven's cripple and Earth's defect. So how much more so with just a change of protagonist midway, and the anticipation already built up? Indeed, this was the case. After daybreak, all major bookstores opened. The complete Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer was officially released. There were no signs of cold reception. The number of readers buying the book still broke thresholds. Ming Cult, 6 Great Sects, Leader Zhang, Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber, and Zhao Min, Zhou Zhirua, Xiao Zhao Yinli. With the final part of the Condor trilogy released, a martial arts feast affecting various continents was thoroughly set in motion. Chapter 1006, 933 inscribe on the West Forest Wall. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Sales took off. The media that had doubted the mid-story protagonist's switch in Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer were dumbfounded. Damn, it's all fine. The mid-story protagonist's switch didn't affect sales? And those media outlets that hadn't questioned the sales were now sporting knowing smiles. Among them, a veteran in the media field chuckled to the person in charge of the newspaper that had badmouthed Chu Kuang. Have you still not understood the nature of these readers? What nature? These readers, don't be fooled by their verbal attacks on Chu Kuang, sprouting venom like he's their sworn enemy. But as soon as Chu Kuang releases a new book, no matter how harshly they'd criticized before, their enthusiasm to buy the book is more eager than anyone else's. Damn, isn't there any justice? This is bullying the honest folks. These readers are just too naive. The media house even thought about publishing news blasting Chu Kuang, the old rascal, for manipulating his readers. But they ultimately didn't dare, because it touched the level of personal attack. Besides, who knows whom these readers, verbally cursing Chu Kuang, would actually side with in the end. They were completely brainwashed by the old rascal. Alright, actually, it wasn't all because of Chu Kuang's charm. Don't forget, Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer is the final part of the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy. Now that the readers have finished reading the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Return of the Condor Heroes, how could they not finish the third part? Even if it's just out of compulsion, they have to finish the trilogy. Therefore, upon getting the complete Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer, the readers started reading it immediately. And at the beginning of the reading, the readers felt very stifled. Chu Kuang was exceptionally harsh on the protagonist. Zhang Wuji entered the scene with a deep vendetta from Sea of Blood, mysteriously poisoned, with mediocre martial skills, and was constantly targeted by